I don't know who they really are, Song Dalong said while working. Today's work still needed to be finished quickly. However, I've known them since I was very young. They've been living there for a long time. We were told never to go near that place because there's a crazy person living there. Crazy person? Song Dia was a bit confused. Today I saw, and I didn't think he was crazy.
Well,
Song Dalong thought for a moment. That person has a strange temper, mood swings all the time. Sometimes he's like this, and after a few days, he's like that again. Like what? And what is that? Song Dia couldn't understand at all. Let me put it this way, when I was about 10, I once went over there to play with some kids. That person was very happy to see us, and asked for our names. When he found out I was in school, he said a lot of encouraging words. He even said if I came back the next day, he would teach me things not in the books. When I visited the next day, this person not only didn't recognize us, but also scolded us harshly, as if he had become a different person. We were very scared and never went back there again. Old Lady Wu should know more about this matter. They came around the time De Lang was born, Old Lady Wu interrupted. When they first arrived, they weren't like this. When the two of them first reached Songjia Terrace, although they looked tired, they didn't seem like ordinary people. The villagers guessed they were some young masters from a fallen family, and they admitted it themselves. After resting in the village for a few days, their appearances gradually became clear. The young master was handsome and charming, with an impressive presence. The other, said to be a servant boy, was also young and good-looking. The village girls and women liked both of them, secretly and openly giving them food and supplies. Did they accept anything? Songdia asked with big eyes. No. Old Lady Wu looked into the distance and said they buy everything they need with their own money. Back then, the village was poor and had few people. They couldn't even support a family with a few acres of land. The young women could only give leftover food, an embroidered handkerchief, or a pair of homemade shoes. But they never accepted anything. Some shameless people even knocked on their door at night and scolded the young master. A slightly better-off family, impressed by their character, tried to matchmake through others, but they refused. They said they were originally engaged, but later they faced hardships. Their mother, wife, and children all died tragically, and only they and their servant escaped. At that time, the world wasn't as peaceful as it is now. Although the great ancestor established the country, there was still war everywhere. Even at Songjia Terrace, bandits often came to loot. It was only after the current emperor secured the throne, strengthened military virtue, and harshly executed many, that peace gradually returned. They said they were tired of suffering in this life and didn't want to burden others anymore. Thinking of the past, Old Lady Wu's voice choked up a little. At that time, everyone was very sympathetic towards them. The village gave them a piece of land, but they said they couldn't farm it and refused to take it. They also didn't want to live among the villagers and built a thatched hut on the back mountain to live in. The young master had read books and was good at calligraphy. He earned a little money copying text to support the family. The servant boy handled household chores, washing clothes, cooking, chopping firewood, and manure. Life was still manageable. However, good times didn't last long. One day, the young servant fell ill. The young master wanted to go to the lake to catch a fish and cook fish soup to help the servant recover. But he ended up falling into the lake. Fortunately, he was lucky and managed to climb out himself. It was winter then, the pond was frozen solid, and it was very cold. Big Brother's father went to the fields and lost 2 toenails from the cold. If he had stayed in the field a little longer, his toes might have frozen off. Thinking about that especially cold winter, Old Lady Wu couldn't help but rub her arms. Although he survived, his body was badly frozen, and he developed a high fever. Big Brother's father felt sorry for him and took care of him for several nights. Listener Song Dia said, "She's quite a kind person." Everyone in the village thought the master and servant wouldn't survive that winter, but surprisingly, they both made it through. They say that the tougher the life, the stronger the person. Maybe that's true. After he recovered, the servant was still the same, but the young master seemed like a different person. Song Dia sat up straight. Here it comes. The turning point is right here. He kept asking everyone what dynasty it was, who the emperor was, what the era name was, and would cry and curse the heavens. He also kept saying strange things, like he couldn't repay his country or felt guilty for the country's upbringing. Old Lady Wu remembered this so clearly because the man was kneeling on the ground, crying and cursing at the sky. It was spring, with flowers blooming, but somehow it felt hopeless, like there was no hope at all. Old Lady Wu had never seen anyone so wild and crazy. He was outside acting crazy for a long time, and it was Big Brother's father who helped him back inside, she said. The next day, Big Brother's father went to see them again and found that the man was fine again. How did he get better? Song Daya asked. Did he stop being crazy? Yes, he turned back into the young master he was before. Everyone could go to him for help if they had problems. Even the name Big Brother gave him himself. Old Lady Wu nodded, then shook her head. But unfortunately, he only stayed normal for a couple of days before he went crazy again. Both Song Daya and Meisher felt a bit sad. That's how it was. Sometimes he was crazy, sometimes he was normal. The villagers were afraid of him, called him a madman, and avoided that side of the village. Was this schizophrenia? Or multiple personalities? Song Daya didn't dare ask, afraid of revealing too much. But even though he was crazy sometimes, he still had feelings and loyalty. After Big Brother's father fell, they couldn't take care of themselves, and they even caught a rabbit from the mountain to bring to Big Brother's father. She secretly slipped dozens of coins under her father's pillow. So, Old Lady Wu still remembers their kindness to this day. After finishing the old story, Old Lady Wu returned to her usual quietness and silently continued her work. Song Daya then began to think carefully. According to her mother-in-law, her master should be from Huagua, China. But when exactly did her master come from? Song Daya carefully recalled the sketch of the fighter jet she saw. The drawing was made with charcoal, and from her master's casual way of teaching her to read today, she guessed it was drawn with an unburned stick taken from the stove. The stick wasn't fully burned, so the lines in the drawing varied in darkness, some deep, some light, and there was a smudge near the nose of a plane. No, that wasn't a smudge. It was something that had been written and then erased. What exactly was written there? As she thought, Song Daya unconsciously began to draw with her hand. Suddenly, she realized that the characters she was drawing were 17. And with the star at the tail of the plane. Now she knew when her master was from. Song Daya roughly figured out her master's background and was so excited she couldn't hold back. She guessed her master must have studied abroad in the Soviet Union because during that time, the two countries were in a friendly period and many people from Huagua went to learn there. Her master finally finished studying and wanted to serve her country, but then she encountered some disaster and ended up here. The times didn't match, conditions were lacking, and no one understood what she was saying. Suddenly, all her passion and desire for revenge turned into empty talk, and she almost went mad. You can't expect everyone who experiences crossing over to stay calm, use what they've learned, and create an empire with a shout. Of course, some people didn't learn much to begin with, so that's even less likely. In short, when a person tries to clash with an era, the cost is usually high. Song Daya had no intention of risking her life for this. Rather than igniting a glorious spark, she preferred gentle rain that nourishes quietly. Mother-in-law, do you know what those two people's last names are? Song Daya asked. It seems both are surnamed Wang, Old Lady Wu replied. So, Song Daya said to her father, Dad, I want to apprentice under that young master Wang. Although her master now looked like a wandering traveler weathered by life, with no sign of her former handsome appearance, Song Daya didn't mind calling her young master as her teacher. Some people, even in hardship, still have a heart full of innocence. Who? Song Dalong felt he didn't understand clearly. Who do you want to apprentice with? Young Master Wang, the one living in the thatched hut on the back mountain. Song Daya emphasized. No way. May disagreed. He's a lunatic. No, he's not crazy. Song Daya defended her master. He is full of talent, but no one can understand him. May felt that talking to her daughter was becoming more and more difficult. Does everyone else not understand him? Only you do? Yes, I understand him. Song Dia nodded. Today, he taught me 4 characters. Heavenly work opens things, saying that life between heaven and earth can change the world. I think his teacher, Guzi's brother, definitely couldn't say that. May felt this topic was very powerless. If she didn't agree, she would cause trouble later. If she agreed, which family would let their child learn from a crazy person? Let me say this, it's not impossible, Wu Laonyang interrupted. Before he went crazy, the scholar from Shao village couldn't beat him in exams. The village chief wanted to pay for him to take the imperial exams, but he refused. Dalong's father even tried to persuade him. He said that the current court had ruined his family, and he would never serve the great Xia again in his life. That scared Song Dalong's father so much he decided never to do such good deeds again. Hearing Wu Laonyang say this, May became even less willing. Song Dia also felt her mother-in-law was really not suitable for persuading people. But this person never harms others. Wu Laonyang saw her daughter-in-law and granddaughter frowning and quickly added, they've lived on the back mountain for so many years, and they hardly ever disturb the villagers. Mother, stop talking. Song Dalong quickly tried to change the subject. I'll go ask Uncle Village Chief about the situation. Song Dia jumped behind him. Dad, go ask quickly. If you find out, I'll go apprentice tomorrow. I think I can learn a lot. I want to become the smartest kid in our village. Song Dalong smiled. You already are the smartest kid in our village. And the richest too. Haha, Song Dia squinted and smiled. Because of a few bicycles, May and Wu Laonyang could do the work of making bamboo dolls, so Song Dalong took the chance to visit Uncle Village Chief. Uncle Village Chief's story was similar to Wu Laonyang's. He said the other person had good character and had never hurt anyone in the village. When sober, he could copy books and sell them. He could memorize many books directly. Some say he went crazy because he peeked at a heavenly book and was punished. Village Master Dao said anyway after he went crazy, he said things no one could understand. What a pity. With this, Song Daliang made a decision in his heart. Seeing Song Daliang about to leave, Village Master Dao asked again, is Dia going to study? Isn't it too early? Not really early, Song Daliang scratched his head. When I went to the county, Magistrate Tang gave me some basic books so I could teach Dia to recognize characters when I had free time. But I was too busy and only managed to teach her a few words now and then. Now Dia wants to learn on her own, so I want to find her a good teacher to study seriously. It's also to not let Magistrate Tang's hope down. Village Master Dao felt a bit sad. Listening to Song Daliang, Magistrate Tang's name was mentioned repeatedly and no one knew what luck they had. If you talk about luck, Song Daliang's brothers were talented, but they are gone now, and the family is small. If you say luck is bad, then with such a small family, Dia is like several people in one. Now Dia is going to learn to read and write. Forget it, it's none of his business anyway. Back home, Song Daliang told his wife what Village Master Dao said and asked his daughter, Dia, are you really going to study under that Master Wang? Yes. Dia nodded hard. No one else can be my teacher. All right then, Song Daliang nodded. Tomorrow morning, I'll go to the market in Shao village to buy some things, then I'll go to ask for a teacher. Yay, Dia cheered, giving her father several kisses, making him so happy he was dazed. Mrs. May felt a bit sad inside. You've already agreed? She asked her husband. What else can I do? Song Daliang said helplessly. Dia ran to her mother again, kissing her happily. My mother is the best mother in the whole village. Mrs. May sighed, but she agreed. The whole family was in agreement. The next day, Song Daliang went early to Shao village to buy cakes, pork, and red dates. Their village wasn't very particular. They didn't need to gather 6 kinds of gifts, just having most of them was fine. Considering Master Wang and his old servant's health, Song Daliang also bought a live chicken and a fish on a string. This kind of gift was considered very respectful in the nearby villages. Back home, their precious daughter had just woken up. Dad, let's go ask for a teacher. Daya shouted excitedly as she ran outside. Come back. Mrs. May shouted. Hurry up, wash up, eat your breakfast first, then go. Mom's scolding is scary. Father and daughter blinked at each other, each holding a bowl and eating. After finishing her meal, Songdaya changed into a red outfit and followed her father to the back mountain. On the way, she met Sister Erniu, who was picking wild vegetables. Sister Erniu heard that Songdaya wanted to apprentice with a crazy person on the back mountain and was very worried about her safety. She decided to go along. The old man saw that the child who got lost yesterday had returned and said to the grass hut, Master Daling, that child from yesterday has come again.
Huh?
Wasn't it supposed to be Second Lord yesterday? Why does he call him Master Daling today? Yesterday, Song Daling didn't hear the old man call him Second Lord, but Songdaya did. However, Songdaya didn't say anything. Is there something you want? Someone inside the grass hut asked. His tone was gentle, very different from yesterday. It seemed he was having another bad spell. The young lady received your teachings yesterday, and she feels a good connection with you. She wants to become your apprentice, Song Daling said calmly, but inside, he was nervous. This person has a temper that changes quickly. Is it okay to say that? The inside of the hut was silent for a long time, so long that Songdaya wondered if her master was asleep. Suddenly, the person inside asked, What did you learn yesterday? Crafting the heavens and the earth, Songdaya replied. Do you like it? Yes, I like it. As a young lady, why do you like this? Because I want to change this world. Before leaving, Songdaya had never said such words. Song Daling looked at his daughter. The world is so big. How can you change it? The person inside asked again. Of course, Songdaya couldn't say she wanted to industrialize, build beautiful villages, or do whatever she wanted. Thinking normally, she replied, The world is so big, I will change it gradually. Today, the Master Daling didn't seem very happy with her answer and stubbornly asked, The world is so big. How can you change it alone? I'm not alone. There are many people in our village, she said. If those people are not your parents or relatives, why should they listen to you? Songdaya thought this Master Daling was being a bit too stubborn. It doesn't matter whether they listen to me or not. As long as they listen to the benefits, she said. The person inside the hut was silent for a moment and then slowly came out. Songdaya looked up and saw that this Master Daling had his hair and neatly combed his beard. His demeanor was clearly different from yesterday's Second Lord. No wonder everyone was afraid of him. What do you want to learn from me? He asked, emphasizing the word me. Songdaya understood. Whatever the master teaches, I will learn, she replied. Then I will teach you the way to govern the country. Songdaya shook her head decisively. Is that all she can think of?
No.
She's not an old longevity master hanging himself, worried about living too long. Then I will teach you the way to manage officials. Songdaya looked disgusted and shook her head again. No, that's too tiring. Just look at County Magistrate Tang. He's so young but already has worry lines. Then I will teach you the way to govern the people. She kept shaking her head. No, that's too troublesome. Just look at Village Chief Zheng. Everyone goes to him with problems. Then I will teach you the way to manage the family. She still shook her head. No, that's too nagging. Just look at her mother. She's busy all day and always has troublemakers causing trouble. You're not learning this or that, so what do you really want to learn? The young master was angry. Song Daji and Second Nyo's sister listened to their questions and looked confused. What you're saying doesn't seem suitable for a 4-year-old. I want my master to teach me how to recognize people and understand things, so I can be clever, tell good from bad, see through schemes, and not be easily fooled, Song Daji calmly answered. She doesn't want to rule over the people or overthrow the court. She just wants to help the common folks. As for other things, those are her big brother's jobs. Just like in her past life, although she held the title of a bossy assistant, she was often scolded by the bossy CEO. But the company's top engineer could point at the bossy CEO's shiny bald head and scold him fiercely. So, in this life, she just wants to be a quiet, talented girl. The young master looked at Song Daji carefully, then asked, "What is your name?" "Song Daji," she answered. She couldn't help feeling very happy inside. Oh, she passed her master's test. "That name doesn't suit you," the young master said. "Of course. Daji is just a nickname, used by anyone who is their first daughter." Second Nyo sister was also called Daji in her family. But Song Daji from Song Changha's family was so famous that everyone in the village knew exactly who Song Daji referred to. It's like how everyone in the village calls the village chief Master Dali. But Song Changha was so famous that when people mentioned Master Song, everyone knew who they meant. "I will give you a new name," the young master said again. This time, Song Daji was overjoyed. "Oh, Wang Langjun has agreed to take Daji as his disciple." "Clinker, I haven't finished celebrating yet," when Songdia said, "Master, I have already decided on my name. I want to be called Song Mingzhu." Song Delang was a bit stunned. "What? You decided on your own? When did you decide? Why didn't you tell me your father?" "Jiang produces great pearls. The sea produces bright pearls." Delang pondered. "That's not bad. Then you shall be called Song Mingzhu." "Yes." Songdia. "Oh no." Song Mingzhu happily nodded. Now, she could officially become a shining pearl of the Song family. Second Cow's sister watched the scene and suddenly felt inspired. She ran to stand beside Song Mingzhu, bowed to Delang, and asked, "Master, please give me a name too." She also wanted to have her own name, not just Big Sister Ya or Second Cow sister. She longed to be seen and known, not born quietly and die quietly. "I didn't take you as a disciple, so you don't need to call me master," Delang said bluntly. "This world can't keep you here, but someone has kept you. Your name should be chosen by her." Hearing this, both Song Mingzhu, who was still getting used to her new name, and Second Cow's sister were a bit stunned. The words they whispered that day, Song Delang didn't know about. How did he find out? Could it be that he really went crazy from peeking at the heavenly book? Seeing Delang truly giving up on them, Song Mingzhu decided not to hold back anymore and said, "Second Cow sister, what do you think of the name Song Lu?" The Lu from pomegranate flower. Lu means to stay. Second Cow's sister naturally had no objection. "Sounds nice, I like it." From that moment, the Song family lost a Second Cow sister and gained a Song Lu. After bowing to the master, Song Delang still had work to do. Song Lu volunteered to take care of taking Song Mingzhu back. As Song Delang was leaving, he thought to himself, when he had free time, he should fix up Wang Longjuan's thatched hut. Otherwise, he might not survive this winter. By then, Big Sister Ya, oh no, Mingzhu, might be crying. He had already written a bunch of IOUs. After Song Delang left, Delang said to Song Mingzhu, "From now on, call me Fuzi, master, and call him Laoshi, teacher." "Yes, master." Song Mingzhu answered loudly. Seeing her master staring at her blankly, Song Dia quickly tried to fix it. "All right, Grand Master." The onlooker, Song Lu, who had watched everything but still didn't understand anything, thought. She clearly heard every word, but why didn't she understand a single one? Song Mingzhu visited her master and returned with a name, which shocked the Mei family and Old Wu. Actually, they were more surprised that she had chosen her own name. But when they learned that Second Cow's sister also had a name, both mother-in-law and daughter-in-law fell silent. Why must people have names? They had been called Wu and Mei for decades. What difference did it make? If it didn't matter, then why would someone risk death just to keep their name? "Big girl, why do people have to have names?" During dinner, Old Wu, who had been silent for years, couldn't help but ask her granddaughter, "If I don't have a name, how will it be written on my tombstone? Who will it say I am Mrs. Song, Mrs. Zhang, Mrs. Wang, or Mrs. Li?" Song Mingzhu, practicing calligraphy on the ground, replied while working, "Every girl with the surname Song is Mrs. Song." Are there so many Song families in the Great Summer Dynasty that you can count them all? Of course, there are countless. If there are so many, how will future people know which one I am when they hear my name? Mei, quietly stirring her vegetables, listened carefully to her daughter's words. Knowing her mother was listening, Song Mingju continued casually. People are born between heaven and earth, some tall, some short, some fat, some thin, some beautiful, some not, some with good tempers, some with bad. Everyone has their own features. Since everyone looks different, why should their names be the same? Talking about independence or freedom of spirit, Mei and Old Wu wouldn't understand. But they could relate to everyone looking different. As for the rest, Song Mingju didn't say more, letting her mother and mother-in-law think for themselves. That night, Mei tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. When she was a girl at home, her siblings all said her cooking was delicious. Her eldest sister even joked that she should marry a cook. But she married a carpenter instead. If one day I really open a restaurant, what should I name it? Mei's Restaurant? Who would she be famous for? Just thinking about it made her feel a little dissatisfied. In another room, Old Wu looked at the dark ceiling, pondering something she had never dared to imagine. Names. She had lived her whole life without one. When she was gone, who would burn incense for her? Oh, right, the old man had a name, but she didn't. This simply wouldn't do. The next morning, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law woke up to find their eyes a little red. The person who started it, Song Mingju, happily slept until dawn. When she woke up, she felt refreshed and energized. Big sister, why are you awake? Mei asked while busying herself. Not going to sleep a little longer? No, I have to go to school, Song Mingju said while washing her face. Although she wasn't attending a formal school, she was serious about learning. By the way, Mom, I now have a name. You can call me Big Sister at home, but outside, you should call me Mingju.
Got it.
And Mom, if you have time, sew me a book bag. Also, I need a water bottle. Oh, and Dad, could you shave a few small sticks for me to use as pens? And Grandma, could you make a couple more pancakes? I want to share them with Sister Song Lu. As Song Mingju kept talking, she was like water boiling in a hot pan, bursting with energy at home. After finishing everything, Song Lu finished her morning chores and came to pick up Song Mingju to go to the back mountain. Yesterday, when she returned, she promised to take care of Song Mingju every day. Uncle, Auntie, don't worry. I will take good care of Mingju. Whatever she does outside, she will come back the same. No hair lost. Watching Song Lu lead Song Mingju out of the yard, Mei suddenly understood why her daughter wanted to be separated. Deleng, should we also pay some wages to Ernyo's sister, or no, to Song Lu? That's not impossible, said Song Deleng. But we can't give the money now. We should keep it in mind. With her situation, if we give her money now, she might not get it. A few days ago, Ernyo's mother went to Lao Lu's house to cause trouble, claiming that Lao Lu's wife had taken her daughter. Mei sneered. She only dares to bully honest people. If Lao Lu's wife were even a little more fierce, she wouldn't dare to make a move. Mei disliked people like her. Ernyo's sister didn't hold back. After receiving the news, she immediately ran over, chasing her mother with a loud stick, causing a commotion in the village. Breaking off all ties means just that. Do you think I'm joking, or is the village official joking? I warn you, if you come again, I'll be ready with a knife next time. Forget about the 5 taels of silver. You might not even keep your life. Ernyo's mother opened her mouth to scream, but Ernyo's sister, with tears in her eyes, said bitterly, I just want to live well. Anyone who tries to stop me from living, I won't let them live either. Finally, Ernyo's mother scolded villager Zheng, and then hurriedly went home. Of course, Ernyo's father also received a scolding from villager Zheng. If you had shown even a little conscience back then, things wouldn't have come to this. Look at her. Even after leaving you, she can still live well. Are you jealous? Regretful? If I had known it would turn out like this, why did I do it in the first place? Other household heads in the village watched this lively scene and later warned their families not to cause trouble over a meal, so as not to become the village's joke. For a while, the treatment of the girls from the Song family improved a lot. Many of the girls secretly looked up to Sister Ernyo as a role model. But Song Lu, who had just changed her name, didn't know about these things. Every day, She focused on her own vegetables and on taking Song Mingju to school. Until the third day of Song Mingju's school, a girl about Song Lu's age stopped them on the road. "Second sister, this is for you," she said, handing over a bunch of spicy pickles, then turned and ran away. Song Lu was stunned at first, then, before the girl could run far, she shouted loudly, "My name is Song Lu. Lu like the pomegranate. Call me Song Lu from now on." Song Mingju happily ate the pickles, smiling both on her face and in her heart. Look, a helpless butterfly fluttering its wings in Songjia Terrace, and finally, the wind has started to. At the grass shed in the back mountain, Wang Bo, the quiet-looking old man, called out inside, "Erlangjun, your disciple has arrived." Song Mingju knew right away that her master had changed again. Sure enough, not long after, a man with a beard and hair, looking like the fierce Zhang Fei, came out and asked, "What did that sour old fellow tell you?" Song Mingju was suddenly alert. Wow, her second master was testing her. Learning like this is really exciting. While Song Mingju was being tested by her master in the back mountain, several mule carts arrived at Songjia Terrace, heading straight to her home. Leading them were Wang Langjun and Li Langjun. They came to collect the goods. Because of the busy farming season and some messy issues, plus ongoing research and development, the progress on the bamboo dolls was seriously behind. Fortunately, after a few pedal-powered machines were developed, the progress of the bamboo dolls suddenly sped up. Song Dajuan barely finished all the work left behind before the delivery deadline. Everything was just in time. Brother skills are becoming more refined. Wang Langjun picked up a few bamboo dolls, examined them carefully, and praised. The previous bamboo dolls had uneven arms and legs. Currently, these items are mostly similar in length, with only some differences in thickness. This shows that Song Daoyang's bamboo craftsmanship has improved again. Naturally, Song Daoyang couldn't tell Wang Langjun the truth. He plans to hide the fact about a few bicycles a bit longer. Li Langjun also checked his batch of bamboo dolls and couldn't find any problems. Both of them brought helpers this time. The helpers are counting the bamboo dolls on one side, while Wang Langjun carries down the meat and vegetables he brought. Last time, Wang said he would bring a pig's hoof, and this time he actually did. He brought two. He even brought a pig's tail and 2 fresh pig kidneys. If Song Mingju saw this, she would definitely exclaim how good he is at eating. Additionally, Wang brought chickens, ducks, fish, vegetables, eggs, tofu, fine rice, white flour, dried mushrooms, dried vegetables, and some spices. He really is not shy. May's face almost darkened. Luckily, Li also brought a woman to learn how to make sauces from May. This woman is skilled in cooking and helped May prepare the meat and vegetables, so May didn't chase her away. Wang knows he went a bit overboard and also brought some colorful cloth and hair accessories for the girl. Li brought sweet pastries and a jar of osmanthus honey. That honey is quite precious, so May didn't get too angry. These two are quite something. Where's Daya? Wang touched his nose and asked Song Daoyang. Why didn't I see her? She went to school, Song Daoyang replied. Oh, Daya is in school now. Wang was surprised. Is she only 5? Where does she study? Does the teacher accept girls? It's no wonder Wang was surprised. Nowadays, private schools usually only accept boys. He had never heard of any school accepting girls. Could it be that the rural school in Songjia Terrace is different? It's not a school. It's a teacher in our village. Song Daoyang briefly explained which teacher his daughter studies with. If he hadn't said anything, Wang and Li wouldn't have known how to react. This family really does things differently. When Song Mingju finished her morning classes and came back, she saw many people at home. Oh, Uncle Wang, Uncle Li, you're here? Song Mingju happily ran inside. Song Lu saw these people weren't here to cause trouble and felt relieved. Song Lu, don't go. Stay and eat. May called out. No, Auntie, you're busy. Song Lu quickly ran off. She's too perceptive to stay out of the way. First, Song Daya went to the kitchen to see the food and was pleasantly surprised. Oh, Uncle Wang, you really know how to enjoy food. Wang Langjun felt proud and happy. See, he also has close friends. Then, Song Dia whispered with her mother about how to eat this and that. The woman who makes the sauce was very surprised. Oh, young lady, your mouth is amazing. Mei smiled and agreed. Yes, no one knows how her mouth is so talented. Maybe it's natural. The woman said with a smile, just like my mother, no matter what spice she tries, she remembers it after one taste. Next time you come, even after a few years, she can tell you about it almost perfectly. No wonder Mr. Lee sent her to learn about making sauce. It turns out she has a family skill. But the woman was sensible and helped Mei handle the meat and vegetables before leaving to do other things, not trying to learn secretly. This made Mei think even more highly of Mr. Lee's good character and work. After finishing talking with her mother, Song Mingju went to the main hall and kept croaking like a little frog. Uncle Wang, Uncle Lee, I now have a name. Song Mingju proudly told everyone in the room. My name is Song Mingju. Mingju? Wang Langjun praised, nice name. My master also said so. In ancient times, girls couldn't casually tell outsiders their names, especially men from outside. But Song Mingju didn't mind this. A name is meant to be called by others. Oh, Uncle Wang, have you heard of any fun things happening outside lately? Wang Longjuan's face stiffened. Oh dear. He was just thinking about having a good meal and forgot about this little girl. She was quite tricky. Luckily, Mr. Lee came to help. A while ago, a trading team from Longjing County came with porcelain from the capital and wool blankets from the western regions. Song Mingju's eyes widened with excitement. Where is their trading team from? They are merchants from the coastal area, traveling inland to the capital. Wait a moment. Song Mingju handed her calligraphy stick to Mr. Lee. Uncle Lee, can you draw the route? Just draw it on the ground. Finally, Mr. Lee understood Wang Longjuan's awkwardness. I only heard about it. I haven't traveled this trade route, so I can't draw it. Song Mingju thought for a moment and asked, what goods do the coastal traders take to the capital? Mr. Lee knew the answer. They carry seafood, pearls, coral, and other goods not found in the north. When they arrive in the capital, they meet traders from all over the country. People either sell or exchange goods, then bring back items not available along the coast, such as silk, fine porcelain, and furs. Song Mingju listened carefully and asked many questions. If I want to find something, can I ask Uncle Lee or Uncle Wang for help? She inquired. Of course, replied Uncle Lee. If it's within a few nearby counties, we can ask around when we trade. If it's from farther away, it will take more time. Song Mingju understood this principle. It's mainly about trading and sharing information among merchant groups. Oh, I see now, she said thoughtfully, making her father and Uncle Lee and Uncle Wang look a bit confused. Uncle Lee, what do you understand just from what I said? Uncle Wang didn't realize how much the foot-powered spinning wheel from his last story had influenced things and thought, what can a young girl like her understand about this? Having seen his daughter's impressive abilities firsthand, Song Dalang asked, Hey, Uncle Lee, you didn't say everything. What else did you think of? The scene fell into silence until Mei finally broke the quiet. Dinner is ready. At this, Uncle Wang immediately perked up. Mingju, tell us about today's dishes. The first dish was braised pig's trotters in red sauce. It's a rich dish. Mei added sugar and soy sauce for color, making it glossy and red, tempting anyone to drool just by looking. The second dish was mushroom and chicken stew. A clear soup with floating yellow oil, soaked with chicken juice and fragrant with a rich aroma, making people want to have 2 bowls right away. The third dish was stir-fried kidney slices, a recent invention, known for its fresh, tender, and crispy texture, without any unpleasant smell. The fourth dish was sour radish and duck soup with cornelian cherries. If someone doesn't like chicken soup, they can try this. It's sour and spicy, good for appetite and refreshing, leaving you feeling happy after a bowl. The fifth dish was Mei's special tofu. When making this dish, Mei called over the woman brought by Uncle Lee and carefully taught her from start to finish. The first time she made it, she served it to Uncle Lee and the others. The second time, she kept some for herself. After that, Mei prepared 3 more dishes to get through the meal. Song Mingju usually sat alone at a small table beside the main dining table. With her there, the meal was lively and never dull. After Uncle Wang and Uncle Li finished eating, the remaining food was taken by their helpers. Once everyone finished eating, Mei went to clear the table. She saw that the bowl was so clean it looked like it had been licked. No crumbs left. "Your cooking is so delicious, my lady," the servant said, scratching his head and smiling awkwardly. They usually didn't eat very well, so today was truly a special day. Mei was not angry. On the contrary, she was happy. Her cooking isn't very fancy. It's simple and, compared to big fish and meat, Mei prefers making small dishes like plum ants tofu. After all, as common folks, they can't afford lots of meat and fish, but tofu is always affordable. With a little effort, simple life can taste better. This is exactly what Song Mingju values. What ordinary people love is the best. Then, Mei taught the woman how to make soy sauce. The woman paid close attention to each step, and Mei answered all her questions openly, sharing her knowledge freely. Song Mingju watched and felt it was a pity. Her mother's skill in making soy sauce was so good. If she made her own and sold it like a puppet, she might earn more than selling directly to Mr. Li. But Mei prefers a modest life, and Song Mingju understands that. Anyway, the money was collected, so there was no point in regret. They could keep trying new ideas in the future. Finally, Mei agreed with Mr. Li and the woman that the woman would go home and make a jar of soy sauce following Mei's instructions. She would bring it back for Mei to check, and they would improve it if needed. Only when the flavor was exactly the same would it be considered finished. Wang was also an interesting person. Before leaving, he asked Song Daliang to pick a basket of lotus pods, offering to pay. "Uncle Wang, let me handle this," Song Mingju said confidently. Wang knew that Song Daliang and his wife cared for their daughter very much, so they wouldn't let her do the work. He teased her, saying, "Oh, do you have a way? How much are you willing to pay, Uncle Wang?" Song Mingju asked openly. 3 lotus pods for 1 coin, how about that?" Wang replied. Song Mingju looked at the basket in front of her, thinking that picking a basket wouldn't earn more than 10 coins, so she wasn't very eager. "Uncle Wang, are you planning to eat the lotus pods yourself or give them as gifts?" Song Daliang sat on a small stool in front of Wang and asked, tilting her head. Wang looked at Mr. Li and nodded, both finding the girl interesting. "Eat some myself and give some to others," Wang said. "Well, Uncle Wang, if you're just eating, it doesn't matter much. But if you're giving some away, I have a better idea." Song Mingju signaled Wang to lean in closer so she could whisper. "You see, 3 lotus seed pods, 2 lotus flowers, and a piece of lotus leaf. Arranged like this, it makes a nice gift or a good sale item," Song Mingju gestured to Wang Jun. "It's presentable for giving or selling." After understanding Song Mingju's gestures, Wang Jun couldn't help but gasp. Wow! He had only thought of this as a quick idea, but he didn't expect this little girl to turn it into a business opportunity. Maybe if she were older, his son could consider it. Thinking of this, Wang Jun glanced at Li Jun, noticing that his old friend's eyes also lit up. It seems this friend might not be able to do this after all. "Uncle Wang, do you think this will work?" Song Mingju tugged at Wang Jun's sleeve, bringing him back to his senses. "Well, if that's the case, it might cost more than a penny." Wang Jun pondered. It wasn't that he was reluctant to spend a little money, he just wanted to see if it was worth doing. "Of course it is." Song Mingju didn't hide her intention. "This is a creative bouquet, a one-of-a-kind business." Wang Jun thought about it carefully. Giving such a gift was indeed a good idea, and selling it could work too. "How much do you want for each?" 3 coins per bouquet. Is that okay?" 5 coins. Song Mingju stretched out her chubby little hand, holding up all 5 fingers, as if to make sure Wang Jun saw clearly. "No, that's too expensive," Wang Jun said. "This thing isn't worth much, and if it's too expensive, no one will buy it. But in some places, they wouldn't care about the price. Still, I know how things are in the county. There's no big lake like ours in Songjiao Terrace, and no beautiful lotus flowers like ours." Song Mingju hurriedly spoke faster, and the word "we" slipped out again. Uncle Wang, you probably don't know, last time I went with my parents to sell bamboo dolls in the county, we gave a jar of lotus flowers, leaves, and seed pods to Lady Zhang, the county magistrate's sister. The magistrate even invited us to a meal. Hearing this, Wang Jun and Li Jun both looked surprised. Wang Jun knew that Song Dalong was somewhat famous in the county office, but he didn't expect that Song Dalong had been personally received by the magistrate himself. This made him reconsider the matter. Song Mingju was clever. Seeing their expressions change, she knew her words had worked. She felt calmer now. Our lotus seed pods at Songjia Terrace are even praised by the magistrate himself. Actually, Jiangling County and Longjing County have similar geography to Liang County. They're both flat plains with plenty of ponds and lakes, so naturally, they also have lots of lotus flowers, leaves, and seed pods. But no one had ever thought that something so common could be sold this way before. And even though it was just ordinary, when Song Mingju mentioned it, the two of them suddenly felt that the lot at Songjia Terrace with its lotuses, lotus leaves, and lotus pods was better than anywhere else. They didn't know exactly what made it better, but it just felt more lively and full of spirit. Otherwise, how could this land produce such a clever and lively girl like Song Mingju? Alright, 5 coins it is. Wang Lengjun finally nodded. But lotus leaves, lotus flowers, and lotus pods are easy to wither. Mingju, since you've taken on this business, you need to help me think of a good way to transport these things safely to the county. Of course, Song Mingju said confidently. Uncle Wang, don't worry, I promise to handle this well for you. Then, she asked Li Langjun, Li, do you want to also take some of our Songjia Terrace's lotus leaves, flowers, and pods to sell in the county?
Li Smilat.
No, I won't. I need to go to Longjing County tomorrow. You and Uncle Wang can earn the money from this. Watching the whole process, Song Dali and his wife had become somewhat used to it. There was no helping it, they knew their daughter was just that smart. So, Song Dali picked up a basket, ready to go down to the lake to pick lotus leaves, flowers, and pods. Dad, you don't need to do this. Song Mingju stopped him. Let my friends handle it. Only then did Song Dali and his wife realize what was going on. Oh, no wonder their daughter was so eager. She had her own plans. Now that they had their own ways to earn money, they naturally wouldn't try to stop their daughter from making a little extra. If you need me or your mother to do anything, just say so, Song Dali said. He always supported his daughter's ideas. Don't worry, once the goods arrive, you'll naturally need to help out. Song Mingju calmly arranged everything, not even forgetting their dog. De Huang, go call Sister Song Lu, then call Air Guzi, and also call Air Hu from the village head's house. Tell them to come to our place. Woof. De Huang responded, turning around and wagging his tail as he ran quickly away. Since the last time he searched the whole village for Song Mingju, De Huang was now more familiar with the village than even Mingju herself. Watching this, Wang Langjun and Li Langjun couldn't help but marvel. What kind of place is Songjia Terrace? Even the dogs raised at Song Dali's house are so smart. By the way, when De Huang arrived at Laitu La Lu's house and barked twice outside the door, Song Lu heard it and came out, surprised.
Hey, Da Huang.
Are you looking for me? Is Mingju busy?
Woof.
Dahu wagged his tail and nodded. Song Lu understood immediately. I'll go right now. Then Dahu turned and ran elsewhere. Hey, Dahu, where are you going? Song Lu called quickly. You're heading in the wrong direction. Dahu had already run far away. At Air Guzi's house, Air Guzi was helping his parents dig a well when suddenly he heard a dog barking at the door.
Woof.
Woof woof. It was Dahu from the Song Deya family. Oh, Dahu, why are you here?
Guzi asket.
Dahu couldn't speak, of course, so he just used his head to point outside, signaling Air Guzi to follow him.
Guzi immediately understood.
Oh, Dad, Mom, Dahu is here to find me, Air Guzi happily said. It must be Da-ya who sent him. His parents saw this and felt a mix of emotions. His mother thought that her relationship with Mei was good now, so she asked Dahu, Dahu, who are you here to see? Dahu looked at her and gently touched Air Guzi's leg with his nose. It was indeed here to find Air Guzi. Mom, Dad, I'm going out. Guzi cheered, then ran after Dahu. Dahu still remembered village Zheng and ran quickly toward his house, with Guzi chasing behind. Oh, Dahu, you're heading in the wrong direction. Your home isn't over there. When they reached village Zheng's house, Dahu barked twice at the door. An old lady from village Zheng came out and saw him. Dahu? Why are you here? Could it be that Song Dalang's girl got into trouble again? Guzi caught up, panting, and understood what Dahu was trying to do. Grandma Dahu probably wants to see your Hu, he said happily and quickly followed Dahu and Guzi. Humph, the old lady muttered. That dog from Changha's family is really like a person, quite strange. At Song Dalang's house, Wang Langjun and Li Langjun were still wondering if Dahu could complete his task when a young girl ran over first. Soon after, two boys, one big and one small, followed behind a dog and ran over. Everyone was gathered. This is a traveling merchant from the county. He's interested in our Song family's lotus flowers, lotus leaves, and seed pods. Song Mingzhu first stepped forward, revealing Wang Langjun's face, then explained the situation. Remember, 3 lotus seed pods, 1 blooming lotus flower, 1 flower bud, and a large lotus leaf count as 1 bunch. Each bunch costs 2 coins. Song Mingzhu shows this to her friends. They are excited to earn money. They haven't earned money before. The boss, Guzi, is experienced and quickly asks, what if the lotus leaf isn't big enough? Larger ones are fine, but don't use 2 old leaves, Song Mingzhu explains clearly. Small ones can be 2 leaves, but a leaf the size of a palm isn't good enough. It should be at least as big as 2 bowls. Everyone understands. Then, Song Mingzhu divides the work evenly between Guzi and Hu, saying, Guzi has worked with me before and knows my rules. Hu, this is your first time. Just so you know, if you can't do the work alone, you can ask for help. You decide how to split the money. But safety comes first. Hu nods and says, don't worry, Sister Dia, I know all about that. Even Guzi's parents, when they hear Song Mingzhu's instructions, have to admit she is thoughtful. Second, the quality must be good. Don't bring broken or rotten leaves, Song Mingzhu emphasizes. Any cheating once, and there won't be a second chance.
Hu also understands.
That's only right. Hu agrees like an adult, not feeling insulted. If I cheat, my wife will beat me. Now that everything is clear, Song Mingzhu feels happy. Hu and Guzi, go quickly. Deliver the work within half an hour. If you're late, people will be waiting. So, Hu and Guzi accept the task and leave immediately. Dad, bring 2 buckets. Fill each with half a bucket of water from the lake. Song Mingzhu instructs her parents. Mom, do we still have straw? I want a handful of straw, she adds. What about me? Song Lu asks helplessly. Don't worry, Sister Song Lu, there's work for you too, Song Mingzhu says with a smile. She cares about her sister. For loved ones, Song Mingzhu would never let her suffer. Hu and Guzi rush home, each asking their brothers for help. This is a big money-making job, so they can't let outsiders take the credit. Besides, the lotus flowers in the big lake are naturally grown. Anyone can fish them out. It's like finding free money. So not only their brothers but even their father joins in. Hu, being older, can go into the water. Guzi is not quite ready yet. He is kneeling by the riverbank checking the items his father and brother brought ashore. Father, Mingzhu said we shouldn't force the pole hard. We need to cut it. Guzi reminds him. And we should cut it at an angle. This was what Song Mingzhu instructed them before leaving. Who is Mingzhu? Guzi's father wipes water from his face and asks casually. She's the eldest girl.
Guzi replies.
Now she has a name, Mingzhu. Oh, what a nice name. At this moment, Guzi's brother feels lucky he went to school, where the teacher gave him a proper name. Otherwise, he would still be called Big Dog. After both families finished their work, they carried the items to Song Dalong's house. Mingzhu, check if there's any problem? Guzi's father asks maturely. If there is, my father will cut again. Song Mingzhu checks briefly and finds everything is fine. No problem at all. Both families then silently agree to leave first. Next, it's Song Lu's turn. Song Mingju asked for 2 buckets of water, one with a bit of salt, the other without. Under Mingju's guidance, Song Lu soaked the broken ends of lotus pods, lotus leaves, and lotus flowers in the salted water, then shook them. He placed 3 lotus pods and 2 lotus flowers together and wrapped them with lotus leaves. Then he tied them with damp straw and secured it with a knot. Just like this, and then we tie it like this. Song Lu didn't seem confident. Mei Shi, familiar with her daughter, came over to help. After a few tries, she finally succeeded in tying a bow. Uncle Wang, it's like this, Song Mingju shows Wang Langjun. This is our Song family's 3 treasures of the lotus pond. Wang Langjun takes a look and finds it quite unique. Alright then. So, Song Mingju instructed Song Lu to bundle all the scattered lotus leaves, lotus flowers, and lotus pods into bunches, just like before. The bundled ones were placed in the bucket without salt to soak. Once Song Lu started, he quickly packed the flower bunches. Mei Shi watched but didn't come over to help. Finally, Wang Langjun collected 2 large buckets of what they called the 3 treasures of the lotus pond. Uncle Wang, I'll borrow your bucket first. When you come back, you can return it. It seems they still need to return the bucket? Li Langjun couldn't help but laugh out loud. After they left, Song Mingju settled accounts with Song Lu. Song Lu, I didn't tell you earlier because there were so many people, Song Dia said, holding a big handful of money. Wrapping the flowers costs 1 coin for 2 bunches. Compared to going to the lake to pick lotus leaves, lotus flowers, and pods, wrapping the flowers was undoubtedly the easiest task. Song Lu never expected Mingju would pay him so much. No, that won't do. Song Lu quickly refused. I didn't do much. I can't take so much money. Song Lu, your bouquets are quick to make and look beautiful. If Guzi and the others do it, they definitely can't manage. Song Mingju said with a smile. This is what you deserve. Song Lu was both surprised and happy, almost unable to believe it as she carefully took the bundle of money, feeling its weight in her hand. She looked at it for a while, then handed it to Aunt Mei. Aunt Mei, can you help me keep this money for now? This was her first time earning money, her own money. She didn't want to be cheap with anyone. Aunt Mei understood immediately. Alright, I'll keep it for you first. When you need it, just come and get it. They carefully checked the amount, and as Song Lu left, she felt light as if she was dreaming. Mingju was right. Only by living well could she have hope. Even if she had to eat plain food, Song Lu was happy. But she also knew in her heart that besides Mingju, no one else would treat her this way. So, she secretly made a decision. She must treat Mingju even better. Mingju didn't know she had gained a loyal supporter. She had other things to do. The money from Hu and Guzi was personally delivered by Mingju and Song Dalong. They first went to village Zheng's house. This job was arranged by Hu, and of course the money was also handled by Hu. Mingju told them how much, and Song Dalong took out exactly that amount, showing her full dedication. As for how the money was divided at village Zheng's house, that wasn't Mingju's concern. When paying, De Huang stayed by Mingju's side to protect her, looking very impressive. After the transaction was complete, Song Dalong handed over his own lunchbox. This was a promise made earlier when village Zheng helped Lao Tu Lao Lu to the county office, and now he was finally fulfilling it. Zhang He's craftsmanship is really careful. Village Zheng examined the lunchbox and praised. Just then, village Zheng's family was about to have dinner. Tonight, they were eating fish soup, made with fish caught from the lake, while Song was harvesting the 3 treasures in the pond. Song Lao Da's wife also learned from Aunt Mei, cooking tofu stew. Old Aunt picked out a fish stomach without bones and handed a bowl to Mingju. Big girl, this fish stomach has no bones. You can eat it safely. Thank you, second whose wife. Mingju said with a bright smile. Now I have a name, Mingju. Oh, Mingju? What a nice name. After saying goodbye to village Zheng's family, father and daughter, along with De Huang, went to Guzi's house. The money there was also collected by Guzi. Guzi's mother wanted to help, but Mingju refused. Uncle, it's not that I don't trust you, but I made the deal with second dog. He should be the one to collect the money. As for who ultimately manages the money in second dog's family, it's just his mother. But the agreement must be consistent from start to finish. Song Mingju is a person with principles. When second dog received the money, he immediately negotiated with his mother. Mother, I will give you all the money, but can you, like Mingju's mother, also wear a coin on your neck? Second dog's father's face stiffened. Second dog, did you ask your father before making this decision? Let his mother handle it herself. She doesn't want to give even half a penny. But Song Dalong and his daughter are still here. What if Song Mingju... what if Song Mingju is unhappy and stops calling on their family for good things? In the end, second dog's mother could only pretend to be generous and say, "All right then." Second dog's father received the lunchbox, looked at it repeatedly, and was very pleased. If this is used to hit wine, smack. Second dog's mother slapped him away. This is for Dalong to use, don't even think about it. Then she went back to the house and grabbed a small bowl of pickled vegetables for Song Mingju to eat. Their family's dinner is much simpler than the Zhang family's. Thank you, Auntie. Song Mingju smiled and waved goodbye to second dog's family. Second dog was so enthusiastic, he almost sent her all the way back to her house. After finishing her chores, Song Mingju then took her father Song Dalong and her daughter to deliver lunchboxes to other families. First, to show gratitude. Second, to give Song Mingju some face. Look at this carefully, everyone. This is my daughter, Song Mingju, from Song Changha. Song Mingju followed her father, Song Dalong, to show off a bit, then carried her basket back home. The family had a very good lunch, so no one was very hungry now. Meisher cooked a pot of coarse rice porridge, which they ate simply with the fish and pickled vegetables Song Mingju brought back. Mother's porridge still tastes the best. Song Mingju sighed. I really miss this kind of porridge now. Song Dalong also sighed. Even the best things can't be eaten every day. Their current meals are something they never dared to imagine before. After eating, Song Mingju took half of her earned money to show her mother. Mother, this money is earned by me, right? Why not? Meisher felt a bit upset when she mentioned money. Yes, it is. Song Dalong was hiding in the corner of the room, smiling. Song Mingju spread the money on the table, took out 10%, and gave it to Wu Laonyang. Grandma, this is the money I earned, and I'm giving it to you to spend. Old Lady Wu was so happy she couldn't see clearly with her eyes. I don't want it. Old Lady Wu pushed the money back to her granddaughter. Tell your mother to keep it for you. You spend your own money. I still have some. Song Mingju pushed a few coins back to her mother-in-law. I can earn money. Don't worry, I will spend it wisely. Although Song Mingju only gave 20 coins, in Old Lady Wu's heart, that was already a lot. She had lived most of her life and never expected that in her later years, she would have to rely on her granddaughter to spend her money freely. For a moment, tears almost came to her eyes. My good granddaughter, such a kind girl. Song Mingju comforted her mother-in-law and then took out 10 coins to give to her mother. Mother, this is the money I earned. You can use it to buy flowers or wear nice things. May's eyes also felt warm and a bit sore. Today, she hadn't expected a few things. The first surprise was that her daughter shared her work with others. Not just the village official's family, but also Song Lu and Erguzi's family. May could clearly feel their gratitude towards her daughter. May seemed to understand why her daughter was well respected among the children in the village. When she promised to do something, she did it, and it always turned out well, making everyone happy. The second surprise was that her daughter was willing to share her money with them to spend. Yes, spend. Not hide or save it. Poor family sometimes argued over a single coin, but her daughter's generosity made May feel that money earned should be spent. This was a feeling May had never experienced before. For a moment, May also felt like crying. Finally, it was Song Dalong's turn. Father, this is for you, my secret savings. Song Mingju whispered softly into her father's ear. Song Dalong's face lit up with a big smile. What a good and obedient daughter I have. Giving your father secret savings right in front of your mother and mother-in-law. How can it be secret? Then, Song Mingju played her trump card in front of her father. Mother, the rest is mine. Please keep it for me. Now Mei was the household's financial manager. Poor Song Dalong. Holding the secret savings that hadn't even warmed up yet, his daughter had given it all to him. Should he accept or refuse? Finally, let me keep this part for you, and your wife too. Hee hee. Song Mingju laughed cheerfully, and without hesitation. Mei, an old lady, Wu also found it funny. Song Dalong's little girl had slipped up. The family divided the money happily and went to bed. The village official's family was also sharing the money. The work was done by Heir Hu, mainly by his father Song Lao Heir, but Big Hu from the eldest family also helped. So, village master Jun made the decision to divide the money into 3 parts, giving a slightly larger share to Eru, because Song Dia also asked Eru for help. The remaining money was split evenly between second brother and Big Tiger, the uncle and nephew. Since Song Dia asked Eru for help and Eru also contributed, don't be jealous of him, village master Jun said. We wouldn't dare. Both Old Second and Big Tiger replied. It was Old First who spoke up, pushing the money back to his younger brother. Big Tiger didn't do much work. Big Tiger looked a bit upset. He didn't do a lot, but he did contribute. Old Second understood this well and directly handed the money back to his nephew. Big Tiger, if it weren't for you today, we wouldn't have finished so quickly. Keep this money. Buy some ink and brushes later. For the first time, Big Tiger felt that his uncle spoke very kindly. Because Song Yao didn't participate this time, he didn't get any money. But Song Yao was quite happy about it. He patted Big Tiger and Eru on the shoulders and said happily, when you 2 earn more money in the future, Uncle will have wine to drink. Don't worry, I'll definitely buy wine for Uncle, Eru said happily. He hadn't even tasted wine yet, so how could it be his turn? Uncle was just teasing him. Then everyone went back to their own houses and nothing more was said. At Erguzi's house, there was a problem with dividing the money. Mainly because Erguzi's mother wanted to keep all the money for her eldest son to go to school. Erguzi's father was unhappy about this.
Hey you,
he said, pointing at his wife angrily. If you want to give it to Daliang for school, just give it. But there's no need to leave nothing for early, right? I did give him some. Erguzi's mother weakly said. I gave him 1 coin. She thought, what's the point of just pretending outside? Once the door is shut, who cares? 1 coin? Do you really have the nerve to say that? Erguzi's father said, not knowing how to respond. Do you believe if this gets out, the villagers will laugh at you again tomorrow? Erguzi stood in the corner, looking very wronged. Did you forget about Nyo and Song Dia, the real examples? Someone reminded him. Those were 2 people who dared to seek death and run away. Now one is called Song Li, and the other Song Mingju, Erguzi's brother added flatly. One broke off relations with his parents, and the other is the apple of their eye. Neither of them can learn from the other. Erguzi's brother also felt tired. Sigh. Why does his mother always seem so dishonest when money is involved? Does she think giving everything to him is enough? Is this just her trying to sow discord? At first it was okay, but if it happens too often, it can cause disagreements among brothers. In the end, Mother Erguzi divided the money into 2 parts, 1 half for the eldest son's schooling and the other half saved for the second son's marriage. This helped settle the resentment between the husband and son. Erguzi is young, but not foolish. When he left, he looked at his mother several times, making her feel uneasy. But in the end, Erguzi said nothing. Now about Wang Jun and Li Jun. On the way back, Wang Jun smelled the lotus fragrance and felt that his people had become more refined. After returning to the county town, he didn't give his friend Li Jun a bouquet. Instead, he rented a spot outside the inn and sold bouquets for 10 coins each. Currently, Liang County has no curfew, so the ladies can stroll around at night. Some places are even more lively at night than during the day. Come, come, the 3 treasures of the lotus pond. Fragrant lotus scent, fresh and pleasant. Send to the young master, gift to the beautiful lady. Coincidentally, Lady Chen was also out shopping at the night market with her daughter tonight and saw this small stall. Where did these lotus flowers and seed pods come from? Lady Chen asked. From a village called Songjia Tai. It's a small place, but the water there is abundant and beautiful. The lotus flowers and seed pods even received praise from the magistrate. The clerk replied.
Oh.
Lady Chen tasted a flower and smiled. Then I'll take a bouquet. The lotus flowers from Songjia Tai finally gained fame. After the busy farming season, finishing the bamboo dolls and settling debts, Song Dalong had some free time again. He borrowed an iron plow from the Zheng family and sat on the steps, pondering. Coincidentally, Song Mingzhu also had a day off today. Currently, the popular schedule is working 10 days and resting 1 day, but Mingzhu refused to follow this. She wanted to work 5 days and rest 2, claiming she was still young and needed a balance between work and rest. That day, the master, Wang Fuzi, was on duty. Mingzhu thought she would have to argue a lot, but Wang Fuzi agreed easily. As a result, Mingzhu received a wave of envy. Of course, not many people envied her. Mainly Heir Guzi and Heir Hu. They are the only 2 children in Songjia Tai who are officially attending school. This shows how difficult it is to get an education nowadays. But Mingzhu's attention was not on that. She was focused on the iron plow in front of her. Today's iron smelting technology is much more advanced than in previous dynasties, and iron ore is relatively abundant. Therefore, control over iron farming tools and implements is also more relaxed. Although it is called an iron plow, only the shovel part is made of iron. The other components are wooden. Our current plow uses the same curved yoke as the previous dynasty. Song Dalong waved his hand to signal his daughter to step back and watch carefully, warning her not to bump into anything, or they would both get scolded. Here is the yoke, here is the plow tip, and over there is. Song Dalong pointed to each part for his daughter to recognize. It looks like a simple plow, but it has more than 10 parts. Luckily, Song Dalong used to help his father repair tools in the village, so these parts are not unfamiliar to him. This is too heavy. Song Mingzhu touched here and looked there, giving her opinion. Can't we make the yoke shorter? In modern society, before the invention of cast iron, pure steel, and mechanized farming tools, farmers mostly used old-fashioned tools. The plow in front of Song Mingzhu looks similar to the old plows she saw in her previous life, with most changes in small details. But she doesn't know exactly what was changed, so she can only explore step by step. It's so heavy and hard to pull. Even if we could make it foot-operated, it would still be exhausting. Song Mingzhu said. They need to make the plow lighter before considering adding a foot pedal brake. You have a point, Song Dalong agreed. He wanted to modify the plow to be foot-operated to save labor and animal power. If it still takes too much effort, there's no point in changing it. However, what seemed easy before now turned out to be much more difficult than modifying a foot-operated spinning wheel. After all, a spinning wheel stays in place, but this plow needs to move forward. So the question is, should the modified plow rely entirely on human effort to move forward, or should it be a mix of human and animal power? Father, I think it should be half and half. Song Mingzhu sat on her heels facing her father, both of them staring at the iron plow with furrowed brows and deep thought.
Why?
Song Dalong asked. Since we want to change this plow, the goal is for one person to operate it. Of course, having a cow would make it easier, Song Mingzhu said while thinking.
Dad, what do you think?
Song Dalong agreed. Yes, I think so too. The father and daughter reached a consensus, and both looked at the plow with concern. In her previous life, Song Mingzhu studied computer science as an undergraduate and business management in graduate school, working in satellite navigation. In short, she doesn't have much experience with this era's tools. But she is not discouraged. She believes that taking it slow will actually make progress faster. Suddenly, Song Mingzhu remembered something and quickly looked up at her father. Dad, is it time to dig a well? Yes, that's right. Song Dalong nodded and stood up. I'll go talk to Village Zheng about it. I want to go too. Song Mingzhu eagerly clung to her father's leg, turning herself into a little ornament. Song Dalong gently pulled his daughter up. Oh, you're getting heavy again. Song Mingju giggled happily, like a blooming flower. Dad, how do we dig a well here? Song Mingju sat on her father's shoulders and asked, hugging his head. Our Song family terrace has water everywhere. We usually fetch water from the ponds, so we don't dig many wells, said Song Dalong. There are no wells in the village yet.
Huh?
Song Mingju was confused. Then, how do we make our own well? Our village doesn't have any, but the town and county do. I saw people digging them, said Song Dalong. First, we find someone who knows the land and water spots, then ask people to dig. When they find water, they build a well with stones. Song Mingju understood this process. In her previous life, when she was about this age, she still lived in the countryside. Her family also dug wells, but they used a drilling method. However, their land was too high, and after several attempts, they couldn't find water, so they gave up. Now, looking at her current home's position, it was also quite high in the village. Dad, if we dig a well, should we choose a lower spot? Song Daya pointed to the nearby pond. Look, the pond is over there, and our house is here. Song Dalong looked back along her finger and saw his house on the hillside. It's a bit high. Then how deep do we need to dig to reach water? Song Mingju compared the height difference. Song Dalong hesitated, feeling that digging a well might be impossible now. What should we do? He stopped and looked uncertain. Song Mingju gazed at the lush bamboo forest nearby and thought for a moment. How about guiding water? Guiding water? Song Dalong put his daughter down, squatting to ask, how do we do that? Just talking about it isn't enough. Song Mingju grabbed her father's hand and started walking back. We still have some unused bamboo at home. Let's go back and try.
Dad, we'll see.
When they returned home, Mrs. May looked a bit surprised. Aren't you going to Village Zheng's house? Why are you back? I just checked outside. Our house is too high, so digging a well might be difficult. Daya has another idea, so we came back to try, said Song Dalong. Song Mingju instructed her father to find some bamboo tubes, open the joints inside, and connect them one after another to make a 7-shaped bamboo pipe. She placed the longer end of the pipe into a water tank, leaving the shorter end outside, then leaned in and tried to water with her mouth. Her mouth was too small, and her chin got in, letting air escape. Dad, like this, take a sip. Song Mingju ordered her father. You need to until the water comes out. Song Dalong held his breath and hard. The water came out too forcefully, making him cough. Cough. After that initial strong pull, water flowed steadily from the tank through the bamboo pipe until the water level in the tank dropped below the pipe's opening, then no more water flowed. Song Dalong was stunned for a moment and suddenly went crazy. Wow, so drawing water is really that simple. Song Dalong danced around inside the small kitchen. I should have thought of this earlier. When he was a child, he and his friends would go to the lake and see who could swim the farthest without surfacing, holding a piece of straw in their mouths to breathe out. Now that he thought about it, it was kind of like that. If we could just use this method to bring water from the lake, it would be so convenient. Song Dalong said happily. Using this method, the water level has to be higher than our house, Song Mingju explained. If the water is lower, it won't work. She didn't explain much, trusting her father could understand. Also, at the water intake end, we should add a net to filter out grass, leaves, small fish, and so on, Song Mingju said, crouching and fiddling with the bamboo pipe. If possible, she would prefer to use underground water. Although there are no pesticides now, she always felt that the lakes and ponds around weren't very clean. If it was just parasites, it might be okay. But if other carbon-based creatures mixed in, it would be frightening. Song Dalong also thought this idea was feasible. You said a net, I think a fishing net would do, he said. But the net needs to be finer and tighter to block debris. Exactly. Song Mingju nodded and gave her father a thumbs up, then pointed to the water outlet. Add a switch here. Turn it on, water flows out. Turn it off, no water. It would become a simple tap system. Song Dalong understood and cheered excitedly. Oh, big girl, your idea is great. As long as we have a switch like you said, we won't need to let the water flow all the time. Of course. Song Mingju proudly lifted her little head and said, I am the pearl of Song family. Mrs. May and Old Lady Wu both felt embarrassed by the father and daughter and went to the main hall to do some button making. Since they saw the buttons, Song Daliang hadn't paid much attention, but the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law became very interested in this small item. They wanted to make more to try selling. Mrs. May had already thought of a name, calling it Wu Granny Buttons. Old Lady Wu disagreed. That won't do, she said. I've already gained a lot from this family. Mother-in-law, I think Wu Granny Button sounds nice. Song Mingju quickly added, just like my mother's Megu Tofu. It sounds good. But this idea was from Dia. Old Lady Wu still felt uneasy about it. So what? Song Mingju said casually. My father has skilled song, my mother has Megu, and if you add Wu Granny, it fits perfectly, doesn't it? That's what makes us a real family. Mrs. May noticed that her daughter was very open-minded about some things. Even though she came up with the idea, she was willing to give it away easily. She was also generous with her earnings, sharing freely. For example, a few days ago, she earned money from lotus flowers and leaves. Mrs. May told Old Lady Wu that it was just easy money, and even a bundle was worth only a penny. But her daughter was happy to sell a bundle for 2 pennies, like a big fool. She heard that Guzi's family had caused trouble again, but it hadn't gotten out, so Dia's reputation was safe. Otherwise, Mrs. May wouldn't be happy for her daughter to play with Guzi anymore. In her opinion, if Guzi's mother didn't change her favoritism, Guzi would eventually drift away from their family. Sigh, now all the children in the village are so difficult. Meanwhile, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law continued to decide on the button idea, while the father and daughter discussed how to build the water pipe. After all, this was not a small project. Father, which lake do you plan to draw water from? Song Mingju asked. The ones at the door definitely wouldn't work. First, because the terrain was low and water couldn't be lifted up. Second, because children often played in the water, and even the village's old ox sometimes went in to wash, so the water quality was too rich. I want to draw water from the lake behind the mountain, said Song Daliang. Song Mingju was stunned. The one where Sister Lu jumped? Yes, replied Song Daliang, focused on the bamboo pipe and not noticing her expression. He continued, that lake's water is clear and sweet. It's the best water in Song family village. It was like a natural reservoir, and Song Mingju understood.
Great.
And also, that place is quite far from the village, so people usually don't go there. Yes, meaning it's relatively clean. Very good. Additionally, the water in that lake stays the same amount, whether it's dry or raining. This suggests there might be an underground river or something similar under the lake, keeping the water level steady, without relying on rain. Excellent. However, if we draw water from there, Song Dalong sighed, our bamboo might not be enough. We need to save some for other uses, right? Maybe we could ask the village head's family if they want to help with the water supply? Song Mingju thought to herself. The distance isn't too far, so she said a few families working together should be enough. Song Dalong thought about it and agreed. Although the village head's family has many people and doesn't lack water carriers, making things more convenient would be good. Plus, the current time is fine. It will be much harder in winter. With this idea, Song Dalong eagerly went to the village head's house. Of course, he didn't forget to bring Song Mingju along. Before reaching the door, Eru, who was outside playing, saw Song Mingju first and happily ran over to say hello. Hey, big girl, where are you going? Song Mingju's smile faded from her face. Era paused, realizing he might have said the wrong thing, and quickly corrected himself. Oops, Mingju, where are you headed? This time, Song Mingju put her smile back on. Era-ji, we're going to your house.
Huh.
Era was surprised and hurried back to tell his aunt, Auntie, Mingju is here. Since earning money from Song Mingju, Era's status at home has risen a lot. He's clever and quick-tongued, and he treats the younger Song Mingju well, making his third uncle feel a bit ashamed. Era thought he was just a bit older, so he could play with her more often. Otherwise, if Song Mingju was a few years older, she wouldn't have played with someone like Era. Unaware, someone else was already competing with him for her attention. When the village head heard that Song Mingju was coming, his first thought was that her father, Song Changha, was probably with her. When he came out and saw her, it was true. His wife also came out and immediately noticed the new clothes and pants Song Mingju was wearing. "Oh, big girl, did your mother make you this new outfit? What's sewn on it?" "Grandmother, you should call her Mingju," Eru quickly corrected, so she wouldn't be upset. "Oh, right." His wife patted her head and smiled. "Big girl, that sounds better. I'll get used to it slowly." Song Mingju waved her small hand to show she understood, then pointed to herself and said, "This is a button." Since she was already here, old auntie wanted to understand it clearly. "Button? What kind of button?" Village Master Zheng's 3 daughters-in-law also came over to look. "See, it's like this." Song Mingju lifted a corner of her dress and demonstrated with the bottom button. She had her mother, sew this specially just for today. Like this, when you button it, the dress won't come apart. Old auntie reached out to touch the button, looked at it carefully, tried a few times, and immediately understood. "Oh, this little thing is so handy." "Yes," Song Mingju confidently said. "My mother and mother-in-law both say the same. Sewing it on the waistband is very convenient too." The young boys in village Master Zheng's family had already been pushed outside when their mother came, but Song Mingju wasn't worried about showing her underwear. She lifted a corner of her dress to show the women from old auntie's family. Nowadays, pants are worn with the waistband open on the side, with a button sewn on to replace the old tie, making it easier and quicker to put on. Old auntie and her 3 daughters-in-law all agreed. "Inside, you can also wear one like this, then there's no need for open crotch pants," Song Mingju added. The women all blushed a little. Now, people wear clothes that are easy to use when going to the bathroom. The undergarments, underwear, are open crotch, with other clothes worn outside. But Song Mingju didn't like wearing them that way. First, it was inconvenient. Second, it used more fabric. Third, the weather was hot, and wearing too many clothes was uncomfortable. So, she insisted her mother help modify her clothes. Maze initially thought it looked odd, but after some internal struggle, she said she wouldn't do it. Still, she made a set of clothes, folding the hem as Song Mingju requested. When she put it on, it surprisingly looked quite nice. Most importantly, it didn't interfere with Song Mingju's lively movements. To show how convenient this outfit was, Song Mingju did a somersault right there. "Mingju, that's enough," old auntie shouted nervously. This was the treasure of Song Changha's family. If she fell or bumped herself there, it would be a big problem. "Your family also sells this buttons?" old auntie finally asked. "Yes." Song Mingju's eyes sparkled. "But how we sell it depends on my mother and mother-in-law." Old auntie thought for a moment and asked again, "Did you come up with this idea yourself?" "My mother-in-law." Song Dia squinted and smiled, pretending to let Wu's mother take the lead. "Our buttons are called Wu-pa buttons." Although auntie is younger than old Mother Wu, they have known each other for half their lives. Given old Mother Wu's stubborn nature, it's hard to imagine her coming up with clever ideas like the buttons. But if Song Mingju's behind it— oh no! I mean, if Song Mingju is behind it, then it all makes sense. After selling the buttons, Song Mingju quickly went to find her father. Today, she was here for an important matter. Being popular can be a bit tiring too. In the main room of the village house, Song Dalong had already briefly talked with Village Zheng about water diversion. Village Zheng looked surprised and a bit confused. It's only been a few days, and Song Changha already has such an idea? Neither Song Old Big nor Song Old Second thought much of it, but Song Old Little felt a thrill and became very excited. "Oh, that's a good idea." Song Old Little patted his thigh. No worries about sun in the clear weather, no slipping in the rain, and no fear of falling into the pond in winter. Sitting at home, the water comes to you. Great idea. Song Mingju clapped her hands happily. "Oh, Uncle Little, you said it so well. We could even sell it in the county." "Sell it in the county." "In the county. Sell it." Song Mingju's words sounded like magic, circling around the people in the hall, making Song Dalong and Village Zheng shiver. especially Song Old Little. He jumped up like a spring, crouched in front of Song Mingju, and asked Mingju, "Can this also be sold?" "Of course. Even the lotus flowers in the lake can be sold, so why not this?" Song Mingju said seriously. "But this isn't like our family's rice bowls or other small items. Once made, we need to showcase it first, then invite people to see." "That's a good idea," Song Dalong added. "Who would buy it?" Village Zheng asked. "I don't know who would buy it," Song Mingju honestly replied. "But I think Wu Jiao has seen it too. Our family has business contacts, so when the time comes, we can ask them to help spread the word. It's not difficult. News about trading spreads quickly among common people. If it doesn't work, there's still the county magistrate." Thinking of this, Song Mingju felt very confident. Remembering what the magistrate had said earlier, Village Zheng thought, maybe it's worth a try. Seeing Village Zheng's expression, Song Mingju knew he was interested. She decided to keep pushing the idea. If this works and sells well, just relying on my father won't be enough. It would be best if the village formed a team to handle things. Whenever a place wants to do something, this team should go out and make a name for Songjiatai. Song Mingju often talks about the good things first, never mentioning the difficulties. At that time, when people think of tap water, who will they think of first? Songjiatai. Old Song said. If they want to do it, who will they look for first? Songjiatai. Song Mingju looked at Old Song with admiration, thinking he was good at flattering others. She decided to remind her father to play with Old Song more. Having someone so sensible around should make things easier. Second sister. Look, our Songjiatai's reputation isn't just spreading quickly. Song Mingju said seriously. A family being full is not enough. When the whole village is full, that's true fullness. She linked collective pride to the village, which made the village leader feel proud. Being famous for Songjiatai was his lifelong dream. But he was still worried. What if someone outside learns from us? Don't worry. As long as we keep some key technique secret and they don't leak them, they can only copy the appearance, not the real skills. Thinking about it, he agreed. Someone in the village had tried to copy Song Dalong's rice box and bamboo dolls, but none succeeded. Besides, I'm not even worried they won't learn, Song Mingju said casually. Isn't someone from the county already learning from us? It's just that, compared to us, they'd rather come all the way from the county to buy from us. Everyone saw how lively Song Dalong's family was recently. They didn't know much, but the smell of meat spread across half the village, making everyone hungry and scolding their children. Who didn't envy or feel jealous? Tap water is the same. As long as we do it well enough, when people ask which family's tap water is the best, it will still be us, Songjiatai. Old Song confidently interrupted. In that moment, Village Chief saw a hint of the county magistrate in the small Song Mingju. Village Chief said, "All right, let's do it then." Village Chief made the decision, and the next step was to discuss how to implement the tap water system. Everyone agreed that the term tap water was very fitting, and no one objected. Village Chief even had his son bring a chair for Song Mingju, so she could sit in front of him and talk. Now, in Village Chief's mind, Song Mingju was someone important enough to sit at the table. Song Dalong carefully thought about the route from the back mountain lake to the two houses and suggested a shorter path. To save bamboo, the pipeline should go this way, here, and then cross over. Village Zheng thought for a moment and agreed. This way is indeed the shortest. Not understanding the simple map, Song Mingju asked, "Does it pass by my master's house?" Talking to villagers in their dialect feels more natural. Now, Song Mingju no longer insists on clearly distinguishing between we and I. "It doesn't pass that way," Song Dalong said, thinking about other things. He wasn't paying much attention and added, "Right now we're on the front mountain and your master is over on the back mountain." In front of Village Zheng, Song Mingju didn't say much and just let everyone continue discussing. "The bamboo pipe is so long. How do we keep it in place? We can't just leave it in the grass, right?" Song Dalong thought for a moment and said, "Maybe we need to support it based on the terrain, like placing a brace underneath the bamboo." Actually, Song Mingju could give the answer to these small details directly, but she didn't. She happily watched her father and village Zheng discuss how to make the support, occasionally teasing them with questions like, would a branch work? Or, what about a fish spear? Everyone needs to put in some effort, so they will value it more. In the end, they decided on a simple plan. Use 2 thin bamboo sticks to make an easy X-shaped support, which is quick and convenient. An image sourced from a video screenshot by a blogger named AI Yi Diao Xiao Fan. Of course, if they encounter difficulties later, they will think of solutions together. Then, they continued their discussion. What if the bamboo pipe gets blocked? Village, Zheng asked. The whole pipe is so long. Do we have to take it apart piece by piece to check? It's not necessary, Song Dalong replied. Look at woodpeckers searching for insects. They tap on the tree in sections. If the bamboo pipe is blocked or not, just tap and listen to the sound and you'll know. It's not impossible. Everyone was discussing enthusiastically, and Village Zheng even learned some trendy words like water pipe, switch, water supply system, and systematic water supply. At first, Village Zheng didn't pay much attention, but during a break, he suddenly realized, wow, Song Changhe and his daughter really are capable. They use all these technical terms I've never heard before. Fortunately, they are both surnamed Song, so they belong to the Song family. Village Master decided that once they discussed and finalized the plan and made it look good, he would boldly go along with Song Changhe to promote their Song family platform outside. He didn't believe that such a good thing would be ignored by the county official. If that didn't work, he would go to the town, hold on to the village head's leg, and beg the wealthy landowner to help out, at least to get something done. For a moment, Village Master felt strong and energetic, as if he had returned to his prime. Thus, they roughly outlined the main plan. Father. Song Mingzhu tugged at her father's arm and suddenly spoke. Father, after you finish this, can you also help my master's side? Old Wang was getting old, and years of poor health made him uncertain how long he could live. Song Mingzhu didn't want them to work so hard. If her family's house wasn't just a few simple mud huts, she would even want her master to move in. Song Diling paused, then realized what her daughter meant. She was asking whether it would pass by her master's house. Oh, he was confused. Doing a separate route is a bit complicated. How about changing this route now? Song Diling looked at Village Master. Uncle, what do you think? It's not impossible. Village Master frowned. But it will use a lot more bamboo. The back mountain was steep and difficult to access, and installing water pipes was especially labor-intensive. The extra bamboo and the labor costs will be covered by us, Song Diling said. No one will work for free. Since his daughter had such good intentions, it wasn't a big problem. Why not help her fulfill her wish? This idea was from you too, and bringing up wages might hurt feelings, Village Master finally said wisely. They had come up with this big idea, and even involved the villagers to help earn money together. Otherwise, he couldn't organize a few people himself. Let's put aside other matters for now. Changhe, redraw the route, and let's discuss how to proceed, Village Master decided. He had been a village master for many years. If he couldn't even handle such a small request from a young girl, how could these 2 little gold nuggets listen to him in the future? He had to get this sorted. Father, I think this water pipe doesn't need to change its route, suddenly said Song Laoi. Just add another one. Village Master raised an eyebrow and looked at his third son, signaling him to explain. Father, I think so too. Listen to me and see if it makes sense, Song Laoi thought aloud. I believe that if Brother Changhe's idea of the tap water is not to be done, then it should be done for the whole village. This shows your strength, Dad, and the unity of our village. Dad, do you think it's like this? Of course it is. Throughout, only Song Lauda and Song Lao Air, who were just listening and not participating, were thinking, wow, even the youngest is flattering Dad now. They couldn't help it. They were too simple to flatter. Also, I learned something from Brother Changhe. Song Lao Yao looked at Song Delang and said, as long as you're brave to think and do, nothing in this world is hard. Isn't that right? Half a year ago, Song Delang's family wasn't like this. Yao uncle speaks well. Song Mingzhu, who also knew how to praise, said, as long as our village unites, dares to think and do, we will have good days ahead. Then let's do 2 projects, the village chief said seriously. One goes to the front mountain to cover half the village in front. The other goes to the back mountain to cover the other half. That way, everyone in the village can use tap water. If it works well, it will be a great achievement. When reported to the town and county officials, everyone's face will look better. If Song Dalang and his daughter are the scales, then the village chief is the steady star. Anything approved by him can be done in Songjia Terrace. This made Song Dalang feel assured, happy to be a skilled worker, and listen to the village chief's instructions. Yao, go to the village and tell the heads of each family to come to my house afternoon. Say I have something important to discuss. The village chief instructed his third son. Yes. Song Lao Yao responded clearly. Song Mingzhu watched Song Lao Yao walk into the bright sunlight, looking like he was about to do something big and important. It was quite good. The matter was settled, and Song Dalang also got up to leave. Uncle, I'm going back too. I'll come again afternoon. The village chief knew that Song Mingzhu usually ate lunch, so he tried to persuade him. You and your father don't need to leave. Just stay at my house and have a meal. Otherwise, someone might come early, and I'll have to look for you. Usually, whether it was a big or small matter, someone would do this. Song Dalang waved his hand. My family's meal should already be ready. For some reason, eating 2 meals a day used to be fine, but after getting used to 3 meals recently, skipping lunch now felt very boring. Now, Song Dalang's family had already changed to 3 meals a day, and they couldn't go back. The older aunt also came out to help entertain guests. Changhe, stay and have a meal. No, the food at home is already prepared. I don't want to trouble Aunt. The older woman's face turned stern, and she said unhappily, What, you don't like my cooking skills? Of course not. Song Dalang was very nervous. Everyone in the village knows that you're a great cook, with sharp eyes like a scale, and your rice dishes never go wrong. The older woman didn't bother arguing with Song Dalang, and simply picked up Song Mingzhu to walk into the house. Mingzhu, I heard your mother recently made a fish slice porridge and it smells so good. Can you teach me how to make it? The word old in front of Annie has 2 meanings. One can refer to age, and the other to seniority. For example, Song Dalang calls her Annie, and if Song Mingzhu calls her, she can add old in front, calling her old auntie. Similarly, for village elders, Song Dalang calls him uncle, and Song Mingzhu can call him old uncle. It's a way of simplifying the way they address each other. Song Mingzhu, who was too weak to resist, sighed and sat in the old auntie's kitchen. The old auntie was a quick and tidy person. Her kitchen was spotless, with jars and pots arranged neatly. Oh, old auntie, your kitchen is so clean and bright. The old auntie was very pleased to hear that. Mingzhu, sit down. I'll boil some eggs for you. So, she took out candies she was reluctant to give even to her own grandson and insisted on giving Song Mingzhu 2 eggs first to help her fill her stomach. The villagers are like that. Once they accept you, they will treat you wholeheartedly. If you keep refusing, they might think you look down on them. The grandchildren of the village master's family were all peering eagerly outside the door, looking at Song Mingzhu as if she were a phoenix fallen into a chicken coop. Using the excuse of being afraid of the hot water, Song Mingzhu asked for 2 bowls, scooped out an egg, and shared most of the sweet syrup, leaving only a small sip for herself. Then, when the old auntie wasn't paying attention, she quietly handed 1 bowl to Erhu at the door. Erhu took the bowl and quickly told his brothers to run away, each taking a bite of the egg and syrup. Big sister is so kind, said Song Laoyao's son. His whole family was the smallest, even younger than Song Mingzhu by half a year. Call me Mingzhu. Erhu corrected him. If you call her big sister, she'll be upset. Song Laoyao's son obediently changed his words. Mingzhu Jia is so kind. This made Erhu even want to call Song Mingzhu Jia big sister. Since they were making fish slice porridge, there had to be porridge and fish. Song Mingzhu asked the old Annie to first cook a pot of thin porridge, then wait for the fish to come back. Old Master Song and second Old Master Song worked together at the pond by the door, catching 2 fish. Song Mingzhu instructed the old lady to remove the head and tail, then slice the middle into thin pieces and lightly salt them for marinating. She wouldn't do the actual work, just kept talking. Yes, yes, just like that. Oh, old lady, you're so clever. You got it right away. Enough salt now. The old lady's grandchildren only knew how to eat, not speak. With Song Mingju nearby encouraging her, the old lady was very happy. For the porridge, she even generously poured in a spoonful of oil. The daughters-in-law secretly clicked their tongues. Wow, this oil usually lasts 2 days. It shows that Song Changha's daughter is really a treasure. Song Mingju didn't care what others thought. After the porridge boiled, she told the old lady to add the oil and stir it over the fire. Then she asked for an egg and had the old lady separate the egg white to add to the marinated fish slices. When the porridge was ready, Song Mingju directed the old lady to use chopsticks, placing the fish slices into the porridge one by one. Don't panic. Don't stir. Move quickly. Because there were many fish slices, a few daughters-in-law helped out too. Once all the fish slices were in, the porridge boiled again, the foam was skimmed off, then shreds and chopped green onions were added. As the aroma filled the air, the children's mouths watered down their necks. Song Mingju sniffed and thought, it's still missing a bit of pepper. Next time Uncle Wang and the others come, she planned to ask them to buy some seasonings. Although she felt it was a little lacking, everyone in the village thought it was amazing. Serve a bowl to Daliang. He'll eat when he comes back from school, the old lady told the eldest daughter-in-law. Daliang was the second brother's son. His palms and back of the hands were all flesh, and the old lady's heart was still very kind. As for the fish heads and tails cut off, they couldn't be thrown away. Song's eldest daughter-in-law cooked a separate pot of soup with them, to be used for soaking rice at dinner. Because Daliang's father and daughter were guests, the main table had the village head's couple, Daliang's family and Song's youngest son, along with a guest. Others ate separately in their own rooms. Not to mention the little monkeys. Even village chief, who was quite old, had never tasted such fresh and fragrant porridge. Oh, these fish slices are so tender. This porridge is so smooth. It smells so good. Praises came from every room. At the main table, village chief and Song's youngest son initially wanted to hold back, but after a few bites of porridge, they couldn't help themselves. Father and son both picked up their bowls and drank eagerly, making loud slurping sounds. Annie was worried that Song Mingju might swallow a fish bone, so she reached out to help remove it, but Song Mingju said it wasn't necessary. No need. I'm good at eating fish. She even took a moment to share her tips with Annie. Annie, instead of fish slices in the porridge, you can also use pork liver. Boiled porridge can be made with many ingredients. A small kitten, smelling the delicious aroma, hesitated then walked over to Song Mingju's feet, looked up and meowed. Meow. Auntie looked down and smiled happily. Oh, that's the kitten Tiger left for Mingju. It came to find its owner all by itself. What a clever little cat.
Wow.
Song Mingju also smiled happily. Little kitten, do you remember me? She put down her chopsticks, bent down and picked up the kitten, placing it on her lap, stroking from its head to its tail. The kitten enjoyed the petting and curled up on Song Mingju's lap, refusing to get down. Little Flower. Song Mingju immediately gave her a name. Let's call you Song Little Flower, okay? Because Song Mingju was used to taking a nap at noon. After eating, she had Song Dalong take her back home first. She went out for a walk, ate a bowl of fish porridge and brought back a cat, both eating and carrying it away. This made Mrs. May both annoyed and amused. Song Dalong had to go to the village elder's house to handle some matters, so he left after leaving his daughter, leaving Song Mingju alone to be scolded. Song Mingju stood against the wall, holding Song Little Flower in her arms, with Song Dahuang on her left and Song Dagwai on her right, listening to her mother talk with wide, clear eyes. Soon she started to doze off. Let her go take a nap? Old lady, Wu suggested from the door. Look at how sleepy she is. Mrs. May felt helpless and could only let her daughter rest. The family had a bamboo bed, built by Old Man Song when he was young. When it was hot, Song Mingju would take her naps on it in the morning. She would climb onto the bed, Dahuang and Dagwai would bring her small blankets, and she'd cover her belly, close her eyes, and fall asleep. Seeing her asleep, Da Huang lay down at the door of the room, while Dogwai stayed by the bamboo bed, each guarding their own. Only the new kitten, Little Flower, looked a bit confused. It squatted at Song Mingju's feet, looking around, then slowly moved to her shoulder, resting its head against Song Mingju's, and gradually started to doze off. Mrs. May looked at them a few times but said nothing, then went to button up her coat with Old Lady Wu. Life on a farm is like this. Worries about 3 meals a day, concerns about the 4 seasons. No matter what tomorrow brings, as long as the stomach is full and warm, it's a blessing in this world. Song Dalong didn't return until the sun was almost setting, and when he did, his mouth was trembling. "What's wrong with you?" May quickly went to meet him. "What happened?" "Talked too much." Song Dalong touched his face, grimacing in pain. "My face is numb." Fortunately, Song Mingju was clever. She was pouring water and moving chairs, and she pulled her father to sit down and drink water. "Dad, what do you think about all this?" Song Mingju asked eagerly. Song Dalong finished the tea in his bowl, wiped his mouth, and sighed happily, saying, "The tea at home is still the best." "Dad, tell us quickly," Song Mingju urged, swinging her father's leg. Song Dalong kept his daughter waiting, then slowly explained the situation. It probably went like this. Once the village leaders gathered, the village head talked about building a water supply. Song Dalong even demonstrated it once to make sure everyone understood. The village head didn't ask if they agreed or not, just said everyone in the village would do it. A few households, led by Guzi's father, saw Song Dalong standing nearby and guessed that this was probably related to him. Now, Guzi's father had become smarter. He thought that having Song Dalong involved was probably a good thing, so he immediately said his family had bamboo and was willing to help with bamboo. Mao, who played a lot with Guzi, also interacted more with Guzi's father. After Guzi's father made his statement, Mao's father thought, "I should also say something. Our family is willing to help with bamboo too. Though we only have a few bamboo sticks, I don't know if it's enough." The village head was pleased with their attitude and said kindly, "If it's not enough, everyone in the village will think of a way." Since the incident with Song Lu, Nyo's father's status in the village had dropped a bit. But although Nyo's father was a little confused about family matters and lacked a bit of wisdom, he was still clear about big issues. "Our family doesn't have bamboo, but we're willing to help." His younger brother was hiding at the back of the crowd, planning to speak against his older brother, but someone kicked him from behind. Ouch! Everyone looked over. "What? Does your family have an opinion?" The village head asked calmly. There were definitely opinions, but no one dared to speak. "Our family? No, we don't have any." Of course, some people didn't believe this. Seeing the hesitation on other families' faces, the village head said, "I won't hide it from you. This plan was thought up by Song Dalong. If he wanted to sell it, there would be plenty of buyers outside." Song Dalong's momentum is now widely recognized. When Wang and Li came a few times, the villagers couldn't help but want to pluck their own heads and throw them into Song Dalong's yard just to see something new. So now, everyone reasonably turns their attention to Song Dalong. He bows to the crowd and raises his voice, saying, "Brothers and uncles, I've said before that if we come up with a good way to make money, we'll do it together. Right now, our Song family team will handle it first. We must finish and do it well before we tell others." "Isn't this just about making money?" Someone mutters. "If we don't have bamboo at home, we still have to buy it ourselves. Even if it's a business, doesn't it need capital?" Village elder glances at the person and looks disapproving. "Oh, you want to do it for free and have others just give you money directly?" The person still wants to argue. Village elder waves his hand, telling him to shut up. "If you're not from Song family team, today's matter doesn't benefit you." "Oh, you were jealous of Song Dalong before, but now he's bringing food to your mouth, and you still complain about having to use chopsticks? That dog isn't bothered. It just pulls its tail and eats from the bowl. Do you eat too?" Unfortunately, Song Mingju isn't here. Otherwise, she'd have to defend her dog. "My dog doesn't eat. My dog drinks bone broth." Village elders' words aren't very nice, and a few families show displeasure. "I've said everything I need to say. I want to emphasize again that this is everyone's village matter. If we do it well, not only will each household benefit, but our Song family team's reputation will also spread. When outsiders come to visit or buy, our village can form a team dedicated to this work. There will be bamboo sellers, strong workers. Isn't that making money? Guzi's father nods in agreement. Anyway, he's committed to Song Dalong. Basically, those with money contribute money, those with bamboo contribute bamboo, and those with strength contribute effort. Let's work together to make this happen. A few people in the crowd still look reluctant. Considering everyone is from Song family team, the village decides to speak a bit more. If someone really doesn't want to do it, that's okay. But let me be clear, this isn't easy to do. Right now, the whole village is involved. If we share the work, it won't cost much. If the village finishes its work and sees that others are doing well, they might want to try it themselves, but that's not the current situation. They will have to pay for everything from start to finish themselves. Village leader Zheng warned those with bad intentions very seriously. I'm telling you now, this is the most important matter for our village. Anyone who leaks information or tries to sell it before it's done will be punished severely. The whole village will deal with them. The main reason grassroots work is hard is because the villagers are very stubborn in their thinking. It's just like the current situation in Songjiatai village. Village leader Zheng's stern words seemed to scare some tricky people, but no one really knew what they were thinking. Song Dalong tried to smooth things over and finally managed to calm most people down. Song Li didn't get involved. Even though Lao Tulu was gone, no one saw her as the head of the family. She couldn't even get into the courtyard of the village leader's house and had to stand at the door. When Song Dalong saw her, he gave her a signal to leave first, so she wouldn't be targeted or blamed. The few others who couldn't be convinced were ignored by the village leader, who told them to mind their own mouths and let them go first. Those who stayed were kindly advised by the village leader and then allowed to leave. Next, Song Dalong would figure out the specific plan and then organize it in the village. Of course, this put some pressure on Song Mingzhu as well. Where should we start? Song Dalong asked worriedly. Let's start with the water. The switch, Song Mingzhu suggested. She almost said faucet but suddenly hesitated and changed it to switch. Oh, she forgot her second master. Now, it was time to get to work. First, they needed to understand how a faucet works. A simple rotating faucet mainly consists of a inside. The end of E is a metal disc stacked with a rubber gasket, forming the water valve. When opened, the rises, lifting the valve away from the seat, allowing water to flow through the hole above the seat. When closed, the drops, pushing the valve back onto the seat, blocking the hole, and stopping the water. If they used this type, the rubber gasket could be replaced with cork and the could be made of hardwood instead. But Song Mingzhu worries that hardwood might wear out easily over time, making it hard to replace later. Not very good. Song Mingzhu sighed and said, let's set that aside for now. There is also a type of faucet with a wrench handle, mainly composed of a circular metal ball inside the chamber, connected to a wrench. When opened, the ring aligns with the water channel and water flows through the middle of the ring. When closed, the ring turns sideways and a spherical surface on the side blocks the water channel, stopping the flow. As usual, the metal ball isn't available, so hardwood must be used instead. But carving the wood into a circle isn't easy, and the chamber of the faucet also needs to be carved. Just a couple at home is fine, but for a whole village. If Song Dalong could really make a faucet, he would definitely sell it for money, not give it away for free.
No one would want to take that risk.
No, adding a switch is too complicated. Song Mingzhu decisively rejected her earlier idea. Let's just make a continuous flow. The reason she suggested adding a faucet before was because she thought a continuous flow was wasteful and didn't fit the idea of sustainable development. But now, with current productivity, having Song Dalong spend all his effort making a faucet is not worth it. And the villagers might not even appreciate it. Forget about moral standards. Some families share one pair of pants, and whoever goes out wears them. People are lazy enough to burn snakes for food and then ask others to peel the shells. Not everyone has Song Lu or the stubborn old woman's temper. But the switch has already been promised. Song Dalong said worriedly. What did Dad say? Song Mingzhu asked. Not much. Song Dalong gestured. He just said to put a switch on this end. When the water in the tank is full, turn it off. To let water out, turn it on like this, like that. Father and daughter looked at each other, both feeling this was hard to do. It was their fault. They only had a hint of an idea and already spread it around. They got carried away. Meisher saw the worried expressions on the father and daughter and found it amusing. Ever since they came up with the foot grinder, drill, and cutting machine, they've been proud of home. Now, is it their turn to be humbled? You guys just think too much. Meisher took a thin bamboo tube, smaller than a water pipe, and easily inserted it into the water pipe, saying casually, "Isn't this enough?" The father and daughter, who were obsessing over technical details, said, "That works too?" Of course it works. They suddenly realized, no wonder she's my mother. No wonder she's my wife. The father and daughter surrounded Meisher, fanning themselves, moving chairs, and joking around so much that old Wu couldn't keep up. Let me say, we can draw water from the lake using large bamboo. After reaching each household, we can use thin bamboo. This way, even if the water flow is strong, it won't cause any problems. Seeing how diligent the father and daughter were, Mrs. May offered them another idea. Actually, the father and daughter had already thought of this themselves. But both of them were smart and didn't speak up. After all, Mrs. May is the one who controls the family finances now. Thanks to everyone's effort, the main problem was solved. Now, looking at the source. At the source, one large bamboo pipe isn't enough for half the village. However, Songjia Terrace isn't very big, only a few dozen households. Song Dalong thought that 5 or 6 large bamboo pipes would be enough for one line. Song Mingju agreed with this idea. Since that's the case, we can give each bamboo pipe a number like line 1, line 2, line 3, and so on. Each line will serve specific households. That way, if there's a problem with a line, it will be easier to find and fix, and maintenance will be simpler. When Song Mingju talks about these things, no one can see her as a child anymore. How did you learn about troubleshooting and maintenance? Mrs. May asked curiously. I learned from my second master. Song Mingju answered smoothly. Now, she is working with Uncle Wang to assign numbers to her master. De Lang is Master Wang, the great master. Er Lang is Teacher Wang, the second master. No matter which master she refers to, Mrs. May wouldn't ask. Sure enough, when Mrs. May heard this, she felt a bit scared. There's only one person, yet they call him Great Master and Second Master. It's creepy. And she left. The father and daughter continued their discussion. Actually, there wasn't much to discuss. Just get started and fix problems as they come. All right, I'll go buy bamboo, said Song Dalong, who was eager to get things done and couldn't stay overnight. He just wanted to test their own line first, so he didn't need many bamboo pipes and still went to buy from the village blacksmith. Brother Chongha, if you're working tomorrow, I'll come help, said Song Laoi proactively. Sure. Song Dalong agreed, without hesitation. On the way back, they met Er Guzi's father. Chongha, call me when you're about to start. I'll come help.
Got it.
Er Mao's father was also eager to show his support now. Count me in too. Er Nyo's father was a bit behind, but he specifically came over to say, I'm free too. All right, let's do it tomorrow. After breakfast, everyone come to my house to gather. Now, Song Dalong can easily respond to calls in the village. Village justice is usually very efficient. He delivered the bamboo Song Dalong asked for before it got dark. The 3 brothers didn't take any money when they left. They only said their father told them to keep a record and settle the bill when the village was doing something later. This is very typical of village justice. Song Dalong didn't argue much about this. He simply took out paper and pen to note the expenses. The next morning, right after breakfast, the people who had agreed the day before arrived. Village justice also came. Everyone paired up and carried the bamboo to the back mountain. Song Dalong carried his tools and a coarse cloth bag. Song Mingju was also going. She prepared very well. She wore a straw hat her mother made yesterday, carried a small bag with water and 2 rice balls, looking like a young student going on a picnic. Song Li also came. She originally thought she wouldn't come if there were no classes, but when she heard Song Mingju was going to the lake with Song Dalong, she decided to come just in time. She saw her biological father but didn't greet him, making the scene a bit awkward. Erguzi's father wanted to say hello, maybe call her second Nyo sister, but now everyone in the village knew she changed her name to Songlu. If he called her Songlu, it would seem like he was insulting her father. Her father also looked serious, as if trying to warn Songlu, and only snorted before turning his face away. People like this, once they are blinded by greed, can't be brought back. Everyone could see that Songlu had now become close to Song Mingju, and her life was even better than when she had her parents. Her father didn't even try to reach out to her. Even calling her girl would have been better.
Sigh.
Her father was too proud to speak, and Song Mingju didn't care about anyone's opinion. Big sister Song Lu. She happily ran over, grabbed Song Lu's hand, and asked, "Have you eaten?" "I have," Song Lu replied kindly, fixing Song Mingju's clothes and asking, "Did you do the homework Master Wang left?" "Yes, I did." Song Mingju never slacked off on this. She finished her homework the same day. They walked at the front, talking and laughing, which made her father's face darken even more. "Second Nyo, if you're busy today, go ahead and do your work. We can handle it," Erguzi said, worried that her father might get angry. Her father glared at his daughter's back with resentment, but said, "It's fine, I'm free." Inside his mind, he thought, let this wicked girl enjoy her pride for a few days. When she becomes successful, I will accuse her of being unfilial. Humph. Father Erguzi observed Father Ernyo's expression silently and didn't say much, only deciding to find a moment later to remind Song Daliang. Meanwhile, Village Zheng kept everyone's expressions in his mind and said aloud, "We're heading up the mountain now. Be careful with your steps, don't fall." Each person arrived at the back mountain lake with their own thoughts, looking for a place to set down their things. "All right, Changhe, you assign the tasks," Village Zheng said again. Yesterday, Song Daliang had already planned how to divide the work and quickly arranged it. He was responsible for finding the water entry point and planning the route ahead. Song Laoi was to explore the path behind. Father Erguzi was to help support Song Daliang. The others followed Father Erguzi's lead, call out to go up or down as needed. Everyone had no objections. Song Mingju picked up a stick and stayed a little farther behind her father, supervising. As for choosing the spot, it needed to meet two conditions. First, face toward the front village. Second, be deeper and have clearer water. Song Daliang circled the lake once and chose a spot, then called Village Zheng over to look. "Uncle, what do you think of this place?" It was a small, facing the village, with water below that was green like jade, looking very deep. "Looks good," Village Zheng nodded. Then they began preparing bamboo. Because bamboo has joints, they first had to break through the joints to turn it into a smooth bamboo pipe before placing water inside. This was not an easy task. Song Daliang used a thin bamboo sharpened to a point, inserted it into a larger bamboo, and vigorously poked until the membrane was broken, then poured out the debris. He did this to the entire bamboo. Since it was just a trial, Song Daliang left half of the bamboo pipe on the and put the other half into the lake. Then he hammered a ding-shaped bamboo nail into tore a narrow of cloth, and wrapped it around the bamboo nail to secure the pipe. The second bamboo pipe was laid flat. Song Daliang used a cylindrical ding joint at the seam to connect the pipes horizontally, then wrapped it with cloth twice for reinforcement. The picture was sourced from a video screenshot by a blogger called AI Yi Diao Xiaofan. The water shown was not for drinking. Song Mingju leaned over to look and found it quite interesting. "Maybe if we brush some paint on the cloth, it won't leak," she said, touching the seam. "But we need to go to the county to buy paint. The town doesn't have any," Song Daliang replied. "Sigh, if only we had a phone. I will call Wang Langjun and others, asking them to bring things over." "Of course, that's impossible. It's just a dream." Yardog's father and the others watched for a while. Besides making mortise and tenon joints, they couldn't do much else, but they could handle most of the other tasks. So, someone took the bamboo and passed it to Song Daliang for the mortise and tenon work. After finishing, they connected the pieces. The others followed, tying cloth strips and supporting structures, working for half a day to bring the bamboo pipes down the mountain. Everyone was tired and hot, so they all sat under the shade of trees to rest. Song Mingju's rice balls had already been shared between Song Lu and her, and only a little water remained in the bottle. Old Song wanted to go to the lake below the mountain to fetch water, but Mingju reached out her small arm to stop him. Uncle Yao, my master said that water from lakes, rivers, and ponds can have parasites, so we can't drink it raw. We need to boil it first. Parasites? What kind of parasites? Old Song was surprised. Parasites that are invisible to the human eye, Mingju explained, gesturing. If they get into the body, some can grow over 3 feet long. Old Song immediately felt a shiver and goosebumps all over. I've heard of such things happening in town, someone else said. There was a man who loved eating raw fish sashimi. He couldn't live without it for 3 days. One day, he got sick with a terrible headache, and the town doctors couldn't help. The family was preparing for his funeral. A wandering monk passing through town saw his condition and said he had eaten raw meat with parasites, which caused the illness. What happened then? Mingju asked curiously. The monk used a secret method to cure him, and he recovered, someone said simply. But after that, he never dared to eat raw fish again. Not only that, he also warned others not to eat it. What a simple story. Old Song. This is truly his own father. Village Master Jianji successfully used a cold joke to dispel the summer heat, making everyone feel cool inside. Except for Daliang and Mingju, the father and daughter. Thanks to Mingju's carefulness, their family always boils water before drinking. It's good, but it uses a lot of firewood. Alright, everyone go back and rest first. Come back after noon, Village Master Jianji said. Everyone left together. This time, they were working for the village. Daliang was just helping out front, so he didn't bring food. The father and daughter returned home. Mrs. Mei and Old Lady Wu saw Song Mingju's flushed face and got very angry. She's so hot, and you didn't think to bring her back first? Old Lady Wu was the first to scold. Since she was his real mother, Song Dalong didn't dare to argue and kept apologizing. Yes, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Mother-in-law, I'm not hot. Song Mingju helped her father. I was just in a hurry. Shut up. Now it was Mei's turn to scold. All day long. You just run outside. Don't you know to come back when the sun is high? Since she was his real mother, Song Mingju didn't dare to argue. Mom, I understand. I will change next time. Do you want there to be a next time? Mei raised an eyebrow and casually picked up a stick from the corner of the wall to scare her daughter. Da Huang, watching nearby, quickly ran over and stood in front of Song Mingju. It even stretched out a paw and gently pushed away the stick in Mei's hand. The child is still young. Let her go this time? Dogwai also ran over, circling Mei's feet and whimpering. Yes, sister is still young. Let her go this time? Even the newcomer, Xiaohua, looked at the rice-cooking master Mei and then at Da Huang and Dogwai, the 2 older brothers. Although she didn't understand much, she still took out a small dried fish she had hidden yesterday and carried it over to Mei and Dogwang. Although I don't know what happened, following my brothers is definitely the right choice. In the afternoon, stay quietly in the house and don't go anywhere. Mei forced herself to stay serious, sternly warning. But I can't go under the eaves either? Song Mingju quickly said with her small mouth. What if I need to go to the latrine? Scared, Song Dalong quickly covered his daughter's mouth. Oh, my little ancestor, please shut up. Don't provoke your mother anymore. After lunch, Song Mingju usually went to her bamboo bed for a nap, and Old Lady Wu leaned on the bamboo bed to fan her. Song Dalong didn't rest, but instead carried a bundle of rice straw, plucked a few vines, and sat in the main hall weaving a straw hat. Mei finished tidying up the kitchen and came out quietly, whispering, What are you doing? She already has one, doesn't she? I saw the straw hat you made for her yesterday. I think it's pretty, so I want to make one too, Song Dalong whispered softly. He looked back at his daughter, who was sleeping peacefully with her arms raised, and his heart softened unconsciously. Mei took a handful of straw, helping while talking about her daughter's funny moments. She came over yesterday holding your straw hat and asked if I could help her make a similar one. She wanted the top to be rounder, not so pointed. I didn't understand how round she wanted it, so she brought over a clay pot. I was so scared, afraid she might drop my pot. Song Dalong listened and chuckled happily. Now, she's like a bamboo shoot, growing taller every day, changing each day. Mei scolded with wide eyes. Isn't that all because of you spoiling her? Song Dalong nodded eagerly, yes.
Yes.
All my fault.
Olmine. Ah.
The couple used their noon break to finish making the straw hats. After lunch, Song Dalong wore his straw hat and carried a water bottle as he set out. On the way, they saw others, all wearing handmade straw hats and carrying water bottles like Song Dalong. Wow, everyone was secretly copying his hat. But their hats were patchy and weird-looking, not nearly as nice as Song Dalong's. Better not mention it. The work in the afternoon was similar to the morning. Because of the uneven terrain, everyone climbed up and down the bamboo poles, feeling even more tired than before. Suddenly, Guzi's father said, Changha, if we split the bamboo in half, wouldn't that be easier? It might be a bit easier, Song Dalong replied, lifting his head from the ditch, but then snakes, mice, centipedes, and other creatures could get inside. Bamboo pipes are safer. Everyone thought about it and agreed. Though bamboo pipes are troublesome, safety is more important. By evening, the bamboo pipes were finally set up outside Song Dalong's bamboo grove. Mei prepared a pot of tea early, and now she called everyone to drink some roasted rice tea. The tea had salt and in it. One sip made everyone feel refreshed. No one spoke badly of Song Dalong and his wife. Since it was getting late, everyone finished their tea and said goodbye to Song Dalong, heading back home. But not long after, Guzi's father returned, carrying a basket. Changha, this is a few eggs your sister-in-law saved. Take them for Daya to eat. Before Song Dalong could react, the basket was pushed into his hands.
No.
Song Dalong didn't understand what Guzi's father was up to and didn't dare accept it. It's not easy for my sister-in-law to gather eggs. Brother, you should take them back for Guzi and his brother to eat. With her fiery temper, even getting one egg from Guzi's mother was a big deal. Oh, it's nothing precious. Changha, don't refuse, but that's not acceptable. Two people pushed and pulled, but in the end, Song Dalong figured out the problem. Brother, I've helped you with some things at home recently. If you need anything, just tell me directly. No need to act so distant, Song Dalong said sincerely. I'll definitely help if I can. Guzi's father had never asked for help before, so he hesitated and awkwardly said, It's just. What exactly? This made Song Dalong very anxious. It's just that I think your straw hat is better than what we've made up ourselves. I just want to ask if you can teach me, Guzi's father blurted out. Strangely, after saying this, he felt a little better. Changha, I'm getting old now. Asking to learn from a master is hard for me.
So,
could you teach me privately? He asked humbly. Song Dalong thought for a moment and understood what Guzi's father wanted. He probably wanted to make and sell straw hats, but thought Song Dalong wouldn't be interested in such a small business, so he asked secretly. Wow, Guzi's father has figured it out. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, Song Dalong said quickly when he saw his hesitation. If you don't believe me, I can swear. If I tell anyone, may I be struck down. He reached out and grabbed Guzi's father's hand, which was raised above his head, and smiled. Brother, there's no need to swear over such a small matter. I'll teach you, he said happily. When Guzi's father heard Song Dalong's words, he felt like floating. He didn't expect Song Dalong to agree so easily. Nowadays, people value skills more than life itself. Some skills can even be passed down for 3 or 4 generations. Who would be willing to share such secrets easily? No wonder Song Dalong can make money. He's honorable. Guzi's father also remembered to warn Nyo about something. I think his situation isn't something that can be easily fixed, he said. Feeling he had taken advantage of Song Dalong, he wanted to be clear about everything. We're from the same village, so I won't speak badly of him. But he's a bit vengeful, so you should be careful. Thanks for the reminder, brother, Song Dalong replied. But you know our family situation. There aren't many people, so it's hard to keep an eye on everyone every day. Since you often walk around the village, if you notice anything, please tell me in private. Of course, Guzi's father agreed, and left happily. He was satisfied, knowing that Song Dalong still had many things to do. Because the idea of tap water was proposed by his family, Song Dalong is now not only the initiator of the Songjia Terrace tap water project, but also the chief engineer. During the day, he carefully considers each bamboo pipe, each joint he carves, every road he chooses, and each pit he steps into, reviewing everything in his mind so he knows exactly what he's doing. This way, when working for the village, he can avoid mistakes, saving time and effort. Besides that, Song Dalong begins to think about taking on apprentices for the first time. Today's situation would be much faster if he had an apprentice working with him. No matter how skilled he is, he only has 2 hands. Under the lamp, Song Dalong works busily, recording his daily experiences and insights in his own way, even adding simple sketches of important parts. Song Mingju sits nearby, watching, and gradually starts to doze off. Go to bed and sleep? Song Dalong asks with a smile.
No.
Mingju firmly shakes her head. She used to stay up all night working overtime in her past life. Who does she look down on? Mingju persists for a while longer, then finally leans on her father's arm. Song Dalong puts down his brush, ready to carry her to bed. But just as he reaches out, Mingju suddenly wakes up again. I don't want to sleep. She struggles and sits up. I still want to watch Dad draw. It must be the sleepy bugs released by Sun Monkey confusing her. She doesn't want to miss the exciting show of the Heavenly Palace's chaos. Mei Shi, knowing her family's monkey's nature well, advises her husband, don't move.
Just let her lean on you.
When she falls asleep completely, then carry her to bed. Kids get sleepy like this. If you pay too much attention, they become more energetic. Ignore her, and she will gradually fall asleep on her own. Finally, Mingju, the little monkey, falls asleep with her head resting on her father's arm after a lively dream of the Heavenly Palace. She's asleep. Song Dalong whispers to his wife. He dares not move, completely afraid to move. Mei Shi comes over, picks up her daughter, and lays her on the bed to sleep. I'm going to sleep too, Mei Shi says. You should go to bed early. You have a busy day tomorrow. Yeah, just a little more. Once I finish, I'll come. Rooster crow. The rooster breaks the night fog with its call. Dawn breaks through the sky, and Song Dalong gets up, stepping on dew to fetch water first. Mei Shi also gets up, opens the door, and sweeps the floor. Old Lady Wu rises as well, carrying a bundle of firewood, starting a fire to cook rice and porridge. Song Mingju finally wakes up, jumping out of bed full of energy.
Good morning, Mom.
Good morning, mother-in-law. Good morning, Big Yellow. Good morning, Little. Good morning, Little Flower. Finally, Dad, good morning. Today, Song Daliang was busy outside the house. Song Mingju really wanted to stay home and watch her father work on the mortise and tenon joints. He used a big chisel and a small chisel and saw the bamboo splinters flying everywhere.
It was very relaxing to watch.
Unfortunately, she had to go to school today. Yes, Song Mingju also liked going to school. After breakfast, Song Lu came to pick up Mingju and brought some vegetables along. Auntie Mei, my vegetables are ready. Mingju likes to eat greens, so I picked some for her to try. Mei took the vegetables and saw that the child had washed them before bringing them over. She didn't refuse. Wow, your vegetables are growing really well, Mei said sincerely. They're even better than ours. I'm counting on these vegetables now, Song Lu replied. Mei looked around and pulled Song Lu into the main room, whispering, I think these vegetables can still grow for about a week or so, and they'll look even better then. But your situation in the village isn't very good right now. I'm worried someone might cause trouble for you. It might be better to harvest them a few days early. Everyone in the village knew what she meant. Song Lu's happy expression immediately faded. You're being thoughtful, Auntie, Song Lu said with a serious face. I was just focused on the vegetables and forgot that someone hates me. Mei patted Song Lu's shoulder to comfort her. Pick a good day and tell me. I'll help you harvest, and then we can take the vegetables to sell in town. Auntie, that's too much trouble. Song Lu felt a bit embarrassed. It's no trouble, Mei said with a smile. When my radishes are ready, you can come help me dig them up. Okay. Song Lu agreed happily. May also advised her, you should also send some of these vegetables to village master. Not too many, just a little to show your kindness. First, it's a way to remember village master's kindness. Second, your vegetable plot is right next to village master's house. If the old lady helps watch over it, it might scare off some troublemakers. May genuinely cared for Song Lu. Song Lu accepted her kindness, remembering it in her heart. She then took Mingzhu to school. Coincidentally, their route overlapped with the water pipe installation route Song Daliang worked on yesterday. So, they saw a long green bamboo pipe, like a green snake, sometimes crossing the fields, sometimes crossing a water ditch, sometimes passing behind someone's house, sometimes climbing over a hill. It then lifted its head and entered the back mountain. The scene was strangely unsettling. At the same time, it was exciting. Mingzhu, can we really bring water down from the back mountain like this? Yes, we can. Mingzhu said confidently. I tried it at home. At Song Dalong's house, two dogs' fathers helped set up bamboo pipes into the courtyard. Everyone was eager to see how the water would flow on its own. Si Yuanzheng was especially worried. If fetching water was considered a family rule, then the tap water in front of them was a big change that challenged that rule. Si Yuanzheng was the one overseeing this major event and witnessing the unprecedented change in the Song family for decades. Could he be nervous? Song Dalong was also a little nervous. He felt like he had forgotten something but couldn't remember what it was. Everyone looked at Song Dalong expectantly. As the hope of the village, he couldn't back down. Just like practicing with the water jar before, he brought his mouth close to the thin bamboo pipe and said, like this, hard and see. When Song Dalong took a breath to try, he knew it was over. He couldn't the water. He simply couldn't it at all. He tried his best, turned red in the face, almost burst his lungs, but still couldn't get the water to flow. Si Yuanzheng and Song Laoyao, the two fathers, also found it strange. It worked fine at their house before. I'll try.
Song Laoyao volunteer.
Song Dalong moved aside and Song Laoyao leaned in, took a deep breath, and fiercely like drinking water. But the bamboo pipe remained still. No movement at all. Step aside. Si Yuanzheng pushed his older son and went to try himself. He also couldn't get any water to flow. Maybe there's a problem over at the lake? Song Laoyao suggested. Could be. Song Dalong frowned. Let's go check it out. In the back mountain, Song Mingzhu sat on a small bench under the shade of a tree, listening to her master test her on the Arabic numbers she had learned a few days ago. Yes, today was her second master's turn to take charge. Can you write all the numbers you learned before? Teacher Wang asked. Yes, I can. Song Mingzhu answered clearly. She took a stick and drew on the ground for her second master to see, saying each number aloud as she wrote. This is 0. No choice. Even geniuses have to start from 0. At her age, writing was more like drawing. Her strokes lacked strength and spirit. Plus, because the ground was soft or hard in different places, her strokes varied in heaviness and lightness. Did Teacher Wang care about this, even if it wasn't perfect? Good. You remember very well. Teacher Wang praised the young girl. Next, we'll learn addition and subtraction within 10. Addition and subtraction within 10. Such wonderful things. Song Mingzhu blinked her big eyes eagerly, looking at her second master with a I'm really looking forward to this expression, but her mind started to drift away. After these days of getting used to each other, Song Mingzhu has figured out her two masters' temperaments and personalities. First, from their appearance, Master Lu resembles the great Master Wang Fuzi, and Second Master Li looks like Second Master Wang Laoshi. Second, in terms of personality, the kind and polite one is Master Wang Fuzi, while the rebellious and wild one is Second Master Wang Laoshi. Then, regarding their teaching content, Master Wang Fuzi is a liberal arts student, mainly teaching the 4 books and 5 classics, occasionally mentioning math. Second Master Wang Laoshi is a science student, mainly teaching math and drawing, sometimes mentioning Marx and Engels. As for their teaching styles, Master Wang Fuzi prefers citing references, with clear organization and strict logic. Second Master Wang Laoshi is imaginative, jumping from explaining the number 1 to talking about warships in the next moment. Honestly, Song Mingzhu prefers Second Master Wang Laoshi's lessons because they share the same educational background. Learning from Master Wang Fuzi is quite difficult for her. She's not used to his formal, literary way of speaking. Every time he speaks, she first has to mentally translate the classical Chinese into plain language to understand. For example, when Master Wang Fuzi learned that Song Mingzhu liked math, he casually posed a problem. For guests drink at a tavern, chaotic and busy. Light wine is called thin. Strong wine is called rich. 1 bottle of rich wine makes 3 drunk. 3 bottles of thin wine make 1 drunk. They drank 19 bottles in total. 33 guests are drunk, their faces flushed. Can a clever scholar figure out how many bottles of rich wine and thin wine did they drink? At that time, Song Mingzhu didn't understand. A couple of days later, her second master was in charge, and she took out the problem to ask him, "Master, you weren't here these days, but Fuzi gave us a math problem, something about wine." Her second master scoffed. Just a bunch of wine drinkers drinking a lot of wine. Then he translated it for her. A tavern sells 2 kinds of wine, thin and rich. Rich wine is strong. 1 bottle can make 3 people drunk. Thin wine is weaker. 3 bottles are needed to make 1 person drunk. There are 33 people and they drank 19 bottles in total. Question: how many bottles of rich wine and thin wine did they drink? See, that's the difference. So, Song Mingzhu learns much slower from Master Wang Fuzi, but faster from Second Master Wang Laoshi. Alright, now I'll ask you, what is 1 plus 1? Second Master Wang Laoshi finished explaining addition during Song Mingzhu's daydream and started asking questions. Equals 2. Isn't that easy for Song Mingzhu? 1 plus 2 equals what? 3. 2 plus 3 equals what?
5.
It's so sad to see how tiring it is to pretend to be ordinary. 5 plus 7 equals what? Song Mingzhu was about to say this question was too advanced, but then she saw her dad and a group of people heading up the back mountain toward the lake. "Master, my dad is here." Song Mingzhu jumped up and said, "I want to ask for a short leave to go see my dad." "Go ahead." Teacher Wang didn't stop her. Song Mingzhu then shouted to Song Lu, who was nearby gathering pig grass, "Sister Song Lu, my dad and them went to the lake. I want to go see them." Song Lu looked up from the grass and replied, "Wait a moment, I'll take you there." Song Lu doesn't raise pigs for her mother-in-law. She helps others gather pig grass and can exchange it for things like salt. Not wanting to delay Song Lu's work, Song Mingzhu decided to involve her master. "No need," Song Mingzhu shouted. "My master is coming too. Just focus on your work." Then, she glanced at her second master and confidently stretched out her chubby little hand. "Master, shall we go together?" Teacher Wang. Did I agree? Song Mingzhu didn't care if her second master agreed or not. She simply reached out and took his hand. Oops, she didn't quite manage to pull it. So, she turned around and looked at her second master with big eyes, silently saying, "Let's go." At this age, children's hands are soft and warm. Teacher Wang only felt that the small hand holding his fingers was surprisingly like fire, tugging at his heart. He used to tell himself he was just a lonely soul wandering in this world, waiting for death to set him free. He had no attachment to this world. But now, because of that tiny hand, he felt a faint connection to the world. Not much, just a thread thinner than a hair, which could snap with a pull. Yet, under the watchful eyes of the old servant who had always cared for him, he didn't break that thread. So, he stiffly lifted his foot, and that thread turned into a spider's silk, pulling him along proudly. "Master, we built a bamboo pipe from the lake to bring water down," the little spider said confidently. "I told my dad if we succeed, I'll make one for you too." He felt the sun blinding his eyes a bit. The little spider had already seen her dad and shouted from afar, "Dad." Her dad looked back and hurriedly said, "Oh, big girl, the water isn't coming up yet." Looking again, Wang.
Wang.
"Lord Wang?" How come he also came? Lord Wang is also very surprised. Yes, he can't shoulder heavy loads or carry things in his hands. Why did he come? Oh, just now the little spider spirit was talking to her father about something. Her family wants to draw water from the lake. Draw water. But it doesn't come up on the water surface. It can't rise up. It's as if something has opened the chaos, and the long-lost madman sees a ray of sunlight. Because your pressure isn't enough. Teacher Wang's sudden words left Song Dalong and others confused. Because there's not enough pressure here, so the water can't come up, Teacher Wang said reluctantly, pointing at the bamboo pipe used to draw water. Song Mingju was the first to react. Oh, I forgot. She clapped her head. I forgot our water jar is just a small container. Song Dalong finally remembered the neglected matter and suddenly realized, oh, I forgot too. Can that water jar be like the lake? They used 2 or 3 feet long bamboo pipes to draw water from the jar, which was no problem. But when they used bamboo pipes dozens of yards long to draw water from the big lake, even a dragon might find it hard to do. What should we do then? Song Dalong bowed deeply to Teacher Wang. Please, Lord Wang, teach us. Village Master Jing also realized this and hurriedly bowed to Teacher Wang. Please, Lord Wang, teach us. Teacher Wang looked at them, but no one felt like he was really watching them. It felt very strange. Master. Song Mingju shook her master. Her master had a hard time focusing. Village Master Jing didn't know who Teacher Wang was looking at through them. They could only look at him eagerly, hoping this madman, punished for peeking into the heavenly book, would reveal some secret of heaven. But this madman looked at Song Mingju. What do you think? Teacher Wang asked his only disciple. How do you think this problem can be solved? Song Mingju couldn't just say, just get a water pump. Could she? She stared at the bamboo pipe, thinking hard, and said, since the pressure isn't enough and the water isn't coming up, then we should increase the pressure. How to increase it? Teacher Wang continued to ask. If she had known she would travel through time, Song Mingju would definitely have studied mechanical design. Then, with their combined skills, they might even build an airplane. But the wind from the lake seemed to say, wake up. Song Mingju wiped her face and pointed at the corner of the, saying, let's add a device here to pump the water up. She really hates that feeling of I've seen it but I don't know how to explain it. Which device? How does it work? Teacher Wang pressed closely. Song Mingju thought, maybe just studying mechanical design isn't enough. Perhaps she needs to study agricultural science as well. Of course, she didn't know if the agricultural science program taught the works of nature. If not, she would have to learn it separately. It's a water pumping device. Song Mingju struggled to give her answer. It can be operated by hand or foot, drawing water from the lake into bamboo pipes, then sending it down the mountain. Thinking of this, Song Mingju no longer needed her master to guide her. She continued to think along the same lines. This device can be based on a spinning wheel, or a windmill for threshing grain, or... Suddenly, Song Mingju's eyes lit up. A water wheel. Their Song family terrace doesn't lack water, so they don't have a water wheel, but maybe other places do. Wouldn't it be simple to ask Village Sheng to borrow one? Yes, just use a water wheel. Song Mingju cheered, dancing with joy. Village Zheng and the others looked confused. They could only guess that Song Mingju had found a way to solve the problem. Only Song Dalong's face gradually lit up. Ah, I understand now. Song Dalong also danced happily. I know what to do. Use a overturning cart. Flip the water up. Teacher Wang was a bit surprised that Song Dalong could think so clearly. He looked at him more carefully. The others thought, these father and daughter are both crazy in the same way. Uncle, I already have a plan, Song Dalong excitedly told Village Zheng. You all go back first. Once I fix it, call everyone to help. The 2 Dagozi fathers left first. Chang'e, where will you find an overturning cart? Village Zheng frowned. I remember none of the nearby villages have one. The town's landlord has one, Song Dalong said. I saw it before. It was broken, but my dad fixed it. Village Zheng thought for a moment and said, all right, I'll go with you to the town and see if the landlord will lend it. They need to do this quickly during the farming break. Once the harvest begins, they won't have time. Winter is slow, but it's cold then, and no one wants to move. Youngest, go back and prepare the ox cart, Village Sheng told his son again. Okay. Song Laoyao received the order and ran off quickly. Then, Village Zheng and Song Dalong thanked teacher Wang again. They sent the master and apprentice back, and Song Mingzhu continued her lesson. Song Dalong looked back briefly, and then hurried down the mountain. Song Dalong, village chief Cunjing, and young master Song drove ox cart to the town, directly to the residence of the local gentry. I am Cunjing from Songjia Tai village. I have something to request a meeting with the gentry. Please kindly inform him, Cunjing politely told the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper, upon hearing Cunjing's name, immediately went inside to report.
Soon, someone came out to invite them in.
The gentry's surname was Gao, about 50 years old. He usually helped manage some town affairs. Song Cunjing knew him well. What's the wind today that brought Song Cunjing here? Gao said with a smile. I hear your Song family has been making a big splash in the county lately. But his tone sounded a bit teasing. Song Dalong didn't understand much about these matters, but Cunjing saw through it immediately. Inside, they were still upset about the previous issue with the rough fellow, Lao Lu. There was nothing else. Recently, only this matter could touch Gao's nerves. It was my fault, Cunjing said humbly, then smiled and added, our village doesn't have many issues. There was just a theft case before, but since the thief colluded with someone from the county, he was directly sent to the county for punishment. Cunjing explained the situation clearly and continued. It was also good luck that the magistrate personally handled the case and sentenced him to exile. Cunjing's words were quite interesting. First, they explained the reason for the incident without intentionally avoiding the gentry. Second, they showed that they had appeared before the magistrate, indicating they were not so easy to bully. The local gentry was powerful, though their authority in local governance was less than that of Cunjing. Their influence was greater, and they couldn't be offended easily. After all, there had been cases of local landlords occupying village land. But if a village was united and dealt with outsiders together, the gentry wouldn't easily offend them. In the late last dynasty, peasant rebellions had occurred, and the rebels often targeted local landlords first. Moreover, the current magistrate's background was quite impressive. He was a supporter of the emperor. So, both sides looked at each other and felt the other was not to be trifled with. Threats and bribes probably wouldn't work, and cooperation might last longer. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling face, so the gentry offered tea graciously. Master Song Zhen is coming today. Zhang Zhen also brought 2 fish he caught in his village lake and said, I want to ask the young master to borrow some things. The conversation at Lord Gao's house left Song Dalong feeling very confused. First, when he heard that Zhang Zhen wanted to borrow something, Lord Gao thought Zhang Zhen was planning to rob the rich to help the poor, and he looked very alert. Zhang Zhen quickly explained that he only wanted to borrow a cart from Lord Gao's house. Is your Song terrace lacking water? Lord Gao asked in surprise. Not exactly. Zhang Zhen briefly explained that the Song family planned to set up a water supply system, and he summarized the situation. After understanding, Lord Gao showed great interest. Your Song terrace is really full of ideas now, Lord Gao exclaimed. Even the lotuses, which are everywhere, are being sold to the county. The lively scene at the lunchbox was something Lord Gao completely missed. The bamboo dolls also missed it. His grandson did go and buy 2 sets of bamboo dolls from Song Terrace himself, and the whole family took turns playing with them. The news about the lotus flowers only reached him later. He heard that the lotus flowers at Song Terrace were even praised by the county magistrate. In short, Lord Gao missed all the excitement at Song Terrace. This time, he definitely wouldn't let it go.
Impossible. Impossible.
Zhang Zhen glanced at the instigator, Song Dalong, humbly saying, thanks to the blessings of the emperor, the magistrate, and Lord Gao, we can finally live a peaceful life now. Not at all, not at all. Lord Gao was afraid to compare himself with the other 2. He was worried that if he kept talking, this old eel might say something he couldn't handle, So he quickly said, "As for the cart, I can lend it to you, but I have a condition." "Please go ahead, Lord Gao," Zhang Zhan respectfully said.
Well,
"About the water supply. Once you at Song Terrace have it set up, don't spread the news. Come to my house and make one," Lord Gao said sharply, sensing the benefit in this matter. "If it really works well, I'll convince the local officials and get one for the town too. If this thing is truly useful, it will be a good achievement." And the local official, surnamed Gao, is related to Lord Gao, so the benefits won't go outside. This kind of vision should be long-term. Zhang Zhen didn't immediately agree, but looked at Song Dalong. After all, the most important work was done by Song Dalong. Song Dalong thought carefully and decided that it might not be a bad idea. Since winter is coming, even if Wang Langjun and the others are willing to come again, they won't have many chances. When that time comes, there will be plenty of free time, and we will have things to do.
but
Song Dezhong subtly moved his hand, and villager Zheng understood. "Our village's tap water would be so much better if the young master and the village head could give some advice," villager Zheng said happily. "But we're just starting to try, so we haven't decided how much bamboo to use, how to lay the pipes, or how to connect everything. All old foxes, how could the wealthy young master not understand?" "You old thing," the young master said with a smile, pointing at villager Zheng. "Don't worry, do it however you need to, and I won't take a single coin from you." Until the young master's servant loaded the cart, and the three members of the Song family gratefully left, Song Laoi finally let out a sigh of relief. "Father, we haven't even figured out how to do it ourselves, and now we're taking on a job already?" Song Laoi said in disbelief. Villager Zheng was also very excited, but he didn't show it. He simply said calmly, "Didn't you hear everything?" Song Dezhong was also very excited. He had only promised to find a way before. Now that villager Zheng was involved, the solution was practically at the door. That tense feeling finally became real. "Wow, no wonder you're villager Zheng." Song Dezhong sincerely praised him. Song Laoi also echoed, praising his father. "Wow, no wonder he's our dad." The three went to town and not only brought back the cart but also a shocking piece of news, which made the whole village excited. The families who hesitated before also changed their minds and came to ask villager Zheng for help, wanting to join the tap water project. "We were blinded before and didn't see how good villager Zheng is. Villager Zheng, please forgive us." "Yes. We were so foolish. Please, villager Zheng, don't leave." "Villager Zheng. Villager Zheng?" "Lord Villager Zheng." Now, the most important thing was that Song Dezhong applied the cart to the main task. Only he could do this job. But Song Dezhong's fields couldn't be left unattended either. So, villager Zheng and a few others decided to take turns helping Song Dezhong watch the fields, so he could focus fully on developing the water diversion device and bring water, helping the whole village make money faster. Fortunately, there wasn't much work in the fields at this time, and everyone had no complaints. Additionally, villager Zheng secretly assured them, "Don't worry, you guys. The village won't lose out on this. The leader is often the one who suffers losses. If they give up, who will take the lead in the future?" So, these families all put their hearts into the matter, agreeing to follow village chief's arrangements and do whatever is asked without question. Song Dalong carefully studied the overturned cart after getting it. An overturned cart is actually a water we'll use to lift water in dry areas, bringing water from low places to higher ground. Because it lifts water, some also call it a lifting cart. It can also be used in reverse to drain excess water from fields, called drainage. This device mainly consists of a water trough in the middle, 2 wheels at each end, a wooden chain that turns the wheels, and a board that scrapes water. The wheel looks like this. See the picture below. When in use, you extend one end of the water trough into the water, turn the handle, and the water is lifted up. Because it looks like a dragon with bones, it's called a dragon bone water wheel. A craft enthusiast named Lu Lei spent a month and a half recreating a long version of the dragon bone water wheel. See the video screenshot. One good thing about this device is that it can be made longer or shorter. If the isn't steep, make it shorter. If the is very long, several can be used together in stages to lift water step by step. In Song Jiatai's current situation, The water trough doesn't need to be very long. After understanding how the overturned cart works, Song Dalong started disassembling and then reassembling it, making sure he remembered everything thoroughly. When Song Mingju came home from school in the afternoon and saw her father had already finished, she exclaimed, "Wow, Dad, you're really quick and decisive." "No choice. The whole village is counting on me now," Song Dalong said, feeling the weight of responsibility like a mountain. "It's okay, I'm here too." Song Mingju put down her school bag, squatted beside her father, and while helping him with the overturned cart, she chatted with him. "This is what an overturned cart looks like. Dad, what's this? And this?
What do you call that?"
With Song Dalong's explanations, Song Mingju learned about the main parts of the overturned cart and even turned it a couple of times herself. It felt really good. Wow, ancient people were really clever. Song Mingju said sincerely, touching the chain. They even invented chains. With this invention, many more things can be done. The overturned cart was borrowed back, but making a replica wouldn't be done in a day or two. During this break, Erguzi's father caught a big fish in the lake, went to the neighboring village to buy some meat, bought 2 large bones and a bag of pastries, then came to learn how to weave straw hats from Song Dalong. "Oh, brother, just come, no need to bring anything." Song Dalong refuses to accept anything. He knows about Erguzi's family situation. Erguzi's father spent so much money that his wife will scold him for a long time. "No way," Erguzi's father insists. "Even though I don't officially apprentice, I still need to show respect." There are reasons why Erguzi's father is willing to spend so much. First, he doesn't want others to criticize him for taking advantage of Song Dalong. Second, the Song family is small, and this will eventually get around. He's setting an example for the villagers. If they want to learn how to make hats from Song Dalong, they must follow his rules. He isn't trying to cheat Song Dalong, and others shouldn't try to cheat him either. Song Dalong refused 3 times, but Erguzi's father insisted 3 times, and in the end, he accepted. Only then did Erguzi's father sit down to learn how to weave straw hats from Song Dalong. Since the last time Erguzi's father said he wanted to learn, Song Dalong had been preparing. He took time and effort, using different materials to make several types of straw hats, choosing the easiest, most practical, and best-looking one, and improved his hat-making skills significantly. Now, what he teaches Erguzi's father is the best. "Brother, based on my experience selling things in the county these past few times, to sell well, the first step is to make good products," Song Dalong shares his knowledge. "People can tell right away if something is good or bad." "That's right," Erguzi's father agrees. "I don't want to do anything shady or damage my reputation." He has thought it over. In the Song family area, rice can be harvested twice a year, and straw can be used from this year to next year. So, these straw hats can be woven all year round. Naturally, they can be sold all year round too. They can be used to block the sun on sunny days, protect from light rain, and even snow in winter. There's basically no time when they're not useful. Since he can weave and sell hats whenever he has free time, Erguzi's father wants to do, as well as Song Dalong, build a good reputation and make his name known. That way, whenever people think of straw hats, they will think of him first. Song Dalong is also called Skilled Worker Song, so why not call him Straw Hat Song? He has very high ideals. Because Erguzi's father first educated himself, Song Dalong's teaching went smoothly, and they quickly reached the technical stage. "I've been experimenting with several weaving methods these days, and this one is the best." Song Dalong shows Erguzi's father a straw hat he made. This straw hat was improved after Song Mingju's aesthetic advice. It fits snugly on the head, the brim was widened slightly, and a button was added on top, allowing the brim to be rolled up or down.
"Button?"
Erguzi's father asked curiously. "Yes, it's something my mother thought up," Song Dalong replied. Song Dalong demonstrated, and Erguzi's father didn't see anything unusual. But when he held the straw hat in his hands, he realized it looked completely different from before. First, the material feels solid and sturdy. Second, the widened brim looks better. Then, because of the button, the brim is easy to roll up for work and can be lowered to block the sun, which is very convenient. This straw hat Erguzi's father honestly said, even an emperor would be satisfied wearing it. Song Dalong was happy. Then keep going, try to sell the hats from Songjia Terrace all the way to the capital. Erguzi's father thought for a moment. Oh, no, that's not something to think about. This kind of straw hat is made with wheat straw as the frame, so it needs to be stiff. Song Dalong took some prepared wheat straw and patiently taught Erguzi's father how to make the hat step by step. Watch carefully, first like this, then like that. Erguzi's father, whose hands had been rough from farm work for years, with thick knuckles and rough skin, held 3 pieces of straw. Clumsy yet determined, he wove them like he was braiding a girl's hair for the first time, dreaming of a better life for his family. Song Dalong taught him 2 ways to weave the hats, one with a wide, delicate brim like this, and a simple, narrow-brimmed one. You should sell both types. People will always pick at something or bargain, Song Dalong explained. But if you have 2 options, you can sell them like this. If someone thinks it's too expensive, recommend the cheaper one. If they think the cheap one looks bad, suggest the nicer one. This was Song Dalong's secret from selling bamboo dolls, usually not shared with others. Erguzi's father felt that Song Dalong was truly thinking of him. Song Dalong wasn't just teaching him half-heartedly but treated making straw hats as a real business, sincerely helping him learn. Because of this, Song Dalong earned the highest respect in Erguzi's father's heart. Changha is a man of great integrity. Song Dalong and Erguzi's father worked hard, one teaching with dedication, the other learning with effort, so others didn't dare to disturb them. Erguzi's mother came out to call her husband for dinner and saw this scene. Her throat tightened a bit. She didn't say anything but quietly went back to the kitchen and cracked an egg into the pot. When Mingju returned from school, she saw a pile of straw hats in the main room and excitedly jumped up. Dad, are you going to sell straw hats in the county? She missed the little one. I'm not going, said Song Dalong. It's Erguzi's father. He came to learn how to weave straw hats.
These are all made by him. Oh.
Song Mingju looked a bit disappointed. Song Mingju pouted her bottom, and Song Dalong knew what his daughter wanted to do. Seeing his wife cooking in the kitchen, he leaned close to his daughter's ear and whispered, when it gets cooler, I'll talk to your mother and take you to the county. Really? Song Mingju's eyes lit up. Sure. Song Dalong quickly covered his daughter's mouth. Be quiet. Song Mingju nodded and turned around to look at the straw hat her father's friend was weaving, then suggested, Dad, you guys only weave big hats for adults. Can you make some for kids too? Kids don't do any work. Song Dalong said deliberately with a look of dislike. Song Mingju glared at her father, hands on her hips, and confidently said, Kids don't work, but they also have parents. Can't kids wear pretty straw hats and show off? Dad, who do you look down on? Song Dalong hesitated. He didn't look down on children. He just thought adults might not want to spend money buying these hats for kids. But how will we know if we don't try? Song Mingju reasoned confidently. Listen to me, make some small hats for children, and add some flowers on top. Maybe the girls who liked the bamboo dolls before won't like it, but as long as the hat is pretty, someone will buy it. Especially those families who bought bamboo dolls and had daughters at home. When her father suggested this idea, Song Dalong was always happy to listen. So, when Erguzi's father came back in the afternoon, Song Dalong relayed the suggestion. This was proposed by our Mingju. Brother, think about it carefully. Are you willing to put in a little more effort and make some small hats for children? Who is Song Mingju? She is someone who can sell lotus flowers and leaves from Song's terrace all the way to the county. How could Erguzi's father not listen? Then, I thank my niece. Thinking carefully, Erguzi's father was one of the first in the village to realize the true nature of Song Dalong's daughter's talents. Back then, Song Dalong was only slightly better than him. But now, Song Dalong has surpassed even the village's best blacksmiths. It shows that listening to a talented girl can bring in a fortune. Erguzi's father learned to weave straw hats at Song Dalong's house all day. By evening, his fingertips, hardened from work, were red and sore. Tomorrow I'll go gather some wheat straw and buy thread in town, he said during dinner.
Why?
The second son's mother didn't know what her husband had learned, so she asked. The second son's father replied, Long River taught me 2 ways to weave straw hats. Hearing this, the mother was a bit unhappy. Gathering wheat straw and buying thread costs money, right? Can't we just make simple hats to sell for now? Today, the money spent on gifts was enough to feed the family for half a year. She couldn't bear to spend more. You're such a wife, the father said angrily. Long River said good straw hats can sell for twice the price of ordinary ones. If we sell a few, the money we spend will be paid back. If you're too stingy, we won't catch the wolf.
Think carefully about this.
The mother tossed and turned in bed for a long time. Until midnight, she suddenly got up, slapped her husband awake, and whispered, I can spend this money, but you must tell your parents clearly. This is our own money and effort, not shared with the family. The money we earn has nothing to do with them. They also had a second and third child. The mother was unhappy for a long time about her in-laws secretly helping the older children. The father was silent for a moment and said quietly, I'm the eldest son, and I will still support my parents. Just like before, we will support them as needed, the mother said. But if they want to use our earnings to help the younger children like before, that's definitely not okay. The father didn't reply. Think about your own son, the mother said. The teacher said our eldest is talented in studying. I would sell everything and work hard to send him to school for exams. Now, the second son also wants to study, but we can't afford it. Poor second son, at such a young age, he is already earning money to help the family. Thinking of this, the mother couldn't help but shed tears. Did she really want to be so stingy? But if she wasn't so careful, how would her family of 4 survive? Today, her husband went to learn straw hat weaving from Long River, and her mother-in-law even wanted the third son to go. If you think our family is too peaceful, we can split up, the mother said suddenly, smashing her bowl. We might as well move to be neighbors with Second Yo's family. The old lady didn't dare to speak after that. It's not that I dislike the second and third children, the mother continued. The second has always been sneaky, and the third, being the youngest, just has to shout and get what he wants. This family, from start to finish, only you are honest. She also felt sorry for her husband. In the past, you helped raise the second and third children, and I didn't care. But if the 2 brothers, Guzi and his sibling, have to help take care of the elderly parents and manage 3 households, then life isn't worth living. Guzi's father was silent for a long time before saying, I understand. I will talk to my parents tomorrow. Finally, he gently embraced his wife and helped her lie down to sleep. These years, I've caused you trouble, he said. These 7 words made Guzi's mother cry like rain. On the other side of the room, the 2 brothers had already been awakened by the noise, but neither dared to move. Guzi buried his head in his brother's neck, and moonlight shone through the thin paper on the window, illuminating their faces with a watery glow. The brothers loved each other, and the couple was united. When everyone works together, even if the family is poor, it's only a temporary hardship. The next morning, Guzi's father went to talk to his own parents. While playing in the courtyard, Guzi heard arguing from the main house. He wanted to go see, but his mother held him back, not letting him go. Some things, in the end, only Guzi's father could see clearly himself, so he could make a firm decision. May had previously agreed to help Song Lu harvest vegetables. Coincidentally, she was passing by Guzi's house and heard the argument, so she paused for a moment. His mother then called out, Third sister, what are you busy with? I'm helping Song Lu cut vegetables. May waved the sickle she was holding. Come help out then, Guzi's mother said, and finally called her son. Guzi, let's go help your sister Song Lu cut vegetables. The words Song Lu were spoken clearly and loudly. Guzi's mother was using the matter of Nyo's family to remind her in-laws. Song Lu was a clever girl, and she immediately responded loudly, Thank you, Auntie. Thank you, Guzi's younger brother. Sure enough, the main house quieted down for a moment. Guzi's mother picked up the sickle and shouted into the main house, Head of the household, I'm going out. His father came out, handed him 2 straw hats, and said, Wear these, don't get too hot. His third sister-in-law, standing nearby, sarcastically said, "Big Uncle really cares about his wife. It's not even sunny yet." Erguzi's mother just smiled and led Erguzi away, without looking back. When they arrived at Songlu's vegetable field, Mei quietly asked Erguzi's mother, "What's wrong with your family?" "It's because of the straw hat making lesson from our family's Changhe. Those two just want to take advantage," Erguzi's mother said. "Anyway, I want to split the family." The current law still followed the previous dynasty's rule that if parents are alive, the family cannot be divided, but it's not entirely impossible. After all, even the emperor's sons sometimes split their families. "You're better off than us." Erguzi's mother envied Mei at this moment. "I also have a few sisters-in-law, my family," Mei whispered. Actually, their family situation is a bit complicated, but since old Song has passed away, everyone keeps their distance. Someone born from the same mother may not be close, let alone those from different mothers. So, Mei has never told her daughter about her family matters. Even now, Song Mingju still thinks her father is her only old relative from her maternal side. Putting aside the issues with Song Changhe's family, Erguzi's mother helped with the vegetables and didn't want to face difficult problems at home. She decided to go to town with Mei and Song Lu to sell vegetables. Of course, Erguzi also wanted to go along. This was his first time going to the town. Mei, Song Lu, and the mother and son, Erguzi, arrived in town. Mei skillfully chose a spot at the street corner, set up her basket, and started calling out, "Vegetables for sale, just picked this morning, fresh and tasty." Song Lu had never seen such a scene before and was stiff like a wooden stake. "This is your vegetables. Even if I help you once, I can't do it every time," Mei said with a smile. "Come on, don't be afraid. Just follow me and shout, 'Vegetables for sale.'" Song Lu called out twice, sounding like a mosquito. Mei patted her shoulder to encourage her. "Speak louder. Your vegetables are so good, everyone should know about it." So, Song Lu gathered her courage and shouted loudly, "Vegetables for sale." It scared a passing old lady, who shivered and looked over. "Grandma, do you want to buy vegetables?" Song Lu asked straightforwardly. The old lady looked at Song Lu and the vegetables in front of her, then came over and asked, "How much are these vegetables?" "These washed ones are 4 coins a bunch, and the unwashed are 3 coins a bunch," Mei answered for Song Lu. "That's expensive," the old lady said. "It's not expensive," Mei replied. "These are fresh vegetables, just harvested, not available elsewhere yet." That was true. Originally, they planned to wait until after the busy farming season to harvest the seeds, which was after Song Lu separated from her family, so she couldn't do much. Mei and the village elder's wife gathered some seeds, and Song Lu planted the vegetables. They didn't expect to catch this opportunity. The old lady thought the price was too high and shook her head, walking away. Song Lu wanted to lower the price, but Mei waved her off and continued to cheerfully greet the next passing lady. "Uncle, that old lady didn't want to buy. Why didn't you lower the price a bit?" Song Lu whispered. "Your vegetables are so good. They're worth this price. If she doesn't buy, someone else will." Mei shared her experience with Song Lu, saying, "You need to understand one thing. If you give this old lady less money, then in the future, you will have to sell everything at that same low price. At that point, you won't be able to raise the price even a little." Erguzi's mother came closer and asked softly why. Although she was tough in the village once outside, she was as gentle as Song Xiaohua, not daring to make a fuss. She was carefully watching how Mei sold her goods, trying to learn her style. Because the town is small, when you sell vegetables, if someone asks how much, and you sell for less than usual, or more than usual, the person who paid more might come back later to ask for a refund. Erguzi's mother and Song Lu were both surprised and no longer dared to ask for less money casually. But seeing so many people passing by without buying was also very stressful. Suddenly, Mei saw a familiar lady and happily called out, "Lady Jian." Hearing her name, Lady Jian stopped and looked around, also happy.
"Oh, Mei Yangshi."
Lady Jian had bought several lunchboxes from Mei earlier and had been hoping for her and her husband to come back, but they hadn't. Her husband also earned some tea money from Mei's husband. Because of this, Lady Jian had a very good impression of May. Have you changed to selling vegetables now? Lady Jian came over and looked at the vegetables in front of May. I've looked along the street, but your vegetables are still the best. These are my vegetables. I'm just helping the villagers sell theirs, May said, patting Song Lu, meaning these vegetables belong to the girl. Then she handed a bunch of vegetables to Lady Jian to look at. Lady Jian, you always have good taste. Our vegetables are fresh early in the morning, and others haven't even started selling yet.
How much for?
4 coins for a bunch after washing, 3 coins if not washed. Lady Jian liked the bright green leaves very much. After thinking for a moment, she said, just give me 1 bunch. The washed vegetables are good to eat today, and the unwashed ones can be soaked in water and kept for tomorrow. This made Song Lu and Erguzi's mother very happy. Each of them took a bunch of vegetables and put them into Lady Jian's basket. To be honest, Lady Jian, you are our first customer. I'll make the decision to give you 2 extra scallions for free. May handed 2 scallions to Lady Jian. Buying vegetables and getting scallions for free, this was something Song Mingzhu had mentioned when she heard her mother was going to help Song Lu sell vegetables. May thought, isn't this just like buying lunchboxes and getting chopsticks free? So she asked Song Lu to pick a few more scallions. Spare a little for small gains, but leave a good impression on people. From now on, selling vegetables will be easier. Lady Jian was very happy and said, Lady May is good at doing business. May was enthusiastic as she saw Lady Jian off. Song Lu thought for a moment and boldly said, Auntie, from now on, I will sell the vegetables. If you think these vegetables are tasty, come back later. Lady Jian smiled and replied, then left. Not bad, quite an improvement. May looked at Song Lu with satisfaction. These vegetables aren't stolen or taken by force. You grew them yourself. You should have this confidence. Song Lu felt encouraged and was very happy. Without waiting for May to remind her, she started calling out to sell. Erguzi's mother envyingly said, Third sister, now I see why your family is getting better and better. I used to think you were gentle, but I didn't expect you to be so brave outside. Not at all. When I first went out, I couldn't even open my mouth, May said. But then I thought, this is our family's reliance, so I was willing to show my face. Thinking carefully, Erguzi's mother realized that was the truth. To get by, you have to be brave. Erguzi also understood this and helped call out to sell. He was small and stood beside Song Lu, so people thought they were siblings. Passers-by often looked twice. May saw they were doing well and pulled Erguzi's mother aside, letting the kids sell on their own. Unexpectedly, they sold much better than before. Happy, Erguzi said, Sister Song Lu, if you sell vegetables in the future, let me come along. Sure. Song Lu replied quickly. I'll pay you a wage too. May and Erguzi's mother both smiled. Thanks to everyone's effort, all the vegetables were sold out. Song Lu insisted on buying buns for everyone, but May and Erguzi's mother wouldn't allow it. You just earned a little money. Save it first, Erguzi's mother said. When you make big money later, you can invite us to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. Not all parents are unfit. The common people at the bottom may not speak big principles, but they show kindness in their own way. But Erguzi was young. After working all morning, he was already hungry. In the end, Song Lu forcibly bought 2 vegetable buns for Erguzi, costing 3 coins. The rest, Erguzi's mother wouldn't let him spend even a penny more. Erguzi was obedient and shared 1 bun with May. Auntie, this is for Mingzhu. When he said that, May and even her own mother looked at him in surprise. Both mothers couldn't help but wonder, what is Erguzi trying to do? Faced with the 2 stern looks, Erguzi quickly explained, Jingzhu went to the county last time to sell bamboo dolls and even shared some cake with me. Song Mingzhu's kindness had always stayed in Erguzi's memory. Now that he had something tasty, he was happy to share it with her. The 2 women suddenly understood. Mrs. May looked at Erguzi's mother. Erguzi's mother, who used to be stingy, changed her attitude and agreed sincerely. Yes, you should share one with Mingzhu. Seeing that Erguzi's mother seemed truly to have changed, Mrs. May felt very happy. Erguzi, thank you on behalf of Mingzhu. Mrs. May patted his head and praised him, but this bun is best when it's hot. Once we get back to the village and it cools down, it won't taste as good. So you eat this one first. When you have more delicious food next time, you can share with Mingzhu, okay? Erguzi thought for a moment and nodded, okay. But he kept one bun aside, giving it to his mother to keep so he could take it home for his older brother. Song Li only had a few coins on her, and the rest was usually handed over to Mrs. May for safekeeping. She didn't avoid Erguzi's mother in doing this, nor could she. Erguzi's mother watched quietly, deep in thought. When they returned to the village, everyone resumed their usual distant attitude, seeming neither warm nor cold. People speculated whether there was a conflict among them, making those eager to ask hesitant to speak. The family dispute of Erguzi's household was indeed, as Mrs. May had guessed, not easy to resolve. Erguzi's grandmother cried, caused a fuss, and even threatened to hang herself. Erguzi's wife also tried to take sides. As for Erguzi's father, his attitude was clear. He would do his share of the work in the fields, no less. But beyond that, he didn't want to think about it. Regarding household matters, Erguzi's mother divided everything equally according to the third household, doing her part diligently. Anything that wasn't her responsibility, she simply ignored with a lazy eye. Even the village elders couldn't find fault with the couple. Their second and third brothers were used to doing sloppy work, and after a few days, the once well-tended fields were ruined. The village elder was so angry, he came to scold them. I don't care how your family arranges things. I have just one thing to say. If your good fields don't yield a good harvest this fall, you won't be planting in those fields next year. So, Erguzi's grandfather had to personally go to the fields and teach his two older sons how to farm. Erguzi's father didn't care what others said. Whenever he had free time, he would come learn how to weave straw hats from Song Dawang. He doesn't always cling to Song Dalong all the time. Song Dalong has his own affairs. Erguzi's father only asks for help when he's in trouble. Erguzi's father's handmade straw hat isn't taken home. He just leaves it at Song Dalong's place. Erguzi's mother is quite interesting. She quietly asks Mei Shi, that, third sister, can I also leave the money from selling straw hats here with you? What do you think this place is?
Mei Shi scolds.
Just one more. It's not much. Erguzi's mother pleads with a smile. Please help me. I won't take a single coin back anyway. Mei Shi can only reluctantly agree. Meanwhile, during the days when Erguzi's parents started to become more aware of themselves, Song Dalong combined a overturned cart with bamboo pipes to make a new type of cart. He changed the water tank in the middle into bamboo pipes. He first tested it at his home with a water jar and successfully drew water. It's working. Song Mingzhu cheers. Song Dalong is also very excited. I'll go call village Zheng to see it. No need. Song Mingzhu pulls out De Huang. De Huang will do just fine. Now, almost everyone in the village knows De Huang. Sure enough, village Zheng saw De Huang and immediately knew Song Dalong was looking for him. As usual, village Zheng and Song Lao Yao came together. After seeing it, both were very excited. Father, shall we go to the lakeside now to set it up?
Song Lao Yao at Siten Li.
Village Zheng takes a deep breath, suppressing his eagerness, and says, Don't rush. I'll ask someone to pick an auspicious day. Once the date is set, we'll go into the water. So, village Zheng personally went to the town to seek an auspicious day at Mingxi Ancient Temple. This Mingxi Ancient Temple has a long history. It is said that during the previous dynasty, monks Ziha and Menggao instructed their disciples to build a temple by a creek in town to promote Buddhism. After it was built, it was called Mengxi. Later, villagers and merchants gradually gathered around the temple, and it became a town. The town was named Mingxi Town because of the temple. To this day, Mingxi Temple has been around for over 100 years, and its incense is very powerful. Villagers from nearby villages still come here to pray to the Bodhisattva for important matters. Village Zheng obtained an auspicious day, returned to the village to arrange everything, and waited for the day to arrive. On the day of the water, Song Dalong woke up early. Following village Zheng's instructions, he burned incense, bathed, and first worshipped the ancestral master. Song Mingju was supposed to go to school today, but because it was a big village event, she asked her teacher for leave in advance. Mingju, come, bow to the ancestral master. Master Song Daliang has finished worshipping the ancestor and turns to call his daughter. Currently, he has only this one daughter, who is a capable girl, with no bias against passing on traditions to daughters instead of sons. Ancestor, please bless our family's skilled worker Song to become famous in the Great Xia. Song Mingju also bows her head several times and quietly makes a wish. Onlookers feel a mix of emotions. Originally, women were not usually involved in such rituals, especially since she is just a young girl. But if Song Mingju is not allowed to participate, Song Daliang would definitely stop the ceremony. That girl from the Changha family is truly raised like a son. Some of the men, like Guzi's father, are quietly murmuring. Now, they're starting to treat their daughters a little better, just like Song Daliang does, and life seems to be a bit easier. After worshipping the ancestor, Song Daliang picks up a brush dipped in red cinnabar and marks the cart with red. Begin! Village Zheng shouts loudly. Guzi's father and others carefully lift the cart and carry it steadily to the lakeside in the back mountain, afraid of bumps or collisions. Half the village comes to watch the ceremony at the back mountain, and the other half waits outside Song Daliang's house to see what happens. Song Mingju is led by her father, walking to the lake, acting as a steady support for him. Today, she wears a bright red outfit, with 2 round buns on her head, looking like a lucky doll, very auspicious. The village has set up an altar by the lake, inviting various gods and ancestors to bless them. All ancestors of Songjia Terrace, whether our family can become famous depends on today. When bowing, Village Zheng pulls Song Mingju closer. Mingju, come and bow to the ancestors. There's no choice. This child is very spiritual, and the ancestors are protecting her. Song Mingju obediently kneels and sincerely bows 3 times to the ancestors. Then, Village Zheng solemnly announces, the auspicious time has come. Start the water flow. Guzi's father and others carefully lower the cart into the water. Song Daliang checks the joints again, making sure everything is fine. Then, he and Village Zheng each hold a handle and start to shake. Because Song Daliang changed the water tank into a bamboo pipe, everyone can't see the water flowing up. But Song Daliang's sense of the water's movement is very clear. At first it turns easily and lightly. Then, the feeling under his hands becomes heavier. Song Daliang exchanges a look with Village Zheng, both showing surprise. The water is flowing. Image source, a screenshot from a video by a blogger named Lu Lei. Both of them increase their effort at the same time. Mingju is clever and quickly presses her ear to the bamboo pipe, just hearing the water flowing past. There's water now. Song Mingju happily shouted. Others saw this and gathered around to listen. Wow, there's really water inside. The first person exclaimed excitedly, calling to the people behind. The water is coming. Really? Let me hear. The water has reached here. Here. A quick running child followed the bamboo pipe, running along, listening and shouting. The water is here. At the Song Daliang's house, Mrs. May anxiously waited inside. The village elder's wife, along with her 3 daughters-in-law, and Daliang's mother, along with other women from the village, had all come. There wasn't enough space in the courtyard, but the women didn't mind and gathered outside, chatting. Everyone wanted to see how this water supply worked. But Mrs. May and Old Wu's wife were very worried. Oh no, all the women in the village are here. If it doesn't work this time, it will be really embarrassing. While they were feeling anxious, a shout came from outside. Here it comes. Here it comes. A child squeezed through the adult's legs, causing a few scoldings. Who's that little troublemaker? But the child didn't care and happily shouted, the water is here. So, the women all looked toward the thin bamboo pipe. After a few breaths, water slowly started flowing inside the pipe. Wow, the water is here. Those closest cheered first. Their voices carried outward, and everyone asked and talked. Is the water here? Yes. Is it really from the lake? Yes. My husband has been watching it the whole time. No wonder it's called tap water. It really just comes by itself. Mrs. May, following a plan she had discussed with her husband beforehand, placed a bucket under the bamboo pipe and raised her voice. This water, see, you can use a bucket to catch it or directly fill a water jar. It's very convenient for cooking and washing clothes. Does the water keep flowing like this?
Someone asked.
As long as there's water in the lake and the pipe isn't blocked, it will keep flowing, Mrs. May replied. What if the water runs out? Mrs. May took a round bamboo disc and inserted it into the groove at the end of the pipe to block the flow. That's how you turn it off, she demonstrated. When you want to use it again, just pull out this bamboo disc, and it opens. A few curious people asked, "Can I try?" Mrs. May smiled and invited them over. They tried it themselves and found it quite easy. Oh, so in winter, we won't have to go out to fetch water anymore. The women started discussing excitedly. No more going to the river to wash clothes. Yes, that saves so much trouble. Suddenly, someone asked, what if it's cold and the water inside freezes? What should we do? Oh no, Song Dalong didn't mention this when he was at home. The winter, just use straw to cover the bamboo pipes, said the old woman from village Sheng. Someone in the crowd agreed, that method works, but it will use a lot of straw. Straw is good. In cold winter, straw can even be used as a blanket. The women figured out how to use the tap water and went home to think about it. Some quick-talking folks even spread the news about Song Dalong's situation to the back of the mountain. When Song Dalong heard it, his worried heart finally relaxed. Now, there's only one problem. To keep the water flowing, someone must keep shaking the handle constantly. That's easy, said Village Sheng. Each household can send someone to take turns shaking. We don't need water all day, just a few hours each day. Half an hour of shaking by one person can serve half the village, which is quite convenient. And this work doesn't require much strength. Adults, children, and the elderly can all do it. So, the villagers didn't say anything and gradually dispersed. Song Dalong and his daughter still stayed by the lake. They both wanted to improve the handle of the water, well, so it could shake itself. Unfortunately, today, Song Mingju's master was Wang Fuzi on duty, so they couldn't get any ideas from him. Mingju kept gently shaking the handle of the water wheel, when suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her. Father. Mingju froze, afraid her idea would run away. Do I look like a big bamboo puppet now? She was mimicking a bamboo puppet, pushing the handle little by little.
Ah.
Song Dalong watched for a while, then patted his head and suddenly understood. He finally got the idea, accompanying the thoughtful village Zhang and his son. Wait, what new understanding do you and your daughter have now? Mingju means making a big bamboo puppet to sit here and shake the water, Song Dalong explained to village Zhang. Is that enough? Village Zhang asked, confused. We'll have to try to know for sure. The father and daughter hurried off. Old Song looked at their departing figures with a blank face and asked his father, Dad, here. You stay here and watch. I guess they won't be gone for long, Village Zhang said. Sure enough, after half an hour, Song Dalong and his daughter came back again in a rush. This time, the bamboo puppet Song Dalong made was about half a person tall, with joints all held together by bamboo wedges. That way, he could push the handle easily. Additionally, this time, the bamboo puppet's arms and legs were made from large bamboo pieces instead of bamboo tubes. When inserted into the ground, the bamboo puppet could stand upright. Song Dalong put the puppet's arms onto the handle of the overturned cart, first helping to lift the water, then releasing the handle. The wooden chain on the cart moved 2 wheels, which in turn moved the bamboo puppet, causing the water to flow continuously. Wow, it really works! Song Laoyao exclaimed happily. However, before he finished speaking, the bamboo puppet's movements slowed down. After shaking a few times, it stopped. Song Laoyao looked confused. Did I break it just by calling out? It doesn't have enough power. Song Mingju poked the bamboo puppet and said to her father, We need to add more power to the puppet. Song Dalong squatted down, staring at the puppet and the cart for a long time, then suddenly said, I know what to do now. The village father and son pair Hey, they all eat the same rice and drink the same water, so why don't they know what to do? After a series of experiments, Song Laoyao called over Er Guzi's father and a few others. Then they carried the cart back to Song Dalong's house. This time, Song Dalong modified the cart into two water channels. One was a bamboo pipe for supplying water to the village, and the other was the original water channel used to power the bamboo puppet. He added a wooden chain to drive the puppet, and also attached a base directly connected to the water channel. After fixing the cart, 2 days passed. Meanwhile, Song Lu harvested some vegetables to sell. This time, Meisher didn't go. Er Guzi's mother and daughter went instead. First, to help Song Lu, and second, to practice courage for her own future plans of selling straw hats. At Song Dalong's place, he first tested the water lifting device at home. The water from the cart went partly into the bamboo pipe and partly into the water channel. The water in the channel first moved the bamboo puppet, then flowed back into the lake. Success! Meisher exclaimed, excitedly looking at the puppet. But it's a bit scary. If someone saw this at night. Song Mingzhu. Who doesn't go to the lake at midnight for no reason? Without further ado, De Huang went to call Village Zheng. Village Zheng brought Laoyao over, and after inspecting, he asked his son to call Er Guzi's father and others. The group carried the cart and bamboo puppet back up the mountain. This time, after the water was added, the bamboo puppet moved on its own. Seeing this, Er Guzi's father and the others were amazed. Changhe, you really did it. Yes, Changhe, you're amazing. Thanks to everyone's help. Song Changhe also didn't take all the credit. Siyuanzheng was very pleased with this scene. Everyone was doing their own work, putting in their effort, helping each other. That's how it should be. When will the other family start? Er Guzi's father asked. Siyuanzheng looked at Song Dalong's noticeably thin face and said, Changhe has been tired lately, so he will rest for 2 days first. We'll follow Changhe's water pipe plan and calculate how much bamboo each household needs in the front village. Since some families didn't have bamboo, they needed to calculate the total amount first and then divide it among the families. According to what Changhe said before, the main water pipe uses large bamboo, and the household pipes use thin bamboo? Er Guzi's father confirmed. Yes, Song Dalong nodded. Then I'll call my Dalong over to help with the calculations, Er Guzi's father said. These people are not very good at calculations. Most can only figure out how much money they have. They need someone who has studied to do the math properly. That's good. Siyuanzheng nodded. Maida, who will come help too. The only 2 children in the village who have gone to proper school are here. By the way, each family should prepare 2 extra pieces of bamboo in case they get damaged when installing the pipes. Song Mingzhu naturally took on the role of the assertive village official. Assistant, adding her part nearby. Also, each family should follow my father's method to drill holes in their bamboo, so it will be faster when assembling. They just need a notebook and a pen, more style than substance. They'll arrange that later. Yes. You, the youngest, remember this, Siyuanzheng said appreciatively, looking at Song Mingzhu, acknowledging her role. Next, about labor and money. Siyuanzheng continued assigning tasks. Families without bamboo need to either pay or work. How to arrange payments and labor must be agreed upon first. Song Mingzhu wasn't familiar with the other families' situations, so she couldn't comment on this. But she still spoke up. Those who said they would help but then backed out when it was time to do the work should be blacklisted for being unreliable. No invitations to good events for them later. Rewards and punishments are necessary to build authority. Siyuanzheng couldn't help but look at Song Mingzhu a little more. This girl, who had only been in school for a few days, seemed smarter than his own grandson who had been studying for years. Oh, wait. She also knew how to handle things? No wonder who was afraid to cheat or cut corners when working for her. Everyone in the village agreed that Song Mingzhu was clever. But how clever she really was, no one knew for sure. Mingzhu, I just asked, what did I just say? Villain Zheng intended to give Song Mingzhu a facial and deliberately said, you know, as people get older, they tend to forget things. Song Mingzhu glanced at Villain Zheng and naturally responded, Villain Zheng, you just mentioned 2 plans for overall coordination. The first is, and the second is. I added 2 points from a technical perspective. The first is, and the second is. Then, regarding standard management, I added one more. Song Mingju, like an old scholar, looked into the distance, thinking as she calmly outlined each plan. Her old habits from the past resurfaced, and she accidentally used several outdated terms not common in this era. After finishing, she saw that Villain Zheng and others looked confused, clearly shocked by her words. She didn't bother to explain and simply finished discussing everything they had talked about earlier, then proudly looked at Villain Zheng.
How about that?
I didn't miss anything, right? Praise me, praise me. Oh, Mingzhu, we really can't do without you. Villain Zheng happily praised her. He didn't think that this was a skill Mingzhu was born with. He just thought that the crazy person on the back mountain was truly capable. In just a few days, he had managed to teach Mingzhu so well. Maybe later he could send his second son over too? Erga's father had similar thoughts to Villain Zheng. No matter how talented the crazy person on the back mountain was, he was still just a madman. His eldest son had finally entered school, and there was no way he would leave again. But he didn't want to miss the opportunity in front of him. So, Erga's father thought of his good second son. Erga was at home playing with mud. His father didn't let him go to the back mountain, but Song Mingzhu could go. He saw it himself that day when she went up the water. She looked so impressive. Sai, I heard that Song Mingzhu went to the back mountain again today. He really wanted to go find her and play. Maybe he should tell his father he wanted to learn from that crazy person? That way, he could play with Song Mingzhu every day. Father and son didn't realize they were thinking the same thing. But overall, this family had good intentions. As the saying goes, different people, different minds. Some have good hearts, so naturally others might not. For example, Erga's father, after telling his wife about today's events, she looked away. Erga, come here. His mother called. Mom, what's the matter? Erga asked nervously. Since his older sister left home, his mother had been kinder to him than before. But for some reason, he was more afraid of her now. His mother always made him do this and that, claiming it was for his good. It was as if his mother now said, Ernyo, you should play more with Song Dia. With Song Mingzhu. Do you understand? But before, when he played with Song Mingzhu, his mother scolded him. When Song Mingzhu wants to do something, you rush to help her. Rush. Could he compete with Guzi? Even without Guzi, there were Mao and Zhuang. When Song Mingzhu wants water, you go and bring it to her. Bring water from whose house? If Song Mingzhu is tired, you move a stool for her. Move a stool from whose house? If Song Mingzhu is hungry, then what? Oh, just play more with Song Mingzhu. Ask her if she's cold or hot, and get closer to her. His mother straightforwardly told him this. You want Song Mingzhu to think you're better than Guzi, and that she should come to you first for everything. That's the goal. Nyo was naturally indecisive. When his sister was at home, he always listened to her. Now that she was gone, he followed his mother's instructions. Whatever his mother told him to do, he did. So, the next morning, Nyo went to find Song Mingzhu to play. He was quite obedient, waiting from afar until his father called Song Dalu away before approaching. Mingzhu, can I play with you? Nyo, I have to go to school now. You can go find Guzi and the others to play. Song Mingzhu glanced at him and said. She was busy with important things. She had no time to play with a little kid.
Then.
Nyo hesitated. Do you want some water? Song Mingzhu didn't understand what Nyo was trying to do. She shook her head. Are you tired? Song Mingzhu frowned. Why did Nyo's words sound so familiar? She continued to shake her head. Have you eaten? Song Mingzhu asked. What exactly do you want to do? I don't want to do anything. I just want to. He hadn't used any of his mother's ideas. Thinking quickly, he came up with something himself. I'll take you to the back mountain to school? Song Mingzhu's face stiffened. Her mother, Mei, at the door, also heard this and immediately looked upset. What was Nyo saying? He definitely couldn't have thought of that himself. Who told him to say it? Mei was about to come out and protect her daughter when suddenly a figure appeared at the door. It was Song Lu. Mei thought for a moment and stepped back into the house. Song Mingju also saw Nyo walking over from behind Song Lu. She shook her head and said, "No need, I have someone to pick me up." Although Song Lu only heard 2 or 3 words, she immediately knew that her obedient little brother had probably listened to his mother again and was here for some reason. She wanted to see what kind of trouble that woman was causing this time. Nyo didn't realize his sister was coming. He was still thinking about how to play with Song Mingju. "Can I go to school with you too?" Nyo asked again. "If you want to go to school, you should ask your parents, not me," Song Mingju said calmly, with no smile. "Go back now. Don't come to my house anymore." Seeing that Song Mingju ignored him, Nyo got upset and reached out to pull her. "Mingju, did you just call her Mingju?" A hand slapped away Nyo's hand. He felt hurt and was about to cry. When he turned around, he saw it was his sister, and he immediately dared not move anymore. "Nyo, now you're almost 7 years old. You should start acting properly." Song Lu stepped between Song Mingju and Nyo, protecting her behind her, and said to Nyo, "I've been your sister for a few years and never harmed you. Today, I will be your sister again. Listen carefully." Nyo looked like he wanted to cry, but was afraid to, and he really had no good way to look. "From today on, you are not allowed to come to Song Mingju's house, block her on the road, or call her Mingju. That name isn't for you to call," Song Lu said bluntly. "Remember this. If I catch you doing this again, don't blame me for hitting you every time. That's all I have to say. You're no longer my sister. Go away." Nyo ran away crying. Shameless. Song Lu gritted her teeth in anger. She was really furious. Song Mingju was so young, yet that woman dared to scheme against her? Did she think Mei was stupid? Or Uncle Changha? Or Song Mingju herself? Or Village Sheng? They were truly the only clever ones in the whole village. Mei was so angry inside. She had seen shameless people before, but never someone this shameless. Did she really think giving her face meant opening a dye shop? "Auntie, don't be angry. Let me handle this," Song Lu said, feeling ashamed herself and trying to comfort Mei. "I promise, Nyo will never appear in Mingju's sight again." This also served as a warning to Mei. Her daughter was still young, and someone dared to scheme like this? This time it was Nyo, but who would it be next time? There were so many children in the village, and her daughter was lively and uncontrollable. Could she really prevent every malicious person? No, she couldn't. This matter must not be ignored. Song Mingju was a socialist successor in her past life for 20 years. Now she is only 4 years old and doesn't realize how serious this is. She should still go to school. Mrs. Mei was worried, so she asked Da Huang to accompany Song Lu to send her daughter. After they left, Mrs. Mei told old Wu to lock the door tightly, then she went to find her husband at Village Zheng's house. Village Zheng told Song Dalong to rest for 2 days, but Dalong didn't really rest. He was helping Village Zheng plan things, like how to connect water pipes for a few households. Always busy, busy. Mrs. Mei entered Village Zheng's house. Seeing her husband, she felt upset and said, "You care about the village so much, but people are plotting against your daughter." Hearing this, Song Dalong was so shocked that he dropped the wooden ruler at Village Zheng's feet, making him grimace. "What's wrong?" Dalong hurried to support his wife and asked anxiously, "What happened? Who is plotting against Aya? What's wrong with Aya?" Old Auntie was sewing shoes when she heard this. She quickly put down her work and helped Mei to sit under the eaves. "Third sister, don't panic. Tell me slowly." She also called her daughter to bring water for Mei. Earlier that morning, after Nyo's father called Song Dalong to Village Zheng's house, he went out with old Yao to run around the village. Now they are all family at Village Zheng. Mrs. Mei was there to complain, so she didn't feel shy and immediately told about Nyo bothering her daughter that morning. "Auntie, that kid Nyo usually doesn't dare come close to our house. Why did he come today, just after his father took Long He away?" Mrs. Mei was very angry. And those words he said, it's obvious someone taught him. Village Zheng and Old Auntie, both experienced, understood immediately. They all felt very uncomfortable inside. Poor Mingzhu and Changhe, they care so much about the village. But that shameless person used such dirty words to plot against Mingzhu. Thinking about her precious daughter facing such trouble, Mrs. May felt her liver hurt with anger. If Mingzhu was not 4 but 14 years old, today she would be ruined. In a nearby village, a girl who talked a few extra words with a boy was forced to jump into the river by villagers. Now her grave is overgrown. Every word Mrs. May said pierced Song Dalong's heart. I'm going to find Ernyo's father now. Song Dalong angrily walked out, saying, nonsense about one person's wealth making the whole village rich. Let them enjoy the breeze. His daughter was his greatest concern. Anyone who dared to harm her, not just villagers, but even the emperor himself, Song Dalong would fight to protect her. Village Jianjin quickly jumped and called out, hey, Changhe, Changhe. May's wife naturally went after her husband. Old Auntie also chased after May's wife. The wives, worried about the couple's safety, also ran out. So, busy and idle villagers saw a group of people heading angrily toward the village's end. What's going on? Did something happen? Is that Changhe? Who upset him? Jianjin is there too. It must be serious.
Let's go see.
More villagers followed, rushing toward the village's end. Two Dog's father was counting bamboo supplies when he suddenly saw this group, feeling a bad premonition. When he saw that the leader was Song Dalong and they were heading toward the village's end, he couldn't help but look at Ernyo's father. Ernyo's father, they. Two Dog's father elbowed Ernyo's father. Are they coming to your house? Ernyo's father felt a sharp pain and was about to get angry, but then he saw a large crowd stopping at his door from afar. Ernyo's wife, come out. Song Dalong directly knocked on the door. Ernyo's father saw this clearly. His face went pale, and he ran back to his house. After finishing his conversation, Song Lao Yao came out and saw this scene, asking, what's going on? Why is Ernyo's father running so fast? Although Two Dog's father didn't know exactly what happened, he guessed something was wrong. He immediately dropped what he was holding and called everyone to chase after Ernyo's father. I saw Changhe and Jianjin. Something must have happened. Let's all go see. He was mainly worried that Song Dalong might be at a disadvantage. More people rushed toward the village's end. Ernyo's wife, come out. May's wife stepped forward to cheer for her husband. Did you tell Ernyo to plot against Mingzhu?
Huh?
Did we give you face? How dare you have such dirty thoughts about our Mingzhu? Our Mingzhu is only a few years old.
Huh?
Are you even human? May's wife scolded Ernyo's family loudly, so Ernyo's wife naturally didn't dare to come out. But it was no use. Song Dalong had already broken down the door. A few nosy women, who liked to join the crowd, followed Song Dalong and his wife into the courtyard. May's wife was domineering and directly pulled Ernyo's wife out of the house. Tell me, was it you who told Ernyo to come to our house? Mrs. May grabbed Ernyo's daughter's hair, scolding and hitting her at the same time. If you don't tell me, I'll ask Ernyo. Ernyo ran home crying this morning and hasn't gone out since. Now, seeing his mother being beaten, he also started crying. Ergo followed his mother over and, seeing the scene, guessed that Ernyo had done something to upset Song Mingzhu's parents. Song Mingzhu's parents came to confront her. Ernyo, did you bully Song Mingzhu? Ergo, being clever, gathered a few friends around Ernyo. You better tell the truth. Yes. Be honest. Mao and Liang Zhuang. A few others echoed. Don't force us to beat you. Ernyo's father arrived just in time, looking very worried. Song Changhe, what are you doing? Let go of my wife and son. Don't worry. Let's talk this out calmly. Song Changhe's father stepped forward, pretending to help Ernyo's father, but his hand stopped him. Mao's father quickly followed. Yes. Let's all talk nicely. Song Changhe, I've been trying my best to help you these days. Yet you come and bully my wife and son. Ernyo's father's face twisted with anger, rushing towards Song Changhe. I'll fight you. Smack. Song Changhe suddenly stepped forward and punched Ernyo's father. Try my best? Song Changhe sneered at his shamelessness. Didn't I do my best to help you with work? But what did you do? You pretended to be good in front of me, but behind my back, you encouraged your wife and son to scheme against Mingzhu. Is that your idea of doing your best? The villagers, watching, quickly caught the key point. So Ernia's father was plotting against Song Mingzhu? Song Changhe, you're lying. Ernia's father yelled angrily. Do you think I don't know if that's true? Mrs. May retorted. This morning, you just called your son Ernie away, and he ran over to our house, saying he wanted to play with Mingzhu, but she refused. Then your son asked if Mingzhu wanted water, if she was tired, if she had eaten, and even offered to take her to school. Mrs. May recounted the morning's events. All parents know. Isn't this just scheming? Mrs. May shouted at the other women in the village. Isn't this just plotting? You're talking nonsense. Ernia's mother also yelled loudly. Clearly, your girl was seducing our Erniu. Shut your stinking mouth. Erga's mother couldn't stand it anymore and slapped her. What's so good about your Erniu that Mingzhu would want him? You are just a child. Why are you trying to flirt? Even if it was flirting, it was their second son who started it. When did it become the turn of the second brother? Look at your own situation. Your stomach is just water. Your pants barely cover your private parts. If it weren't for Song Changhe helping you, your family of 3 would still be digging through the manure pit. The second son's mother is always fiery and bold. Compared to the second brother's wife, she is a match. The second brother's wife, who is bossy at home, is not even a match for her. You all just envy that Song Changhe is living a good life and want to scheme against his daughter. The mother of the second son sneered. Don't you think about what kind of people you are? A house full of ungrateful, heartless things. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Who said they haven't faced retribution? They humiliated a good girl so badly, she wanted to die. Now, the girl is happily living with an elderly woman by her side. That girl used to have no name at home, but after following Song Mingzhu, she was given the name Song Lu. See how nice it sounds? No, I didn't make the second brother do that. The second brother's father argued desperately. I didn't. Second brother is just a kid, no one taught him. How could he say such things? Song Dalong punched the second brother's father in the face. Don't blame your wife for this. You don't know anything. The second son's mother's supporter, the second son's father, pressed him further. Tell the truth.
Who taught you to say that?
If you dare to bully Song Mingzhu, you probably don't want to stay in the village anymore.
It was.
My mother. The second brother was terrified, crying as he said, she taught me to say that. The second brother had no backbone. Trembling, he revealed what his mother had told him. In the end, he even involved his father. My father was there too. Now everyone in the village understood. They pointed and whispered, disgusted by the family's actions. Second brother's father, you really did wrong. This is too outrageous. Exactly. Scheming against your own villagers. The second brother's father awkwardly defended himself. It's just that. Nothing happened, so. No problem if nothing happened, but if something did, it's your wife's fault. Are you even a man? Song Dalong spat.
Bah.
I was wrong to trust you. Second brother's father, I never thought you'd be like this. The second son's father looked disappointed and let go. Song Dalong rushed forward to hit him, but when the second father tried to defend himself, he pulled him back. You've really let us down. Second brother's father. If you're disappointed, then let go of me. Second uncle and the others strongly disapprove of this behavior. Second uncle. You went too far. Yeah. If Mingzhu were a bit older, you might have ruined her. Second uncle tried to defend himself, but Guzi was not easy on his son. All right, second uncle, we treat you like a brother, bring you along to play with Mingzhu, but you think we're fools? Guzi showed his strong arms and hit second uncle. You're just a frog trying to eat swan meat. The other children were very angry. Yes. Because of the mess your family caused by forcing your sister to leave, we didn't dislike you and still played with you. But now you stab us in the back. From then on, Mingzhu stopped playing with them, and they had no way to earn money. Their father barely made enough to get by. They didn't see any benefit from their efforts, and now life at home was much better. Even Er, who from the village was so angry, he came up and kicked second uncle twice. The girls in the village, whose lives had improved thanks to Song Lu and Mingzhu, were also very upset. First, you tried to ruin Sister Song Lu, and now you're framing Mingzhu. Can't you just let others have a good life? Exactly. Er, who is even more straightforward. If my mother gives me a little sister, will you also try to scheme against our family? Second uncle hesitated and didn't dare to speak. Now, almost everyone in the Song family knew that Song Changha had spoken to the magistrate. Not to mention other things, but during the autumn harvest, the whole village was counting on Song Changha's influence to get a better price. Plus, with the water supply issue, it was clear that Song Changha controlled the village's fate. Whoever could eat well was whoever followed. This was the simplest truth. The villagers cursed this family loudly. Our village finally had some hope, and now your family has ruined it. A single rat's tail spoils the pot of porridge. Such a greedy family of thieves. They had discussed Song Changha's actions secretly. Some quick to act had already started planting bamboo. Families with older children who wanted to learn a craft were planning to ask Song Changha to be their teacher. Now, most villagers accepted Song Changha as the leader. The name Changha was being mentioned more and more, and Lang was gradually fading away. These changes were happening subtly. Following Song Changha means food on the table. This was now everyone's goal.
Kick them out.
They don't deserve to stay in our village. Yes, get out. The villagers shouted loudly. Ernyo's father finally panicked and hurriedly said to Song Changha, Changha, this was our fault. We know we were wrong. We won't do it again. Song Changha pushed away Ernyo's father, took his wife by the hand, looked at the villagers watching, and said loudly, I once said that if I found a way for everyone to make money together, I would include everyone. Now I am doing just that. I sincerely hope the whole village can have a good life. But if I lead the way and someone plots against my family behind my back, then... Song Changha didn't finish his sentence. He looked steadily at everyone, helped his wife, and walked away. Everyone turned their eyes toward the village chief. The village chief was really overwhelmed by this family. It's only been a few days of peace.
Huh.
Why is there so much trouble again? Forget it. Our Song family temple is too small to hold your big Buddha. On the mountain, Song Mingzhu didn't know about the big scene that had alarmed the whole village. She was just surprised that her parents came to pick her up. And they looked like they had just been in a fight. Father, mother, did something happen at home? Song Mingzhu asked.
No.
Meisher said confidently, we just did a little thing and came to pick you up on the way. Seeing Song Daliang and his wife arrive, Song Mingzhu nodded and then left on her own. On the way back, she felt that the villagers treated her very differently from before. Everyone smiled at her very kindly. Mingzhu, are you done with school? Yes. Song Mingzhu answered cheerfully. Auntie has a question for you. Don't be mad, okay? Ask away, Auntie. You're just a young girl. You can't take the imperial exams or get fame from studying. Why do you still want to study? This was something the villagers didn't understand either. Because knowledge can change my fate. Song Mingzhu said with a bright smile, waving goodbye. Knowledge can change your fate? The other person muttered this and watched the family of three walk away into the distance. When they got home, Old Wu had already cooked rice. Each person had a bowl of plain porridge and a few small dishes. The family sat around the table, eating porridge and tasting pickled radish, feeling very happy. In the afternoon, Song Changha didn't go to work at the village chief's house. Instead, he personally took his daughter to school in the back mountain. Today, the master was Wang Fuzi, who was teaching the Analects and other Confucian classics. Listening to all that, Song Changha's head hurt. He also didn't stay idle. He cut a few bamboo sticks, carried them up the mountain, and helped Wang Langjun build a shed. On the street, Guzi's father saw what was happening and came to help. Now, Guzi's father no longer pretends. He is simply standing on Song Changha's side. What's wrong with that? Guzi's mother secretly gave money to her husband, bought thread, collected wheat straw, and bought some buttons on credit from Wu Laomu. Now, Guzi's father has saved up some straw hats, waiting for free time to take them to the town to sell. All these items are now stored at Song Changha's house. The two adults repaired the shed thoroughly, fixed what needed fixing, reinforced what needed strengthening, and patched the mud where necessary to prepare for winter. On this side, everything seemed peaceful, as if nothing had happened. But on the other side, Nyo's family was facing a very tough decision. If it were usual, when something like this happened, Song Changha and his wife would go over and cause a fuss, giving Nyo's family a lesson, and then it would be over. But this family, at a time when the whole village relied on Song Changha, chose to betray him. Did the husband indulge his wife? Did the wife encourage her son? Was the young boy innocent?
No.
Evil does not discriminate by age. This incident not only chilled Song Changha's heart, but also made other families in the village more cautious. After all, if one family in the village dares to scheme like this, who knows which family might be targeted next? Therefore, the villagers decided unanimously to expel this family. Some wanted to plead for mercy, but Mao's father warned them. You want to plead for mercy? I won't stop you. But since you're asking for mercy, don't take advantage of Song Changha. Mao's father also has a daughter, and now, like Guzi's father, he stands on Song Changha's side. Yes, those asking for mercy, don't pretend to be innocent. Zhuang's father added. In recent days, Zhuang's father had been busy witnessing the whole process of Song Changha making the water supply. It was not easy. Others might not understand, but they did. They saw through those who took advantage and then pretended to be innocent. Faced with their own interests, those who wanted to plead for mercy finally shut their mouths. At this moment, Nyo's parents realized they had touched something they shouldn't have, something that was not only Song Changha's critical weakness, but also the village's bottom line and the collective interest of the entire village. Nyo's father was very unwilling. The harvest was just around the corner. How could he be expelled now? Even if he had to leave, he wanted to do so gracefully, leaving the Song family behind.
No.
Uncle Village Justice, we know we were wrong. Please don't drive us out. Nyo's father knelt and begged bitterly. I've been helping Changha these days too. Even if I haven't achieved much, I have worked hard. Yes, this is just kids playing around. Why should we be driven out because of that? Second uncle's wife said. Village chief sighed softly. These two still don't understand where they went wrong. Regarding the tap water issue, you truly contributed. Since you helped, you should know how hard this was. Village chief pointed at second uncle and said, do you realize how much effort Long River put in from the start? And how much effort we all spent? You don't know. Then he pointed at the villagers who were just watching and asked, don't you know? Some avoided village chief's gaze. People should have a conscience. They should know right from wrong. Village chief looked at everyone in the village carefully, then turned his words to second uncle's family. Whether this was just kids playing or some scheme, everyone knows in their hearts. If you really had that kind of spirit, you'd go challenge outsiders. Hiding your tricks and blaming your own villagers. What kind of brave person is that? Even if we're poor, we want to be poor with dignity. Village chief didn't take back his words about driving out second uncle's family, nor did he agree to let them stay one more night. Old Six, known for his past mistakes, was a reminder. Who knew if this family might take revenge overnight? He had to see them leave with his own eyes to feel at ease. Besides, that house wasn't even theirs. Second uncle's wife had refused to stay there before, because it was broken. After settling the matter with second uncle's family, village chief left a few people to watch them pack up, ensuring they left before dark. When he returned home, he suddenly felt exhausted and slumped down. He didn't go inside, just sat on the steps, looked up at the sky, and said nothing. Was he being cruel? Not really. If such people stayed in the village, they would cause unrest for everyone. Of course, he could also choose not to say anything. In the end, probably the Song family would have to leave Songjia Terrace. After all, they had skills, and even if they went to the county, they wouldn't be afraid. But he was afraid. He was tired of poverty. Why is the neighboring Shao family village stronger than theirs? Is it because they have a talented scholar who can protect the village? When will the Songjia terrace produce someone powerful who can help the village? His wife saw her husband upset and said nothing. She silently took out a few coins and asked her son to buy 2 liang of wine. Even this wine money was saved from selling bamboo to Song Changha. The second tiger's mother stood at her house door, looking for a long time but never speaking to her father-in-law to ask for help. With her distant relation to the second ox's wife, there was no need to upset her father-in-law. Master Song was ordered to stay and watch over the second ox's family as they packed their things. The second ox's wife cried loudly, and Master Song said, "Finish packing early so you can leave soon, and you'll catch the next villages in." If he had known it would come to this, he wouldn't have started it in the first place. The second ox's father knew there was no hope and silently packed up his family's belongings. When they separated, they didn't get much. The few silver coins they shared were fought over by the village head, and the copper coins in their hands were saved from working during busy farming seasons for Song Changha. Others might think they are lucky to settle in this broken house, but they didn't see it that way. If this place doesn't keep me, I'll find somewhere else to stay, the second ox's father muttered as he looked back at the village from the village entrance, filled with resentment. What skills does Song Changha have? He just makes some things with bamboo. Having followed Song Changha these days, he saw his skills clearly now. Is it just a lunchbox? He can make that too. Is it just a bamboo doll? He can do that too. Is it just building a water supply? He now understands that as well. He's not the fool like Second Dog's father, who needs hand-by-hand teaching to make a straw hat. He has changed from who he used to be. Staying in the village to help Song Dolly would be wasting his talents. One day, I will make all of you look up to me, the second ox's father secretly vowed. He left the Song family's place with his wife and son without any hesitation. Master Song was right. They needed to leave quickly while there was still time and head somewhere else. The second ox's father decided not to go to Liang County, but to go north toward Jiangling County. There, Song Changha was not present, and it was the perfect place for him to show his skills. Song Lu climbed onto the highest rock on the back mountain. She remembered jumping into the lake from there. Thanks to her ancestors' protection, she survived. Now she stood there again, watching her parents leave the village in shame. She still owed them 5 silver coins, and she would repay what she owed no matter what. Anyway, she was here, and would stay forever. In Jiangling County, Wang Langjun sold the last set of bamboo dolls in a shop. He looked up at the clear sky and sighed. What a good day for going out. I don't know if Brother Song has come up with anything new lately. No, he needs to find time to make another trip. We can't let the cleverly Daliang get ahead of us. Song family village. Their own son was driven out of the village, and the village head was busy preventing Lady Erniu from causing trouble. But who knew? Lady Erniu stayed quiet the whole time, not even seeing her sons off when they left the village. However, this silence didn't last long. At dusk, Lady Erniu and her older son came to the village head's house. They seemed to have some plan, both wearing a pleading smile. Village head. Lady Erniu awkwardly spoke. Our eldest son's land was originally divided from our family. Everyone in the village heard this and looked at the mother and son with suspicion. How could the eldest son, who just left a few miles away, be planning for his younger brother? Sure enough, Lady Erniu continued, since they are no longer in the village, can we have our land back? The village head couldn't help but laugh angrily. What kind of strange family is this? Why not go cause trouble at the neighboring Shao family village? They left, but isn't there still someone here? The village head called his son. Youngest son, go call Song Lu over. Also, call the fathers of Dagwa and others. I have something to discuss. Song Yao quickly ran to do the errands. Let's go. Eru volunteered, going with his uncle to call people. Soon, Song Lu, Dagwa's father, and a few other family heads arrived. Although the 2 brothers have left, Song Lu is still here, the village head said seriously. I think we should set up a household for Song Lu, so her father's land can be given to her. What do you all think? This was so unexpected that everyone froze, doubting their ears. A household for a girl? We've never had that in our village. Someone said. Just because we haven't before doesn't mean we can't now, or in the future, the village had replied. He now understood clearly. Given Song Changha and his daughter's protective nature, they would eventually find a way to establish a household for Song Lu. Instead of waiting for them to ask, it was better for the village head to be honest and make it clear himself. After all, in the eyes of the villagers now, he was part of Song Changha's group. But what about the village land? Someone hesitated. The land that Ernia's father farmed was already being cultivated, and everyone wanted to take advantage of this opportunity. The land belongs to Ernia's father. No one else can claim it. Village Master Dao and I make the decision, give the land to Song Lu. Two Dog's father and a few others who are with Song Changha didn't say a word. Anyway, Ernio's land isn't theirs to claim, so why be the bad guy? Besides, a daughter inherits her father's land. What's the problem? Song Lu, you've inherited your father's land. You can't take the land from Laitu Lao Lu, Village Master Dao said to Song Lu. Do you have any objections? Does Song Lu dare to object to a good thing falling from the sky? I have no objections. Song Lu held back her happiness, showing no emotion on her face. It's all up to Village Master Dao. Then we'll take back Laitu Lao Lu's land. Later, we'll discuss how to share it with the village, Village Master Dao arranged. That day, Shi's wife and Air Dog's mother helped gather the vegetables, leaving only a little for herself now. Village Master Dao wouldn't take advantage of Song Lu by making her gather the vegetables and then returning the land to the village. Song Lu, extremely excited, left Village Master Dao's house and ran straight to Song Changha's home. When she arrived, her small face lit up with joy. Uncle Changha, I got the land.
Huh?
What happened? Song Changha and Meisher asked. Song Lu excitedly explained everything. That's when Song Mingju realized her parents had already gone early to seek justice for her.
No.
Nyo and them. Song Mingju looked at her parents and suddenly remembered something from her past life. She was still young then, probably about the same age as now, living in the village. There was an uncle in her clan whose daughter was about her age. Because their houses were close, the two kids often played together. But one day they fought. She couldn't remember why they fought, only that the uncle seemed to scold her. Her father was so angry, he went to the uncle's house and fought him, vowing never to see him again. Later, that uncle fell ill and was dying. Someone arranged a meeting to reconcile, and her parents went to see him one last time. At that moment, the uncle was near death. When he saw her, he said 4 words, sorry. As she grew up, she only saw her parents pushing her to succeed, making her feel overwhelmed. But she forgot that they once protected her with all their might. Wow, Song Mingju burst into tears. Oh, dear girl, what's wrong? Uncle Changha hurried to hold her. Why are you crying? Song Mingju buried her head in her father's arms and cried loudly. Mei Shi, Song Lu, and Old Wu's mother didn't understand what was happening and came over to comfort her. Are you asking if I don't want Nyo and the others to leave the village? Song Mingju sniffled and shook her head. No, I don't want that. Not at all. She couldn't feel sorry for those who repay kindness with hatred. She just thought, father and mother are so good to us. This made Song Lu also want to cry. Yes, they are all parents. Why is there such a big difference? After Song Mingju finished crying, the family helped Song Lu think of ways to deal with the fields. With just Song Lu alone, she definitely couldn't farm those fields, and the old woman with the lice couldn't help either. Maybe we should rent out the land, suggested Changha Song. Rent out?
How?
Asked Mei. The fields are already half planted. Their family also hired help, so they didn't need to ask others to help Song Lu. Renting to tenants in town for the land owned by Gao Yuanwei usually involves sharing the harvest, half and half, explained Changha Song. This is the typical arrangement. If we borrow cattle from Gao Yuanwei, the rent increases by 10 to 20%. Wow, that much? Exclaimed Mingju. If we don't have rice seeds ourselves and need to borrow from the Lord, the rent goes up another 10%, added Changha Song. Mingju's face immediately darkened. 1 acre of land, With such a big harvest, would the remaining part be enough for their living? This wicked feudal society. So, unless you're at the end of your rope, most people wouldn't sell their land, Changha Song said, shifting back to Song Lu's situation. Now that the rice in the field has grown, the next steps are weeding, watering, fertilizing, pest control, and finally harvesting. Song Dalong, thinking as he spoke, told Song Lu, I think if you can do it yourself, keep a little for yourself and rent out the rest, split 80/20ths or 70/30ths. I think that's a good idea, Mei thought for a moment and said. Then she asked Song Lu, what do you think? Song Lu had no opinion. Just listen to Aunt Mei and Uncle Changha. Once we agree, the land tax will be based on this, emphasized Dalong Song. Of course, Mei nodded in agreement, then said to Song Lu, since you're renting out this land, many people will want to compete for it. Do you have anyone in mind? Song Lu thought for a moment and asked, what about Erguzi's family? Or maybe the village's Zheng family, anyone else? She didn't trust. Sure. Here is the improved and simplified version of your text. Erguzi's father is definitely willing, but... Thinking about the matter at Erguzi's home, Song Changha stroked his head and said, I'll go ask for you. Song Changha is also a lively person, and he immediately got up to handle it. But before he left his courtyard, Erguzi's father came by himself. Everyone in the house was stunned. Seeing her run to your house, you know she's here to ask for something. Erguzi's father nodded at Song Lu and said to Song Changha, she can't farm those fields alone, so I came to ask about your thoughts. I'm just about to find you. Song Changha welcomed him inside and shared their idea. How about we share the land equally, with a 70/30 split, and pay taxes separately? For other villagers, Song Changha would usually suggest an 80/20 split, but for Erguzi's father, knowing he would work hard, he proposed a 70/30 split. Hearing this, Erguzi's father knew it was a good deal. He thanked Song Changha first, and then promised to take good care of the land. But you'll have to wait 2 or 3 days. I have some other things to handle first. Erguzi's father didn't say exactly what he planned to do at Song Changha's house, but the next day, everyone in the village knew. Erguzi's father was going to split the family. He directly asked the village elder to announce publicly that he would divide the land, even if it meant leaving the family with nothing. Erguzi's daughter was very angry and said, then let him take everything and get out. Erguzi's father really left empty-handed with his 2 sons. They can leave with nothing, but I won't. Erguzi's mother said, I brought dowry when I married in, and I won't give up a single thing. Her family members tried to go inside to get their belongings. But Erguzi's father's brothers stopped them. Oh, you 2 brothers, trying to take your sister-in-law's dowry too? Erguzi's eldest sister-in-law scolded. Your older brother is still here. This is really eye-opening. Yesterday, after Erguzi's father returned from Song Changha's house, Erguzi's mother secretly went back to her family and told them about splitting the land, asking for help. Erguzi's mother-in-law wanted to scold her, but the village elder glared sharply at her. Erguzi's mother isn't from the Song family, and if a fight broke out over words, it could cause trouble between the 2 villages. Old saying, a big tree splits into branches and many children split the family. If you want to split, it's okay, the village elder advised. But I see that Erguzi's brothers are likely to have a bright future. If you want to act like a kind and caring grandmother and still hope to have these 2 grandchildren, think carefully about how to divide things. Erguzi and the grandmother naturally know which son works the hardest at home, but they can't accept the idea of splitting the family. Unfortunately, the eldest son is stubborn and determined to divide the property. Anyway, the house can't be split. Erguzi firmly said, how you divide the house is your business. I just want to say one thing, Village Shung said. When it comes to dividing the family property, it should be shared equally among all children. If not, that's okay too. You should discuss how to take care of the parents in old age and during their final days. Don't come back later arguing about who takes care of whom, or else I'll have to punish you all. In other families in the village, the rule is that whoever gets the bigger share is responsible for caring for the parents. I'll say this first. I don't want the house, no matter who cares for my parents, said Erguzi's father. Then where will you all live after dividing? Asked Mao's father anxiously. Guzi's father looked at village Zheng. Uncle, just lend us the house at the end of the village to stay in. This was the broken house where Nyo's family used to live. After moving in, they didn't treat it as their home. They didn't fix it up much. It still leaked wind and rain in the same places as before. Especially the big door of that house, which was already broken. Nyo's father had just fixed it casually, but now Song Changha had smashed it again. From the outside, it was hard to see any details clearly. The old couple definitely wouldn't go there to enjoy life. But they were very worried. They wanted to stay with the hard-working eldest son, but didn't want to live in a broken house. Guzi's father secretly sneered. It was clear he was a good father and mother, wanting to stay with him and also get benefits from the other two sons. Why didn't he see this before? Since there was no dispute over the house, next was the land division. I don't want the best land either. Just give me the land at the end of the village, said Guzi's father. That land wasn't very good because it was near the back mountain, full of stones and hard soil. Their family hadn't farmed it much. Overall, Guzi's father was very firm. He didn't want the best house or the best land. He asked, "What do you all say?" Seeing the eldest son push the good things away, the second and third sons started to think. Maybe they could take this chance to divide everything now. Otherwise, it might be difficult to split things later. But Guzi's father didn't give his two brothers a chance to speak. Regarding the respect and filial piety that should be shown, whether to the second and third children, I feel the same. When the older two say they can't support themselves, it's no longer just their own problem. Villagers hear this and praise the father of Guzi for his integrity and virtue. He doesn't want a house or good land, but he does want proper respect and filial piety, and everyone praises him for being obedient and caring for his parents. As for dividing the property, Guzi's father doesn't even mention it. He only takes a few bags of grain to get through the current hardship. In short, Guzi's father's actions put him in a moral high ground, and the family will definitely split up. The couple doesn't argue, and after getting a clear answer about dividing the family, they quickly pack their belongings and, with the help of the wife's brother and his family, move out swiftly. Guzi's mother didn't take any pots, bowls, or chopsticks, but she carefully packed her eldest son's books in a box. As soon as they left, the second and third children jumped out and also asked to split the family. These two, unlike the eldest, want everything. They kept counting what each had received and used that as an excuse to argue over who should take care of their parents. This made Guzi's wife's mother very angry. Villagers found it quite amusing. They've driven away the real son and kept the fake one. Someone in the crowd mocked. The old couple looked at the noisy quarrel between the second and third children, then glanced at the family of the eldest, who had left early and disappeared. They couldn't help but wonder, did we do wrong? In today's times, dividing the family is generally discouraged because it weakens the family's unity and growth. Many large families historically succeeded because the members stuck together and worked as one. This required a special person in the family who could lead everyone forward. If that person was even slightly weak, the family might fall apart. Guzi's father believed he couldn't manage the second and third families, so he decided to split, hoping it might give him a way out. He didn't believe that their family of four, working together, could compare to just one girl from Song Lu's family. Guzi's family arrived at an old broken-down house at the village's edge. They first put their things inside, then, with the help of Guzi's mother's brother and his wife, tidied up the place until it looked somewhat decent. "Thanks a lot today, brother-in-law," Guzi's father said to his wife's family. "Once I fix up this house, I'll invite brother-in-law over to warm the house. Don't worry, just finish what needs fixing first. Let's get through this winter safely, and then we'll feel more at ease," said Guzi's uncle. When Guzi's father decided to split the family, Song Changha didn't go to see him. Now that he's gaining some reputation in the village, it's better to stay out of it. After Guzi's father divided the property, Song Changha packed a few bowls, a clay pot, and some scattered items like half a bag of rice, vegetables, oil, and salt, then carried everything to the end of the village. He happened to meet Guzi's father seeing off his wife and brother-in-law. Since it was already late and neither side had informed the other, they just nodded and parted ways. However, Erguzi's uncle kept looking back at Song Changha several times. "What's wrong with your uncle?" Song Changha nudged Erguzi's father with his arm. "Why is he looking at me like that?" Erguzi's father chuckled. "Maybe it's because you're too famous." Erguzi's family had just split up. Although their new home was quite run down, everyone was very happy. Some friendly villagers gradually brought over emergency supplies, including food, daily necessities, and cooking oil. The family of four found that dinner that night was even better than before they split up. "Dad, Mom, don't worry. I will study hard," said Erguzi's older brother. He could see clearly that only their own efforts could help their family. No one else could do it for them. "I will also work hard to help Mom and Dad," Erguzi added.
Good.
"Our whole family will work together," said Erguzi's father, hugging his two sons happily. The next morning, Erguzi's father went to find Song Lu. They asked the village blacksmith to witness and made a verbal agreement. They also discussed establishing household registration and land allocation. Getting a household registration for a daughter's family was not easy. They had to go to the county to handle it. The blacksmith told Song Lu they would wait until after the autumn harvest, when they would have time to go to the county. Song Lu had no objections. Since Erguzi's family had split, they also planned to establish their household registration and would go together when the time came. Just as they were talking, Song Changho arrived. He had taken 2 days off and was working on the unfinished water supply project at the blacksmith's house, calling people to continue. "Changha, you're just in time. I need to discuss something with you," the blacksmith said, then told Song Lu and Erguzi's father about establishing household registration, looking at Song Changha. "You're familiar with the county. Would you like to go with us when the time comes?" He was hoping to use Song Changha's reputation.
Sure.
Song Changha agreed straightforwardly. Erguzi's father and Song Lu both smiled. "Uncle Changha, thank you." "Thanks a lot, Changha." The three of them got along peacefully, and no one outside could tell they were a tricky bunch. The blacksmith also smiled kindly. Yes, he was good at managing this group of troublemakers. After the lively gathering, life at the Song family resumed as usual. Everyone went about their own business. The tap water project was progressing smoothly. That day, water was turned on at village chief Zheng's home. Old Auntie stood in her courtyard, watching water flow steadily from the bamboo pipe. She felt more excited than when she first saw tap water at Song Changha's house. "Wow, this is really tap water," she sincerely exclaimed. The next day, water was turned on at Mao's and Zhuang's homes. Because these two families couldn't wait, they started demanding water early in the morning. "We want water. We want water." Originally, Erguzi's family was scheduled for today, but since Erguzi's father had left, the bamboo pipe and manpower arrangements had to be redone. Meanwhile, the two brothers who had just split up their family were arguing, and no one wanted to take the initiative to handle the matter. Village Chief Zheng asked twice, but no one responded. Others, not willing to wait, simply moved their water connections to the next family. On the third day, water was turned on for 3 households. On the fourth day, 4 households had water. The village originally planned for 1 main pipe to serve 10 households. By the 5th day, Song Changha and his team built a new pipeline, which supplied 2 more families. On the 6th day, more households received water. After about 2 weeks, almost the entire front part of Song Family Terrace was connected to tap water, except for a few households. Even Song Li's family was included. Families using tap water were very happy. "Changha, your idea was really good."
Yeah.
"My mother-in-law has bad legs, and now she can use water at home." "Changha, you really did a great thing this time." Everyone was very pleased. Village Chief Zheng gave everyone 2 days off to rest. But no one wanted to take a break. "No need. We're still strong." This was a new person who had just joined. "Yeah, our house still doesn't have water. My wife and mother-in-law are both urging us to get it done." This was someone living in the back of the village. "I've worked on almost half the village, but my own house still doesn't have water." This was Erguzi's father. You can rest if you want, but Changha's team still has to finish the work. Village Chief Zheng said. That's easy, said Old Song. We'll first set up the bamboo pipes together, and once Changha's team finishes their work, we'll turn on the water. I agree, said Air Guzi's father. We all agree. Others also expressed their support. They had been working for so long that they knew the basics. If there was a problem, they would call Song Changha, and he would come. Village Chief Zheng couldn't resist everyone's enthusiasm, so he split the work into 2 teams. However, on the far end of the village, Village Chief Zheng didn't personally visit each household, but left it to his youngest son. Song Old Yao was busy every day, coordinating all kinds of tasks. If he couldn't handle something, he would ask his father to step in. Over the past few days, I have lost some weight, but I feel very energetic. Si Yuanjing looked at the children and thought that the youngest son was becoming more like his younger self. The eldest and second sons also worked hard without complaint, doing all the farm chores steadily. The 3 daughters-in-law didn't talk much. They did what needed to be done and helped together. The grandchildren were also easy to manage. After school, Hu would teach Hu to recognize characters in the courtyard. The younger ones couldn't sit still and would recognize one character before running off. When Si Yuanzheng had free time, he started thinking about other things. I've been thinking, maybe we should divide the family someday, Si Yuanzheng said to his wife.
Huh?
What are you thinking? His wife asked in surprise. It's not that I want to do anything. Si Yuanzheng looked at the grandchildren running around, his eyes a bit distant. Recently, I've seen through what's happening in the village. Even big families like the emperors or noble families have to split up eventually. For us, a small poor family with many children and grandchildren, it will be the same. I think our family is doing fine, his wife replied, not wanting to split. Dalong and the others live peacefully, and Hu and Hu love each other. We're not like those families full of internal fights. She believed that she and Si Yuanjing treated all 3 sons equally, not favoring one over the other. Si Yuanjing shook his head. Dalong, Erlang, and Sanyang are grown up now. They love each other as brothers. That's their bond. And because we're still here, we're still the head of the family, holding everything together. With us 2 watching over them, at least they can't cause trouble or argue too much in front of us, Si Yuanjing said with a frown. But if one day we're gone, I worry that Dalong and Erlang, with their personalities, won't be able to control the lively youngest son. Do you think they'll argue then? A group of ordinary people, with one outstanding person among them. Can that outstanding one handle everything? His wife believed that if she were in his place, she wouldn't be able to tolerate it either. Hu and who are also growing up. They'll get married and have children. When that time comes, who will listen to whom? Having many children is a good thing, but as they grow older, they will have their own ideas. So, I think, Si Yuanzheng continued, we should take advantage of our good health and strong voices, while our brother's bond is still deep, and evenly divide the family. When the 3 sons returned, Si Yuanzheng casually brought up the idea of dividing the family, which frightened the sons so much that they all knelt down. Father, we haven't done anything wrong. Why do we need to split the family? Yes, father. Why split the family? Father. Murang waved his hand, signaling his sons to get up. All 3 of his sons were doing well, and Hu and his brothers were also doing fine. But he thought one day he would grow old, and one day he might not be able to look after them all. He didn't want to wait until that day to see his sons argue. So, while his mind was still clear, he decided to speak openly. Murang spoke honestly to his 3 sons. Our family isn't going to split up right now. If we do, your mother would be very sad. Let me tell you my plan. The house and land will be divided into 4 parts. Each of you 3 brothers gets 1, and your mother and I get 1. Right now, your mother and I are still able to take care of ourselves. When we can't, we'll take turns living with each of you for support. While your mother and I are alive, we control our property. When we pass away, the property will go to the family member we are with at that time. No one should envy or be jealous of others. We wouldn't dare. The eldest son, with tears in his eyes, quickly expressed his agreement. Murang was also tearful. So, my children, from now on, every penny you save will belong to you when it's time to divide the family assets. He used to think he could work hard for his children and grandchildren until old age, but now he felt it was better for them to handle their own affairs. Remember this. Even if the family splits up someday, you are still one family. Support each other and help each other. That way, no matter how many times we divide, our family can go far. Murang learned this from Song Changha. The three eldest sons wiped their tears and left their parents' room, each returning to their own house to tell their wives what their parents had said. Unlike their husbands, the wives actually hoped for the family to split, but they didn't say so aloud. After all, working hard for a big family was very different from working hard for just their own. Old Auntie sensed a faint happiness from the wives, but felt very disappointed inside. Never mind, children and grandchildren will have their own luck. The two of us will just wait and see what they do, Murang comforted himself. Murang was making plans for dividing the family without others knowing. Outside, people only saw that his three households were working very hard, whether at home or outside. Nothing was left undone. There was also Guzi's father, busy with his own fields and Song Lu's fields, working as hard as a spinning top. Because Guzi's father and Mao's father worked the village's water supply system, Song Liao took turns with them to be the master when they built bamboo pipes later. This also gave them some time to tend to their own affairs. Guzi's mother remained lively and spirited, but villagers noticed that sometimes helping her out earned a genuine thank you in return. Now, Guzi also helps his parents in the fields, pulling weeds and removing pests. One early morning, Song Mingju met him on the way to school, and they sat by the field talking. Mingju, I just realized that growing good crops isn't easy. Guzi, wearing a straw hat and leaning on his waist, said while standing in the field. Song Mingju knew nothing about farming, but looked at the water channels in the field. I heard that in some places rice paddies can also raise fish. Raise fish?
Guzi was confused.
Can you really raise fish in rice paddies? Why not? Song Mingju pointed at the reflecting water in the field. Fish live in water, and there's water in the field. Fish eat bugs and grass, and so do the plants. Rice needs fertilizer to grow, and fish in the field produce waste, which is like fertilizer.
Ah.
Guzi felt his head spinning. Song Mingju explained logically, but he couldn't understand how it all fit together. His father, overhearing the conversation, was stunned on the spot. Why couldn't fish be raised in the fields? They used to catch loaches in the ditches when they drained the water. Sometimes, they'd put in a few small fish, waiting until they grew bigger to catch them. Maybe the fish raised in rice paddies taste even better than those in ponds. Song Mingju said eagerly, her eyes shining.
Why?
Guzi scratched his head, confused. You've never even eaten them. Of course, Song Mingju couldn't say she had eaten plenty of rice fish in her past life. Because of the fragrant rice flowers, she said confidently. Fish raised in rice paddies eat the fallen rice flowers. Isn't that delicious?
Guzi looked blank.
There was such a reason? And our chickens, whether they're active or lazy, taste different, she added. That was something they could think about themselves. Song Mingju stood up, clapped her hands, and headed to school. Guzi's father thought about this all day. That night, lying in bed, he told his wife, Mingju mentioned raising fish in the rice paddies this morning. I've thought about it carefully, and it seems possible. Would we start with fish fry? His wife asked. If we put in big fish right away, the field might be ruined. Exactly. Father Guzi rests his hand on his head and looks at the dark ceiling, saying, let's finish the harvest first, then I'll find Changha to think it over carefully. Poor Song Changha has no idea that the tap water isn't finished yet, and his lungs are already being tasked with more work. Father Guzi, eager, has already set the schedule, but Song Changha himself doesn't know. Song Changha quickly finished another project and hurried to the back mountain lake to deliver water to the pipes in the latter part of the village. When planning this pipeline, they included Wang Longjuan's thatched shed, and Song Changha personally handled the water connection. Although some villagers didn't like these two crazy men, no one dared to complain. Complaints? Then don't do it. Now, those who started first have already tasted success, and the villagers won't be persuaded to help house by house anymore. Anyway, they are living their own lives. When the last household finished connecting to the water, everyone watching burst into loud cheers. Oh, the villagers couldn't help but clap around Song Changha and his team. Looking at the bamboo pipes surrounding the entire village, Song Changha couldn't hold back tears of joy. This wasn't just his effort, nor just the village leaders. Father Erguzi and others also contributed a lot. Of course, the hardest and most tiring part was Song Changha himself. But ultimately, completing such a labor-intensive and mentally demanding task was the strength of the whole village. This is the first major change in Songjia Terrace. After the tap water was finished, the village leader called all the heads of households to hold a summary meeting for the Songjia Terrace tap water project, sharing thoughts and conclusions. First, the village leader explained the original purpose, progress, problems encountered, and solutions of the project from various angles. Then, he praised outstanding individuals like Song Changha for their selflessness and dedication to the village. Next, he pointed out negative examples and warned everyone. Finally, the village leader called on everyone in Songjia Terrace to unite, overcome difficulties, and work towards a better future. His awkward idea of just picking his toes was actually suggested by the shining star of Songjia Terrace. But the effect was unexpectedly good. Song Mingju even came up with a few slogans. Farm well, have food to eat. Farming well and taking good care of the land is a basic village policy. Anyone who neglects it will be held responsible. Develop more, eat better meat. Promoting development is a core strategy. Those who don't cooperate will be made examples. For a moment, the Song family was filled with excitement and anger, eager to rush outside and bring water to the entire great Xia dynasty. At the same time, the idea that knowledge changes destiny started spreading in the village. When asked where it came from, everyone said it was directly from Song Mingju. Many families with children fell silent after hearing this. But these matters had nothing to do with Song Mingju because, the day after she gave her idea, she met her second master, who was in charge. Facing her second master's curious look, Song Mingju acted very innocent. Who came up with the idea? It was the villagers themselves. How did they think of it? She didn't know.
Was it you?
I only learned a little and I couldn't think of such complicated things. Anyway, her second master, being shy and anxious, would never go down the mountain to confront the villagers. Villagers weren't shy, but they also wouldn't come up the mountain to explain to her second master. In short, admitting anything was impossible. No matter who asked, they wouldn't admit it. Song Changha rested at home peacefully for 2 days, and then Song Mingju received good news. Mid-Autumn Festival was coming. Mom, are we going to make mooncakes? Song Mingju excitedly asked her mother. Mooncakes? Mei Shi asked with confusion. What mooncakes? Song Mingju. Huh? Did this era have mooncakes? No, mooncakes only became popular during the Ming Dynasty. Do you want to eat cakes? Mei Shi asked again. Song Mingju nodded and shook her head, tugging at her mother's arm excitedly. Make mooncakes. Make mooncakes. The round moon looks like a cake.
All right.
Mei Shi had no choice but to agree. Song Mingju then went to find her father to carve a mold. A mooncake mold? Song Changha was only a little surprised and quickly understood his daughter's meaning. A cake mold? Yes, yes. Song Mingju nodded happily. I want 2 kinds. One round, like the moon. One with 5 petals, like a flower. How big? Song Mingju gestured. This big. So, Song Changha went to find wood and started carving the molds. As for how to make the mooncakes, that was up to Mei Shi and Song Mingju. Currently, most cakes and pastries used rice flour for the crust. First, hull the rice, then grind it into fine flour, steam it, knead it into a dough, fill it with stuffing, and press it into shape with a mold. Some places also called them steamed cakes. But what Song Mingju wanted to make was Cantonese-style mooncakes, for a simple reason. First, Cantonese mooncakes are rich in oil, sugar, and ingredients, which in this era looked very precious. The heavy oil and sugar helped preserve the cakes, and their high quality meant they could be sold at a good price. Second, Cantonese mooncakes have a firm crust, making them less likely to break during long-distance transport. This allows them to be sold in farther places. Third, and most importantly, Song Mingju once made Cantonese mooncakes during a team-building activity in her past life. Mom, I don't want to eat the usual cakes from the shop this time. I want to eat mooncakes with gray dough skin and filling inside. Song Mingju kept talking, making her mother feel overwhelmed. Do you mean you want to bake the mooncakes again? Yes, exactly. And brush them with egg yolk? Yes, yes. Mrs. May felt more and more like scolding her daughter. Your mooncake filling can include lotus seed paste, salted egg yolk, red bean paste, jujube paste. Right, and also walnuts, almonds, peanuts, melon seeds, sesame seeds. Song Mingju, who loves food, nodded enthusiastically. 5 nuts filling is essential. And add pork fat and wine? Yes, yes. Have you heard of Cantonese-style chicken biscuits? Also, do you need to buy paper? Yes. It's for wrapping the mooncakes. Are you crazy about spending money? Mrs. May got angry. Is this a cake? With so many ingredients, just buying everything could bankrupt their family. Exactly. Song Mingju nodded firmly. Selling them will turn into money. Oh, so her daughter isn't thinking about eating but about making and selling? Mrs. May frowned, thinking, my eldest daughter is picky. If she says it's tasty, it probably is.
So,
maybe consider it? Mrs. May is now the type to act quickly, mainly because Song Mingju urged her, calling her husband, and the two of them go to town to buy things. Song Mingju also wants to go. Mrs. May thought for a moment and agreed. Mom, I love you. Song Mingju happily gave her mother a big kiss. Song Changha, carrying a shoulder pole, looked on with envy. Then Dad doesn't love me anymore?
how could that be?
Song Mingju immediately hugged her dad and left 2 spit spots on his face. Erguzi's father carried A to work in Song Lu's field. When he saw it, he chuckled. He still couldn't bear to look directly.
But he was used to it now.
The family of 3 reached the village entrance and met Village Zheng and Old Song. They asked where they were going. Village Zheng was heading to town to find Mr. Gao. It was agreed that the water supply for Song's terrace would be fixed first, then provided to Mr. Gao's house. Village Zheng was specifically going to discuss this. So, the 5 of them went to town together, then split up to do their own things. Song Mingju's shopping list had some easy items to buy and some ES. She didn't insist. She just took what seemed suitable for fillings. Her main idea was to try delicious fillings first. Over at Muramesa, Lord Gao heard that the tap water in Songjia Terrace was ready, and he was very happy. He arranged to go see it in a few days. The village chief would go with them. This plan was settled. The father and son happily left Lord Gao's house and coincidentally met a family of 3 who had just finished shopping, and they looked very surprised. Are you preparing for the new year? Not exactly. Song Changha said, my wife is trying out a new dish, but I don't know if it will work. Of course it will work. Muramesa loudly cheered. Everyone in the village knew that Song Changha's wife was good at cooking. If the old auntie were here, she would probably ask more questions, even if she felt shy. Maybe she could learn something too. But Muramesa couldn't do that. Even if she was given face, she wouldn't feel comfortable talking to her niece-in-law. Muramesa regretted it deeply. If she had known this would happen, she should have brought her wife along. Back in the village, May was busy. Under Song Mingju's enthusiastic and somewhat reckless guidance, they prepared everything they bought, soaking what needed soaking, salting what needed salting, steaming what needed steaming. It was busier than the new year. Are you sure you want to use sugar and wine to marinate this good white meat? It's a bit sinful. May asked, secretly criticizing. Are you sure you only want the yolk of the salted duck egg? What about the white part? Dry lotus seeds, soak them first, then steam? Such trouble. Do red beans need to be prepared like this? So complicated. Finally, May frowned and said, You, a girl from a small village who can't even leave. How do you know such complicated things? My master told me. Oh, Wang Langjun. That sounds somewhat reasonable. Is it so troublesome? Does the emperor eat like this too? Mei asked again. Song Mingju paused her sneaking snacks and looked up. Probably not? She felt her mother was a bit nagging. What to do? She was waiting online. Though she was complaining, Mei kept working. People in the village only saw smoke rising from Song Changha's roof, giving the impression that the new year was approaching. Song Changha first made the molds, and Song Mingju looked at them. They were the right size but too plain. Father, can you carve some patterns inside? What kind of pattern do you want? Any pattern is fine, as long as it's lucky and auspicious. Song Mingju said. Suddenly, she had an idea and quickly told her father. By the way, carve 2 words inside. One says flower blooming, and the other full moon. When the time comes, sell 2 together. No. 4 at once. 1 flower. 1 good. 1 moon. 1 full. Sell all 4 together. If someone else did this, Song Changha would definitely call them a greedy merchant. But when it's his own daughter, Song Changha just. Oh, Mingju, you really have a clever mind. So, the best father in the Song family, Song Changha, immediately went out to find Wang Langjun to ask for a poem. Meanwhile, Mrs. Mei first steamed the lotus seeds and then mashed them into a paste. Song Mingju looked at it and said, yes, exactly like that. But it needs to be finer. Mrs. Mei mashed it again. Finer. Mrs. Mei mashed it repeatedly. Finer. Even finer. How fine do you want it? Mrs. Mei asked in frustration. It's just. Mingju tried to explain, no bits, no chunks. It should be like a smooth paste so that when others taste it, they can't tell what it's made of. Hearing this, Mrs. Mei suddenly understood. I get it. She went to find a sieve used for rice flour, and in front of her daughter, she sieved the lotus seed paste once. Like this? Yes. Mingju quickly nodded and gave her mother a thumbs up. Mom, you're so clever. Mrs. Mei patiently sieved the lotus seed paste until it was very smooth. Then, following her daughter's instructions, she heated oil in a pot, added the finely mashed sesame sugar blocks, and fried the sugar until it melted. Big sister, do your teachers also teach how to make mooncakes? Mrs. Mei asked casually while working. Of course. Mingju secretly scooped a fingerful of lotus seed paste, kept her hand behind her back, and quietly tasted it with Da Huang, Dagwai, and Xiaohua, replying to her mother, some scholars and literary people really like eating it. Whenever they find something they like, they record the method and write recipes. Not only recipes, but they also write poems and essays praising how delicious it is. Scholars sure are free, Mrs. Mei sighed. Isn't that right? Scholars don't farm. Mingju secretly reached out again to scoop more lotus seed paste. Mrs. Mei slapped her hand away. That's just 1 bowl of lotus seed paste. Do you still want to make mooncakes? Yes. Mingju quickly retracted her hand, smiling affectionately at her mother. The sugar in the pot finally melted. Mrs. Mei poured the lotus seed paste in and kept stirring, mixing the sugar and oil into the paste until it turned bright yellow and didn't stick to the pan at all. Mingju jumped up and shouted to her mother, all done. The finished lotus seed paste was scooped up. Mrs. Mei used chopsticks to pick some and feed it to her daughter, asking, is it tasty? Song Mingju blew air and said, delicious. With so much oil and sugar, how could it not be tasty? Mei said with surprise. If she hadn't sold soy sauce earlier and gained some confidence, Mei wouldn't dare waste ingredients like this. But she didn't dare let everyone taste a bite. Once it's made into mooncakes, it will be even better. Song Mingju comforted her father and mother-in-law. Old Lady Wu and Song Changha said, we're not greedy. The lotus seed paste was ready, and next they made red bean paste. While frying the lotus seed paste, the red beans had already been cooked in a clay pot on the stove. They were drained, cooled in water, and then mashed by hand into a finer bean paste. The bean paste now contained bean skins, so they had to filter out the skins with water. This process is called washing the bean paste. Since washing the bean paste took some time, Mei prepared the pastry dough. The dough needed alkali water, which wasn't readily available, so she used water with wood ash instead. She soaked the ash in water and set it aside for the next day. After finishing these tasks, the family was tired. They washed up and went to bed immediately. The next morning, May got up early and continued making mooncakes. The clear layer of water on top of the soaked ash water was carefully poured out into a bowl for later use. Her daughter said, "That's enough. No need to add more." May remembered this well. Then she started making the dough. They called wheat flour ash flour here. She added pre-melted sugar and oil, then half a spoon of ash water, mixed everything into a dough, and began kneading. Kneading the dough was very tiring. May was sweating all over. Seeing this, Song Chang-ha took the clay basin. "What should it look like?" he asked while kneading. "You're asking what?" "Shiny, smooth, and glossy."
May replied.
With Song Chang-ha helping knead the dough, May could focus on frying the bean paste. She poured out the clear water left after sedimentation, added the washed bean paste to a pot, and slowly stirred in sugar and oil until the bean paste absorbed the sugar and oil, becoming very fine and sweet. Song Mingju woke up smelling the aroma. Without even washing her face, she ran to the kitchen. "Mom, it smells so good." "Dog knows," May teased, giving her a small taste of the fried bean paste. "Careful, it's hot." "Phew." Song Mingju blew out 2 breaths, carefully holding her chopsticks, scooping some bean paste into her mouth. She chewed twice, then jumped with joy. "It's so tasty." Once the dough was kneaded, it needed to rest for an hour before use. May started making sugar meat. Song Mingju couldn't help and quickly went to wash up. The originally white, fatty meat was marinated with sugar and wine, turning a rich amber color that looked a bit like ice cubes. Inside, crushed sesame, peanuts, walnuts, toasted flour, and sugar syrup were added. Although I don't know what it tastes like, it looks quite nice. Once everything was ready, Song Chang-ha finished carving the mold. Song Mingju cheered. "Time to make mooncakes. On the 15th day of the 8th month, the moon is bright. Parents make mooncakes for me." Song Mingju hummed a modified mooncake song as she pinched a piece of dough to wrap the mooncake. First, she scooped some lotus seed paste, then placed a bright yellow salted egg yolk in the middle. This salted egg yolk was made by boiling salted duck eggs, peeling out the yolks, drizzling a bit of rice wine, and then baking them slowly until firm. It was quite complicated. May almost gave up and didn't want to do it anymore. But when she looked around and saw how much effort had already been put in, she decided to finish it and see what the result would be. Song Mingju was a bit clumsy, and the mooncakes she made were crooked and looked very simple but adorable. May felt sorry for the imperfect mooncakes and didn't want to make more, but she was worried she would cry. She hesitated for a long time, but finally shooed her daughter away. "Go away quickly. If you don't leave, I might have to scold you." The finished mooncakes were dusted with flour, pressed into molds, then flipped over and tapped with a stick to shape them. A perfectly formed mooncake was ready. "Wow, it's so pretty." Song Mingju leaned over the table, sticking her head out to cheer for her mother. Song Chang-ha, worried his daughter might get scolded, quickly came over to protect her. Seeing this, he also said, "Oh, yes, it looks really nice. Father, your mold is so well made." Song Mingju praised her father. "Of course." Song Chang-ha stroked his non-existent beard and smiled. "I'm quite talented at this kind of thing." Mother is also very talented at making delicious food. Only praising her father, not her mother. This could have serious consequences. May was amused by her daughter and husband and lost her temper. She quickly finished making the mooncakes and then brushed on the egg yolk. Song Chang-ha bought a pound of pig bristles from a butcher, sorted them, and made a few brushes resembling calligraphy brushes. May took one, boiled it in water, then dried it, dipped it in egg yolk, and brushed it onto the mooncake patterns. "I want to help too," Song Mingju shouted. She could definitely do this task, so May let her. After brushing on the egg yolk, it was time to bake the mooncakes. It was only then that Song Mingju realized a very serious problem. They didn't have an oven or a flat baking pan. This was a disaster. Song Mingju was so worried she almost cried. Her parents spent a lot of money, and she wondered if it was all wasted. She blamed herself for having too much fun earlier and forgetting about this. "Don't cry, don't cry." When her daughter started to cry, Song Changha panicked. He quickly hugged her and softly comforted her. If all else fails, we can steam them to eat. Steaming was not an option because it would ruin the effort already put in.
So what should we do now?
Song Mingju cried loudly. Don't cry, don't cry. Meisher also advised, mooncakes are just cakes. I'll try baking them a little to see if it works. Please don't cry. Song Mingju looked at her mother with tears in her eyes as she watched her mother bake the mooncakes. Meisher had never baked mooncakes before. She asked Wu Laonyang to use a small fire, first adding a little water to the bottom of the pan, then heating the pan. She placed the mooncakes on the side and covered the pan to bake slowly. She didn't put all the mooncakes in at once, worried that if it didn't work, she could make adjustments. The family of 4 gathered in the kitchen, watching the pot eagerly. When the aroma started to waft out, everyone became excited. Wow, it smells so good. Mother, brush some egg yolk on top. Song Mingju remembered to remind her mother. Meisher lifted the lid, moved the mooncakes slightly, brushed a layer of egg yolk on top, covered the pan again, and continued baking on low heat. The rich, sweet smell of sugar, oil, and meat filled the room, rolling and calling out, making everyone salivate. Da Huang was the most well-behaved, lying at the door of the kitchen, watching the firewood door and glancing back frequently. Da Huang and Xiaohua couldn't sit still. They circled around Song Mingju, anxious and shifting around. Not ready yet. Be good. Wait a little longer. Song Mingju comforted them with one hand each. After about 15 minutes, Meisher guessed the cold meat was also cooked, so she opened the lid. Inside the pot, several shiny, golden brown mooncakes looked adorable. Meisher had a bit of talent for making food. She asked Wu Laonyang to turn up the heat slightly and give the mooncakes a little more color. Then she took them out of the pan. It had to be said, Meisher and Wu Laonyang controlled the heat very well. Except for a few bottoms that were a bit burnt, everything else was perfect. Meisher cut the burnt bottoms first. At Song Mingju's request, she made 4 flavors: lotus seed with egg yolk, red bean with egg yolk, cold meat, and 5 nuts. The burnt ones were the cold meat flavor, probably because the oil seeped out, making the bottom a bit hard and crispy. But, oh, the aroma was wonderful. The ice meat has a sweetness that is stronger than its saltiness, and the slight saltiness perfectly enhances the sweetness. The texture of the ice meat is a bit crispy, quite different from when it's cooked thoroughly. The oil from the ice meat seeps out and moistens the walnuts, peanuts, and sesame inside. Taking a bite, it's truly delicious. The whole family keeps silent, not wanting to speak.
Woof. Meow.
Daegu and Xiaohua whimper anxiously. How does it taste? You 2 animals should say something. Such a precious treat. Madame May wouldn't let cats and dogs eat it. The family shares half of an ice meat mooncake, and Madame May gives a small piece to Song Mingju, then puts the rest away. Song Mingju secretly takes half of her small piece and shares it with Da Huang, Daegu, and Xiaohua, behind her mother's back. You can't eat too much sugar and salt. Just taste it, okay? Next, Madame May plans to make a second batch of mooncakes. She's worried the ice meat might burn again, and isn't sure how to handle it. Try putting a rack at the bottom of the pot, suggests Old Lady Wu. Madame May adds a rack into the pot and places the remaining mooncakes inside. After sitting down, Madame May reminisces about the ice meat mooncake she just ate, feeling that her mouth is filled with fragrant flavor, like an unavoidable hurdle. Seeing her husband and mother-in-law both look satisfied and still savoring the taste, she makes a firm decision. She takes out the other 3 flavors of mooncakes, cuts each in half, and shares them with the family. Even during the new year, they rarely get to enjoy such good food. While enjoying the mooncakes, the family discusses how to sell them. Dad, go ask my master to write a few characters and we'll call it Meigu Mooncakes. Song Mingju suggests. And make sure the characters are in red, not black. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, red looks more festive. Also, draw some flowers, the moon, auspicious clouds, or whatever on the paper. Make it look nice. Song Changha considers his daughter's idea and nods. I think that's a good idea. Meigu mooncakes again. Madame May feels a bit shy. I've only been making mooncakes for a few months. Mom, think about Meigu tofu. Song Mingju encourages her mother earnestly. Reputation is very important.
Madame Mei hesitates.
Suddenly, Da Huang, who had been lying on the ground, stands up and alertly looks outside the gate. The whole family stops talking and looks outside together. The sound of wheels stopping outside, and a clear young voice calls out, "Is this the home of Lord Song Changha?" So early, who could it be? Outside the wooden gate, there was a lively knocking sound. The noise was clear and confident, definitely not from an old ox, donkey, or mule.
Who is that?
Song Changha went to open the door. He saw a carriage parked outside. The horse was shiny and smooth, clearly a fine horse. But the horse looked impatient and unwilling to pull the cart. A teenage boy, about 14 or 15, was driving the carriage. He smiled and asked Song Changha, "May I ask if you are Song Changha, Lord Song? Who are you?" Song Mingju peeked out from behind her father and asked. He nodded in agreement with her. The boy smiled, pushed aside the curtain of the carriage, and called out, "Sister, we've arrived." Then, someone stepped out of the carriage, smiling warmly and greeting Song Mingju. "Big sister, do you remember me?" Song Mingju paused, then suddenly realized and rushed forward, exclaiming, "Ah, Sister Inghong." It was indeed Inghong. This surprised both Mrs. Mei and Song Dalong. "Oh, Miss Inghong, what wind brought you here?" Mrs. Mei hurried out to welcome the guest. This was truly a distinguished guest. "Earlier, my little lady heard that big sister was sick with a fever, and she's been worried about you," Inghong said, pulling Song Mingju into a hug and smiling at Mrs. Mei. "Today, the weather isn't so hot anymore, and I saw you weren't selling things in town, so I came to check on you. I've also missed Sister Yuju very much." Song Mingju was so happy she hugged Inghong tightly, bouncing with excitement. "Inghong's sister, you're so amazing to find us." "It's nothing much," Inghong replied, liking this lively little girl. The carriage was fast. Her little lady never usually jumped around like this. This clingy, lively attitude was just like Xiao Guai. "Miss Inghong, please come inside," Mrs. Mei warmly invited. "Wait a moment, my wife asked me to bring some things," Inghong told the boy driving the carriage. "Little Five, take down the things from the carriage." "Okay." The boy called Little Five responded, parked the carriage by Song Changha's fence, and unloaded the horse, letting it eat grass. Seeing the boy let the horse go freely, Song Mingju asked curiously, "Little Five, don't you need to tie the horse? Won't it run away?" "This horse is really clever," Little Five said while taking things out of the carriage. "Even if you tie it, it can untie itself. Anyway, no one's trying to steal it, so let it be. This horse clearly has a temper. When you look at it twice, it snorts loudly, as if saying, 'What are you looking at?'" Song Mingju isn't used to it and pulls Inghong to the courtyard. "Inghong's sister, you're just in time. I made mooncakes today. They're so delicious." She didn't mention it earlier, but as soon as she did, Mei became anxious. Oh no, the mooncakes in the pot. She was so busy talking that she forgot about them. Mei hurried into the kitchen, lifted the lid of the pot, and a rich, sweet aroma burst out, hitting Inghong in the face.
"Wow."
Inghong exclaimed uncontrollably, "What is that? It smells so good." The smell was so strong that it seemed to surround people, making everyone feel warm and sweet. The horse also came into the courtyard, sticking its head toward the kitchen. When it smelled the sweet aroma, it refused to leave and stayed at the door. "Nay," the horse lowered its head, pushing its nose toward the kitchen. "Nay, nay. Hey, is there something tasty inside? Give me a bite too." "Oh, you horse." Inghong and Xiao Wu were both amused by the horse's greed. Da Huang came over responsibly to chase the horse away. The horse seemed to know it was a guest and wasn't afraid of Da Huang. It happily trotted around the courtyard and then returned to the kitchen door. Nay, Mei took out the mooncakes from the freshly baked batch. Luckily, they were fine. The bottom was placed on a rack, so none were burnt. But because of the rack, the bottoms of the mooncakes formed a grid pattern. Some parts, where the rack didn't cover, were golden and crispy, while the covered parts were lighter in color. It looked quite nice. Song Changha invited the two to sit in the main room. Mei sliced the half of the mooncakes left from the previous batch, served them with a pot of tea, and offered Ing Hong and Xiao Wu some. The horse still wanted to come into the main room, but Song Mingzhu quickly acted. She snatched a small piece of mooncake from her mother, held it under the horse's nose for it to smell, then ran into the courtyard. The horse immediately followed, trotting along with a da-da-da-da sound. Nay, just one piece, and no causing trouble after eating. Song Mingzhu reached out with her small, chubby hand to pet the horse's head, holding the mooncake near its mouth. If you're not obedient, I'll have to chase you out. The horse seemed to understand and nodded. Only then did Song Mingzhu open her little hand and give the horse some mooncake to eat. Da Huang watched nervously from the side, ready to rush over at any moment. Unexpectedly, the horse was quite sensible. After eating the mooncake, it even licked Song Mingzhu's hand and nudged her playfully with its head. It is clear that Mei and Song Changha both have divided hearts, one half welcoming guests, the other worriedly watching over their daughter, afraid that the horse might hurt her. Madam Mei and Sir Song, don't worry. This horse belongs to my young lady. Usually it plays with her just like this, Ing Hong said with a smile, seeing the scene. Today it was borrowed to pull a cart, so it's a bit reluctant, but it's not dangerous. I see. Madam Mei relaxed a little. What kind of cake is this? It's really delicious. Little Wu, younger and more lively than Ing Hong, was unrestrained and chatting while eating. This salted duck egg yolk is so well preserved, salty, oily, and fragrant. This is mooncake, a new treat we just made, Madam Mei said happily when praised. The salted duck eggs are from our village, preserved well enough to produce oil. Ing Hong tried each type and said, the lotus seed and red bean flavors are light and fragrant, sweet but not greasy, very tasty. The 5 nuts filling is hearty, rich with nuts, very fragrant. The preserved pork is sweet and salty, melts in your mouth, leaving a lasting aroma. I like this one best. Madam Mei knew that the mooncakes she made today probably wouldn't last long. But if her mooncakes could be appreciated by the magistrate and his wife, it would be worth it. While they happily enjoyed tea and mooncakes, a group of visitors arrived outside the village, Gao Yuanwei and Gao Lijing, who had arranged to see the water supply. Village chief had already sent someone to guard the village entrance, having received the news early, and rushed to greet them. Gao Yuanwei now recognized Song Changha. Seeing no one from the crowd resembling him, he asked, "Where is Song Changha?" His family has guests from the county, and just arrived. He's busy entertaining them, village chief explained for Song Changha. From the county? Gao Yuanwei frowned. Did you see how they look? Heard that the magistrate plans to visit Songjia Tai in autumn to collect grain. Could they be sent ahead to check the situation? I didn't see how they look, but I saw their carriage, village chief replied. A carriage? There aren't many horses in the entire county. No, I must go see for myself. Where is his house? Take us there. Meanwhile, village chief led Gao Yuanwei and his group towards Song Changha's house, explaining the water pipes along the way. When they reached outside Song Changha's home, a strong sweet aroma drifted over, making Gao Yuanwei frown. What's that smell? It's so overwhelming. Village Zheng knew that the Song family had been making food these days, but he was proud and didn't come to ask. Of course, some shameless people tried to test Song Changha by staying outside his house instead of going in. They even let Da Huang bark at them to send them away. This time, Village Zheng came properly and officially. Sure enough, from afar, he saw a black carriage parked outside Song Changha's house, but no horses were visible. Inside the courtyard, Song Mingzhu was using roasted peas to attract a big horse. The horse had yellow-brown fur and was named Chestnut. Song Mingzhu gave it a straightforward name. Big Run. If you're called Big Run, you get to eat peas. The horse obediently lowered its noble head, making Ing Hong and Xiao Wu both shy and annoyed. Isn't your family missing a meal? Xiao Wu said, surprised to Ing Hong. You're from the military governor's office, after all. The horse usually only trusted a few people and was very aloof at the county office. Even the groom had to say, Master Horse, please, when feeding it. But once it came to the Song family, it turned into a dog. Big Run, over here. Big Run, come here. Big Run, jump. Big Run, you're so amazing. Big Run. Village Zheng listened but didn't hear anything clear, so he stretched his neck and shouted, Sir Yuan and the village head are here.
Ah.
Song Changha responded from inside and hurried out to open the door.
Sir Yuan.
Village head. A horse's head peeked out from behind Song Changha. Seeing only a mule cart outside, it snorted in disdain and decided not to bother with the little girl playing nearby. After all, besides roasted peas, her bag had other snacks. Song Changha didn't dare to be too arrogant and welcomed Sir Yuan and the village head inside. A group of people crowded in, filling the courtyard instantly. Song Mingzhu was startled and instinctively hid behind Big Run's neck. De Huang protected her in front, while De Kuai and Xiao Hua bared their teeth and growled at the newcomers. The 4 big ones and 1 small one faced the strangers invading their territory, and both sides fell silent. Grandpa Gao's beloved grandson still remembered Songdia. When he heard his grandfather was coming to Songjia Terrace today, he threw a tantrum and clung to his grandmother's name to climb onto the mule cart. Songdia had been sick before. He hoped she was better now. He had decided that since he didn't see Songdia last time, today he would definitely show her some respect, to defend his unshakable position in town. He had used a lot of energy before leaving home. After resting for a while on the mule cart, he fell asleep unknowingly. He only woke up now. The timing was perfect. But when he got off the cart and looked around, he felt a bit confused. Is this Songjia Terrace? Looking again. Oh, this is Songdia's house. Songdia. Young Master Gao strode confidently into Song Mingzhu's courtyard, looking very proud. Today, I want to compete with you. Just then, the tense moment in the air was broken.
Woof.
The big dog barked fiercely. Meow. Song Xiaohua jumped up to join in. Young Master Gao was startled and looked like he was about to cry.
Who are you?
Song Mingzhu asked, looking at the child with a silver collar around his neck. You actually. Young Master Gao's face first showed shock, then sadness, then shyness and anger, very dramatic. Grandpa, Songdia doesn't even know him. All his enthusiasm seemed wasted. Song Mingzhu thought, this kid's face is round and white, with very lively expressions, like a freshly baked bun. This is the youngest grandson of the master. Song Changha quickly came out to save young Master Gao's dignity. You bought a bamboo doll when you were sick last time. After Song Mingzhu's good news, she heard from her father that this was a young master, very wealthy, so she immediately put on a sincere smile. So it's you. I heard my dad mention you. Song Mingzhu friendly extended her hand. Now I have a name, Song Mingzhu. What's your name? Young Master Gao didn't know this was proper etiquette, but he still stretched out his chubby little paw with tears in his eyes. Boys shouldn't cry. Song Mingzhu grabbed that chubby paw and shook it 3 times. Boys in Songjia Terrace, even if they fall, don't cry. Grown up, the biggest challenge in young Master Gao's life was Songdia. He dreamed of beating Songdia. Oh, now her name is Song Mingzhu. Holding on to this belief, young Master Gao forced his tears back and proudly answered, My name is Gao Yuan. Yuan meaning protect and assist. Good name. Song Mingzhu praised. It's as grand as mine. Of course. My grandfather personally gave me this name. Gao Yuanyu immediately regained his pride. My grandfather is the town's master. Watching his grandson's mood shift from shock to sadness, then to pride, old Master Gao sighed. Well, in this situation, there's no need to mention it. Do you want to play with us? Song Mingzhu invited.
Well.
Gao Yuani hesitated. All right then. Finally, he looked at De Ben, De Huang, De Gua, and Xiao Hua with envy and said, Your family has so many cats and dogs. And you even have a horse. De Ben isn't ours. They kept chatting about children, and Master Gao left all the servants behind. He and Gao Li went with Song Changha to the main hall. Since the house was built, they had never had so many distinguished guests before. Today really brought honor to the village. Village chief's face also lit up with pride. If he weren't busy right now, he would want to go to the back mountain himself to see if the ancestral grave was emitting blue smoke. Outside, Ing Hong and Xiao Wu watched everything clearly. They came for personal reasons and didn't want to reveal too much, so they stood up to leave. Mei was very embarrassed and insisted they stay for a meal before leaving.
Impossible.
You must stay and eat before you go. If they left now, what face would they have to go to the county later? Lady Mei, it's okay. Ing Hong smiled and comforted Mei. We came to see Deya. Now that we see she is safe and sound, we can go back and report. That's even less acceptable. Mei held on to Ing Hong firmly. If Deya finds out you're leaving now, do you believe she wouldn't cry her heart out? Sure enough, as soon as Mei finished speaking, Song Mingju ran over like the wind. First, she looked into the main hall but didn't see Ing Hong, so she went straight to the kitchen area. Seeing that someone was there, she was very happy. Ing Hong older sister, Xiao Wu brother, please sit down first. I want to play with you on you for a while before coming back. Then she ran off again like the wind.
Yingong.
Song Changhe asked village chief to help entertain Master Gao and Gao Lijeng. He also came over to apologize. Miss Ing Hong, Xiao Wu, we are really sorry. Master Gao and Gao Lijeng came to our village today to see the water supply, and it was arranged a few days ago. Song Changhe sincerely said, please don't leave yet. You must stay for a meal. Deya has been thinking of you for a long time. Water supply? Ing Hong asked curiously, what water supply? It seemed that their family hadn't gone to the county for a long time. Were they working on some other invention? It's a pipeline made from bamboo that brings water from the back mountain lake to the village. Song Changhe pointed to his family's pipeline. So, this water comes from the back mountain. Ing Hong and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, both intrigued. Can we go see together? Asked Xiao Wu. This means he agreed to stay for dinner. Of course. Song Changhe was very happy. I'll go tell village Zheng. Just then, someone came outside the wooden door. Brother Song? That familiar voice. It's Wang Langjun. Song Changhe was momentarily stunned. What day is it today that everyone is so eager to come? Song Mingju ran ahead, looked out, and cheered Uncle Wang. This time, Wang Langjun didn't call Li Langjun, only brought an assistant, and still carried a basket of meat and vegetables himself. Oh, Mingju. Wang Langjun quickly grabbed Song Mingju, picked her up, and asked, is there a happy event at your house? Why are so many people here? There were carts, horse-drawn carriages. Oh, and a carriage. Although the court now restricts private horse raising, in this area of Daxia, they don't raise horses themselves. The horses come from the west and north. The journey is long, and even ordinary horses are very expensive here. Wang Langjun is a businessman and keenly sensed that today might be special. Guests from the county have come, and also from the town, Song Mingju said. She only mentioned this because of Wang Langjun. She wouldn't say a word if it were someone else. At this moment, Song Changhe also realized what was happening and quickly came out to greet him. Brother Wang. Old brother Changhe. Wang Langjun changed his way of calling and said happily, I'm here again. What else could happen now? Besides, he's like a god of wealth. Song Changhe warmly welcomed him inside and introduced Wang Langjun to village Zheng, Master Yuan, and Gao Lijeng. They were all men and quickly started talking. A few early arriving men had been quietly observing Ing Hong and Xiao Wu. Now, with Wang Langjun here, they all wanted to talk. Although they were quite prominent in this area, their influence was limited to here. Not to mention going far, just to the county, even the Master Yuan couldn't control a troublemaker. Everyone wanted to be on good terms with powerful people, but they kept missing chances. This made village Zheng, Master Yuan, Gao Lijeng, and Wang Langjun very anxious. Oh, that's Song Changhe. He's usually clever, but now he doesn't seem to know how to introduce them properly. If it weren't for the fact that Ing Hong is a young girl and it would be rude to approach her directly, they would have, little brother, would you like to join us for tea? Wang Langjun, with his thick skin, spoke first. Unfortunately, They were drinking the lotus leaf tea that Mei had prepared earlier and eating the mooncakes Mei had just made. Xiao Wu accepted the invitation without refusing and went over to greet everyone. His attitude was neither arrogant nor shy, very confident. My surname is Tang, and I come from the 5th generation of my family. As soon as he said his surname was Tang, Old Master Gao and a few others tensed up.
Tang.
Is he related to County Magistrate Tang? Good. Good surname. Such a good surname. A group of old foxes praised him one after another. They looked almost shameless. Xiao Wu. Back in Beijing, those people always spoke in roundabout ways, afraid you might understand too much. But here at Songjia Terrace, everyone is so straightforward in their praise. Indeed, Songjia Terrace is a very special place. As the host of Songjia Terrace, Song Changhe and Village Zheng were extremely busy, almost to the point of sweating. Village Zheng had already prepared, determined to keep Master Gao and Gao Li for a meal at Songjia Terrace, so early in the morning he sent his son to the neighboring village to buy meat and alcohol. On Song Changhe's side, Ing Hong and the others had already agreed to stay for dinner, and Wang Langjun was originally here just to eat. After some discussion, they decided to invite Master Gao and Gao Li to stay and eat together, with the meal set at Song Changhe's house. His house didn't have enough tables, chairs, or utensils, so Village Zheng told his son to go home and bring some over, along with all the dishes. His wife also brought her 2 daughters-in-law to help prepare the food, leaving one daughter-in-law to handle household chores. Village Zheng then sent his son to call Guzi's father to join them, since he was a key figure in the water project. When Guzi's mother heard about it, she also came to help in the kitchen. Guzi had nowhere to go, so he naturally came along too. Song Li heard the noise and thought something was wrong at Song Mingju's house, so she ran over to see what was happening. After understanding the situation, she went back to the vegetable field to harvest the last batch of vegetables and brought them over. Mei didn't let her leave and kept her to help with the chores. Master Gao was quick-witted and called a clever servant to bring money to the neighboring Xiao village, buying whatever meat, vegetables, fruits, pastries, or snacks they needed. Of course, he wasn't doing this to entertain Wang Langjun. Young Master Tang from the county, have you passed through our Mingxi town? Master Gao asked earnestly. We have an ancient temple here, with a small stream flowing beside it, and the scenery is very... Village Zheng was so angry, he stomped his foot. This old man, copying their Songjia Terrace's way of talking, how shameless. Young Master Tang Xiaoling, let's go see the tap water. Zhang Zheng forcibly took Xiao Wu away. Our Song family terrace is flat, with plenty of water sources. Only behind the village is a mountain. In the past, everyone fetched water from ponds, lakes, or rivers. Spring, summer, and autumn are fine, but in winter, the ponds freeze, which is very inconvenient. Now, Changhe has come up with the idea of tap water. When Gao Yuanwei saw this, he quickly went to chase after them. That old fellow is so stingy. Once Gao Yuanwei left, everyone else naturally followed. Song Mingju saw this and took Ing Hong, Gao Yuanyu, and Guzi, along with De Huang, De Gua, and Xiao Hua, and they all hurried off together. The courtyard then cleared out.
Oh.
Today I really saw something new. Old Auntie wiped her sweat and said, covering her chest, our Song family terrace has never been so lively since the village was established. These women, including Old Auntie, usually find it hard to leave the village. Guzi's mother was the last to go to town with Mei Shi and see some of the outside world. So they all felt that today's lively scene was a great honor. But for Mei Shi, today was a disaster. Auntie, sisters-in-law, if it weren't for your help today, Mei Shi smiled bitterly. I'm afraid I would be so anxious I might jump into the river. Don't say that. Old Auntie patted Mei Shi's hand to comfort her. My husband said, today's meal is a matter for the Song family terrace. It must be done well. Third sister, you're in charge of cooking. You decide how to prepare everything. We all listen to you. Old Auntie was like a steady anchor, and Mei Shi's originally nervous heart suddenly settled. The men are fighting outside. Here, it's the women's battlefield. Mei Shi calmed down and started arranging the dishes. Although many people came today, there weren't many guests, so only one main table was needed. The servants and a few helpers would sit at one table, with fewer dishes to highlight the main course. The women helping out and their children also needed to eat, but they would eat in the kitchen to keep it simple. After thinking it over, Meisher decided not to settle for less and set up another table, giving Inghong a separate place to be served. Their women have no rules against sitting at the table. With her thoughts in order, Meisher began working efficiently. But Song Mingju encountered a problem. Gao Yuanyu disliked Erguzi. "Oh, Erguzi, you smell bad. Stay away from me." "No, I don't." Erguzi sniffed his clothes, feeling unfair. "My mom just changed my clothes before I went out. They're clean." This was his best outfit. "But it really smells bad." "No, it doesn't. You're talking nonsense. Are you calling me names? How dare you? You little fatty. I'm just calling you names. Your nose is broken. You little fatty." Just as he was about to continue, Erguzi remembered what his mom told him. Never repeat the words others say when insulting, or you'll lose your power. What should he say instead? Suddenly, he remembered the buns Song Lu bought him that day. "Yes, buns. You big fatty bun."
Erguzi shouted happily.
Poor Gao Yuanyu was used to being spoiled at home. He was a bit bossy, but he didn't have many real words to insult with, so he froze up.
"You."
He couldn't come up with anything to say. Finally, he angrily said, "You're bullying me. I'll tell my grandfather." Then he started to cry. It seemed like he was a little crybaby. "Everyone, stop arguing." Song Mingju sighed, stepping between the two chubby kids, frowning. "Let me smell." She sniffed Erguzi and said to Yuanyu, "Erguzi doesn't smell bad. He smells nice." "Then why does he smell different from me?" Gao Yuanyu stretched out his arm for Song Mingju to smell. He really didn't understand. Song Mingju didn't laugh at him. "That's a fragrant scent. Erguzi's smell is from the sun." She asked Gao Yuanyu to try again. Smell again. "Does it smell like sunshine?" It was already August, and the sun wasn't as fierce as in midsummer, so it was okay to stand in the sun for a while. Gao Yuanyu sniffed, feeling his nose filled with different smells. It seemed like a scent drifting from a tree. He ran over and saw a tree he didn't recognize. "What kind of tree is this?" Gao Yuanyu asked, looking up. "Does it have no leaves?" "This is a pine tree," Song Mingju patiently explained. "Those thin, needle-like things are its leaves, called pine needles." She picked a few fresh pine needles from the ground and held them under Gao Yuanyu's nose. "Fresh pine needles smell good. Want a smell?" Gao Yuanyu sniffed and suddenly understood. "Oh, I see. There is a smell that seems to come from the grass." Gao Yuanyu chased after it and found a bunch of unfamiliar grass with small, light red fruits scattered among the blades. They looked strange, like toads. "What's this?" Gao Yuanyu asked with a look of disgust. Song Mingju went over to take a look and was very surprised. "Oh, these are ground loquats. You can eat them." Song Mingju squatted down to find some edible fruits. Ground loquats have male and female types. The males can't be eaten, only the females. Erguzi was very experienced at finding ground loquats and quickly found a few. Inghong helped them wash the fruits in the pond. Each person took one, including the 3 big ones and the little one. "This thing." Gao Yuanyu pinched the ugly fruit with and hesitated. "Can we really eat it?" "It's delicious." Erguzi saw that the little fatty Baozi didn't understand and helped him without holding a grudge. "Look, first squeeze it open like this, then do this. Eat the inside meat. And throw away the skin." Gao Yuanyu carefully stuck out his sharp teeth, scraped a little of the fruit's flesh, and immediately felt his whole mouth filled with a fragrant smell. "Wow, how is it?"
Erguzi asked proudly.
"I wasn't lying to you, right?" Gao Yuanyu nodded hard. Everyone ate the ground loquats together, and their bond grew closer. "Oh, Song Mingju, your village is really fun." Gao Yuanyu sighed. "Don't your family also have land? Maybe you can find these things if you go to the fields." "I want to go to the fields, but my mother and grandmother won't let me." "Why not?" "Because they say the fields are dirty." "Your mother and grandmother are wrong." Song Mingju stopped and pointed to the farmland on both sides of the road, speaking seriously. Do you know? The rice and vegetables we eat all grow from the land. The clothes we wear also come from plants that grow in the ground. The chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cows, and sheep we eat all eat grass from the land to grow. Even we humans have to stand on the ground to be steady. Gao Yuanyu was a bit stunned. He had been spoiled since he was a child. His mother and grandmother always called him little son and baby, never making him do any work. His older brothers had to endure scolding from teachers, but he only played and made trouble every day. No one had ever spoken to him like this before, or said such words. Deep down, he felt that Song Mingju wouldn't lie to him. But he also doubted the love his mother and grandmother had for him, and he couldn't believe it. Then, he looked blankly at the farmland in front of him, not knowing what to say. Land is the purest thing in the world. If you love it, it will love you back, Song Mingju said as she looked at the land in front of her, opening her arms warmly. As long as you own a piece of land, you are its owner. Really? Gao Yuanyu felt conflicted. Is that true? Of course. If you don't believe it, ask your grandfather. Song Mingju said confidently. If Gao Yuanyu dared to say today that the land was dirty, he wouldn't get any food. Gao Yuanyu felt even more confused. But he tried to recall what he knew to show he wasn't completely unaware of land matters. But my tenant farmers, they don't seem to love the land. Not long ago, his grandfather said someone was unkind, messing up the land, and next year they wouldn't be allowed to farm it anymore. That's because it's not their land. Song Mingju looked at Gao Yuanyu with meaning in her eyes. Gao Yuanyu didn't understand this because he was part of the landowning class, enjoying the fruits of others' labor. Guzi also didn't understand because although he was a poor farmer, his family at least had some land. They couldn't even fill their stomachs, just barely managing with thin porridge. Only Hong understood. She and Xiao Wu were born into farming families, and even if they had saved some money, they couldn't buy land. Despite their outward appearance of being well off, they couldn't become landowners, nor could they even be their own masters. They only hoped for their master's kindness to free them from slavery. Or perhaps they wished to risk everything, loyalty and life, to gain freedom for themselves and their families. But how did Song Mingju understand these feelings? Gao Yuanyu was influenced by this, and when he played next, he was more thoughtful. When he saw unfamiliar things, he would ask more questions. What is this? How does it grow? What is it used for? He wasn't starving for luxury. He just hadn't seen these things before, and no one had shown him how to explore them. Now, he felt there was a whole new world behind the familiar doors, and he couldn't help but want to peek inside. This feeling of sneaking around and seeking adventure was irresistible to any boy. When Gao Yuanyu asked questions, whether it was Song Mingju, Guzi, or Hong, anyone could answer. If they didn't know, they would ask the old farmers working in the fields. Everyone in the village knew these were special guests, and those who knew would answer patiently. Song Mingju watched the scene and felt very happy inside. Oh dear, Gao Xiaobang, this child is quite teachable. Song Mingju never expects everyone to understand her ideals, especially with thousands of years of feudal thinking still around. She knows she can't change that. But her goal is simple, just to inspire these children with some red ideals and plant a little sunshine in their hearts. She hopes that one day, these suns will shine over the sky. To support this, Song Mingju claps enthusiastically for Gao Yuanyu. You remember quite well. It seems you remember everything I just said. Of course. Gao Yuanyu dismisses the compliment, my brother's study, and I can remember everything after hearing it once. Oh really? That's impressive, Song Mingju says, not quite understanding. Then why do you act like you haven't studied at all? From the first time they met, Song Mingju thought this child was a bit slow. I have 5 older brothers. They may not be very talented in studying, but each of them works very hard, Gao Yuanyu explains. He's not making this up. It's what his grandfather told him, and he heard it himself. Everyone wants to be an official and bring honor to their family. But the road of imperial exams isn't easy. I'm the youngest at home, and everyone loves me the most. I've already enjoyed all the benefits at home. If I keep taking the path of studying, what will my brothers do? Hearing this, Song Mingzhu and Inghong look at Gao Yuanyu with a bit more respect. Wow, Gao Xiaobang is also quite clever. You seem not to be so easy either. Erguzi says, seeming to understand, but not quite. Well, now I understand. You have the smell of the sun on you, Gao Yuanyu says shyly. He's never apologized to anyone before and finds it hard to say. Seeing him like this, Erguzi generously forgives him. Then I won't call you Xiaopeng Baozi anymore. Gao Yuanyu is about to agree and make peace with Erguzi when Erguzi says again, how about I just call you Xiaopeng from now on? It feels very close.
Ugh.
You're Xiaopeng. Your whole family is Xiaopeng. Let their friendship go, too. The group continues arguing and joking as they walk forward. De Ben, De Huang, De Gua, and Xiaohua each have their own world, chasing flowers and butterflies, having a great time. Inghong follows these kids, helping them when needed. She's cheerful and never finds it boring. Gao Yuanwai's family also has a servant who looks after their young master, and he finds it very strange. Isn't sixth young master usually tired after just a few steps? Why didn't you call me to hug you after walking so far today? Don't underestimate children. They grow up very quickly. When passing a small creek, Gao Yu couldn't cross easily. Erguzi jumped over first and then reached out his hand. Come on, Gao Xiaopeng, I'll help you. People learn from each other. Erguzi played with Gao Yu for a while, and their accents started to sound alike. Gao Yu looked seriously at the flowers across the creek, and then at Erguzi. Finally, he gave up his pride and reached out his hand. You better hold me tight. Don't worry. Erguzi patted his chest. I promise I won't let you fall. The moment Gao Yu was lifted into the air and landed steadily on the ground, he made a decision. Little Pang is just Little Pang. If every day can be so full of fun, then it's okay to call Erguzi Little Pang a few more times. After crossing the creek, a few friends held hands and cheered as they ran forward. Other children in the village saw this and hurried over. They shouted, jumped, and ran together. No one minded if I was clumsy, and I didn't mind if they were muddy. They played in the fields, fell down, got up, brushed themselves off, and kept chasing each other. Erguzi, wait for me. Little Pang, this way. For the first time, the sunlight in this world shone equally on them. Over at Songchang's place, he and village Zheng led Xiaowu, Gao Yuanwai, and Li to the back mountain to see how the water was being diverted and then checked how it was used at home. Gao Lijing was more practical, asking villagers about their experiences. The villagers praised it highly. My mother has bad legs. Before, when she went to the fields, if she forgot to fetch water, she had no water to use. Now, all the drinking and cooking water come from this bamboo pipe. My mother no longer worries about forgetting to fetch water. They asked several families, and everyone gave similar answers. No one said anything bad. This shows that the tap water has greatly improved the happiness of the villagers in Songjia Terrace Village. After Gao Lijing finished asking and understanding everything, the group decided to head back. As they walked away, they saw children running wildly in the fields. Their joyful shouts and laughter, shining in the bright sunlight, were full of energy. This thing really works, Gao Lijing said seriously. Back at Songchang's house, the meal was already prepared. Because things happened so quickly, Mrs. May didn't have time to prepare new dishes. She simply gathered all the fish, meat, eggs, and vegetables, and selected a few dishes that Wang Langjun had previously praised. Then, she set up 2 tables in the main hall and 1 in the kitchen. Men ate with men, women with women, without interfering with each other. Before seeing running water, Mr. Gao and the village chief both thought Songjia Tai was a small, poor place with nothing good. But after seeing it for themselves, they realized that the environment here was actually better than their town. The town still used wells. Usually, 1 well served an entire street, sometimes 2 or 3 streets. During busy water times, many people would get up before dawn to rush for water. Now, Songjia Tai has running water. Before the meal, Mr. Gao and the village chief wondered what kind of decent dishes the unworldly women of Songjia Tai could make. But when the food was served, they saw a variety of dishes, main dishes with side dishes, firm dishes with soft ones, and there were about 10 bowls and 8 plates in total. Looking at the dishes and smelling the aromas, it actually looked quite good. When they started eating with chopsticks, they exclaimed, "Wow, this tastes really delicious." The women of Songjia Tai must have secretly learned how to cook. Village Chief Zheng and Song Changhe just smiled silently. Because there were many guests this time, Song Mingzhu didn't sit at the main table. Instead, she ate with her mother. Gao Yu and Guzi didn't want to sit at the main table either. They preferred to eat with their 2 friends. So, in the kitchen area, Hong sat at the head, with 3 children sitting on a long bench in a row. The others squeezed in, chatting and laughing happily while eating. At the main table, the men drank cloudy rice wine and directly decided on the water project for Gao's family, agreeing to start after the Mid-Autumn Festival. As for the town, since the water system there was much larger than in Songjia Tai, Gao Lijing planned to ask everyone's opinion and count how many households wanted to connect to the water supply before discussing the details. Wang Langjun said he was willing to promote this project in the areas his caravan passed through, free of charge, as long as Songjia Tai needed it. Although Xiao Wu didn't make any promises, everyone knew he would report back. The servants, meanwhile, ate the rare good dishes eagerly, keeping an eye on the main table in case they were called. The meal was a happy gathering for both guests and hosts. Afterward, the women cleared the dishes and brought tea and mooncakes, allowing the men to continue their discussions. As the sun slightly shifts westward, these important men and young gentlemen finally realize it's time to leave. Hong and Xiao Wu take their leave first. Hong's sister, if you have free time, will you come to see me again?
Song Mingzhu asks sadly.
Wait until the harvest season. Hong comforts her. When the weather gets cooler, I will come back. Mei secretly gives Hong 2 months' worth of mooncakes, unable to give more. She also adds a small jar of pickled vegetables onto the cart. This is homemade. Hong girl, don't dislike it. Take it back for your lady and family to try. It's good for eating plain, cooking, or making sour soup. Dabin gently nudges De Huang, De Gua, and Xiao Hua with his head, saying goodbye to each of his little friends as if sealing a deal. Woof! Woof! Remember to visit me in the county. I'll treat you to delicious food.
Bark.
Bark, bark. Meow, okay. When we go to the county, we'll definitely come visit you. Wang Langjun, also heading back to the county, decides to leave with Xiao Wu and the others. Before leaving, he orders 50 mooncakes from Mei and agrees to pick them up in 3 days. The price was negotiated secretly in the kitchen by Wang Langjun, Song Changhe, and Mei. No one else knows. Wang Langjun also notices a bunch of straw hats at Song Changhe's house. After trying them, he finds them very good and confidently buys all of them. He also takes a basket of buttons that Wu Laonyang had collected. Wang Langjun remembers how he saw Song Changhe selling bamboo dolls in the county, which made him always struggle to lower the purchase price. Since these straw hats haven't been sold yet, Wang Langjun is sure that as long as they are from the Song family, they will sell well in the county. He's good at making deals, so he immediately gives a hat to each of Gao Yuanwei and Gao Lijing's group. Of course, Hong and Xiao Wu also receive hats. Gao Yuanwei and Gao Lijing are so happy they invite Wang Langjun to visit the town. De Guzi's father is so pleased he almost calls Wang Langjun dad. Changhe, from now on, you're my real brother. His family step aside. De Guzi's mother is so happy she tears up. Their family can finally see some light. Since they need to pass through the town to get back to the county, Gao Yuanwei and Gao Lijing decide to go with Wang Langjun and the others. This way, they can continue building connections before reaching the town. Village Zheng and Song Changhe see them off to the village entrance. Pearl, if you and Guzi go to town again, be sure to come find me at my house. Make sure to remember that. If you have free time, come play in our village often. Guzi also feels very reluctant to leave. None of us have any mooncakes left to give. Not only are there no mooncakes but no pickles either. When they walked out of the Shadow City and couldn't see it anymore, the village's sturdy figure, which had been standing all day, suddenly collapsed. Oh, my back. Spending the whole day like this is even more tiring than working on the farm. Song Mingju also feels very tired. Usually, she takes a nap at noon, but today she couldn't because she was busy entertaining guests. Song Changha is also very tired, but when he sees his soft daughter, he bends down and picks her up, letting her rest on his shoulders for a while. While lying there, Song Mingju falls asleep. Erguzi's father sees this and quietly asks Erguzi, "Are you tired?" Although Erguzi admires Song Mingju very much, he knows his father isn't like her father, who usually dislikes fussing over trivial things. His father has been busy all day and is quite tired, so he wisely answers, "I'm not tired." Thinking that his son has also spent the day with Song Mingju, acting as a little host, Erguzi's father squats down and says, "Come up, I'll carry you back."
Huh.
Erguzi looks a bit stunned. What does his father want to do? Just get on. His father says impatiently in front of the villagers. Hurry up. Erguzi shakily climbs onto his father's back. His father supports his son's bottom and walks home slowly and unsteadily. Dad, your back is so wide. Erguzi hugs his father's neck and sincerely praises him. Dad, you're so tall. Dad, you have white hair now. Dad, Village Master Gu looks at his son who has been running around all day and raises an eyebrow. Youngest, are you tired?
No.
Song Laoyao quickly waves his hands in fright. Dad, don't do that, I'm not tired. Dad will carry you back too? Village Master Gu kindly asks. Song Laoyao grimaces and says, "No more, Dad. I'll carry you instead." When they return to Song Changha's house, the women are still busy helping to clean the dishes and utensils. As for the bowls and chopsticks borrowed from Village Master Gu's house, they'll be taken back when the older woman and others leave later. The men set down the children. Song Mingju is sleeping in the inner room, watched over by De Gua. Erguzi sleeps on a bamboo bed, each tending to himself. Then their father also goes to help tidy up the table and chairs. As for the leftover food, Mrs. May tidied up and divided a bowl each for Song Lu, Erguzi's mother, and old auntie. All were oily and greasy, but no one minded. Because Wang Langjun was eager to get his mooncakes, Mrs. May made plans with Erguzi's mother, Song Lu, and old Annie to help make mooncakes tomorrow, paying them daily. Everyone left happily. Only Village Zheng stayed behind because he had something to say. Changhai, do you know the background of the new magistrate in Liang County? Song Changhai looked confused. No, I don't. Village Zheng said, I asked Gao Yuanwei and others. This magistrate Tang, his family background is quite impressive. How is it impressive? Song Changhai was still confused.
No.
It's not him who is impressive, it's his daughter, who is holding him. He doesn't even know what kind of family his daughter belongs to. Magistrate Tang is the son of the Minister of Revenue. Village Zheng pounded the table excitedly. You know the Minister of Revenue, right? The one who handles money and grain in the court? Magistrate Tang, his full name is Tang Yu, his father is the Minister of Revenue, and he himself is a top scholar. He was supposed to go to the Hanlin Academy, but he asked the emperor to be assigned elsewhere. Many people don't understand why he wants to leave the court to work among common folks. He said, without small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. Without caring for the people, how can one govern a family or a country? If Song Mingju were awake, she would praise his noble ideals. The appointment by the Ministry of Revenue is called a county magistrate. The emperor personally appointed the one called magistrate. Village Zheng's spit flew onto Song Changhai's face. And the magistrate's wife, she's even more impressive. Guess who her father is? Song Changhai. He couldn't guess about the magistrate's wife at all. Is Village Zheng crazy? Her father is the general of Liangzhou Prefecture. A second-rank general. Second rank is a high official rank, but Song Changhai didn't understand exactly how high. Still, he understood the words great general. But what does that matter? Liangzhou is far from their Song family village. No matter how high the general's rank, could he really control their village? Changhai, you don't understand. If we can get close to Magistrate Tang, it's like getting close to the Minister of Revenue. It's also like getting close to the General of Liangzhou. Song Changhai sneered. Those big officials won't care about our Song family village. You really only think about making things, Village Sheng said, disappointed. Think about it, not to mention anything else. Just look at the tap water we've installed in our village. Once the town is ready and reported to the county, do you think the magistrate will mention it to his father and father-in-law? Will he bring it up with the emperor? Others might find it hard, but for Magistrate Tang, it's just a casual remark. By then, our Song family platform will become famous. Song Mingzhu didn't hear the excited speech from village justice, but the next day, when she went to school, she heard everyone calling others to a meeting. Yes, village justice now uses the word meeting.
He's so modern.
Uncle Yao, are you going to your house for a meeting again? Song Mingzhu greeted. Hello, Uncle Yao. Song Lu, the messenger, also greeted. Magistrate Yao took a moment to greet them. Going to school?
Yes.
Song Mingzhu replied, then asked, Uncle Yao, every time there's a meeting, it's at your house. Is there enough space for so many people? Even if there isn't, we have to squeeze in.
Yao said.
His father is getting more and more fond of meetings. He even says small meetings are good for mood. If the villagers often hold small meetings, chatting and sharing, it helps build better relationships. And if someone secretly does something bad, others will notice and speak up. This keeps the village stable, a win-win situation. Why not do it? Honestly, village justice is really suitable for a leadership role. Then why not use this place? Song Mingzhu pointed to the empty land in front of Yao. This land belongs to the village, and no one is using it. Why not level it a bit and use it for meetings? Yao was momentarily stunned. Yes, why not? Every time they hold meetings at his house, his mother and wife have to hide away, which is so annoying. His father's enthusiasm is like a blooming sesame flower. Once he tastes a bit of success, he keeps climbing higher. Even their own family says, maybe he wants to recreate the glory of Han and Tang dynasties? Plus, there are trees here, and it's not sunny, Mingzhu added, pointing to the old tree overhead. Yao looked at the swaying shade of the tree and couldn't help but think, no wonder they say knowledge is power. This old tree has stood here for many years. Many villagers have dried grains under it, and many have talked under its shade. Yet no one ever thought of using it this way before. I'll go back and suggest it now. Yao hurried off. Mingzhu watched his distant figure, smiling like a little fox. She held Song Lu's hand, walking with a fox-like step, facing the morning sun on the village path. The stars wink at me, and the flowers sing for me. Pearl, what song are you singing? I've never heard it before. I heard it once from a traveling singer. Isn't it nice? Yes, it's lovely. I'm a little fairy working hard to build a happy village. Song Lu quickly covers her mouth. Fairies are not allowed. All right, she changes her words. I'm a little fairy working hard to build a happy village. Pearl, in your past life, you must have been a fairy child, right? I don't know. I think so. Then it must be. Sister Song Lu, you won't tell anyone, right? Don't worry. Even if I could, I would never tell anyone. This is the fairy child who saved her from suffering. How could she tell others? If the secret gets out and the heavens take Pearl back, she would be in big trouble. At the back mountain, the second master is already sitting under the shelter waiting for Song Mingzhu. This shelter was built when her father and the dog's father fixed the house last time. It's perfect for hot summer shade and winter wind protection with curtains. It's like a simple classroom. Song Mingzhu feels very happy. Master, this is my mother's mooncake. I brought it for you to try. Song Mingzhu hands over the last 2 mooncakes from home. Her mother secretly hid them yesterday, and even Song Mingzhu didn't want to eat them. Mooncake? Her second master stares at her, eyes wide, and asks, what kind of mooncake? Why is it called mooncake? He's been here so many years, and he's never heard anyone mention mooncakes in this dynasty.
Could it be? Could it be?
This name was given by my mother. Song Mingzhu says calmly, Master, look, this cake is round. Doesn't it look like the moon? When was the new China founded? The second master suddenly asked sharply. What country? Song Mingju looks confused. Master, just yesterday you talked about the Yalong Kingdom. What is your father's name? Song Changha. Who won the Korean War?
Anti. What?
Which county does the Song family belong to? Lee County. When was Tibet liberated? I don't know. How old are you this year? 4 years old. Next year 5. In which year was the land reform completed? The second master keeps asking. He asked about the major events that happened in those years, which affected people's lives. Anyone from his era would definitely know about them. Unfortunately, Song Mingju was silent for a moment before speaking. Master, my grandmaster never told me about these things. The master and disciple fell into a tense silence. Perhaps it was because Song Mingju's small face was too convincing, or maybe the second master was easy to deceive. After a while, the second master spoke first. All right, where did we leave off in the last lesson? He knew his situation was unexpected. After all, time travel isn't so easy. He is truly an outsider in this world. Seeing his master look disappointed, Song Mingju felt a bit sorry.
But
Last time, I mentioned a path that is 50 miles long. 2 people start repairing from opposite ends at the same time. The person on the east side can repair half a mile a day, and the one on the west side can repair 1 mile a day. How many days will it take to finish? In the village, Song Laoyao conveyed Song Mingju's suggestion to his father. Village leader didn't hesitate and immediately called everyone to a meeting to tidy up the area. They leveled the ground, opened up certain spots, and filled in others. With many people working together, in less than half an hour, the empty land was cleared. From now on, village meetings will be held here. Village leader stood under a tree and announced loudly. He was holding a bronze gong passed down from his father. Just 1 strike might not be loud enough, so let's do 3 strikes. Village leader struck the gong 3 times, saying, "Everyone listen carefully. This is the signal. From now on, when you hear 3 strikes, it means a meeting is starting. All the heads of households must come within the incense sticks burning time. And when you hear it, shout out to the person next to you. If someone arrives first but their neighbor isn't here, I'll be mad." After seeing how the village chief acted yesterday, now village leader also changed eye to me. The people at the front were deafened by the loud noise. What if they strike many times, and it keeps ringing? Someone joked, covering their ears. Are you stupid? Someone next to him replied, that means something serious has happened in the village. The villagers burst into laughter. All right, let's get to serious matters. Village leader brought the topic back. Yesterday, the town's official and the village chief came to check our water supply. They praised our tap water highly. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, we will go to the official's house to get better water supply. So, we need to form a team to do well in this preliminary stage. The villagers all looked at Song Changha and the others with admiration. Indeed, village chief pointed out Song Changha, Air Guzi's father, and Air Mao's father, encouraging them and expressing hopes that they would uphold the hardworking spirit of Songjia Terrace and help build a good reputation for Songjia Terrace in town. Some people below felt a bit jealous. But jealousy was useless. When they first worked on the water supply project, village chief said that once Songjia Terrace had its own water system, they would promote it outside and find work for themselves. At that time, few believed him. It wasn't until the neighboring village finished their water system that villagers saw how much easier life became, and they became more enthusiastic when working on the next project in the rear village. Only a few people can have a big vision and stay ahead of the times. All right, I won't say much more. I believe Changha and the others can do a good job. They won't embarrass Songjia Terrace. Finally, village chief summarized. Similarly, those of us staying in the village must also do our best with the fields and farms. If you can't even manage your own small plot well, who would trust you with outside work? Some lively-minded people remembered these words and secretly competed with others. If they could do well in this autumn harvest, they would leave a good impression in village chief's mind. Maybe good things will happen then. They might not outrun Song Changha, but beating those stubborn old trees should be no problem, right? Alright, that's all I have to say. Everyone disperse, and do what they need to do. The villagers gradually dispersed. Some walked alone, secretly planning how to work the fields so they could finish first during the harvest and beat others. Some paired up, whispering about whether their families should team up and support each other because they might not be weaker than lone wolves. For a while, the enthusiasm for farm work in Songjia Terrace reached an all-time high. Even Granny Ernyo, who stayed in the village, became obedient, forcing her husband and son to go out and work in the fields. Village chief was very pleased with this situation. With Song Chongha and the others leading the way, and him holding the whip behind, he didn't believe they couldn't run faster. As long as the village became richer, he was happy to treat the villagers like cattle, or even treat village chief himself like a beast of burden. The only thing he didn't like was that Granny Ernyo, who had been well-behaved for a few days, started causing trouble again. Here's what happened next. Song Lu planted vegetables along the edge of her field. The old woman deliberately passed by, pretending to stumble, and accidentally damaged one of Song Lu's vegetables. The wife from the rice fields wouldn't dare to cause trouble. If she dared to damage the rice fields about to be harvested, villager Zheng would quickly make her family leave. How could Song Lu accept this loss? She directly called villager Zheng, who assessed the damage, then pulled an equal weight of vegetables from the old woman's garden as compensation. Of course, the old woman was unhappy. But under villager Zheng's watchful eye, she didn't dare to make a sound. Old woman, this time you've lost both your vegetables and your face. Yeah, she probably also looks down on our Song family. Not part of the same family, not marrying into ours. Such a person should have been driven out long ago. Exactly. She's full of cheap tricks and can't live a peaceful life. Amid the laughter of the villagers, the old woman silently returned to her house and didn't come out again until the harvest season. Meanwhile, at Song Chongha's home, fragrant smoke from cooking filled the air all day, making many children in the village drool with envy. On the third day, Wang Langjun came as promised to pick up the mooncakes and brought big news for villager Zheng. Song villager Zheng and brother Chongha. The magistrate said he will personally come to your Song family terrace during the autumn harvest. Hearing Wang Langjun's news, the village chief's mouth stretched to his ears. Oh, Chongha, did you hear? The magistrate will come to our Song family terrace himself. Uncle, I heard. I heard. Song Chongha smiled. He had also smiled that foolishly when he earned money selling lunchboxes. When Erguzi's father received money from selling straw hats, he also smiled like that. I knew it, villager Zheng said excitedly, his accent returning to normal. As long as we work together, there's nothing we can't do. Song Chongha genuinely felt happy for Erguzi's father and the village. Although he hadn't yet become very rich, he was quite noticeable in Song family terrace. Now the whole village saw hope, and everyone was paying attention to their own interests, so no one kept bothering him anymore. Wang Langjun also felt proud. He was just passing through with Inghong and Xiao Wu to the county. On the way, Inghong asked which inn he was staying at and mentioned she might ask him to bring some things later. He casually answered without much fuss to avoid annoying others. Yesterday evening, Xiao Wu came to visit, asking him to bring a bundle to Song Mingzhu, saying it was a gift from Xiao Guai for her two brothers. Wang Langjun was stunned for a long time before he realized that Song Chongha's family had two dogs, one big and one small. Finally, Wang Langjun said, Mingzhu also seems to have a cat. This time, it was Xiao Wu's turn to be surprised. In the end, Xiao Wu paid himself and bought 2 ounces of small dried fish from a dried goods shop across from the inn, then packed them into a bundle. By the way, my lord, please ask Wang Langjun to deliver a message to the Zhengdao of Songjia Tai village. Sure enough, Inghong and Xiao Wu are indeed people of Tang County Magistrate. In relationships, many times it's all about fate. Wang Langjun initially felt he was destined to be connected with Song Chongha. Now, it's clear he is very much connected to Songjia Tai village. So, when Song Chongha clung to the magistrate's leg, he also clung to Song Chongha's leg. Rounding it up, it's like he also clung to the magistrate's leg. Wang Langjun happily agreed, carrying his bundle to his bed and personally watching over it. It was a bit hard to endure the fishy smell all night, but it was all worth it. After giving the magistrate's message, Wang Langjun wanted to find Guzi's father, De Huang, to call him. Big brother, how many straw hats have you woven these days? I want them all. The batch of straw hats made 3 days ago sold even better than Wang Langjun expected. The common folks and merchants liked the simple, affordable, and practical ones. The scholars and young gentlemen preferred wide-brimmed hats decorated with flowers, which gave off a carefree, elegant vibe. Exactly. These straw hats can be improved further by removing the top, making it easier for men to tie their hair, Wang Langjun said. Just like how village master Mian dislikes that Song Chang's skills are mainly in making things, Guzi's father's skills are mainly in farming. If you ask him what crops are good to grow, he can give you a detailed answer. But if you ask him how to modify the straw hat, he just doesn't understand. He was so anxious he looked at Song Changha for help. Wang Langjun was confused. Could it be that this straw hat was originally? Song Changha immediately understood. He took a straw hat from his home and started gesturing with Wang Langjun. No top, how high should the edge be? Wang Langjun measured his own head and said, about this high, I guess.
All right.
Song Changha agreed immediately. Then he went back to talking about the small straw hats. There weren't many, and after bringing them back, Wang Langjun followed Song Changha's advice, decorated some with fresh flowers. Although the price was not cheap, they sold out first. Most young girls want to buy small straw hats. They say their older brothers or younger brothers have bought bamboo dolls before, so why can't they buy straw hats? Song Changha and Guzi's father were surprised to hear this, and it turned out that Song Mingju was right. Both of them felt happy. Unfortunately, the previous batch of straw hats took a long time to make. Since the interval was short this time, Guzi's father hadn't had enough time to weave many. After all, he is just one person with 2 hands, and he also has to work in the fields. If he hadn't been so determined, working desperately during the day, he wouldn't even have had time to weave these hats. Seeing the money he expected to earn this time slipping away, Guzi's father was both anxious and embarrassed. He wished he had 3 pairs of arms. Song Changha patted his shoulder and asked Wang Langjun, how many hats do you want this time? About 500 ordinary ones, Wang Langjun said, while counting. 300 with wide brims, 200 without, and 200 small hats. No need for flowers. He plans to return to Jiangling County and will add flowers later when selling, since flowers tend to wither easily. Also, without flowers, he can lower the price further. Making friends is one thing, doing business is another. They shouldn't be mixed up, or they might lose both the business and the friendship. When do you need them? Song Changha asked again. By the end of August, Wang Langjun replied. He plans to deliver the hats just in time for the Double Ninth Festival, which is a lively occasion. He also needs to prepare wormwood, dogwood, and chrysanthemums to sell together. This way, the biggest celebration in the county during the Double Ninth Festival will definitely be his. Wang Langjun's plans were clear and confident, but Guzi's father was about to cry. 1,200 hats are too many for one person to make alone. I'll handle the contract for these hats, Song Changha said. The village chief was also present, so he guaranteed it and they signed the contract on the spot. After signing, the village chief and Guzi's father quickly got up to leave, refusing to stay for dinner no matter how much Song Changha invited them. Not long after they left, Song Mingju came home from school to eat. Uncle Wang. Song Mingju gave Wang Langjun a warm hug. Oh, Mingju. Wang Langjun almost lost his balance when she threw herself at him. Knowing she might cause trouble, Mingju obediently stood still. Wang Langjun reached behind him and fished out a small bundle. Here, this is what little Guai brought for his 2 brothers and the little white cat. Really? Uncle Wang, did you see little Guai? No, it was brought over by Xiaowu. Wang Langjun simply explained the situation. Song Mingju was so happy, she couldn't contain herself. She took out a small bundle and loudly called out, Big Huang de Gua, Xiao Hua, come quickly. Xiao, Gua has brought you gifts. Two big and one small immediately ran over, circling around Song Mingju.
Sit down.
Song Mingju ordered. The three obediently sat down from tallest to shortest, their 6 damp eyes looking at her in unison. Song Mingju opened the bundle and first took out a paper package that smelled of fish. No need to guess, this must be Xiao Hua's gift. Meow, Xiao Hua called out, claiming her present. Song Mingju looked inside and saw small fish jerky, about the size of a little finger. She said to Xiao Hua, "Ask your mother how much you can eat in a day. And if you can't finish it, ask Grandma to help you store it so mice don't steal it." Xiao Hua understood and carried the paper package, trotting off to find Mrs. Mei and Old Wu. Wang Langjun watched this with amazement. He thought it's one thing for the kids in this family to be clever, but even the cats are clever now. After Xiao Hua received her gift, it was Big Huang and Agua's turn. They each got a bone made from wood and a small bag of dried meat. Oh, Xiao Gua is so promising. Song Mingju couldn't help but sigh. Even when we're rich, she still remembers us. As for the small sachet packed in the bundle, it was clear it wasn't Xiao Gua's work. Song Mingju took the gifts and looked worried. How should I return these? The mooncakes had already been given away. The lotus flowers were gone from the lake. The loquats in the fields couldn't fill a bowl, even if we searched everywhere in Song's house. And the lotus roots, digging them now is too late. Song Mingju thought for a moment and realized that their Song family was truly poor. Once the season passed, they had nothing valuable left. It was old Mei who quickly came up with an idea. She brought out some homemade sauce, and with Old Wu, they washed and prepared a small jar, sealing it with paper. Because of this, Song Mingju felt a bit unhappy even during meals. "Mingju, what's wrong?" Wang Langjun asked with concern. "Our village is too poor. We don't have any special products of our own." Song Mingju said worriedly. "Uncle Wang, you've traveled so much. What are those wealthy villages like? What special products do they have?" That was a hard question to answer. Talking about whether a village is rich or not is not easy to judge. But I can tell you about a village I often visit. Every household there plants mulberry trees. Wang Langjun explained seriously to Song Mingju. They not only plant mulberry trees but also raise silkworms. The mulberry leaves feed the silkworms, which spin cocoons that are then spun into silk. Most families in the village can only produce silk to this stage. Only 2 very skilled families can weave the silk into silk fabric themselves. These 2 families collect silk from others, weave it into silk cloth, and then sell it or wait for traders to pick it up. Additionally, the mulberries from the trees are partly eaten or sold, and partly used to make mulberry wine. They also farm the land, so their village has several different products. They are not very rich, but they always have enough to eat and live comfortably. After dinner, Wang Langjun left with mooncakes to go back and repackage them. Usually, Song Mingju takes a nap at noon, but today she couldn't sleep and stayed awake for the first time. "Big girl, what's wrong?" Mei asked when she saw she couldn't sleep. "Mother, I was thinking that our Song family farm and the village where Uncle Wang grows mulberry trees are quite similar." After Song Changha brought Wang Langjun back, he overheard the mother and daughter talking and asked, "Hey, big girl, why aren't you asleep yet?" Mei repeated what her daughter had just said. Hearing this, Song Changha felt the topic was a bit serious and sat down to listen to his daughter. Song Mingju sat up on the bed and counted on her fingers as she talked to her parents. "They have mulberry trees, and we have lotus ponds. They have silk and mulberry wine, and we have lotus seeds and lotus roots. But the problem is, these 2 products from the Song family farm don't sell for good prices. Basically, it's because lotus seeds and roots are basic farm products and haven't been processed or developed deeply. So, naturally, they don't sell well. Dad, Mom, I think next year when the lotus pods come out, we can make lotus seed canned food." "What's canned food?" both parents asked, having never heard of it. "It's just putting lotus seeds in a jar, adding sugar and water, then sealing it and steaming it. The finished product is called canned food, and it can last a long time," Song Mingju explained. In fact, there are many details to making canned food, but she didn't know them and could only let her mother experiment and explore. Not just lotus seeds, peaches, pears, apricots, and plums can also be made into fruit canned food. May nodded and said, I've heard elders talk about putting meat in jars, layering it with rice, pressing it down, then sealing the top with mud, grass, or reed leaves. This can preserve the meat for a long time. Finally, she asked as usual, where did you hear the word canned food? My master. Song Mingju now confidently claims she has a master, and she is very skilled at handling questions. Although she has been apprenticed for some time, the villagers still fear the hut on the back mountain. Song Changha is a bit better, but May's family is still nervous, though they don't say so openly. After all, there is only one person, yet they call him the first master and second master, which sounds quite frightening. Just yesterday, an older woman mentioned that the village chief wanted to send Eru to apprentice, but Eru was so scared he cried. He has never seen the King of Heaven, but he is truly crazy. As for Guzi, he went with his father to apprentice yesterday, but happened to see the master switch into the second master. Song Mingju has also noticed that her master sometimes switches between the two, not only at night. Sometimes, a single sensitive comment can cause the master to suddenly go mad, arguing fiercely in two different tones, which is very frightening. The first time she saw this, Song Mingju didn't say a word and cried for a long time afterward. Later, afternoon, Uncle Wang came and said that the young master had a seizure earlier. He was worried it might scare Mingju, so he came to check. Only then did the couple realize what had happened. May didn't want her daughter to keep going to that strange school, but after crying, Song Mingju got up early the next morning and said she wanted to go to school. Are you not afraid? May asked hesitantly. I'm afraid too, Song Mingju honestly replied, but I also feel sad. Someone like her master, unless he was crazy, probably wouldn't let her take this chance. But Guzi and his father are not as strong-hearted as Song Changha and his daughter. They were so frightened they ran away, thinking that Song Mingju is not a normal person. Just like the villagers fear the crazy person on the back mountain, the crazy person there also doesn't want to deal with the villagers. So, May would never go to confront Song Mingju's master, and her master wouldn't come down the mountain to ask May. That would be too much to ask of Song Mingju. By the way, my master also said he once read a book that mentioned a food called lotus root powder. Since lotus roots can be dug from mid-June and stored until May next year, May listened carefully. It's probably washing the lotus root, peeling it, then grating it into a paste, rinsing and settling it with water, and then drying it in the sun. Song Mingju has never made this herself, only seen it from food bloggers. After drying, break it into small pieces. When eating, scoop a spoonful into a bowl, add a little cold water to soften, then pour boiling water over it. Song Mingju's gestures are always hard to understand, but Meisher surprisingly understood quickly. Like fried lotus seed paste, it changes color, right? Yes. Song Mingju nodded eagerly. You can add sugar, honey, osmanthus, sesame, whatever you like. Eat it whenever you want. Very convenient. Song Changha also felt very interested. Maybe I should dig some lotus roots to try? After talking about her secret thoughts, Song Mingju felt much better. Indeed, it's better to say things out loud. Dad, are you going to the village chief's house this afternoon to talk about the straw hat? Can I go with you after school? Song Mingju asked her father again. Song Changha thought for a moment and nodded. All right, we'll go after you finish school. Her daughter cares so much about the village. People should know that it's not their family taking advantage of the village, but the village taking advantage of them. If anyone dares to ask her daughter for something again, Song Changha promises to stand up for her and make the whole village recognize him. Satisfied with the answer, Song Mingju lay back on the bamboo bed, stretched out her limbs, and fell asleep peacefully. She has said what she needed to. Now it depends on her parents and the villagers' efforts. When Song Changha saw his daughter asleep, he went to the lake to dig lotus roots. He didn't really dig much, just stepped on a few, and then washed them directly in the lake before bringing them back. Old Wu sat at the door of the kitchen helping peel, while Meisher looked for something to grind the lotus roots into paste. After searching for a while, nothing suitable was found. Finally, Song Changha brought a wooden grinder. Meisher ground the lotus roots into paste while rinsing with water. Meisher was very clever. Based on her experience with washing red bean paste, she filtered out debris, repeatedly rinsed, and washed out a bowl of white lotus water. Then she covered the wooden basin with a clean cloth and let it sit aside to let the lotus powder settle. Delang, I've been thinking. Since lotus roots can be made into lotus powder, maybe kudzu root can be too? Meisher asked her husband before her daughter woke up. Song Chang-ho was quite casual about eating, but he still followed his wife's idea and said it should work, right? Maybe water caltrops can also be made into powder? Meisher added. They are aquatic plants with similar textures, and crushing them should produce powder too. However, water caltrops are not produced in large quantities, so making water caltrop flour might not be as easy as making lotus root flour. Should maybe work? Song Chang-ho was clueless about these things. What about the millet? Meisher, for the first time, looked down on her husband. You only know your little tricks. Song Chang-ho just smiled and didn't dare speak. It should also work, old lady Wu chimed in. Back when we were fleeing, we searched for millet in the wild fields. Eating it raw is sweet, and cooking it fills your stomach. But no one in the village cultivated much of this, and the harvest wasn't large, so making millet flour wouldn't be easy. Oh, and they also had water chestnuts in the lake.
Forget about that.
Peeling them to eat is already a hassle, let alone making water chestnut flour. So, when Song Mingju woke up and found her parents had already prepared lotus root powder, even planned to try some, she was very impressed. Wow, my mom is amazing. She sincerely praised her mother. The couple and old lady Wu found it funny. Our whole family, you're the smartest one. Feeling satisfied, Song Mingju went to school. When she returned from school, the lotus root powder hadn't settled yet, so she went with her father to the village blacksmith's house. The aunt was cooking. Since there wasn't much to eat, she grabbed 2 pickled radishes and 2 dates, then roughly handed them to Song Mingju. She kept 1 pickled radish and 1 date for herself, then gave the rest to Eru. Eru was so happy he shouted, Mingju, let's go play? Not today. Song Mingju waved her hand while chewing on the pickled radish. We have something important to discuss today. You guys go play. Era looked confused in the evening breeze. Why does her attitude remind him of her little sister? Village chief finally decided not to exchange his grandson for Song Mingju, sent some boys to play, then the 3 of them went inside to discuss serious matters. Making straw hats is much more complicated than making bamboo dolls. In such a short time, no one could produce 1,200 hats alone. Teaching the villagers for free was impossible. Song Chang-ho wouldn't agree, and village chief wouldn't allow it. It wouldn't be fair to Era's father either. It's not that they couldn't afford it, but because when things come too easily, people don't cherish them. This time, Song Chang-ho could teach them how to weave straw hats. But if another similar situation arose and he refused to teach again, someone might cause trouble. People's hearts may be strong, but they shouldn't be tested lightly. Uncle, I have 2 options. Do you think they will work? Song Chang-ho asked. First, all the materials will be on me. I will invite the villagers to weave straw hats. I will teach everyone how to weave a straw hat for 3 coins. Everyone works as much as they can, and I will pay accordingly. As for me selling at high or low prices, that's my own business. This method is simple and clear. Another way is still I teach everyone to weave straw hats, but the materials must be paid for by each person, at 5 coins per hat. Song Chang-ho explained what materials are needed, and village chief Yen listened and frowned. The materials are not many, neither expensive nor cheap, but they are small and detailed. First, people have to pay up front, which villagers might not want to do, or might get impatient about. Second, some might cheat by using inferior materials, which might not meet Song Chang-ho's standards. If that happens, it could delay delivery and affect the whole village. Let's go with the first method, village chief Yen said. Chang-ho, what are your requirements? Talking to smart people is easier. If we choose the first method, we need to agree that villagers who learn my craft must not share it outside. That's right, village chief Yen nodded. They can't even feed themselves and they dare to teach outsiders? They'll be shunned by the whole village. Second, I will decide whether the quality of the hats passes or not. Of course, village chief Yen agreed. Since it's the first time everyone is learning to weave straw hats, I understand that some may not be skilled. So I allow for 1 or 2 damaged or poorly made hats, Song Changha added, but no more than 2. When Erguzi's father first learned to weave hats, he wasted one. Someone who truly wants to work and earn money wouldn't allow themselves to waste good materials. If more than 2 hats are damaged, I will think they are deliberately cheating me. Not only will they have to pay for the materials, but I won't use them again in the future. Village Chief Yen thought about it and felt this requirement was fair. After all, for practice, there's no need to use expensive materials like wheat straw or thread. Rice straw is available in every household, so they don't have to use Song Changha's materials. Also, if I find out someone has replaced the materials I provided with inferior ones, they will have to compensate me, and I won't work with them again. Exactly, Village Chief Yen nodded in agreement. Dishonest people can't work here. They deserve to be poor. With that, they basically reached an agreement. Since money is involved, Village Chief Yen also wanted to clarify some things for the villagers. What if the final hats are larger than expected? As long as the quality is good, I will accept any extra, Song Changha promised. Village Chief Yen felt relieved. But one issue still remained unresolved. What should we do about Erguzi's father? Regarding Erguzi's father, Song Changha thought of 2 ideas. The first is, Erguzi's father can claim the work, he can finish himself, and make up the rest. The price will follow the agreement between Song Changha and Wang Langjun, without any shortfall. The remaining work, Song Changha will share with the villagers. The second idea is, Erguzi's father won't do the work himself. Instead, Song Changha will ask him to be a teacher and teach the villagers how to weave. For each hat woven, Song Dalong will pay Erguzi's father 1 coin. Of course, once he takes the money, Erguzi's father must be responsible for the quality. If a hat is not up to standard, he won't get paid for that hat. This acts like an extra quality check. Village Master was very impressed with Song Changha's approach. Forget it, there's no point in feeling jealous. It's better for him to manage the village well and keep control of the big picture. All right, you can discuss with Erguzi's father yourself, see which method he prefers, and then tell me, Village Master said. If everything is settled, I will gather the villagers tonight to talk about this. Village Master now realized that earning money is best done quickly. Once outsiders catch on and start copying, it will be hard to make money. Song Mingju smiled warmly and gave Village Master a thumbs up. Village Master also happily raised his thumb and gently tapped it against Song Mingju's tender finger. Work seriously and do your best. This was something Song Mingju once said when she was instructing her father, and Village Master overheard it. So he learned it too. Keep it up. This old man's way of thinking truly leads everyone in the Song family. After leaving Village Master's house, father and daughter headed straight to Erguzi's home. Erguzi's family had just finished preparing dinner, porridge with vegetables, some pickled vegetables, and a steamed egg. When they saw Song Mingju arrive, Erguzi's mother immediately brought out a clean bowl to serve the steamed egg for her. Older sister-in-law, don't trouble yourself. I came to talk to my brother about something and will leave after that, Song Changha hurriedly said. That's not possible. Erguzi's mother firmly held onto Song Mingju, pressing her down at the dining table. You two just talk with your father. Mingju, just sit here and eat your egg. Song Changha couldn't argue with Erguzi's mother and could only go aside with Erguzi's father to talk. Meanwhile, Erguzi's mother went to pour water for Song Changha. At the table, Erguzi, taking advantage of his mother's absence, leaned close to Song Mingju's ear and whispered softly, Mingju, ever since my mother helped your mother cook a few times, her cooking has been getting better and better. Hello, Sister Mingju. Erguzi's brother also greeted Song Mingju. Normally, Song Mingju would respond with a greeting, but when she opened her mouth, she realized she didn't know Erguzi's brother's name. I am called Song Ziyuan. My teacher gave me that name, Erguzi's brother said kindly. Oh, a peaceful mind leads to great ambition. That's a good name, Song Mingju praised. Erguzi's brother looked at Song Mingju in surprise. Wow, Sister Mingju has read the Huainanzi? Not exactly. Song Mingju shook her head. I just heard my master recite a couple of lines. Oh, the crazy person from the back mountain. Since Erguzi's brother didn't know Song Mingju well, there wasn't much more to say. Brother has a name, Mingju has a name, Xiaopeng has a name, but I don't have one.
Erguzi pouted unhappily.
No, I need a name too. Naming, huh? Song Mingju loved the idea. What do you want to be called? She asked Erguzi. Isn't Sister Mingju the one who gave Brother Song his name?
Erguzi trosted her completely.
Mingju, can you give me a name too? Then how about Song Liuji? Is that okay? Song Mingju dipped her brush in water and wrote the characters Mingji on the table. Although her writing was still simple, each was neat. The two characters, plain as they were, seemed to shine with a bright and honest spirit. Mingji? Erguzi looked at it in awe. It looks so nice. Your brother's name comes from a poem that starts with, without a calm mind, one cannot be clear about their purpose. He aims for great things, and you have your own ambitions, so it fits perfectly. Song Mingju explained to Erguzi. But I am the older brother. Erguzi's brother shouted. Don't worry about that small thing, Song Mingju and the newly named Song Mingji said together. Later, when Song Changhe and Erguzi's parents finished their talk outside, they saw the three kids arguing and asked, What's going on? Why are you fighting? Father, Mother, I have a name now. Erguzi was the first to share the good news. I named him myself. Song Mingju boasted. My name was chosen before Erguzi's. Erguzi's brother complained. The three adults asked more carefully, and all laughed happily. Wow, Mingji is a great name. Erguzi's parents praised. No wonder Mingju picked it. It's really nice, Song Changhe agreed. But my brother's name was chosen before mine, Erguzi's brother emphasized again. Oh, it's just a small matter, the adults said cheerfully. And so, the world where only Erguzi's brother felt hurt was finally settled. Having received a clear answer, the father and daughter quickly went back to the village to visit the Zheng family, and all three parties agreed. Only then did they happily return to their own home. Song Mingju first reported her achievements, which made Mrs. May both amused and annoyed. Someone has a father, and it's not your turn to name things yet. Erguzi asked me to. Song Mingju confidently replied. As good friends, I can't refuse such a small request. You're really making excuses now. Mrs. May scolded her.
Time to eat.
Then, Song Changhe reported the situation after discussions. Erguzi's parents chose the second plan. That second plan is good. Mrs. May agreed. There are only about 10 days left. Even if they stop working in the fields, they can focus on making straw hats. At most, they'll make 100 or so. Because straw hats vary in size and price, they might not sell for more than 1,000 coins in total. It's better to teach villagers how to make them. Earning 1 coin per hat is simpler and more reliable. Next, Song Changhe shared the villagers' concerns. I promise to take in the extra straw hats I make. You will take them? Mrs. May's voice became sharp. What if there are many? Can you handle them all? Don't worry, listen to my calculations, Song Changhe reassured his wife.
He had thought about it.
For example, Erguzi's father, after learning, could only make 1 hat a day at first. Later, he got faster. Now he can make 3 hats a day. But that's when he's working full force. When working in the fields, sometimes he can't finish even 1 hat a day. Also, Song Changhe only wants people who are quick and serious about their work. Among the dozens of families in the village, only a few can finish making 1,200 hats. Don't worry, even if there are more, it won't be much, he said. Any extras can be saved and sold later. When Song Mingju heard this, she thought, wow, my dad has really improved from a small business owner to a factory manager. Erguzi's dad is also impressive, from an apprentice to a master. Both of these fathers are great. Then, Song Mingju took out her small notebook and urged her mother to settle the profit from this batch of mooncakes. Mom, it's time to settle the accounts. Mrs. May made Song Mingju laugh. Whenever you talk about your dad, it's dad is really amazing, dad is great, dad is awesome. But when it comes to me, it's all about money. Song Mingju's money has always been kept by her mother, but the accounts are settled each time they finish. Isn't it because you're our household finance minister? Song Mingju smiled brightly. Listen to me. Earning money is earning money. Yes, your mother is the minister of revenue for our family. Song Changha quickly responded to his daughter. Listen to your mother. Let's make some good money. Old Lady Wu didn't speak, slowly eating her meal. But the slight curl of her lips showed her feelings. Song Changha's family was happy and lively. After finishing dinner, Erguzi's family was cleaning up and talking about today's events. Changha really cares about our family's well-being, Erguzi's mother said to her husband. Actually, after Erguzi's father learned how to weave straw hats from Song Changha, he taught his wife. But even they who are capable only have 2 hands and they have to manage both the fields and the house. If one of the couple falls apart, the family will be finished. There's one thing Erguzi's mother hadn't told her 2 sons yet. The day before guests arrived at Song Changha's house, their father was working in the field and suddenly collapsed. Erguzi's mother was so frightened her heart almost stopped. Master, are you okay? She hurried over, holding her husband's head and shouting. Fortunately, Erguzi's father soon woke up on his own. I'm fine, don't shout, don't scare the kids. She helped her husband home, giving him sugar water, beating eggs, and applying ointments to his arm and chest. After a long rest, he finally recovered. Erguzi's mother couldn't hold back her tears anymore, and they suddenly flooded her eyes. Hey Dad, Mom, why are you back today? Erguzi called from outside, carrying firewood. She immediately turned away so her son wouldn't see her crying. Something came up. I had to come back, Erguzi's father said patiently. By the way, I left thee in the field. Go get it. Okay, Erguzi replied, and went out again. Only then did Erguzi's mother choke back her tears and say, Master, it's okay to be a bit poor. What matters most is life. No one outside knew about this. Erguzi's brothers only felt something was wrong with their parents, but didn't think much of it. So, when Song Changha suggested 2 plans, Erguzi's mother hurried to choose the second one. Going to teach the villagers is better than working tirelessly day and night, she said softly. Besides, this will only be tough for a few days. Once everyone learns, it will be easier for you. I think so too, Erguzi's father agreed. I'll work harder, watch more, and correct mistakes. We'll do this carefully, so everyone will be happy. Just then, the sound of a gong rang out in the village. Clang, 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 3 sounds, then a pause, very easy to recognize. Hey, village master is calling a meeting. 2 Dogs' mother exclaimed. It's already dark. 2 Dogs' father responded. That village master is so impatient. I bet he's talking about the straw hats. Village master is now quite old but still eager, aiming high. Then you should go quickly. 2 Dogs' father hurried out the door. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the moon is shining in the sky, so it's not too dark. After walking a few steps, he met 2 Mao's father. Seeing Song Changha come out of 2 Dogs' house, 2 Mao's father asked, Did Changha come to your place earlier? Was there something going on? If someone else asked, 2 Dogs' father might not have said anything. But since 2 Mao's father had helped him a lot recently, and the matter was about to be revealed, there was no point hiding it. Changha is looking for someone to make straw hats. 2 Dogs' father said, but the details, you'll need to ask village master. When they reached the open space in the middle of the village, others who lived nearby had already arrived. Village master held a lantern hanging from a tree branch. Song Laoyao nodded to him, and he nodded back, signaling everyone was there and it was time to speak. Gathering everyone now because Changha has taken on a job for our village. Every household has a chance to earn money. As expected of village master, he was very good at getting straight to the point, grabbing everyone's attention with just 1 sentence. This job may sound hard, but it's not. As long as you're diligent and quick with your hands, it won't be difficult for you. What kind of job is it? Someone asked from below. Others chuckled. Look at the straw hat I'm wearing. Village master pointed to his head and asked. Oh, so he was holding a lantern to light his head. It's making these straw hats. Village master took off his hat to show everyone. Earlier, when Two Dog's father was learning to make straw hats at Song Changha's house, villagers had tried to peek in, intentionally or not. But because De Huang was guarding the door, no one could get inside Song Changha's house. Later, when Two Dog's father split the family, and then Two Dog's mother took over the door, no one could get inside Two Dog's house either. Until a few days ago, when Gao Yuanwei and others came over, each wearing a straw hat, only then did villagers understand what was going on. That very day, some people privately discussed it, but no one figured it out. But we don't know how to make them. Someone said, it's okay if you don't know now. Changha and Two Dog's father will teach you. Just learn and you'll get it. Everyone started murmuring about whether this job was difficult or not. That day, Guzi's father was making something. I peeked at the door and saw him start like this, then do this next. Guzi's father knows how to do it, so it shouldn't be hard, right? Some people are practical, while others look down on others. People are all different. But we don't have anything to make, do we? Someone shouted again. The materials for weaving straw hats come from the river. Just make them, and when you're done, come get your money. Villager Zhang said. How much for one hat? A big one costs 3 coins, a small one costs 2 coins. There was a rustling sound as people calculated whether it was worth it. That price seems too low. Someone muttered. Villager Zhang glanced sideways and thought, oh, he's got high standards but little skill. But you don't have to supply the materials.
Someone nearby said.
Just weave a rattan frame, and you'll sell it for only a few coins. You also have to find the rattan yourself. Villager Zhang's eyes returned to normal. He understands. I know everyone has their own plans, but let's be clear from the start. Villager Zhang calmly explained the agreed requirements to Song Changha. First, after learning song skills, you are not allowed to share them outside. If anyone does, it will break the villager's livelihood, and there will be village rules to punish that. Most people nodded in agreement. Second, whether the hats are well made or not depends on Song Changha. Everyone looked at Song Changha. The village has only these people. Everyone knows each other's work. Don't try to fool anyone.
So, third, fourth.
Those honest folks just want to make the most hats with the materials they have, so they think the last 2 rules are fair. Those who were planning to take advantage from the start, after hearing the last 2 rules, were unhappy. No one will tolerate that. This is not mandatory. If you don't want to do it, you can leave now. Someone wanted to leave but was afraid Villager Zhang would hold a grudge, so they didn't dare go. Villager Zhang said, it's okay. If you want to leave, go ahead. Be brave and leave. As long as your work in the fields isn't delayed, I won't scold you. Making money should be voluntary. So 1 or 2 people really left. Is there anyone else who wants to go? Villager Zhang asked again. Then another person left. After a while, no one else left and Villager Zhang said, since you're staying, I'll take it that you all want to work here? Can my wife come learn? She's very skillful, someone asked. Of course she can. Village Justice said, as long as you can work hard and take it seriously, your mother is willing to come and learn with you. The villagers chuckled kindly. This will start as soon as tomorrow. Once Changha's side arranges everything, we'll let everyone know. All right, go back now. Village Justice also smiled. The villagers walked in groups under the bright moon, talking about the straw hats. Changha called his old teammates, Dad Guzi and a few others, asking them to help gather wheat stalks and buy thread tomorrow morning. They all happily agreed. When Changha returned home under the moonlight, Pearl from the Song family was already asleep, arms raised, her little belly rising and falling like frogs in the field. Changha found it very funny and couldn't help but gently pinch her little face. His hands, rough from years of work, made Pearl a bit uncomfortable, and she twisted a little. Meisher glared at her husband, pushed his hand away, and said, the bamboo bed is a bit cold now. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, she can't sleep on it anymore. Then she can sleep in the room. Changha said casually. She wants to sleep alone. She said so before bed. Meisher pouted. She also said she wants a little brother or sister. The idea of separate beds had been brought up many times by Pearl. First, the couple considered her young age and didn't dare to let her sleep alone. Second, they weren't well off then and didn't have extra money to buy her a new bed. But now she's older, understands more, and the family is a bit better off. Meisha thought it was time for her to sleep separately. Maybe wait until after this winter? Changha considered. When spring comes, we can expand the house and give her a room. Meisha looked up at her husband and said, I thought you'd just give her a bed. What's the use of just a bed? Changha smiled at his daughter and said to his wife, she'll be calling for her own room after just 3 days of sleeping on it. Their house only has 2 small rooms now, which is a bit cramped. By then, not just a bed, but a wardrobe and a chest too, for her. Changha said confidently, waving his hand. That will cost quite a bit of money.
Meisha chuckled.
All the money in the house is earned by her. What's wrong with spending a little? Changha gently put his arm around his wife and whispered, Pearl is a sensible girl. We should cherish what we have and be willing to give. Haven't you seen how her second brother's mother is willing now? Men and women often never see eye to eye on topics. Does Meisha not want to give? She just wants to manage the household well and hopes the money is spent wisely. After all, wealthy families also face difficulties. How many hardships can a poor family like ours endure? Why does it seem like the husband's words turn into reluctance? Mei slapped away her husband's hand and said coldly, It's getting late. Go to sleep. Who knows? She might wake up and cause trouble again tomorrow morning. Song Changha. Oh, is my wife angry? Why is she angry? I don't know. Sigh, let's just sleep. The next morning, Song Mingju got up and went to see her mother's lotus root powder. The water in the basin had settled completely clear. Mei poured out the water, revealing a layer of white paste at the bottom, not too thick. Song Mingju poked it. It was still soft.
It needs to be dried, she said.
Old Lady Wu helped by laying a long bench in the courtyard and placed a round basket on it. Mei carefully carried the basin over, gently scooped out the wet lotus root powder, and spread it in the basket. Since today was the Mid-Autumn Festival, Mei was busy preparing offerings for the moon. She told Song Mingju to watch the lotus root powder carefully, so the cats, dogs, or birds wouldn't spoil it. Mom, are we making mooncakes again this year? Song Mingju asked. No more, Mei replied while busy in the kitchen. Although mooncakes are tasty and sell well, they wouldn't be made this year. First, the festival was today, so it was too late. Second, because they bought ingredients in a hurry, the shop in town raised prices. Only after the wealthy Mr. Gao found out did he lend some from his own shop to gather all the ingredients. Learning from experience, next year they would prepare the ingredients early and invite the village women to help, aiming to produce all the goods in one go. Mei was becoming more confident in making food now. Oh, about what you said yesterday about sharing a bed, I told your father, Mei said during a busy moment, giving her daughter the news. He said winter is coming soon, so we should make do for now. Song Mingju's face fell. Mei glanced at her and continued, when spring comes, your father plans to expand our house, and then he'll give you a room. Really? Song Mingju paused, then jumped up from her small stool and ran into the main room to hug her father's leg. Oh, Dad, really? Song Changha was about to leave. What are you lying to her for? Oh, Dad, you're so kind. Song Mingju hugged him tightly and rubbed against him. Song Changha hugged his daughter, gently touched her little bun, and said happily, All right, I have to go out now. Listen to your mother and grandma at home, okay?
Okay.
Song Mingju nodded obediently. Dad, you need to come back early. Once Dad finishes his work, he'll come back. People busy outside wish time would slow down, while those busy at home feel time passes too quickly. Only children with nothing to do think time is so slow. Mom, when will Dad come back? Mom, what are you doing? Mom is busy. Go play by yourself for a while, okay? Mei replied. Oh, heroes have no place to show their strength. Song Mingju wandered around the house. While her mom wasn't paying attention, She scooped a ladle of water into the courtyard and found a corner to play with mud. First, she dug a hole in the ground, took out some dirt, added a bit of water, and mixed it. When it dried, she added more water. When it became too thin, she added more mud. Then she kneaded and rolled it into a small block shape with a little bamboo stick. May didn't hear any noise for a while and felt a bit strange. She looked out and nearly fainted from shock. "You little mud monkey. I haven't looked away for a moment and you're rebelling? I'm doing an experiment." Song Mingju defended herself. Still dare to argue. Seeing her mom pick up a stick to chase her, Song Mingju quickly picked up the hard-made mud brick, slipped into the kitchen, and threw the mud brick into the stove. Then she went to find old Wu. "Grandma, help me." At noon, Song Changha returned home. As soon as he entered, he saw Song's daughter Mingju standing straight against the earthen wall of the house, with De Huang and De Kuei beside her, forming a line. "What happened?" Song Changha asked carefully. "Did you do something again that made your mom angry?" He had to decide whether they should face it together as father and daughter, or let her learn to grow up on her own. "I was doing an experiment. Mom doesn't believe me," Song Mingju explained in a low voice. She heard her parents say they planned to expand the house next year, so she wanted to try making bricks. In this era, bricks weren't uncommon. For example, the high official's house in town was made of blue bricks. But blue bricks mainly used clay, which needed a special kiln to fire. The process was complex and expensive, so ordinary people couldn't afford it. What Song Mingju wanted to try was plain earth bricks. Plain earth bricks didn't require high-quality materials. Yellow earth was enough. If available, she could mix in shale, coal fibers, sand, lime, or other materials, but it wasn't necessary. The goal was to be economical and practical. "I just wanted to make one first and try firing it in the stove." Song Mingju spread her hands. The mud in her hands was already dry. "But Mom doesn't believe me." "Oh, I see. That's supportive." Song Changha said. "Mingju is eager to learn. If she wants to try, let her try." "Burn bricks? Are bricks that easy to burn?"
May was annoyed.
"People need a thick kiln to burn clay pottery. She thinks she can just burn bricks in a stove?" Song Changha looked back at his daughter. "Burning bricks in the stove?"
Mingju nodded. Yes.
Her mother definitely wouldn't let her build a kiln, so she's just trying in the stove. So, Song Changha turned his head again, smiling kindly at his wife. "Big girl just wants to try. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Don't be angry, okay? If she wants to burn bricks, let her burn." She didn't even put them in properly, just threw them in with a slap, almost breaking the pot and stove together.
May scolded.
"Let her go wash up. She said she wants to wait until the bricks are done. When I said a few words to her, those three came to protect her." May pointed at the two adults and one child. The two adults looked ashamed and lowered their heads. Only Song Xiaohua kept her head high, hoping her cuteness would calm her mother's anger. "If you want to protect her, then stand here with her," May said, then ignored the father and daughter, busy with her own work. Song Changha looked at his daughter, looking distressed. "Sweet girl, you didn't say things would be like this." Mingju, with a small, expectant face, looked at her father. "Dad, you promised you'd support me no matter what I do." What could he do with his grown-up daughter? Just keep loving her. So, Song Changha stayed with his daughter, waiting for the fire in the stove to cool down. Old lady Wu didn't say anything. She spread out the ashes in the stove to help them cool faster. "Dad, it's ready." Thinking the ashes were no longer hot, Mingju urged her father to fetch her bricks. Carefully, Song Changha brushed away the ashes and took out a small, dry clay lump about the size of his palm from the stove. Mingju looked very disappointed. "Where are the bricks? Don't outdoor survival bloggers do it this way? Did you dry these clay bricks?" Song Changha didn't want to see his daughter upset and tried to analyze the problem.
"No."
Mingju shook her head. She had just hurriedly thrown the clay into the stove to burn, avoiding her mother's confiscation, and forgot to dry them. Next time, maybe make smaller ones, dry them for a couple of days, then try again? Song Changha suggested. He had already noticed that his daughter was quick to speak and eager to act, but they adults had to do the work. but now he was too busy to play with mud. Mingzhu thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, that works too. Next year's matters are not urgent in the next few days. When I burn again next time, I will ask your mother-in-law. Song Changha whispered to his daughter while looking at the main hall. Let your mother-in-law do the burning for you. Okay. Song Mingzhu nodded eagerly. She was reckless this time. It's okay, she can try again tomorrow. Alright, go wash your hands and face first. Your mother is waiting for us to eat. Sadness comes quickly, but leaves just as fast. After a good sleep, she wakes up full of energy. Mom, where's Dad? Your dad went under the big banyan tree to teach everyone how to weave straw hats. Because tomorrow they need to go to Gao Yuanwai's house to set up the water supply, and they can't delay the straw hat work either. Jianjing thought for a moment and made the following plan. For the straw hats, Song Changhe will teach this afternoon, doing as much as he can. Tomorrow, Guzi's father will continue, with their youngest brother supervising from the side. At Gao Yuanwai's place, he will personally lead the team tomorrow, with Song Changhe, Mao's father, and Zhuang's father going there, trying not to delay either side. Mom, can I go see Dad? And then weave straw hats? Song Mingzhu asked her mother kindly. She really couldn't stay inside anymore, wanted to go outside and play all day. Mei thought for a moment and nodded. Let Dahuang go with you. Anyway, that big banyan tree isn't far from their house. They can see it from their courtyard, so she wasn't worried about anything happening on the way. When they arrived under the banyan tree, the villagers greeted Song Mingzhu kindly. Some familiar children were there, looking at Dahuang with a mix of fear and envy. Mingzhu. Song Mingzhu happily waved to everyone. Then she looked more closely and thought, oh, the Jianzheng family is here and the Guzi family too. As for other families, some she recognized, some she didn't. But overall, there were quite a few people. It seemed like everyone who could be called out from their homes had come. Mingzhu, let's play together? Guzi came over and called. He was still too young, not strong enough to help much with work. Poor Song Mingzhi. Even though he had a name now, people in the village still liked to call him Guzi. Complaints didn't matter. This shows that when a person has no strength, no one listens to what they say. Wow, Guzi, you're amazing. Song Mingzhu said in surprise. You figured out such a deep truth. Guzi.
See?
He knew it was like that. The children ran around the banyan tree, while the adults sat on small stools they brought, quietly learning how to weave straw hats. Some learned quickly and understood problems immediately. Some people are like stones in a pit. No matter how you talk, they don't understand. It shows that some people are just different from others. By evening, those who have learned the skill will go home first, as their families are waiting for dinner. Those who haven't learned yet are also sent home by Villager Zhang. Don't worry, I'll teach again tomorrow. Villager Zhang comforts everyone. Tonight, go home and practice with straw. When you can't sleep, think about it. The more you think and practice, the better you'll get. People in the village leave in small groups. Some walk quickly, afraid others will ask questions. Some ask others, hey, have you learned it? Not quite yet. Song Mingzhu follows her father home slowly. Her mother and mother-in-law have already set up the incense table. Hurry up and worship the moon. Her mother calls out. Okay, coming. The bright moon from ancient times still shines on people today. Mooncake, sitting inside, is a pretty girl. On August 16th, before dawn, old Song came to call everyone. Song Changhe gently touches his daughter's face and quietly leaves the house. The morning light breaks through the dark fog and shines on Song's house. Several adults look back at the same time, feeling hopeful about the days to come. When Song Mingzhu wakes up, her mother and mother-in-law have already prepared breakfast. Mom, is the lotus root powder dried? Song Mingzhu asks. Not much lotus root powder was made yesterday, so it should be easy to dry. It's done, her mother shows her. Just this much. That day, Song Changhe processed about 10 jin of lotus roots and made 1 bowl of powder. Mingzhu lifts the bowl and feels it weighs about a jin. The yield is really low. Mom, can I try a bowl? Mingzhu asks eagerly.
All right.
Her mother agrees. What did your master say about how to eat it? I'll do it. Mingju shows she's very eager. This small task is no trouble for her. She scoops a spoonful of lotus root powder, first dissolves it in a little cold water, then has her mother-in-law pour boiling water in. Her mother-in-law, afraid she might burn herself, takes the chopsticks instead. Stir slowly while pouring. The lotus root powder in the bowl first turns into a white slurry, then suddenly becomes transparent at a certain point.
Ah!
Her mother exclaims. Keep stirring, keep stirring. Mingju shouts. Her mother-in-law also comes over to see what's happening. When the entire bowl of slurry turns into a paste-like substance, Mingju shouts, Done, done. How do you just seem to know everything as if you've eaten it before? Mei asked curiously. It's a gift. A special talent. Song Mingju replied. Mother, what about the honey Uncle Lee gave us earlier? Mei brought out the honey, and Song Mingju scooped half a spoonful to pour over the lotus root starch. The fragrant scent of osmanthus filled the air, and both Mei and Old Lady Wu unconsciously started to swallow. This honey smells so good, Mei said shyly, trying to hide her excitement. Nowadays, common people find it hard to eat well, and enjoying something fancy is even more difficult. Only Song Mingju, who has a picky palate, occasionally requests special foods, so her family gets to try many things they never had before. Actually, Song Mingju didn't ask for anything too fancy. She just mentioned a few simple home-cooked dishes from her past. But because of the environment, they are still very popular here. It shows that what the common people like and can enjoy is truly the best. So, Song Mingju didn't mind her mother's modest situation. She divided the lotus root starch into 3 parts, then carefully lifted her bowl and took a small sip. Wow! The natural sweetness of the lotus root combined with the honey's aroma is so refreshing. Mei and Old Lady Wu each tasted a bit and found it amazing. They never expected lotus roots from the lake could be turned into such a delicacy, truly eye-opening. But with so many lotus roots used, only a little powder was made, which felt a bit guilty to eat. This stuff. Old Lady Wu looked at the clear, shiny lotus root starch in her bowl and whispered, Maybe it's for the emperor? Maybe. Song Mingju said happily. We've also had a taste of what the emperor eats. Neither Mei nor Old Lady Wu thought there was anything wrong with that. The emperor is far away, and the people of the Song family's village know less about the emperor than they do about the local landlord. Mei put the lotus root starch and honey away again. When your father comes back, I'll let him try some too. Song Changhe and the others only returned after dark. Da Huang heard voices from afar, called out twice to notify Mei. Mei lit a lamp and came out to see, and Song Mingju tugged at her mother's sleeve and followed. When the footsteps reached their small gate, Mei called out, Big brother? Third sister. Song Changhe responded outside. Song Mingju cheered happily father. Song Changhe entered and first looked at his daughter. Oh, you're still awake. Dad, you're not home. I can't sleep. Song Mingju usually ran to hug her father. Don't come over. Song Changhe dodged. I'm very dirty. Song Mingju sniffed and felt a little wronged. She didn't dislike her father being dirty. Wait until Dad washes his face and then I will hold you, okay? Song Changhe quickly comforted his daughter. Since his son hadn't returned and Old Lady Wu hadn't slept, she got up when she heard the noise and went to the pot to get some food. Song Changhe glanced and asked, Mother, haven't you eaten yet? Big girl, you should first soothe her and get her to eat, Old Lady Wu said briefly. We are waiting for you. Then you eat first. I'll wash up quickly and come back to eat, Song Changhe said. Mei sure had already expected her husband would wash himself when he returned, so she prepared the water in advance. Song Changhe finished washing quickly and felt much lighter. Thanks to the household water supply, otherwise taking a bath would have been difficult. Dad, how is the tap water at Gao's house? Song Mingju sat next to her father and asked with concern. Half done. We need to go again tomorrow, Song Changhe replied while eating. Really so soon? Song Mingju was surprised. Don't they need to turn the water truck? No need. Gao's family has a mountain with a spring on it. The water quality is very good, so they just brought the spring water straight down, he explained. Oh, if they don't need to turn the truck, that's much easier. Why isn't it finished yet? She asked again. The mountain is outside the town and a bit far. Also, after the bamboo pipes were connected to the town's officials saw it and wanted to borrow some for convenience. They need to discuss it, Song Changha explained. So, it's a bit slower. Gao's family owns a bamboo forest and uses bamboo they produce themselves. But Gao Lijing doesn't have his own, so they need to discuss how to share the work.
Oh.
Song Mingzhu understood. Then, Song Changha talked about the lively scene in town today when they were watched by many people. Their family's tap water was only turned on after the pipes were properly connected. But at Gao's house, they used individual bamboo pipes to bring water directly to the town. When the townspeople heard it was spring water from Gao's mountain, they came with buckets to fetch water. So, Song Changha and others laid out bamboo pipes along the way, and the townspeople fetched water along the same route, with hardly any waste. Although the bamboo pipes haven't yet reached Gao's house, they are already connected to the town's well. This made the residents around the well very happy. They wanted to fetch some spring water overnight to try it. Song Mingzhu imagined the scene and found it quite fun. Mei Shi and Old Lady Wu also enjoyed it. Thinking back, when their family first got water, the villagers also looked at it with curiosity. Song Changha added some funny stories and urged his daughter to go to bed early. Song Mingzhu also felt sleepy, yawned, and obediently was taken to bed by her mother. Dad, when you go out tomorrow morning, remember to tell me first. Song Mingzhu still reminded her father. Okay, you go to sleep quickly. Kids need more sleep to grow taller. Song Changha comforted his daughter. After Mingzhu was fully asleep, Song Changha said to his wife, By the way, today young Master Gao asked me why Mingzhu didn't go to town with him. When old lady Gao found out, she called me over and said a few words. Mrs. Mei was surprised and asked cautiously, What did she say? Not much, just asked me to bring Mingzhu to play when I have free time. I simply repeated what old lady Gao said. And how did you respond? Mrs. Mei asked further. I told her that our family is busy now and Mingzhu still has to go to school, so I really don't have time to go out. Old lady Gao didn't say much after that, just had some cakes packed and said to bring them to Mingzhu to eat. On the way back, Song Changha shared the cakes with everyone. It's good to share with them. Although our family isn't as rich as the officials, we're not lacking food for our daughter. What do you think the official meant? Mrs. Mei asked again. The Gao family isn't as easy to send away as the Ernia family. It's nothing special. He just said the kids are still young and can't see anything clearly, and the official only mentioned that he occasionally visits the town to play. When the Ernia family was driven out of the village official reported it to the town, so Gao the official also knew about it. Now everyone knows Song Changha is very protective of his daughter, and Gao the official is clever. Even if he has some thoughts, he wouldn't show them now. Anyway, don't tell anyone what you know. Mrs. Mei warned her husband. Don't worry, I know, Song Changha replied. He carefully raised his daughter, and he won't let anyone easily take her away. Finally, Mrs. Mei touched her belly and said, Why is my stomach still not moving? Childbirth is a matter of fate, Song Changha said slyly. I'll work harder. Mrs. Mei rolled her eyes at her husband and said annoyed, Do you think giving birth is easy? Don't you remember how close I was to suffocating when the eldest daughter was born? Mingzhu's birth wasn't easy either. That year was a leap June, very hot. When she was about to give birth, Mrs. Mei was still working in the fields with a big belly. A village woman came over and greeted her. Third lady, looks like you're about to give birth? Mrs. Mei struggled to straighten up and said, Almost, it should be in the next few days. That woman then said, Your belly is a bit big. It's a bit. Mrs. Mei's face looked unhappy. June in the lunar calendar is usually an unlucky month. Bad luck, no good days, and not suitable for big events. Recently, women giving birth during this time have faced difficulties. One woman from the neighboring village died during childbirth, and another from their own village also passed away. Mrs. Mei was constantly worried, afraid others would notice her pregnancy. She secretly blamed her mother-in-law for not reading people's faces, but she also felt that her belly was acting strangely. Usually, babies move a lot during this month, but Mrs. Mei's belly hadn't moved all day.
Dalang.
Mrs. May called her husband with a pale face. Her husband, Song Dalang, was talking with villagers about watering the fields nearby. He turned around and asked what's wrong. I feel something's not right with my belly, Mrs. May said, holding her stomach, feeling annoyed that her husband wasn't paying attention. Song Dalang quickly ran over. Are you going into labor? It doesn't seem like it, Mrs. May said coldly. The baby hasn't moved. Before he could react, the woman who had been talking to Mrs. May understood what was happening. Oh no, you might be holding it in. Dalang, hurry and help your wife back to lie down. Don't do any work, just lie down. Mrs. May was pregnant for the first time and had no experience. She was so frightened her face turned pale. When they returned home and she lay down, tears started to fall from her eyes. Old Lady Wu was outside Mrs. May's room, anxious and unable to speak. Old Man Song, who was lying in the west room and couldn't move, shouted at Old Lady Wu, "Go inside and see how third sister is doing." Hearing this, Mrs. May felt even more downhearted. I don't want to see anyone. Just let me be quiet for a while, she said. By midnight, the baby inside her finally moved again, and Mrs. May's worries eased. The next day, no one dared to let Mrs. May get out of bed. But after breakfast, Mrs. May suddenly felt her belly pain again. She called out to Old Lady Wu, "Mother, I think I might be going into labor." Old Lady Wu immediately panicked and hurried to tell Old Man Song. Old Man Song, who couldn't leave to see his daughter-in-law, called his wife anxiously and angrily. "You've had 3 children yourself. How can you not tell this?" Old Lady Wu started crying. "I don't know how to deliver a baby." Then Old Man Song had an idea. "Quick, go call the mother-in-law. She's had 8 children and probably has experience." Song Dalang quickly went to the village elder's house to borrow a cart and headed to the in-laws' home. Mrs. May's family and the Song family were 3 or 4 villages apart, quite far. When Song Dalang arrived, his mother-in-law, Xia, was pounding grain. "Master Darren, why are you free to come today?" Old Lady Xia asked, turning to call the young servant to bring water for Master Darren Song. After helping Old Lady Xia grind a stone of rice, Master Darren took a bowl, drank a few sips of water, and said, after breakfast, Third Lady said she had a stomach ache and might be giving birth. "My father asked me to invite you to deliver the baby." Old Lady Xia jumped up in worry, snatched the water bowl, and scolded. "Oh, such an important matter. You should have told me right away. Why are you delaying now? You fool." Then, Old Lady Xia quickly sent the servant to call Old Man May from the fields to come and take charge of the household, while she hurriedly urged Master Darren Song to leave quickly. When they arrived at the Song family's courtyard, May's wife saw Old Lady Xia and tears welled up in her eyes. "Mother, don't be afraid. I'm here now." Old Lady Xia rolled up her sleeves, first told the men of the Song family to step aside, then instructed Old Lady Wu to heat water, prepare a basin, and boil scissors. May's wife was carrying a somewhat large baby, not easy to deliver. It wasn't until dawn that the baby was born. It was a girl. Old Lady Xia was worried that the Song family wouldn't like a girl, so she kept silent. Until she cut the umbilical cord and tidied up the baby and the adults, she finally called out to the outside, "It's a girl, weighing 8 jin." Master Darren Song hadn't reacted yet, but Old Man Song cheered. Good. Good. Old Man Song was already near the end of his days, so even adding a new family member was a great joy. Our old Song family has a new member. Old Man Song exclaimed happily.
A boy, too.
It showed how much Old Man Song valued this child. Old Lady Xia was momentarily stunned, then she became happy. "Third Lady, did you hear that? Your father-in-law likes this child." Perhaps, from the moment Song Mingju was born, it was destined that she would take an unusual path in the Song family. May's wife brought her thoughts back and said sadly, "I just wanted to have a brother for her, so she'd have someone to help her in the future and not be bullied by others." Song Mingju didn't realize that her parents were still worried about her while she was asleep, nor did she know that her father had left that morning without waking her. "Your father's words don't count," Song Mingju said angrily after waking up. Your father didn't want to wake you, May's wife comforted her. By the way, yesterday, the old madam from the Yuan family's estate bought you a bag of pastries. May's wife spoke while watching her daughter's expression. But your father and they came back late, and on the way, they were so hungry that your father shared the pastries with those uncles and aunts. Song Mingju replied nonchalantly, "Oh, if they ate it, they ate it. The pastries sold in town aren't as tasty as the ones you make, mother." That day, Song Changha returned a bit earlier and appeared at the doorstep in the evening. "Father." Song Mingju happily ran over and gave her father a warm hug. She sniffed and immediately noticed the smell of wine and meat on him. "Oh, Dad, did you have a feast today?" Today, Mr. Gao and the Gao family's water supply was finished, so they held a banquet and invited us to drink. Song Changha's face was flushed, and he looked satisfied. They usually didn't have such grand occasions. On the way back, the village official joked that they benefited from Song Changha. Although Song Changha was slow to realize, he knew he was being favored by the magistrate. The magistrate is a good official. Song Changha, a bit tipsy, waved his arms and loudly said, "Uncle village official said we must do well at Songjia Terrace and give the magistrate a good impression." Only then did Song Mingju realize, oh, her father was drunk. Song Changha was proud and happy, and Uncle Village official and Air Mao's father were the same. Everyone was at home bragging about how grand today's event was, how much the official and the magistrate valued them, their words full of alcohol and boasting loudly. This annoyed the old aunt who scolded, "They only took a few sips of horse, and look at their behavior." But she also knew that, in her husband's life, today was the most proud moment. "Ah, forget it, let your father have his fun," the old aunt said to her sons. Unlike the lively scene here, Erguzi's family was very quiet. "Didn't go to the town. Aren't you feeling upset?" Erguzi's mother asked her husband privately. Clearly, her husband was the one supporting Song Changha all along. "They do their thing, I do mine," Erguzi's father replied. "They seek fame in front of others, but I just work steadily to earn my benefits." Besides, if Song Changha didn't trust him, would he give him such a big task? People should learn to be content. Don't go telling things at Song Changha's house. Erguzi's father warned his wife. "Am I that stupid?" Erguzi's mother rolled her eyes and took the rice bowl from the table. Wasn't she asking because she was worried he'd feel bad? But in the end, she was just worrying for nothing. "Eat if you want, serve yourself." The two brothers of Erguzi exchanged glances. Erguzi's older brother got up and served rice for their father. The fuss at Songjia Terrace lasted for 2 or 3 days, and the town was lively too. Every day, people went to the magistrate's house to see the water that was supposed to come. "Magistrate, is this water going to keep coming like this?"
Someone asked.
"I am using water from a spring on Gao Yuanwai's mountain, and as long as that spring doesn't dry up, the water will keep flowing," Gao Lijing replied. Before this, Gao Lijing's family used water from a street well, drawing water several times a day, depending on their needs. Now they no longer need to go outside to fetch water. Someone asked, "If we do this too, where should we get the water from?" Gao Lijing said, "We all need to discuss this together. Gao Yuanwai's small spring can't supply water to everyone. The town's water either comes from a river outside the town or from wells." Gao Lijing asked around, but people had different opinions. One person said, "Honestly, we can wait in line to fetch water from the well. But can we bring some water from the river to make things easier for everyone?" Another added, "Yes, my wife always complains that she can't get enough water to wash clothes." Someone else said, "My mother also says she can't water the vegetables." Another person chimed in, "That's my family too. Let's bring water from outside the town. Have to drink, have to water the fields." When water is busy, some people even go outside the town to fetch and sell water, turning it into a business. Someone suggested it would be even better if we could directly pipe water into the fields. Gao Lijing raised his hand to quiet everyone. This time, the main goal of the tap water is to solve the problem of people having trouble getting drinking water. To water the fields, we need to dig channels. Some people couldn't help but laugh. But bringing some river water in for other uses is also possible. After many discussions, and following the principle of majority rule, Gao Lijing, Gao Yuanwei, and a few elders in the town made a final decision. First, the town's tap water will still follow the original plan, mainly to make it easier for the people to get drinking water. There is also the safety of water to consider. In the past years, there have been cases of people falling into wells while fetching water, and some even tried to end their lives by jumping into wells. If these problems can be solved, Gao Lijing won't have to worry about being awakened by nightmares anymore. Second, bringing river water into the town is indeed necessary. Firstly, the town's water supply is tight, and adding river water can greatly ease the water shortage for daily use. Secondly, river water has periods of abundance and drought. As long as they prepare to store water, they might be able to safely get through the dry season next year. First, if this water project is done well, not only Gao Lijing but the entire Mingxi town's reputation will improve. In summary, this water project must be carried out. As for the specific plan, we need to invite experts from Songjiatai to come and assess it. So, Gao Chenghe was once again invited to the town by Gao Lijing. Village Zheng still accompanied him. When discussing technical issues, Gao Chenghe took the lead. When talking about other matters, Village Zheng handled it. The two worked together very smoothly like soldiers and generals. Village Zheng even suggested a plan for the town. I think for the tap water project, we should bring well water directly into homes, Village Zheng proposed. Most people are used to well water, so they can keep using it without worry. As for bringing river water into the town, it doesn't need to go into every home. We can dig 4 ponds at the north, south, east, and west of the town and channel the river water into these ponds. Village Zheng now has a lot of experience in planning the water system. Because he stands higher in understanding than Gao Chenghe, his ideas are more comprehensive and better suited to benefit the town officials. We need to do the project well, but without causing damage or disruption. It should be done beautifully, making everything look neat and tidy. Honestly, Village Zheng has a very high sense of responsibility. Gao Lijing is also practical. When it's time to implement, he will need to mobilize the entire town. Village Zheng's suggestion is good, Gao Lijing said. We can dig 4 channels from the ponds, and any excess water can be stored in these channels. This way, during spring planting next year, there will be no more fierce water disputes. Both sides discussed happily. When they parted, Gao Lijing and Master Gao personally saw them off outside the town. Under the setting sun, they felt very emotional. Songjiatai's climate has really changed now. After settling the water project, Songjiatai focused on making straw hats. After a few days of learning and practice, several talented weavers emerged in the village, including Village Zheng's old aunt. Once the straw reached her hands, it was like it was at home. She could craft a beautiful straw hat quickly and easily. Everyone in the village was amazed. The women were fine, and if they didn't know how, they would ask Second Dog's mother, or directly ask Second Dog's father. The young girls felt shy about asking Deguzi's father and couldn't squeeze into Deguzi's mother's side, so they were very worried. Now everything is better because of the village's old auntie from the Zheng family. The girls see her as a savior. Auntie doesn't keep secrets. She teaches her own 3 daughters-in-law and patiently teaches the village girls and young wives, helping to ease Deguzi's father's burden. Only Village Zheng is behind because he traveled to the town a few times and his weaving skills are poor. Sometimes he struggles here, sometimes he can't turn around there. He weaves a straw hat, but it has a dent here and a bump there, making it the ugliest in the village. The villagers laugh at it. Really strange. How can such a clever person like Village Zheng be so bad at making hats? Not only the villagers find it strange, but Zheng's 3 older sons and several grandsons also think it's odd. Dad. The eldest son doesn't dare to laugh, but the grandsons don't care. They giggle and play around. Stop it. Zheng angrily throws down the straw. Auntie doesn't scold him. She just smiles and picks up the straw to continue making her own hat. This old man, who has spent his life weaving, now has to watch her face. While the adults are busy weaving, Song Mingzhu is nearby holding a school session, teaching math. It doesn't matter how old or young. Anyone willing to learn can listen. Deguzi's loyal little friends are all lined up. I will teach you about these numbers, which were invented by people from the country of Tianju. A monk from the Western journey discovered them and thought they were very useful, so he brought them back. We call them Tianju numbers. Song Mingju waves her hand and draws an oval on the ground. Look at it. What does it look like? Like a duck egg.
Schwang quickly answers.
The little kids burst into laughter. Just like a duck egg. Zhuang feels a bit wronged. Since many villagers raise chickens, but their family raises ducks, their eggs don't look like that. Zhuang is right. It really looks like a duck egg. Song Mingju smiles and calms everyone down, then continues. It's like Zhuang has a duck egg in his hand. He gives it to me, and he doesn't have it anymore. So, this duck egg-like number is read as 0, meaning none or nothing. The little friends are amazed. Oh, so that's how the numbers work. Come on, repeat after me. 0, 0. The adults feel shy to say it out loud, so they quietly repeat it in their minds while weaving hats, occasionally glancing to see if their children are paying attention. After teaching 0, they move on to other numbers. Everyone look carefully. This stick here is read as 1, which means 1. Song Mingju tapped the ground in front of her and said, Come on, repeat after me. 1. Guzi, who had just finished school and was returning home to see his parents and younger brother, saw this scene. He couldn't help but squat down beside her and start learning the numbers too. As he practiced, he found it quite interesting. When he looked back, he saw Da, who was also there. They're a year apart in age. Da, who is older, and Guzi is younger. But they both started school at the same time and learned the same things. Da, who, Mingju is teaching something the teacher never mentioned. Guzi whispered. Actually, Da, who also has a name. But what does it matter? The villagers still call him Guzi, just like everyone else. The teacher doesn't like math. He thinks it's not proper and wouldn't teach us these, Da, who, being a bit older and knowing more, said. Don't ask the teacher about it. The teacher in Xiao family village is a failed scholar. He's not mean, but there are some things you shouldn't mention around him. Don't worry, Da, who. I know what I'm doing. Guzi nodded, showing he understood. Mingju's lesson was short. She only taught 5 numbers. It sounds simple, but for these local children it was both new and a little hard. It's not surprising. Throughout history, writing and reading were mostly controlled by the ruling class for a long time. It wasn't until the imperial exams opened a way for common people that this power was broken. But in reality, it's very hard for ordinary people to rise to the top. Still, because it's possible to rise quickly, many people keep trying to take that path. Even just passing the exam to become a scholar meant you could call yourself a learned man and enter the lowest level of power. Otherwise, you'd just be called a commoner. That's why Mingju started this math class. She wanted to help the villagers of Songjia Terrace learn basic skills. Her goal was clear: teach everyone to write their names, do simple calculations, and recognize some basic characters. That way, they wouldn't be easily cheated when doing business. If each villager improved a little, the whole village's quality would rise a lot. The villagers' idea was simple: if I don't learn, it's a waste. Even if I can't become a top scholar, being a clerk isn't bad either. Even the adults would go home and encourage their children. This is knowledge you can't learn even if you spend money on it. Remember it well. Every day after school, Guzi and Da, who had come to listen to Mingju teach numbers. It helped them relax after a busy day. Both brothers think that the Tianju numerals are much easier to write, saving paper and ink. When Song Mingju talks about addition and subtraction, they become her biggest fans. They are educated people, different from others, and find her explanations a bit slow, so they wait after class to ask questions. Addition and subtraction can be done with 1, 2, 3, 4, or even more digits, and the method is the same. While Song Mingju is teaching, her parents are also listening. Song Changhe and Mrs. May are already good at calculations and bookkeeping. As they listen to their daughter, they mentally convert the original block numbers into these Tianju numerals and realize it's much more convenient. This Tianju numeral was taught to me by my master. When everyone becomes interested in learning, Song Mingju emphasizes, Although my master didn't teach you directly, since you've learned his knowledge, you can consider him a kind of teacher. I don't expect everyone to see him as a master, but I hope that if you see him in trouble in the future, you can help him." The villagers remain silent. "He's not a madman," Song Mingju says, fighting back tears. "He's just unfairly treated by fate." If things could return to normal, her two teachers might have been pillars of the country. The words Song Mingju spoke were unknown to Wang Langjun and the others living on the back mountain, who were unaware of outside affairs. However, Wang Bo noticed that when he went to gather firewood, villagers sometimes gave him some already collected firewood. They didn't say anything, they just handed it over and ran away. Though it was a bit strange, Wang Bo still carried the firewood home. It was a gift, so he didn't refuse. By the end of August, Song Changha gathered the woven straw hats, noticing they had made dozens more, just enough to meet the target. Wang Langjun arrived early on the first day of September. "Old Song, I need to leave early this time, so I won't stay for dinner," Wang Langjun said, instructing his assistant to bring down a bamboo basket from the mule cart. "I brought some pears to sell in Liang County, and I've brought a basket for you all to try." Wang Langjun truly considers Song Changha a friend.
Oh.
"Brother Wang, you're always so polite." Song Changha was very touched. He didn't have much to give in return, so he packed a basket of fresh lotus roots and also brought some lotus root powder for him. "Brother Wang, this is a new snack my wife just made called lotus root powder." Song Changha explained how to eat it and what it tastes like. If Brother Wang weren't in such a hurry to leave, he would definitely want to have a bowl right now. "Brother Song, you really have a special skill," Wang said helplessly. "It's tempting." Song and his wife both smiled. "My sister-in-law's cooking is always trustworthy. Here's the thing, no matter how much, just start making it and I'll pay you later," Wang said confidently. "I promise I won't cheat you." Just so brother knows, making this lotus root powder is quite hard work. It takes about 10 jin of fresh lotus roots to produce only 8 liang of powder, Mei said. This was a heads-up for Wang to estimate the price. Really that difficult? Wang weighed the paper bag in his hand and suddenly felt like he had about 5 jin of lotus roots. "If that's the case, sister-in-law, don't sell it to others just yet. Let me find out the market price first, then I'll come back to discuss," he said. "Thank you so much, brother." Song and his wife both bowed. "But it might take until next year to come again," Wang added. After that, the autumn wind grew colder, and he planned to stay in his hometown for the winter. "No problem." Song and his wife saw Wang off at the village entrance. "We'll wait for brother to come back again." When Song Mingju returned home, she found a basket of pears. "Oh, Uncle Wang came?" She looked everywhere for her old friend but couldn't find him. "Oh, Uncle Wang already left?" Sigh, she thought. "See you next year." In the afternoon, Song Changha went to the village chief's house to discuss the money distribution. Song Mingju went along. Since autumn began, the weather hadn't been very cold, but the wind was getting cooler. Wang Wangjun was coughing a bit, so he gave Song Mingju half a day off. First, she went with her father to deliver pears to her master. Then they both went to the village chief's house. "When I kept the accounts, I recorded everything by person. Whoever made it, I wrote their name," Song Changha explained to the village chief. "For example, your family has several people. Of course, the money is distributed by person." Mingju added. "So, the straw hat I made, will I get paid for it?" Do you believe she'd cause trouble again? The old auntie, busy working as a daughter-in-law, listened quietly but kept her ears open. "Our family will definitely pay everyone," she said. Just worried others might not agree. The 3 daughters-in-law finally relaxed. "Whether they agree or not is their own business, but here with my father, everyone must get paid." Song Mingju said, "First, this straw hat was given to each person by my father. The money should be distributed to everyone, so everything is fair and complete." She looked at her father meaningfully and said, "Only then will people believe in my father." Song Changha felt a bit embarrassed. He was to blame for only thinking about keeping the village peaceful, but ignoring the most basic things. Second, there is a real difference between those who work and those who don't. Otherwise, What's the point of those working hard? Especially when it comes to earning money, those who do good work should be rewarded. Why should strong laborers eat plain rice while women and children only get thin porridge? Isn't that the same idea? If earners don't get benefits and those who slack off take advantage, who will support the village in the future? People can't stand without trust, and a village can't thrive without it, said Song Mingju, walking to the door and looking out at the village with a faraway gaze. If the Song family wants to grow and succeed, they must have principles. A group of adults felt uneasy being taught by a child. There's no need to say more. Just give out the money now. Youngest, go ring the bell. The village leader ordered. Song Lauda and Song Lauer went to Song Changha's house, brought out a basket covered with a cloth, and carried it to the big banyan tree. This time, everyone in the village worked together to make straw hats. I am very pleased, the village leader said loudly. Now let Changha distribute the money. Those who hear their name come up and take your share. People heard that they could go up one by one to get their money. Some looked happy, but others were not pleased. Why can't the whole family get their share together? Someone shouted. The village leader glanced at the person, who was usually not well liked in the village. Family is family, but principles are principles. Whoever did the work gets the money. That's the rule, he said seriously with no smile. How you divide it at home is your own business. The villagers stayed quiet. But what if my mother is sick and can't come out of bed? How can she get her share? Someone stubbornly asked. Then, Changha and I will personally deliver it to your house. No one else had questions after that. All right, Changha, you come up now, the village leader said, handing the scene over to Song Changha. He stood aside and watched him distribute the money. Some people worked slowly, but could make a hat in a day and get about 20 or 30 coins. Others, who were faster, received more. For example, an older woman received over 100 coins. Every time someone received money, village official Zheng would remind them to live well, work hard, or repair their house.
He would say things like that.
When it was the turn of the old aunt, village official Zheng looked at his wife for a while and suddenly said, "Thank you for your hard work." The old aunt was surprised and couldn't hold back her tears. Mrs. May and Old Lady Wu didn't participate in making straw hats, but they also came to watch the fun. Seeing the scene, both mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were a bit moved and teary-eyed. The women in the village knew better than anyone what it felt like to earn money. "Auntie, you've worked hard and made it through." Mrs. May comforted the old aunt. This time, Song Lu also received her money. Not much, just over 20 coins. But it was earned honestly, without hiding or sneaking. She held the money close to her chest and looked around for Song Mingju, wanting to share her happiness. She saw Song Mingju standing outside the crowd with Big Yellow, smiling at the lively scene. After receiving the straw hats, the Song family's village was lively for 2 days. The families who had refused to accept the conditions before now felt a bit envious of the villagers. No one paid attention to them, because the autumn harvest was here. The villagers worked hard all year just to see how much grain they could store. Thanks to County Magistrate Tang's attitude, the entire autumn fields of the Song family's village were better than usual. During harvest time, everyone worked together, adults and children alike, finishing all the fields in one go. How busy were they? Even Song Mingju, who had never been in the fields before, went to pick rice grains from her own field. The other children didn't need to be told. They worked like little adults. After the harvest was done, the whole village looked like they had been drained, lying there unable to move. But when the grain was threshed and they saw the harvest was about 10% higher than usual, the village of Songjia Tai was excited again. But only for a moment. Then everything went quiet. The reason was simple. The government was coming to collect taxes. In the Great Summer Dynasty, the main taxes were summer and autumn taxes. Summer taxes collected money. Autumn taxes collected grain. When Song Mingju was younger, she didn't worry much about summer taxes and didn't know much about the process. She asked her father about autumn taxes, and he explained they were based on land area in different regions. For example, in the north, a typical field could produce about 1 shur of grain per mu, so the tax was 1 do of grain. The tax rate was 10%. In the south, because the land was better and grain yields were higher, 1 mu of land required a tax of 3 do of grain. The tax rate was 30%. That was quite high. The Song family terrace is just within this area. Song Mingju doesn't understand why the taxes are so heavy, so she goes to ask her master. The current taxes are based on land, also called annual tribute. The annual tribute is divided into 5 categories, with civil land tax being the main part, her master explains. Song Mingju understands. So, collecting taxes from ordinary people is the most important? As someone from a privileged class, her master doesn't respond directly to this but says, besides the regular taxes, there are also many extra and miscellaneous taxes. When talking about these miscellaneous taxes, the list of items is long. The heavy burden they place on the common people is hard to count. Wang Langjun also only truly understood how difficult life was for the people after he fell into hardship. In short, whether the common people can survive depends on whether the court can raise the standards, her master subtly reminds his young disciple. When village Zheng was mobilizing for autumn planting, the scene was quite large, and Wang Langjun overheard some of it. Regular taxes are unavoidable, but miscellaneous taxes can be negotiated. Song Mingju went back and told her father what her master said. Song Changhe thought this was a big matter and immediately went to tell village Zheng.
They closed the door to talk.
Changhe, do you think the magistrate, when he said he would come to our village to collect grain, was actually trying to suggest reducing some of the miscellaneous taxes? Village Zheng asked with a frown. He genuinely thought so at the time, which is why he was so happy. I don't know either. Song Changhe also felt troubled. When Magistrate Tang said that, the harvest was still in early stages and no one dared to ask directly what would happen.
This is hard to handle.
Village Zheng sighed. They are happy if the harvest is good, but they also fear the court might down too harshly, making their happiness pointless. Now, the millet is stacked at home, but the villagers don't even dare to eat rice. Life is hard for the common people. Really hard. Over at Magistrate Tang's side, due to some well-known reasons, he has always kept Song Jia-tai in his mind. His daughter mentioned missing Song Dia, so his wife planned to send Inghong to visit Song Jia-tai and see how Song Dia was doing. He decided to send Xiao Wu along to check on other matters. When they returned, both were very happy. Inghong went to report to Madame Chen, and Xiao Wu came to report to Magistrate Tang. This child not only dutifully described what he saw and heard at Song Jia-tai, but also detailed how delicious Miss May's cooking was. There's no need to be so detailed, Magistrate Tang said helplessly to Xiao Wu.
Just tell me about that.
The tap water issue, and be more specific. Lady Chen sighed. Tang Yuju listened to Inghong's words and felt very sorry that she didn't ask her mother to let her go together. In the past, in the capital, when she was bored or restless, she could go riding horses at the manor. But now, in Liang County, she was shut in this small courtyard every day, feeling very uncomfortable. She thought about her father and grandfather, who were civil officials, but her maternal grandfather and uncles were military officials. She even carried some of their martial blood in her veins. When Xiao Guai heard the mention of Songjia Terrace, he ran over quickly, squatting at Tang Yuju's feet and looking eagerly at Inghong. He still remembered Songjia Terrace. When Inghong mentioned a Huang and a Guai, Xiao Guai was even happier, bouncing around, and he brought over his bone, pushing it toward Inghong. It seemed to say, "Bring it to my brother?" "Mother." Tang Yuju chimed in. Seeing the two children look so pitiful, Inghong said, "That merchant Wang will go to Songjia Terrace again in 3 days." The two little ones looked expectantly at Lady Chen. Lady Chen hesitated for a moment, then handed Inghong 2 bones and a pack of dried meat to take to her husband, asking Xiao Wu to deliver it to the inn. By late September, County Magistrate Tang received reports that the autumn harvest in various towns was mostly finished, and he was preparing to go to Songjia Terrace. The message was sent a day in advance, which made the villagers at Songjia Terrace very worried. What should they do? The magistrate was coming. Should they prepare better food? Or not so good? If they prepare better food, Would the magistrate think Songjia Terrace is wealthy and demand more grain? If they prepare simple food, would he think they don't respect him? Mingzhu, what do you think? Villager Zhen humbly asked Song Mingzhu. Recently, Song Mingzhu had also been worried about the autumn tax, and her face looked a bit thinner. She disliked socializing in her past life. Otherwise, she wouldn't be just a bossy assistant but a bossy CEO. Maybe we should see how County Magistrate Tang behaves, Song Mingzhu suggested. If he's kind to our village, we'll invite him to a good meal. If not, we'll just give him porridge. Although she felt that, given her friendship with Tang Yuzhu, they should invite the magistrate to a proper meal, this matter involved the villagers' livelihood. It was better to handle it officially. At worst, they could go to the county later and complain to Lady Chen. So, when County Magistrate Tang arrived at Songjia Terrace full of anticipation, he found everyone there looking at him strangely. It was as if he was a piece of meat with a bone, and Songjia Terrace wanted to bite it but was afraid. They seemed both scared and eager, in a strange conflict. County Magistrate Tang was very confused. Xiaowu said that the people of Songjia Terrace had simple and honest customs. But that piercing gaze. Could it really be the honesty he mentioned? The autumn harvest is a very complicated task. The local officials come to observe the land and estimate how much rice can be gathered. The village leaders, household heads, and local helpers all cooperate fully, not hiding any facts. At this moment, Song Mingzhu is not in a position to speak up. She stays on the edge of the crowd. Wherever County Magistrate Tang goes, she follows. She is lucky enough to witness one of the most important events for ordinary people in this era. She feels that these county and village officials have sharp eyes. They can tell at a glance which fields are good and which are not. It's hard for villagers to cheat, but officials can easily collude. Politics has never been kind. That's why common people long for a good official. And a good official can be remembered by the people for hundreds of years. While the grain officer from the county collects grain, Magistrate Tang checks on Songjiatai's situation. When he visits a household, he asks about their general situation, and the village official nearby answers. When he asks about the Song family, Song Mingzhu suddenly jumps out. "Your Honor, this is my family." "Oh, this is your family?" Magistrate Tang smiles kindly at the people around him and asks, "What is your name?" With so many people present, he obviously doesn't recognize the Song family. "My name is Song Mingzhu," she answers politely. Although everyone knows she knows the magistrate, she can't admit it now. "How many people are in your family?" he asks again. "There are 4 of us, my grandmother-in-law, my father, my mother, and me." "Do you have enough food at home?" "We usually eat porridge. My father goes out to work, so he can get rice to eat," she says honestly. "But only my father has rice. My mother and grandmother still drink porridge." This is true for many families. Some even have no extra rice for the strong labors. But when Song Mingzhu says it out loud, it feels like a shameful secret being revealed, which makes people feel strangely sad. Song Changhe looks at his wife and mother with some shame on his face. Mrs. Mei and Old Wu's mother both have tears in their eyes. Magistrate Tang doesn't dwell on this topic. He looks around at Song Changhe's family and points to the bamboo pipe in the courtyard, asking, "I heard that the water supply system was your idea?" "Yes." Song Mingzhu confidently showed County Magistrate Tang how to use her household water system. "Just like this, when the water is full, you turn it off. When you need water, you turn it on." County Magistrate Tang tried it himself and found it easy. Even young children could fetch water this way. It was very convenient. After inspecting the water system, County Magistrate Tang didn't stay long at Song Mingzhu's house and moved on to the next home. He even went to the back mountain to see how the water was drawn from the lake. "Are there people living over there?" Tang asked, noticing a small shed hidden among the trees. Song Mingzhu didn't answer. Village elder Jian was unsure of the magistrate's attitude and cautiously said, "There's a crazy person living over there. He came from somewhere else over 10 years ago. He hasn't registered in our village and has no land." This meant he didn't have to pay grain taxes. "Since he has no land, how does he make a living?" Tang asked again. He's not completely crazy. Sometimes he's sane, sometimes he's not. When he's sane, he can hold a pen and copy books for others. County Magistrate Tang frowned. Is he a scholar?
Probably.
I think so, Village Elder Jian answered vaguely. All the stories about Wang Langjun were told by Wang himself before he lost his mind. No one in the village had verified them. Even if he was a fugitive, the villagers didn't know. The only tricky part was that Song Mingzhu had taken Wang as her teacher. Feeling sympathetic toward the scholar, Magistrate Tang, who was about to leave the mountain, hesitated and headed toward the shed.
I want to take a look, Tang said.
Since the magistrate wanted to see, Village Elder Jian couldn't stop him and led the way. Song Mingzhu was a bit nervous, clutching her father's sleeve tightly. Her father, Chang Hasong, held her hand firmly and followed closely behind Magistrate Tang, ready to plead if anything happened. Outside the shed, old Wang was boiling medicine. Having become a good doctor after long illness, he now brewed herbal remedies for Wang when he caught minor colds or coughs. While boiling, a group of people appeared on the narrow path. Only one person could pass at a time. Leading the group was Village Elder Jian. The others were unfamiliar. But when Wang saw Song Mingzhu among them, he stood up. Lang Jun, someone is here. Wang called out toward the shed. There was a rustling inside and someone stepped out, disheveled and impatient. Today, it was Second Master who was in charge. Fearing that her second master might say something reckless that could reveal her, Song Mingzhu immediately tried to rush out, but her father grabbed her gently. No matter how important outsiders were, her family was more important. Master, the magistrate is here to see you. Song Mingzhu was the first to shout out loudly. The second master looked at Song Mingzhu, then at County Magistrate Tang, and then at the others in the village. He didn't say anything and just stood quietly at the door of the shed. He looked like a soldier, fighting against the world on his own. Unbeknownst to him, County Magistrate Tang was also very surprised. He thought the man's face, covered with a beard and ruff, looked familiar but couldn't remember where he had seen him before. They stared at each other for a long time, like two sharp swords facing off. Finally, County Magistrate Tang nodded politely and softly said, "Sorry to disturb your peace, sir." Then he left with his people. After that, County Magistrate Tang didn't do anything special and just continued collecting grain. Some villagers were afraid of officials and trembled with fear. Don't be afraid, neighbors. County Magistrate Tang personally helped someone up and kindly asked, "How is the harvest this year? How many people are in your family? Are you all full and fed?" The villagers stammered in reply, "The harvest. The harvest is okay."
Still okay.
When asked about Lao Lu's family, the village chief briefly explained their situation, then mentioned Song Lu's situation. That's good enough, Tang sighed. The matter with Lao Lu was decided by him personally, but Lao Lu's mistake wasn't related to his mother. If something happened to Lao Lu's mother because of this, it would partly be his fault. County Magistrate Tang was happy that Lao Lu's mother was taken care of and secretly observed Song Lu. He thought she was young but stood very straight. She was a brave girl. He hoped she would do even better in the future. After finishing the grain collection, County Magistrate Tang learned a lot about the situation at Songjia Terrace. Then, he closed the door with the village chief to discuss the taxes. What they talked about was unknown, but when the village chief opened the door to see County Magistrate Tang off, he was all smiles. "Magistrate, stay for a meal before you go." The village chief warmly invited Tang. Seeing this, the old woman quickly told her daughter-in-law to cook rice using the second method they had discussed before.
"No need," Tang said.
"It's getting late, and I need to return to the county. Your harvest at Songjia Terrace was good this year, and the tap water is also good. I hope next year, everyone in the village can eat well." His simple words made the village chief willingly bow his head in gratitude. Finally, County Magistrate Tang said to Song Mingzhu, "You're right. Songjia Terrace is indeed a very beautiful place." Song Mingzhu, who had been frowning all day, finally felt a moment of relief. She thought to herself, Tang Magistrate must be a good official. Villain Miao led the villagers of Songjia Tai to Magistrate Tang to the village entrance, bowing 3 times in the direction he was walking. Goodbye, Your Excellency Magistrate. The autumn taxes in Songjia Tai were collected early, completed by the end of September. The villagers paid only the official taxes. They did not pay any miscellaneous taxes. This was a rare and wonderful event. Villain Miao smiled happily, carrying a bag of rice on his back for his son, while he himself carried a basket of vegetables to the back mountain. This is what the magistrate told us to do, Villain Miao said to Wang Bo. From now on, I will bring rice to you at the start of each month. It turned out that when Magistrate Tang discussed the miscellaneous taxes with Villain Miao earlier, he also mentioned Wang Ling. The court supplies 6 dough of rice each month for the students. Magistrate Tang took out his purse and handed Villain Miao some money, explaining, currently, rice costs less than 400 coins per stone. It's about 1,500 coins here. Please, Villain Miao, deliver 6 dough of rice to them every month. After half a year, I will send someone to bring more money. Villain Miao quickly agreed to this. He didn't dare to embezzle the money. He calculated the rice for both people based on the money, and any extra was used for oil, salt, and vegetables. People need to eat other things too, after all. Villain Miao thought he handled this very well, almost as if Wang Lang was his own father. Even if Magistrate Tang came to check himself, he wouldn't find any fault. You all are finally lucky enough to meet a benefactor, Villain Miao sighed to Wang Bo. Wang Bo usually spoke even less than Old Lady Wu, so he didn't say much, only bowing deeply to Villain Miao. Don't thank me, Villain Miao waved his hand. Thank Magistrate Tang, if you want to thank anyone. After the harvest season, it was time for the farming off-season. Villain Miao sent his youngest son to town to coordinate with Gao Lijing on the schedule, then took people up the mountain to install water pipes. Song Changhe, as the chief engineer, had to be there. Even Air Guzi's father went this time. Other villagers who were free asked if Mei still collected straw hats. She still collects them, yes. The couple discussed it and decided that since they didn't have many leftover materials, they couldn't give one to every family. Here's the plan. If you supply the materials yourself, you can pay 5 coins per large hat. If you want to use our materials, it's 3 coins per large hat. Most villagers chose the first option after thinking about it. They still had some money from before, so they felt they had some capital now. Buying materials themselves meant they could earn an extra coin per hat. No one thought that was too little. A few people still chose the second option. Master Mei didn't say much, just repeatedly warned not to cut corners, or it would all be for nothing later. Old Aunt from the village Zheng family chose the first option. Now she is doing very well. She locked the door, took her cow cart to pick up her mother-in-law, and brought along her 3 daughters-in-law and a bunch of grandchildren to town. She first went with her daughters-in-law to buy thread, then paid for each of them to get a big bun. She didn't care what else they wanted to buy. Then they all went to see the men at home working on the water supply. I'm not here to visit you, just wandering around the town, Aunt said casually. All right, we've finished shopping in town, it's time to go back. Eru, biting his bun, waved proudly at his cousin, his big uncle, his father, and his third uncle, saying, Look.
Bun.
My grandma bought it. His grandma is now very confident. She gives them buns and candies. Unlike their cousin, who is stingy and can't even spare 2 big coins. Grandma is better. In the past, Anne didn't spend money so freely. But she couldn't stand the presence of Song Changhe in the village. And another Mei family, which made others' children seem like they were picked from a dung heap. Over time, the children started to complain. They would say, look at how good Song Mingzhu is. Fortunately, this year's harvest was better, and they had earned some extra money. The children helped out, so they rewarded them properly to encourage them. Next time there's work, everyone in the family will be eager to do it. Now, Aunt has learned the trick of fishing for donkeys, managing her family well. Her 3 sons are all progressing together, and life is gradually improving. At Urga's house, Urga's father went to town, his older brother went to school, and his mother stayed home making straw hats with Urgu. They had bought materials before, and last time they carpooled with Song Mingzhu's father. This time they couldn't do that, so they continued making things on their own. Since they separated and started following Song Mingju's mother, her mother's mood has become much better. She learned from Song Mingju's mother to buy beef bones for soup and pig offal to cook. Who says offal isn't meat? Her husband and son love eating it. Life in other families has also changed a lot. For example, Ermau's family. When Ernia's family was still in the village, they were under a lot of pressure. They say a good man has 3 helpers and a fence has 3 posts. Ermau's father took the opportunity when Ernio's family was driven out to sincerely help Song Mingju's father, gradually elevating his own status. Now, Ermau's father is second only to Erguzi's father in Song Mingju's father's regard. Even Ermau's mother specifically advised her son to treat Song Mingju well. Mom, are you letting me learn from Ernio?
Ermau felt nervös.
Are you stupid? Or am I? Ermau's mother slapped him and said angrily, just let you take care of Song Mingju in the village. If anyone bullies her, you go. If you hurt him badly, it's your father who will be responsible.
Oh, Ernio seid in Relief.
But don't go overboard and hurt him badly, his mother warned again. If you do, your father can't afford to pay for it. Got it, Ermau replied and ran out to play with Zhuang. Is he foolish? Or is his mother? Does this kind of thing even need explaining? Really? At Zhuang's house, his mother also said similar words to Ermau's mother. Mom, who in the village dares to bully Song Mingju now? Zhuang was very annoyed by his mother's worries. Forget about Song Mingju. Even sister Song Lu, they can't afford to offend. Zhuang, Ermau called from the door. Mom, Ermau is here. I won't talk to you anymore. Zhuang ran off quickly. Ermau, wait for me. Meanwhile, old aunt from the village Zheng family bought thread, collected wheat stalks, and returned in a grand procession to weave straw hats. Mom, do you think we can dye the thread for that little kid's straw hat? Erhu's mother asked while touching the plain thread. Kids like colorful stuff, right? Old aunt paused, then suddenly said, Oh, that's a good idea. But I need to ask first. She hurriedly went to Song Mingju's house and called out, Mingju's mother. In the town, when the villagers who had recently installed the new water system encountered trouble, they also called out Mingju's father. See? What does having a name matter? It's still just calling him Song Mingju's father. The Song family's water project took over 20 days, with work continuing sporadically until it was finally finished. It took nearly 20 days for Song Changhe alone. There was no other way. Each water line in the town required a bone water wheel, which had to be customized based on the terrain. Also, the bamboo figure that pumped water needed adjustments depending on the situation. Fortunately, there was a carpenter in town who helped Song Changhe build a frame, and he quickly learned how to operate it. They worked together to speed up the progress. While waiting for the water wheel to be built, Dad Erguzi and a few capable helpers from Ermau's team surveyed the land and set up the water channel first. County Magistrate Tang Zide has been following the progress since the start of the water supply project in Mingxi Town. This person is a clerk who can write and draw. His daily task is to record the construction process of the water supply with the people from Songjiatai. One day, when building the water channel, they encountered a small problem and a minor argument broke out among the people from Songjiatai. He also recorded this. Excuse me, brother, could you please erase the scene from earlier? Village Master Tang politely asked, trying to smooth things over.
No.
The clerk shook his head. The magistrate ordered that the process must be detailed, with diverse characters, and no step can be missed. He is just a machine that records without feelings. On the day the first water was lifted by the Dragon Bone water wheel, Magistrate Tang personally came to oversee. Gao Elijing set up an altar to worship heaven based on Song Xunjing's experience and borrowed Song Mingju to serve as a lucky mascot. Actually, they had tested the water the day before, but they still pretended to be formal for peace of mind. Pray to heaven for good weather and smooth sailing. Song Mingju, with a red velvet flower on her head and a red flower ornament on her forehead, bowed 3 times firmly. Ding! Gao Elijing rang the town's ancestral copper bell and shouted, Water is flowing. His voice echoed outward, and Song Chungha shook a bamboo puppet to start the water flow. Half the town came to watch the excitement. Water is flowing. Children ran along the stream, shouting happily just like at Songjiatai. When the water reached the last household in this line, Gao Elijing had someone light the firecrackers prepared earlier, making the ceremony more lively. Magistrate Tang was also very excited. This is the wisdom of the common people. Next year, he also wants to promote this in the county. The town was busy and lively, and so was Songjiatai. Now, during the winter break, every family was free, sitting together making straw hats, feeling warm. But straw is needed for beds, for making straw hats, and for lighting fires in the stove. The leftover straw from previous years was running low this year. At Song Mingju's house, Mrs. May was also busy. She hired someone to dig lotus roots from her pond and patiently ground them into lotus root powder. The pond, which was once bare and unappealing, was unwanted by anyone in the village. It was old Song and some of his brothers who bought lotus seeds with their savings, planted them, and after many years, the pond looked like it does now. So, some of the lotus roots in the pond belonged to their family. However, making lotus root powder is very labor-intensive. From 100 gene of lotus roots, only about 8 gene of powder can be made. Mrs. May then went to ask other families for their opinions. The others didn't have much to offer either. When they heard Mrs. May was willing to buy, they kept some for themselves, and the rest were dug up while the weather was still not too cold. Otherwise, when it snows, no one will want to go into the water. Old Auntie from the village Sheng family and the mother of Guzi, along with a few clever children, all guessed what new food Mrs. May was planning. But Mrs. May didn't come to ask them, so they held back and didn't go to inquire. Now they've figured it out too. Making money requires patience. If others are willing to help them, that's kindness. But if they rush to do so before they've even eaten, it would hurt the relationship. Song Mingju was also busy. She first studied how to make bricks. After failing 7 or 8 times, she got angry and threw the mud down. Forget it. She decided to earn more money from her father and just buy what she needed later. Then, as the weather turned colder, she started thinking about how to survive the winter. At that time, there was no cotton, so ordinary people had a hard time staying warm. They filled their clothes with reed flowers or straw, which looked puffed up, but when the wind blew, it felt very cold. They also put straw on their beds. It looked thick, and when someone lay on it and pressed down, the cold air would seep into their back. Inside the house, they lit a fire pot, but fire pots would eventually go out. When the fire went out, people could freeze solid. So, to stay warm, families usually slept together in one room. Whether it was embarrassing or not didn't matter compared to just staying alive. Song Mingju thought hard. Limited by materials and environment, she came up with 2 ideas to keep warm. The first was inspired by the big heated brick beds from the Northeast. Unfortunately, her father had gone to town, so no one could help her test it. The second was making down jackets. Mom, go collect some duck and goose feathers. Song Mingju urged her mother. What are you going to do? Mrs. May, tired from working with mud bricks, instinctively became cautious when hearing such unreasonable requests. Make clothes. Song Mingju said confidently. Can duck feathers be used for clothes? Mrs. May asked in surprise. How would that work? It's just a layer inside, filled in, warmer than reed flowers, Song Mingju explained, gesturing to show her mother. Would that work? Mrs. May was doubtful. My master said so. Song Mingju relied on her mentor. And if it doesn't work, we'll just lose some duck feathers. Mrs. May thought for a moment and said, all right, I'll try to get some to test. Although not every idea her daughter came up with would succeed, if one did, it could bring great benefits. For that reason, Mrs. May was willing to give it a try. She immediately started collecting duck and goose feathers everywhere. When they retrieved the item, it smelled very bad, almost causing Mrs. May to throw everything away. Mother, trust me, Song Mingju shouted while holding onto her mother's leg. It will smell better once it's cleaned. Old Mrs. Wu agreed. So, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law washed and dried it for several days. It was hard to dry because the wind kept blowing it away, so they had to use a sieve to keep it in place. Once the duck feathers were dried, the town's tap water was almost finished. When the last few lines of water were being connected, Magistrate Tang didn't come again, but the clerk stayed. After all the water supply issues in the town were sorted out, they held a feast for the people at Songjia Terrace to enjoy a good meal. Many people had never eaten so well in their lives. When the men returned to Songjia Terrace, everyone in the village came out to welcome them. Village leader Zheng and Song Chang'e were used to this, but Deguzi's father and the new villagers were seeing it for the first time. Everyone was so happy their faces turned red. Other villages go quiet in winter, like hibernating. But surprisingly, Songjia Terrace was even more lively in winter than usual. This made neighboring villages curious, and they came to ask about it. The villagers had been warned by village leader Zheng not to say a word to outsiders. Other villages had no choice but to find Zheng. Old brother, don't just think about your own village. Look, our two villages are so close, separated only by water. When good things happen, give us a hand too. Of course. Of course. Zheng always had the same reply. These villagers, who used to compete with Songjia Terrace over the river, now came to make friends. Was he foolish to accept them? Or did they all think the people of Songjia Terrace were fools? After sending away the unkind neighbors, the first snow of winter fell. The sky was dark and gloomy, and snowflakes drifted down softly and gently. It would be so nice if everything turned gray and dull, Song Mingju said, sleeves rolled up, looking at the sky with a sigh. We hope so too, Mrs. May said with a smile. Come inside soon. Don't get cold. It wasn't cold enough yet to stomp your feet, so Song Chang'e sat in the main hall fixing the foot pedal plow. He had only thought about it briefly before rushing to work on the tap water project. Now, with experience from the Dragon Bone water wheel, he picked up the task again. He knew how to make the plow move forward on its own. How does it work? Song Mingju asked. With a wooden chain, Song Chang'e said excitedly. Just like a cart, connecting the front and back wheels with a wooden chain. One person stepping on it can make it go forward. Truly the son of Song Mingju's father. Song Mingju clapped her father happily. Very good, her father has reached the threshold of bearing and linkage. Soon, the automatic vehicle will be arranged. Old Lady Wu was also busy, helping her daughter-in-law pack lotus root powder. After continuous work on harvesting lotus roots and making lotus root powder, May had made over 50 jin of powder. She didn't dare make more. Before the weather changed, May bought 2 large jars to store the lotus root powder, leaving only a small amount outside for her family to eat. She even shared half of it with her master. There was also a jar of lard that May had cooked. Fortunately, it was her master, so he didn't ask much after taking the lotus root powder, only sighing, "You've been thoughtful." Her apprentice's family was doing well now, and she had only thought of them for a few days, showing her kindness and loyalty. Unfortunately, her apprentice was a young girl, and her master was like a candle in the wind, afraid he wouldn't see her go further. The master was momentarily sentimental and then said, "I heard that County Magistrate Tang previously sent you some educational books. Bring them to me and I'll add my notes." Years of reading experience in her previous life made Song Mingju feel uneasy suddenly. The weather is getting colder each day. It's not snowing heavily now, but that might change in a few days. The wind is strong, and the roads are difficult. You shouldn't come again. Her master truly cared for his young apprentice. Later, tell your father to come and take the books back. Read them at home first. If there's anything you don't understand, ask me when the weather improves.
Huh?
Song Mingju looked at her master in disbelief. Oh dear. She was just here to deliver a gift, and now she was getting a pile of winter homework? But seeing her master's face full of hope and unable to find a place to put his faith in life, she could only obediently reply, "Yes, master." Coincidentally, Wang Bo took a piece of wood, preparing to reinforce the door of the shed.
Dad.
Song Mingju nudged her father. Since her master had something to do, she, as a disciple, would do her part. Now that she was young, her father would handle it. Song Changha took the work from Wang Bo and quickly reinforced the door. No need for two masters. He also checked the shed. The shed had been repaired last summer by Song Changha and the second son's father, so there were no big problems. A few small cracks, which Song Changha patched with mud on the spot. This house will be fine this winter, Song Changha assured. Song Mingju finally felt relieved. Master, Wang Bo, take good care of yourselves. When the weather gets better, I'll come to visit. If anything happens, Wang Bo, come to our house to find my father. Song Mingju earnestly reminded her master and Wang Bo fortunately. The mountains here are low, with few trees and no wolves or tigers, so there's less to worry about. When Song Mingju came out, she wore a pair of cloth shoes. Song Changha was worried she might get her shoes wet or catch a cold, so he came with her. Of course, he would also be the one to go back with her. Song Mingju didn't need to walk alone. She used her father's neck as a support, covering his head with her arms to block the wind. The father and daughter descended the mountain together, braving the wind and light snow. Snowflakes landed on Song Mingju's neck, making her giggle happily. Mingju, next year, our family will be better for sure. Of course. Next year, Dad, you should earn more money, so we can have a house with blue bricks and big tiles. All right. Wang Bo watched them walk away until they disappeared from sight, then closed the door. It's still warmer at home, Song Mingju exclaimed as soon as she got back. Old Lady Wu helped her warm her hands, while Mrs. May told her husband to quickly change into cloth shoes. When Song Changha went out, he wore a pair of wooden clogs. The family gathered together to talk, and Big Huang, De Gua, and Little Flower also came over, curling up in the straw nest Song Changha had prepared for them to keep warm. Mrs. May listened to her daughter and made 2 pieces of fine cloth into a double-layered coat. It wasn't too hard, since the stuffing of reed flowers was done the same way. When the weather warmed up, they would take out the reed flowers and tie the coat, turning it back into 2 pieces. How do you stuff duck or goose down? Do you just stuff it in like this? Mrs. May asked. Actually, Song Mingju had never seen how down jackets were made in her previous life, but she knew the best material was the fluff from ducks or geese. However, there wouldn't be that much fluff. Her mother had almost plucked all the ducks and geese's feathers from nearby villages before collecting just 2 light baskets of down. Song Mingju thought the down from jackets must be made of individual strands, so the principle should be similar. That won't work. You have to peel off the feathers on top, twist them into individual strands, and then stuff them in. This was a delicate task. Fortunately, everyone was staying indoors for the winter, so there was no urgent work, and Mrs. May didn't mind too much. Song Mingju also helped by pulling out the fine feathers from each feather, then pinching a thin feather with her fingers and rubbing it repeatedly. Little Flower found it fun and reached out her claws to pull at the feathers. Hachoo, Big Huang sneezed, pulling the nest away with De Gua. Mom, do we have tongue oil here? Song Mingju picked a big goose feather, teasing Little Flower while asking her mother. We do, but not much, Mrs. May replied. There's a tongue tree right outside Gagaga's house. Gagam Gaga is a local dialect here, meaning grandfather and grandmother. Song Mingju heard it for the first time and found it very interesting. Is it just grandfather and grandmother? Who did you learn this way of saying from? From Gao Xiaobing. Oh, no, from Gao Yuanyu. Song Mingju quickly pointed to her little friend. He said his mother is from Jiangling County, and his grandparents are very far away. Jiangling County, isn't that where Uncle Wang is from? It doesn't seem very far to me. A daughter who gets married is like water spilled out. In this time, women usually do not go back to their parents' home unless there's a big reason. So, May married into the Song family many years ago and only went back once during her return visit. Saying she doesn't miss her parents is not true. But what does it matter? Going back just makes her a guest. May is still young, so she cares about this. Unlike Wu Laonyang, who no longer worries about such things. May didn't want to discuss this topic with her daughter, so she asked, what if we have tongue oil? If we have tongue oil, we can dip this outer cloth in it, then hammer it a bit. At this moment, Song Mingju didn't see her mother's sadness and was still joking around with the cats and dogs. Then dip it again, hammer it again, repeat a few times, and it won't leak when it rains. It's similar to applying tung oil on paper umbrellas to make them waterproof. But the process is a bit more complicated. When May heard it could prevent rain, she didn't say whether it would work or not. She just said, first finish these duck feathers and see if it works. After all the effort, she wanted to see the result, right? While playing, Song Mingju suddenly remembered her unfinished project and turned to her father. Dad, my master said he read about a kind of heated brick bed in a book. Song Mingju doesn't know much about heated brick beds. In her previous life, her birthplace was similar to Songjia Terrace, with fire pans in winter, and some families used fire pits. Every household hung cured meat over the fire pit, roasting and smoking it at the same time. Bright oil dripped into the fire, making a sizzling sound, and the cured meat absorbed the smell of firewood. People's bodies also smelled of cured meat. Later, when they moved to the county, they used electric heated beds. On top of the heated bed, there was a fire table covered with a quilt for warmth. The family sat together, peeling peanuts, cracking sunflower seeds, and playing cards, rare happy times. After working and traveling around, Song Mingju finally saw a heated brick bed. That heated brick bed has two ends, one end for cooking and the other for sleeping. The heat rises, and it's very warm. The time Song Mingju experienced it, she was directly roasted by the heat. Of course, she only later learned that there were several reasons for her heat. But I won't talk about that now. First, let her father build the fire bed. Song Changha also felt very interested. He is young himself, so he can handle cold weather easily. But his mother is older, and his daughter is still young. These two people find winter the hardest every year. Then, Song Changha looked at his wife. Should I try? Just try if you want. May said, what else can we do? Yes, sir. Song Changha put down his tool and happily went to build the fire bed with his daughter. For those who understand, building a fire bed is easy. Unfortunately, Song Mingju only knew a little about it and couldn't really understand the details. Song Changha had never seen it before. The father and daughter squatted in the kitchen, frowning and thinking hard. So, the fire bed is basically a dirt bed. The stove is on this side and the wall is the dirt bed connected on both sides. Song Mingju gestured, feeling she understood very well. Unknowingly, her father looked at her as if he was drawing strange symbols. Song Changha endured and didn't get annoyed, just avoided turning his little cotton-padded jacket into a fishing net. Do you mean making a hole in the wall so the hot air from the stove can flow through? Yes, yes, yes. Song Mingju was very happy with her father's understanding. But inside the dirt bed, there should be a smoke duct and a fire duct and also a chimney. Song Changha. A fishing net is a fishing net. Father and daughter looked at each other, both hoping the other would understand first. But in the end, only a clear, innocent look was returned. Finally, Song Mingju gave up. Maybe we should ask my second master? She suggested. He probably, maybe, seems to understand a little. So the next day, Song Changha took his daughter to the back mountain. First, to deliver some books for Wang Langjun to review, and second, to see who was on duty that day and ask about the fire bed. When they arrived, it was still the master. So they didn't say much and just left. Even though changing so much alone always made him feel a bit uneasy, Song Changha told himself, forget it, just pretend he's two different people. At home, May and Granny Wu were rubbing duck and goose feathers, getting quite annoyed. Song Mingju and her father dared not speak and quietly went to a corner to continue thinking about the foot-powered plow and the fire bed. On the third day, some snow melted, and father and daughter went out to the back mountain again. This time, it was the second master. When Song Changha mentioned the word fire bed, the second master's eyes sparkled brightly. That is the heated bed, with one side for burning fire and the other side for sleeping on. Song Changha explained carefully, not understanding. Where did you hear about the heated bed? Second master asked. Song Changha looked confused. Isn't this what you said? Song Mingju looked at her second master with clear eyes. Master, did you forget? It was a 2-on-1 situation. Finally, Second master gave up.
Right.
He wasn't sure if he had said that himself, so he got up and looked around.
Hmm.
I haven't seen this thing in a long time.
Hmm.
I think I can remember it, maybe? I'll draw a picture, and you can come back tomorrow. Watching her master rush around like an ant on a hot pan inside the small shed, Song Mingju suddenly felt a bit regretful. Although she didn't mean to tease, she was the one who caused this.
Master.
Song Mingju called out. It's okay, you and your father go back first. Second master turned around. It's just a small matter. I will remember it. Song Mingju sadly followed her father home. Meisher found it strange. What's wrong? Everything seemed fine outside? Song Changha shrugged, meaning he didn't know either. Big girl, these duck and goose feathers are already cleaned. Do you want to see? Meisher called. The mother and daughter cleaned the feathers, rubbing the calluses on their fingertips until they were thin. Okay, Song Mingju said listlessly, walking over, grabbing a handful of feathers to look at. They look pretty good. So what do we do next? Meisher asked. Just stuff these feathers into the inside layer of the clothes. Song Mingju said, trying to stay energetic. Not too thick, spread evenly, then sew a few squares. Meisher was worried that it would be hard to do with adult clothes, so she used her daughter's small clothes. She spread the small clothes on the table, slowly stuffed the feathers inside, and kept asking Song Mingju if it was thick enough. Almost there, Song Mingju said, feeling it. Meisher then sewed 2 lines across and vertically. As Song Mingju explained, it was to keep the feathers in place so they wouldn't move around. Finally, Meisher cut the loose threads and handed the small clothes to Song Mingju. Look, is it like this? Song Mingju took her mother's simple down jacket, took off her cotton padded coat, and put it on. At first, she felt a bit cold, but soon the feathers absorbed her body heat and slowly puffed up. Yes. That's right. This kind of down jacket shouldn't be too big. It needs to fit closely. Song Mingju was very happy. Mother, it's so warm now. Mrs. May didn't quite believe it. She reached behind her daughter's back to feel, and indeed, she could sense some warm air coming through, gentle and warm. She then reached inside the down jacket and found it was truly warm. It's really true, Mrs. May exclaimed happily. Much warmer than the reed flower. Old Lady Wu and Song Changha also reached out to feel, and they all agreed it was very good. It's definitely warmer than reed flowers. It feels soft and thin when you touch it, almost like there's nothing there.
Yeah.
I didn't expect duck and goose feathers to be so good. I wonder if chicken feathers would work too. Mrs. May and Old Lady Wu got excited. They took 3 large pieces of clothing, planning to make each family member a down jacket. Mother, if there's enough down, can I make 2 vests for my master and Uncle Wang? Song Mingju looked at the amount of feathers and asked her mother. What kind of vests? Mrs. May asked. Those sleeveless clothes, Mingju gestured. Oh, you mean a vest? Mrs. May suddenly understood. Where did you hear about vests? That general who rides horses, doesn't he wear armor like that? Isn't it just a vest? Exactly. Mrs. May gathered the remaining feathers, and each of them donated 2 sleeves, just enough to make 2 vests. At this time, the villagers were truly poor, stingy when needed, mischievous when they wanted, kind when they intended. Only when the granaries were full did they understand manners. Only when they had enough food and clothing did they understand honor and shame. Song Mingju subtly influenced her family, and they in turn influenced the villagers. If even one side held back, life couldn't be as good as it was now. The next day, the sky cleared, the ground was dry, and Song Mingju finally could go out and run around. Father and daughter went to the back mountain again. The village's dirt road, first softened by snow, then trampled and torn up, was dried by the cold wind and now hard as stone. The footprints left by the father and daughter a few days ago, on the edge, had frozen solid, standing straight and looking up at the sky. Dad, can we ask the village to fix the road? Mingju skipped along, avoiding the potholes, and talked to her father. The road was just repaired during the harvest season, Song Changha replied. Back then, to welcome County Magistrate Tang, The village leaders had taken everyone to patch it overnight, filling all the big holes. But this road, any vehicle can't really pass, Mingzhu said. Nobody comes anyway, her father replied. That's not good. Song Mingzhu did not agree with this. She said, right now, our village doesn't have many good things in winter. If there were things useful in winter, do you think anyone would come? Thinking about Wang Langjun running so far just for a bite to eat, Song Changha felt that if their village really had good things for winter, perhaps people would come. There is a saying, to get rich, build roads first. But our village's roads are so bad, even if there were gold and silver, people couldn't get in. That makes sense. Where did you hear that? To get rich, build roads first? From my master, said Song Mingzhu. That phrase is from later times. It's perfect to use his master's words. It's not exactly what he said, just what he heard, she emphasized to her father. Dad, please don't ask my master about it. Seeing him like that makes me sad. All right, I understand, replied Song Changha. Everyone in the village says his daughter is loyal and caring, just like him. But Song Changha feels he is more like his daughter. Dad, look how lively the county is. Song Mingzhu continued about fixing the roads. If our village can improve the roads, carts pulled by oxen, mules, donkeys, and horses can come in. Maybe one day, it will be lively like that. Song Changha imagined the scene and happily agreed. All right, I'll talk to the village head about it later. The father and daughter chatted casually and also agreed on one thing. At the back mountain, Wang Bo was outside drying straw. It was sent by the villagers, one bundle for him, one for her, enough for both to get through winter. Wang Bo. Song Mingzhu called from afar. Wang Bo came over, took a piece of paper from his pocket, and handed it to her, softly saying, the young master thought all night and only fell asleep at dawn. Don't bother him. Song Mingzhu paused for a moment, took the paper with both hands, and whispered, I understand. The father and daughter didn't bother him further and said goodbye. Wang Bo, we're leaving now, she whispered. My mother made 2 bags. We'll bring them over in a few days. She was careful not to mention the extra clothes, to avoid questions later. Wang Bo watched them leave and went back to continue drying the straw. What he didn't say was that the young master had thought all night and suddenly remembered something. He insisted on lighting a lamp and drawing pictures in the middle of the night, saying he was afraid he'd forget once dawn broke. That lamp oil had been stored for a long time. Normally, he didn't want to use it. The paper was the same. He had saved it, but last night, he wasted several sheets drawing. And the ink too, frozen, so Wang Bo got up again to melt the ink. All these troubles, in the face of true feelings, were nothing. Back home, Song Mingzhu took out the paper she had been holding to her chest and spread it on the dining table. Since adult clothes can't be laid out on the table, Mei and Old Wu had already moved to the bamboo bed. The father and daughter leaned close together, looking at the drawings. As someone who studies airplanes, the second master's drawing of the heated bed is a perfect technical diagram. It clearly shows the structure of the heated bed, with labels for each part, including names, sizes, and thicknesses. It follows standard guidelines strictly. Song Mingzhu could understand about half of it, but Song Changha couldn't. Maybe we shouldn't let this diagram get out? Song Changha asked in a calm voice. Although he didn't understand everything, he knew some things on the diagram shouldn't belong to their time. No, we can't. Song Mingzhu shook her head. If you understand it, Dad, just burn it. Burn it? That's such a pity. Song Changha sighed regretfully. In the past, people said that Wang Langjun went crazy after glimpsing a mysterious book, and Song Changha was half convinced. Now, seeing it with his own eyes, he finally believed completely. We can't keep this in our family, Song Mingzhu said calmly to her father. Usually they could talk nonsense, patching up one thing and fixing another, looking everywhere for solutions. But this diagram, written in black and white on plain paper, is evidence. Her master was proof of madness. Proof of the mysterious book. After all, not everyone in this world has the vision, broad mind, and perspective. Song Mingzhu refused to gamble. You're right, then just burn it, Song Changha agreed decisively. So, in the next morning light, Father and daughter worked tirelessly on the heated bed. Following the diagram, they first built a small heated bed with mud, then gradually added parts. Whenever Song Changha couldn't understand a part, Song Mingju acted as a translator. When even she couldn't understand, they studied it together. Mei looked at the father and daughter a few times, hesitant to speak, but ultimately choosing not to disturb them. They worked like this for 3 or 4 days until Mei and Old Wu finished making the cover, and the father and daughter finally completed a full model of the heated bed. Her mother, "You can burn this diagram now," Song Changha said with his eyes closed, handing it to his wife. The more they understood the diagram, the more reluctant they were to part with it. What a model! Second master is truly a role model. Song Changha deeply regretted not recognizing Wang Longjuan's talent sooner. In those past years, why didn't he take Wang as his teacher first? Wang Langjun is the real hidden gem that was overlooked. Song Mingju and her father went to the back mountain to deliver the cover. Song Changha also wore one, fitted close inside, feeling warm in the chest and back. This time, the master was on duty. To avoid last time's problem, Song Changha only said it was something his wife accidentally made and no one in the village knew. Wang Langjun and the others are not fools. If they were truly foolish, they wouldn't have been able to live in the village for so many years. They quietly wore the protective gear inside, and the outside was still old and torn, so no one could tell. After delivering the protective gear, on the way back, Song Changha thought for a moment and said to his daughter, "Dia, I've thought it over. We won't build a heated brick bed this winter. First, according to the method Wang Langjun gave, making a heated brick bed requires first making mud bricks and letting them dry. With this weather, it might take 10 days or half a month for the bricks to dry completely. Plus, since winter has already passed for so long, by the time the heated bed is ready, winter might be almost over. Second, because this year's harvest was better than usual and villagers made some money by weaving straw hats and installing tap water in the town, this winter will be better than previous years. Third, this is a little personal wish of Song Changha. Although his family is now earning money with the villagers, they are still much better off than others in the village. Everyone can see this clearly. A common man is innocent, but possessing wealth can be a cause of trouble. When everyone is ordinary, only your family's luck seems special. Maybe someone will dig up old Song's grave in the middle of the night. After all, death isn't scary. Poverty is the most frightening. Or maybe someone plans to harm Wang Langjun and his family. In short, human hearts are the hardest to test. Song Changha doesn't want to take chances. Dad, you're right. Let's do as you say. Song Mingju agreed with her father's idea. Changing a place isn't something that happens overnight. From what we see now, the Song family is changing, but the villagers are not yet fully aware. Most only move when they see clear benefits. Let's repair the road. Song Changha decided firmly. Only by taking initiative and working together can the village get better and better. So, Song Changha first took his daughter home, then went to the village chief's house. "I think what you said is good." Village chief agreed with Song Changha. Anyway, staying at home is just staying at home. Better to gather people and fix the village roads. It's also good to move around and exert some effort so they won't feel so cold. Old Song went to the big banyan tree and rang a bell to gather the heads of each family for a meeting. When they heard that the village needed to repair the road, some people thought it was just about effort and not worth it, so they didn't want to help anymore. But upon closer look, these same people now refusing to repair the road are the same ones who previously complained that making straw hats paid too little. "It's okay if you don't want to do it. I won't force you." Village leader Zhang and Song Changha had worked hard to earn money for the village twice, and now they are confident and won't tolerate laziness. However, in the past, when going to the county town, there was a small fee to enter. Since you didn't help repair the road, shouldn't you pay a toll when you pass by in the future? Others who saw the benefit of the road also expressed their opinions. Village leader Zhang is right. Since you won't contribute effort, you should pay money. Yes. Either work or pay. Doing nothing and expecting to enjoy our benefits for free isn't fair. If you think you don't need to walk on the ground, that's fine too. Someone tried to ease the mood. Just like when we built the water supply, either pay, work, or provide materials,
Pick one.
shouted a hot-tempered person nearby. Otherwise, don't use this road at all. Public opinion can be influenced, especially when driven by shared interests. Under strong criticism from villagers, those who opposed backed down, lowered their heads, and agreed to follow the village's decision. Only then did Zhang speak again. This road was just repaired recently, but now it's already in terrible shape. The villagers looked at their feet and nodded in agreement. My point is, this time we need to build a better road. What do you all think? Zhang asked. Zhang, just tell us what to do. Someone shouted. We'll listen to you. The villagers chuckled. Yes, just tell us what to do, Zhang. If you say go west, we go west. If you say go east, we go east. If you say carry hose, we carry hose. Everyone who was a bit clever in the village saw that Zhang wasn't really asking for their opinion but was telling them to work. It's not a bad thing, just follow and do as told. Otherwise, look at those smart ones. If they don't speak up, they're just following along. If you're not smart enough, learn from those who are. All right, I'll say it, Zhang said happily. I think, this time, since they plan to let carts and mules go in and out, the main road in the village must be widened first so it's wide enough for passage. Otherwise, if someone inexperienced damages the fields, they'll blame the narrow road of Song's terrace later. Next, the dirt road needs to be compacted. Or use a mortar or smash with a stone. Anyway, the road surface must be compacted. This way, it won't be washed away by the next rain. About the third option, I was thinking, maybe like Song Chang's family, we could lay the road with stones. In towns and counties, they use stone slabs to repair roads, but the Song family's estate isn't that wealthy. But since we've decided to repair the road, building a better one is necessary. Redoing it often would be a waste of effort. But where can we get so many stones? Someone questioned. Suanjing thought for a moment and said, let's dig from the back mountain. Having a mountain of our own is better than just having gold and silver mountains. But there aren't that many stones on the back mountain either. We'll pick up whatever we can, dig whatever we can, and if needed, we'll even start cutting the mountain. Suanjing declared firmly. Cutting the mountain isn't that easy. Someone muttered quietly from the crowd. Suanjing looked sharply and said, then we'll just be unfilial descendants, using our ancestors' tombstones as tops. No one dared to question Suanjing's determination anymore. The plan to repair the Songjia Terrace Road was set. A few years ago, when the official road outside the village was requisitioned for labor, Suanjing and his father had been there. Suanjing was familiar with road repairs. So, work started that very day. Half the people dug and laid the road, while the other half went to the back mountain to gather stones and sand. First, they deepened the ditch along the original village road, filled the excavated soil on both sides of the road, and compacted it, then secured it with planks. Next, they removed a layer of loose soil from the road surface and tamped the bottom solid. Then, they filled in with broken stones and tamped again. After that, they mixed the excavated loose soil with sand to make a slurry and filled the gaps between the broken stones. Once this layer dried for a while, Suanjing checked daily to see where more filling was needed. After dinner, villagers went for a walk and also checked their work along the road. Hey, you kids, what are you doing? Don't step on it. I'll break your legs. After sealing the road with slurry, villagers often heard scolding and shouting at children, making noise all day long. During the winter, when they should have been resting, the children were lively and energetic. After being scolded many times, the kids learned their lesson and started picking up stones whenever they saw one. Suanjing said, 1 basket of stones for a piece of malt candy. Those children who missed the chance to ride with Song Mingzhu earlier now all followed along. Usually, boys gathered together to compete over who was the best at fighting or who could the farthest, but now they competed over who could pick up more stones. Suddenly, the children in the village felt at ease. Other villages heard that some elderly and children couldn't handle the cold and froze to death. Only in Songjiatai did people die from exhaustion. Of course, the villagers just complained verbally, but actually enjoyed it. By the time the new year arrived, the village road was almost dried up. The village decided to give everyone a 3-day holiday, and after the new year, they would continue repairing the road. Although it was called the New Year, ordinary people didn't have much to celebrate. Every family worshipped the kitchen god and ancestors, wore new clothes, and bought new shoes. Whether they had money or not, they all cut a small piece of meat, caught a fish, and bought some malt candy. They used the candy to stick on the kitchen god's mouth, so he wouldn't speak badly about the family. They also let the ancestors smell the aroma of the meat, hoping for a year with plenty of food. At night, they lit the fire pans brightly in each house, symbolizing driving away bad luck and welcoming the new year. Song Changha, Mei, and Wu Laonyang each wrapped a coin in red paper and placed it at Song Mingju's side, praying for the ancestors to bless her with safety. 2 days early, Song Lu went alone to the town to buy cakes and pastries, then came to visit Song Changha's family to wish them a happy new year. Wow, you came just to visit and you bought things too, Mei said happily. Then Mei recognized that the cakes and pastries were only available in town, and her face darkened. You went to town? When did you go?
What? Alone?
You're brave, huh? During the new year, how many risks did you take to go to town alone? If someone ambushed you, how would we find you? Song Lu just smiled at Song Mingju but didn't reply. She kept all her kindness in her heart. Finally, Mei, Wu Laonyang, and Song Changha each gave Song Lu a red paper-wrapped coin to place at her side for protection. Song Lu refused to take it. Auntie, you've helped me enough.
Take it.
Mei insisted, pushing it into her hand. As long as we're here, you'll always be a child. On the first day of the new year, after the villagers went to the back mountain to sweep the graves, they met and cheerfully greeted each other, wishing each other a happy new year. Almost every villager they met greeted Song Changha warmly. Even if they didn't meet anyone on the road, they would visit Song Changha's house later to say Happy New Year. Children received a handful of roasted peas or roasted yellow beans. The kids were happy, and the adults were happy too. Song Mingju also went visiting with her father, visiting places like Village Zheng's house, Air Guzi's house, and Air Mao's house, going from one to another. The old aunt from Village Zheng even gave Song Mingju a coin to place at her side for protection. Auntie, this isn't right. Song Changha tried to refuse. It's just one coin, not much. The old woman forcefully handed something to Song Mingju and said, Mingju, you are the kind-hearted child of our village. Then she added, Mingju, this year, if there's any good news, bring some to the village sisters, aunts, and mothers too. This was the old woman speaking for all the women in the village. When a person has money, their confidence changes. Women with their own money don't have to look at their husbands' faces all the time. The old woman had lived most of her life and at this age finally understood that women, even with children and husbands, feel happier when they have their own money. All right, I'll remember that, Song Mingju said with a smile. Some say women can hold up half the sky. Our sisters, aunts, and mothers in the Song family can also hold up half the sky when we work together. So, on the first day of the new year, all the women in the village received Song Mingju's blessings. Women can hold up half the sky. Some men in the village were unhappy. Hold up half the sky? What's next? Do they want to rebel? His mother was cooking with his wife when she heard this and immediately slapped him. Rebel? Rebellion against whom?
How dare you say that?
His mother scolded. Anytime someone mentions rebellion, it's a sensitive topic. If it got out, it could mean serious trouble. Look down on women? Have you thought about what you'd do without us? Don't look down on your mother. You're fed because of me. His mother, when making straw hats, was closest to the village's old woman from the Zheng family. She wasn't as skillful as the old woman, so she earned a little less. It was also her mother who asked the old woman from the Zheng family for help, so that later, good things would still come her way, and she would remember to bring some for them. Tonight's dinner, not a single bite for you. His wife held back her laughter and kept quiet while tending the fire. She'd long been annoyed by this, so she deserved the scolding. Besides the lively village, something big also happened to Song Mingju on the first day of the new year. She turned another year older. Compared to the idea that a person only turns a year older on their birthday, Nowadays, people usually say they turn a year older after the Lunar New Year's Eve, whether she liked it or not. Good times always pass so quickly. Song Mingju sighed and went to play with the cats and dogs. No one knew if some unlucky person was born on New Year's Eve and gained a year, only to gain another the next day on New Year's Day. Haha. The 3-day holiday quickly passed, and road repair work started again. This time, they were laying large stones. The villagers used crowbars, shovels, hammers, and boiling water to break the stones from the back mountain, then carried them in baskets to the village and laid them on the newly cemented road surface. The stones were laid flat and packed tightly. Small stones were filled into the gaps and smoothed out. Song Mingju went to visit her master for the new year. Looking at the noticeably lower back mountain, she said to her second master, "Master, is this a work of divine craftsmanship?" Humph. The second master turned and went into the house. "Don't be like that, master." Song Mingju quickly held his hand. "It's such a beautiful scene. Let's watch a bit longer. That thing you used, stuffing duck feathers inside. Who thought of that?" The second master suddenly challenged. "My mother did." Song Mingju replied clearly. "How did she think of it?" "Originally, I stuffed reed flowers, but there weren't enough. Luckily, there were some duck feathers at home, so I tried it. It turned out to be much warmer than reed flowers. Rich people have many ways to stay warm in winter, but common folks don't have many options." The second master pondered for a moment and suddenly spoke. "There's a place in the western regions called Gaochong Kingdom. They grow a plant that produces a fruit like a cocoon. When ripe, the fruit bursts open, revealing silky threads inside. From afar, it looks like a white flower, so it's called cotton." Song Mingju's eyes lit up. Her master was giving a new idea. This cotton can be spun into thread and woven into cloth. The fabric feels soft and comfortable to wear. Plus, after being processed, this cotton can be directly used as filling inside clothes. It's not as warm as duck down, but much better than reed flowers. Also, on a southern coastal island called Juyai, they also grow this cotton, and the quality there is better than in the western regions. Since your father knows the local magistrate, perhaps he can ask him to find some. If large-scale planting is possible, common people won't have to suffer in the cold anymore. After saying this, the second master returned to his usual indifferent attitude, pushed Song Mingju's hand away, and went into the house. "Master, sunbathing is good for the bones." Song Mingju cheerfully called out to the shed. Her second master, though cold on the outside, had a warm heart. "Are you trying to give me more homework?" the second master said from inside the shed. "Oh, I can't argue with that. I'll slip away now." By the end of the month, the village road was finally repaired. Everyone came out to walk along the new path. A beautiful stone road stretched from the village entrance to the end, looking very grand. The village was still following Song Mingju's aesthetic advice, lining the sides of the road with a row of curbstones. "Oh my, is this our village's road?" The villagers looked at it for a long time, but didn't dare step on it. "Wow, this road. It's so beautiful.
This is something we built ourselves."
I can't believe it. Now 2 ox carts can go side by side. I dare say, even in the town or county, you won't find such a beautiful road." Everyone pushed forward the village's official, village chief. "Village chief, you go first. What's so special about it?" "It's just a road," village chief said proudly, walking out and calling to Song Mingju. "Mingju, come here." Song Mingju squeezed through the crowd and came next to village chief. He reached out his hand, and she took it. "Mingju, do you think this year's days in our village will be better?" Village chief asked seriously. "Yes, they'll be better." Mingju answered loudly. "Can our days be prosperous this year?" "Definitely prosperous." "Just like this road?" "Yes, just like this road. Wide and spacious." "Then let's go." An old man and a young child stepped forward together, walking confidently along Songjia Terrace Avenue. Someone from the village, who often handles celebrations, held his family's traditional Swona horn and blew it hard, puffing his cheeks. The loud, high-pitched sound of the Swona made everyone in the village excited. The adults carried on, walking briskly. The children, however, ran wild and played freely. After all, they had never walked on such smooth roads since they were born. Wouldn't it be great if we planted some trees on both sides of this road? Mingzhu said like an adult, pointing and commenting. My master once said, to get rich, first build roads and plant trees. That makes sense. Village chief called his elder to remember this, planning to arrange it later. Assistant village chief, Old Song, asked, Dad, what kind of trees do you want to plant? Just bamboo, he replied. Their Songjia terrace is now famous for its lotus treasures and bamboo products. The lotus grows in the pond, so bamboo should be planted along the roadside. The villagers followed the two along Songjia Terrace Avenue from the village entrance to the end and back again, each thinking about how to plant their fields this year. Could they plant a few bean nests in the gaps between the furrows? Should they raise a few chickens and ducks at home? Should they tidy up the pond at the entrance and release some fish fry? Should they plant a few bamboo nests around their houses? When people have hope, they gain unstoppable momentum. Meanwhile, the villagers of Songjia Terrace are happy despite being poor. But across the entire Great Xia dynasty, many places are still struggling on the brink of life and death. Spring plowing is damaged by frost, summer harvest is affected by floods, autumn harvest suffers from drought, winter faces heavy snow. Such troubles fill the emperor's desk with reports. A natural chain reaction made the common people of this era feel very nervous. In the cold wind and snow, some people waited by the roadside for others to freeze so they could take their clothes. Others carried a few sticks of firewood and staggered along. The court's disaster relief could only solve the urgent needs of the people, and with each layer of aid distributed, it was uncertain how much actually reached the common folk. Honestly, the emperor's year was very frustrating. Some people didn't want him to celebrate the new year, and he didn't want those people to celebrate either. So he lost his temper and ordered a few people to be executed. Unexpectedly, after fewer people were around, the court's work actually became faster. This shows that some people are just occupying positions without doing any real work. Bring me the list of uniform items, the emperor said, looking at the white snow covering the courtyard, and spoke to the palace attendant. Uniform is a nickname for Tang Yu, who is also the county magistrate of Liang. The palace attendant found Tang Yu's report among a pile of documents and handed it to the emperor. Normally, Tang Yu's report should have arrived before the new year. But he had been busy collecting grain until the end of the year and only managed to send it out on the 29th day of the lunar month. No one could have handed his report to the emperor the very next day. Fortunately, after a winter of calm, the emperor's mood had stabilized a lot. Even if Tang Yu now said he hadn't collected the grain, the emperor thought he probably wouldn't order his execution. After all, Tang Yu was like a son he had watched grow up. At most, he would just scold Tang Yu's father. Tang Yu's report was divided into 3 parts. The first part described what he had done during the half-year in Liang. Nothing unusual. The middle part was a bit off-topic, talking about his journey from the capital, the mountains and rivers he saw, and the lives of the common people he encountered. The last part mentioned his wife buying a bamboo lunchbox making method and giving it to his father-in-law. Your servant saw the officials using it well, so I brought a set for His Majesty too. The child of the uniform department is thoughtful, remembering me, the emperor said happily. Then, the palace attendant presented the bamboo lunchbox. The emperor continued reading the report. His Majesty might not need it, but the palace maids might find it useful. The emperor. He should pretend he didn't hear that. In the report, Tang Yu explained how to use the lunchbox in detail and emphasized that ever since he had it, officials no longer had to eat cold rice when working outside. The emperor understood how to use the lunchbox now. Then, Tang Yu described the lively scene of children playing with bamboo puppets in the streets and alleys of the county town. This thing is called a bamboo puppet, with a set of 18 figures, including a female general who is loved by both young and old ladies in the county. I also brought a set for His Majesty. All the same, you still think of me, the emperor happily said. Then, they dared not speak and quietly presented the bamboo puppets. The emperor had fought for the throne with his father when he was young, and still has good skills. He immediately asked them to play with him. They didn't dare to really fight him. It was just a simple game, with no real excitement. Changshi. The emperor called someone else. Come and play with me. Changshi was a young guard, only in his teens. Despite his young age, he was skilled in martial arts, or he wouldn't serve the emperor. Probably because he focused on training, he was a bit straightforward in thinking. Your Majesty, what shall we play? Look at these bamboo generals. You take one and I take one. Okay. They quickly got the hang of it. When they picked up the swords, their competitive spirit flared. Changshi, Your Majesty, look at the sword. The Emperor, Shao Shi, look at the blade. During the game, they had to control their strength to avoid breaking the strings. They stopped playing, but not completely. After dozens of rounds, the Emperor was slightly sweaty. Then, Changshi made a mistake. The Emperor rushed over, and Changshi turned and struck with his sword, hitting the Emperor's arm. The one who got hurt had to leave. Shameless thief. The Emperor cursed angrily. Changshi proudly said, Haha, I am here. Who dares to fight me? Go away, go away. The Emperor waved his hand, telling Changshi to leave. It was just a set of bamboo puppets, meant for his son or grandson to play with. Oh well, forget it. He'd keep them for himself. So his son and grandson wouldn't fight over them and spoil their relationship. The Emperor moved a bit, stretched his muscles, wiped his sweat, and continued reading the memorials. Your Majesty, isn't the bamboo puppet set fun? The Emperor. This child was adorable when young, but now he's so annoying. Your Majesty, these bamboo lunchboxes and bamboo puppets were created by my daughter and me. On his way back, County Magistrate Tang's father encountered a big storm and was delayed for a month, so he hadn't delivered the message to County Magistrate Tang. Therefore, Tang Magistrate didn't know that the Emperor had executed some people before the new year. Even if he knew, he would only applaud. The Emperor has been on the throne for years and has long wanted to get rid of the corrupt officials in the court. He finally took action now, showing his kindness. After all, those people dared to even steal military supplies. Fortunately, because of County Magistrate Tang's father, the situation at Old Mount Tai was still relatively good, and the extortion was not too harsh. But Old Mount Tai also often complained to County Magistrate Tang's father about how corrupt these people were. The founding of our dynasty was less than 20 years ago, yet these pests and rats have already corrupted my country so badly. I remember that day when the Emperor smashed his favorite teacup in front of Tang's father, but he didn't ask the palace servants to replace it. I still can't punish them now. But I will remember this. I will always remember them. This planted a seed in the young boy's heart. Your Majesty, I am willing to be your eyes and ears. As long as you never change this original intention. That's why he volunteered to become a local official, to see the common people of the world for the Emperor. This fall, the father and daughter devised a way to bring water from high or distant places into their home, which can be used freely, so it's called tap water. County Magistrate Tang detailed in his report what he saw at Songjia Terrace. Now, almost every household in the village uses tap water, saving the trouble of fetching water. As a result, villagers can focus more on farming. This autumn harvest, the yield is about 50% higher than usual. I, as the ruler, exempted all taxes in the village. That monkey, so daring, acting first and reporting later. If Tang Yuan were right here, the Emperor would definitely have him whipped. Looking further, now the town also uses this method to bring water from the town well into homes and from outside rivers into the town, solving the two main water problems. They also dug drainage channels and stored water for farming. County Magistrate Tang was also quite clever. At this moment, he didn't send physical objects, but drew a map called Songjia Terrace Tap Water Drawing. He was impressive. After just one look, he remembered the terrain of Songjia Terrace and drew how water came down from the mountain and entered the villagers' homes with just a few strokes. In addition, he had the clerk copy the construction process of the water supply in Mingxi Town and attached it to the report. He named it Mingxi Town Tap Water Construction Log. The Emperor flipped through a few pages. The distant villagers came vividly to life on paper, and he was immediately captivated. Especially the little girl with 2 pigtails on her head, who, like the officials from the censorate always finding faults, stood with her hands on her hips and pointed at the bamboo pipe, shouting, "Father, it's leaking here. Father, it's leaking again here. Father, it's leaking again and again here. Father, here it goes again, haha." The emperor clapped his hands and laughed loudly. This little cotton-padded jacket is so breezy. The clerk still faithfully wrote the characters beside the father and daughter. On the daughter's head, it read, Song Family Tai Mingju. Born Song Dia. Changed name to Song Mingju because she hopes to become a shining pearl rising in the sky. On the father's head, it read, Song Mingju's father, named Song Changha. A humble carpenter from a side street. A devoted father. The emperor was very happy. He remembered when he got his eldest daughter, she was his precious treasure. Finally, he turned the page to see villagers finishing their work for the day, walking home together on the small path. The father, carrying his daughter on his shoulders, pointed forward. Time to go home, the setting sun was just right. The emperor was not a foolish ruler. He understood what poor common people were like. He could see at a glance that they were very poor. But he could also see that they had great strength, a strength that came from deep inside, lively, and full of energy. Honestly, after dealing with the troubles of the new year, seeing this report made the emperor very happy. Look, this is what a good official of Daxia should be. This is how the people of Daxia should behave. Otherwise, why would they and their father work so hard to overthrow the previous dynasty? Why would he work so hard to govern the country? Was he trying to reclaim the lost Yanyan 16 prefectures? No, he wanted prosperity. He aimed to rebuild a glorious Han and Tang land. If every official in Daxia cared about the people like Tang Yu, would he still worry about being deceived? If every official cared for the people like Tang Yu, would he worry that the common folk couldn't regain vitality? If every village could be self-sufficient like Song Family Tai, would he still worry that Daxia couldn't restore its former glory? Even Yunni has done some real work, the emperor said happily to the beside him. The hesitated, could he really say that? If County Magistrate Tang were here, he probably would have been dragged in and out several times by now. The thick report had reached the end. Your Majesty, I believe that using rice containers and tap water can improve people's lives, especially tap water. Even if we can't do the south to north water diversion or east to west water diversion, neighboring villages, towns, and prefectures can still share water. According to Tang Yu, the tap water uses bamboo, which is cheap. Though it can rot easily, replacing it promptly after discovering issues is fine. If there is a blockage, find the blocked part and replace the bamboo with new ones. If the waterway is too long, it can be combined with official relay stations, setting up checkpoints or water points along the way to ease the difficulty of fetching water. At this moment, the emperor thought it was such a good idea that it would be a shame not to promote it within the Daxia territory. Someone, go, and invite the 6 ministers to come here. Yes. The palace servant responded and ordered the servants below to hurry up. Wait a moment. The emperor added, don't send the Ministry of Rights officials. The Minister of Rights came from the Celestial Observatory and was very talkative. Whenever the emperor wanted to do something, even a small thing, he would always talk for a long time about the right timing, conditions, and harmony, which made the emperor quite annoyed. But if he didn't let him come, he would find out later and might even cry all the way to the imperial study. Forget it. Let him come after all. With one word from the emperor, the officials rushed tirelessly. But no one dared to complain. Finally, the documents reached the last page. Originally, my wife bought the method for making lunchboxes, which was only used in the army, costing 100 taels. If your majesty wants to use it elsewhere, it's not impossible. But now, the villagers of Songjia Terrace have already turned tap water into a source of income, selling it to nearby villages. If your majesty wants to promote its use, then. The implication was they needed to pay. The emperor was furious and cursed loudly. Those scoundrels. Do I care about their petty tricks? Who do they think they are looking down on? County Magistrate Tang helped Songjia Terrace gain favor with the emperor, but all the villagers of Songjia Terrace didn't know about it. Winter had passed and spring arrived. The ice in the small pond melted into tiny shards, and the river water visibly became more lively. The villagers started to get busy again. Since the main road to Songjia Terrace was built, they no longer liked their old mud houses. Ugly. Too ugly. Not at all worthy of the main road to Songjia Terrace. Those who had been to the town and seen the large blue brick house of the official were thinking, when can we live in a house like that? Those who hadn't been there were also thinking, our house should be fixed up too. So, before the land fully thawed and spring plowing began, the villagers gradually started repairing their houses. They fixed what needed fixing, patched what needed patching, and cleared the open spaces in front and behind their houses. Then, either by begging, borrowing, or buying, they used their ingenuity to ask families with bamboo for seedlings, bamboo shoots, or bamboo whips, and carefully planted them. On both sides of the main road to Songjia Terrace, the village officials also planted bamboo. While there was still free time, Song Changha went to the village official's house to discuss expanding his house. That's a good thing, Muramasa said. How do you plan to expand? I plan to move the bamboo forest back a bit on both sides and build a house on each side, Song Changha replied. He wasn't thinking of doing everything all at once. Build one house first, then expand again next spring, and build another one? Muramasa said with some disapproval. Changha, I don't mean to criticize. You do good work, but your vision is still a little narrow. Song Changha looked confused. Why was his hidden wealth still being criticized?
Listen to me.
Build 2 houses on each side, Muramasa said directly, taking charge for Song Changha. That's settled. Tell me what the wages should be, and I'll go to the village to find some workers right now. Song Changha went back to discuss with his wife and mother. Old Mother Wu had no objections. Once they agreed on how to eat and how much to pay the workers, they started building. Muramasa didn't call anyone else, but only asked a few men who had previously gone to the town with Song Changha to get water. There were 2 groups among these men. The first group was Song Changha's father and a few others who had been working with him from the start. The second group was those who joined Song Changha's team when they went to the town. When these 2 groups worked together, you could see the difference in their experience. Song Changha's father and the others always thought about Song Changha's needs. The newer workers did their best to finish their tasks but didn't speak up much. Anyway, the house was built this way. When Song Mingju was not in school, she watched everyone build the house. The so-called earth wall was made by first shaping the outline with wooden boards, then filling it with yellow mud, and finally pounding or knocking it in until it was solid. The building went pretty fast, but it took time for the mud to dry. Fortunately, the weather was kind, with only 2 light rains. By the end of the month, the new house was mostly finished. As a result, Song Changha's family had a layout with an east wing, main house, west wing, and a courtyard in the middle. The earth house had to be completely dry before anyone could move in, and the rest depended on time. Soon it was early March. The mud dried out, and spring planting began. Like last autumn, this spring, Song Changha again asked a few men, including Song Changha's father and Ermao's father, to help with the farming. Because he had been busy all autumn and winter, he still hadn't fully mastered the plow. But based on the idea from the water wheel, Song Changha made a new set of wheels, hoping to attach them to the plow, but he didn't know where to put them. Song Mingju couldn't stand it anymore and ran over to give advice. Dad, just put 2 wheels on it and it'll run. Wheels? Song Changha was confused. Yes, like the wheels on the village's cart. Song Mingju said with frustration, look at this spinning wheel. 1 in front and 1 behind. If you put 2 wheels, the spinning wheel is on the cart, driving water. If it's on the plow, it can make the wheels move forward, right? As for how the plow turns the soil, that's something to think about later. Ah, I see now. Song Changha suddenly understood. Wow, my daughter really is the bright star of the Song family. He was also confused by the word wheel, which actually just means a round part of a vehicle. Song Mingju proudly lifted her tail and went to share her pride with her mother. Mom, I've made a contribution again. Song Chang-ha wiped his sweat, feeling that his relationship with his daughter was finally safe. Only the Song family's village had a cart like that. So, Song Chang-ha planned to go borrow a cart. Over at May's place, she originally planned to try making kudzu starch in winter. But during road repair, the villagers dug up the entire back mountain and didn't find a single kudzu root. So, May didn't make the starch. Also, she hadn't sold the lotus root powder she made last year, so she felt uneasy. Hearing her daughter's words, she only responded perfunctorily. Okay, I understand. You're so capable. Go play now. Since her mother didn't give a warm response, Mingju felt a bit disappointed. Do you want to go to the village's house together? Song Chang-ha asked. Yes. Mingju immediately agreed. Her mother doesn't understand her. The father and daughter went to the village's house to explain their purpose. What? Borrow a wheel? Village Master Guanjing doubted he heard right. Make a foot-powered plow? Yes, uncle. Village Master Guanjing fell silent. To borrow or not to borrow? That's the question. If they borrow, they still owe last year's spinning wheel. If they don't, what if it causes trouble over such a small thing? Then borrow it. The old woman elbowed her husband. I've lent my spinning wheel, can't you borrow a wheel? The old cow took a few roasted beans from Mingju's hand and mooed, indicating it had no problem. Since the two most important people in the family had no objections, the village chief didn't dare object either. So, the father and daughter successfully borrowed the wheel and happily went home. Uncle, thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Dahu ran to the door and asked Mingju, do you still go to math class? Yes. Mingju turned around and replied, when you finish studying with Guzi, come call me. Song Chang-ha borrowed the wheel and returned home, then fell into a state of obsession. He kept thinking, trying, and rethinking, eventually coming up with a solution on his own. He made a tripod, placed the wooden chain and wheel on it, connecting them. Then he added a plow, made adjustments, and finally got everything linked together. Song Chang-ha tested it at home. It moved, but he wasn't sure if it would work in the field. So, he asked Guzi's father and Mao's father to help him move the foot-pedal plow to the field. Come see, Chang-ha has made another invention. Wait for me, I'll be right there. Villagers gathered, calling friends, and half the village came to watch, filling the field with people. His field was less than half plowed, so no water had been poured yet. The soil was harder than water, and when Song Chang-ha pressed the foot pedal, he felt it was very difficult.
Come on, Dad.
Keep going. Mingju shouted from the field. Song Chang-ha clenched his teeth and pressed down hard. The wooden chain broke. The breaking of the wooden chain was a heavy to Song Chang-ha. He was such a big man, yet he had to crawl onto the bed and lie down. Come on, Dad, cheer up. Someone once said, failure is the mother of success. And someone else said, success comes from 99 parts sweat and 1 part inspiration. Who exactly said these words is anyone's guess, ranging from an unnamed sage, to his master, to a traveling merchant, to a casual remark by a village blacksmith, to hearsay from Guzi, to a passing dog barking. Listen, Dad, even Big Yellow is encouraging you. Dad, as long as you keep trying, you'll be the brightest star in our Song family. Encouraged by Mingju, Song Chang-ha got up again and kept tinkering. After teaching a few lessons in addition and subtraction, he fixed the foot pedal plow. He moved it to the field to test, but the force was uneven. Boom, it collapsed. He could only bring it back and modify it again. While teaching 2-digit addition and subtraction, Mingju helped him fix the plow. He moved it to the field, too little force, it couldn't push forward. He had to bring it back and keep adjusting. When she taught 3-digit addition and subtraction, he fixed the plow again. He moved it to the field. This time it could move, but the front part lacked enough force and the plowshare couldn't dig into the soil. He kept bringing it back and modifying it repeatedly. The weak spots were reinforced with thicker material. If that wasn't enough, they changed the materials altogether. The teeth on the wooden chain were lengthened, so they wouldn't fall out easily. The foot pedal was widened to make it easier to apply force with both feet. An additional seat was added to the tripod, so people wouldn't fall off easily. When 2 wheels were unstable, they added a 3rd wheel. And so on. This clearly showed Song Changha's persistent spirit, reflecting the hardworking spirit of the era, and also demonstrated his meticulous craftsmanship to everyone in Songjiatai. The village folks watched from the sides several times, first standing, then with arms crossed, then squatting down, and finally turning away in frustration. They weren't sure whether to feel sorry for Song Changha or for his two wheels. Old Neo was plowing the fields. When he passed by Song Changha, he looked at him twice and then left. After finishing his work, Old Neo returned and again looked at Song Changha, shook his head, and went home. The villagers were used to seeing Song Changha fall and get back up again. From laughing at him at first, to feeling a bit bored later, then silent, and eventually offering help voluntarily. Changha, I have a small piece of ironwood, not big, just about the size of 2 palms. Want me to bring it over and see if it's useful? Changha, I also have half an old piece of wood. Want me to carry it over for you to check? Changha. Everyone's support made the fire burn brighter. When Song Mingju was teaching the 4-digit addition and subtraction, Song Changha finally fixed the foot plow again and again. 2 farmers, Air Guzi's father and Air Mao's father, tirelessly carried the foot plow to the fields. Now, all the land in the village had been plowed, just waiting for the water to be released. Only Song Changha's land kept reserved for testing the foot plow. God, please let this work out this time. Everyone was praying for him. Song Changha carefully checked the foot plow, making sure he corrected all previous mistakes. Then he mounted it, took a deep breath, and stepped down with force. Creak. The foot plow slowly moved forward, digging into the soil bit by bit. Seeing the turned-up earth, the villagers cheered excitedly. Oh, it's working! It's working! It's working! It really works! Hurry, go call the village chief. The villagers were even more excited than Song Changha, jumping down from the fields and walking alongside him and the foot plow. As they walked, they asked, "How is it, Changha? Is it hard to step on?" It was definitely hard. Just look at the sweat on Song Changha's forehead. But at least one person could operate it. Remember, the plows used in the village now needed 2 people. Someone pulls from the front, and someone pushes from behind. Siyuan Zheng came out of his house and saw the busy fields at Song Changha's home from afar. He felt a little nervous. As he got closer, he heard villagers shouting excitedly, and he realized this might really work. Changha, can I try it? Air Guzi's father asked excitedly, rubbing his hands. Now his family only had one strong worker, like Song Changha's family. If he could use it, he could farm the land all by himself in the future. Sure. Song Changha stepped down and helped Air Guzi's father onto the device. Don't rush to step. First, get used to this height and see if you feel dizzy. Air Guzi's father tried it. The view was a bit higher but not too scary. Okay. I don't feel dizzy at all. He eagerly reported. Can I step now? Yes. Song Changha guided him. Don't use too much force. Take it slow. Just like walking forward. Yes. That's it. Remember this feeling. Keep stepping forward. Step. Step. Yes, that's right. Air Guzi's father didn't know if he was tired or excited. His face was red. Wow. I'm really moving forward now. Then he tilted his head to the side and said happily, Wow, the soil is really turning over. All right, you get down. Let me try. Air Mao's father called out to Air Guzi's father. Siyuan Zheng pushed through the crowd and moved to the front. The person who was being pulled aside said, Who's pushing me? But when he saw Siyuan Zheng, he quickly changed his words. Oh, Siyuan Zheng, look. Changha turned the foot plow into a real one. Air Guzi's father hadn't had enough fun yet, so villagers called him down and let Air Mao's father climb up. Oh wow. Oh wow. Air Mao's father kept exclaiming, This feeling is really different. All right, you get down now. Come down. The villagers pressed forward. Song Mingju took a stick and tapped the edge of the foot plow while shouting, Don't panic. Line up. One by one. Listen to Mingju. Line up properly. Xiuanjing shouted back, Stop pushing and shouting like monkeys. Who damages it will pay for it. Hearing this, the villagers stepped back a little. Siyuan took advantage of the gap, quickly climbed onto the foot plow, sat down, and said to Air Mao's father, "All right, you can get down now." "Hey!" The villagers cheered. Siyuan glared at the villagers, but didn't need his son to help him. He climbed onto the foot plow quickly and sat down smoothly. "First, I looked for feeling, then tried to use force, stepping hard with a loud honk sound." "Good." A lively person cheered. "Uncle Village Zheng is strong and healthy, as strong as an old ox." The old ox grazing nearby lifted its head and looked at the group, chewing and responding with a moo. "You two-legged creatures, go ahead and keep trying. The old ox's retirement life is almost here." Villagers took turns trying out the foot plow. After a while, they got tired, of course. So, they worked in pairs, one stepping, the other pulling in front. They found it was easy to step on the other's foot. Then, they switched, one stepping, the other pushing from behind. This worked much better and was smoother. "That's a good method." Everyone agreed after trying. It saved effort, moved faster, and avoided stepping on each other's feet. The men played with the foot plow all morning, turning the land over and over. Mei watched from afar and whispered to Wu Laonyang, "If I knew it was this easy, I wouldn't have hired anyone. We could leave the land to them." But still, Mei was happy her husband made the foot plow. She bought big bones, cooked a bone soup, and stewed a fish. Other families in the village were excited too, saying they could start planting early. "We should wait until Changha finishes making the foot plow before planting," the men said excitedly. "By the time our family gets a foot plow, it'll be a long wait," the women disagreed. The villagers went to find Uncle Village Zheng to discuss making more foot plows so they could use them in summer. "Let's plant the seedlings first," Village Zheng said. "Everyone do your best. Whether we have enough food later depends on spring planting." A few days later, the field started to be flooded. Villagers, with nothing else to do, went to chat with Changha. "Changha, try harder and see if you can make a seedling planting machine." Changha, still happy from the success of the foot plow, agreed immediately. "All right, I'll try." After they left, Mei started scolding. "Trying? Do you know how long it took to make that foot plow? Who will do all the chores at home? Who will plant the seedlings in the fields?" Changha shrank back nervously and said fearfully, Please ask Air Guzi's father and them to come." Seeing the situation, Mingzhu quietly slipped away from her father. "Oh dear," mother scolding father. "Can't afford to offend them." Old Lady Wu took a quick look and quietly went to her own room. "Oh dear, this person is getting old. His hearing isn't very good." Da Huang, Da Guai, and Xiaohua saw this and imitated, quietly slipping out of the main hall. "Oh dear, the old man is scolding the second son. We can't provoke him." When Song Changha noticed, the 3 adults and 1 child had already slipped to the door of the main hall. "These untrustworthy folks, humph. You think second dog's father has 3 heads and 6 arms? Mei sure said angrily. Second dog's family has their own fields and Song Lu's fields, all managed by second dog's parents. After they finish, when will our family get a turn? Missing the spring planting means no harvest. Just wait and see if you can drink the wind." After hearing his wife's scolding, Song Changha calmed down. Thinking carefully, he realized he had been a bit overconfident. But he wasn't willing to give up completely. On the surface, he seemed to have stopped, but inside, he was still pondering. Song Mingzhu, feeling bored, flipped the long bench they sat on for meals, pretending it was a boat, and started rowing. Da Huang, Da Guai, and Xiaohua happily ran around her. "Oh, this lotus flower is so pretty. I want to pick one. Oh, this big lotus leaf would make a nice hat. Oh, this lotus seed pod." Song Changha watched his daughter's actions, picking, putting down, kicking her legs, and paddling forward. Picking again, putting down, kicking, paddling forward. I know what to do now." Song Changha suddenly exclaimed happily, patting his head. Mei Shi peeked out from the room, annoyed. "What do you know now?" she asked. Song Changha didn't reply. He went back to the main hall, found some wood, and started hammering and knocking. Because a few days ago, Mingzhu didn't stay to scold her father, their relationship had become a bit strained. Song Changha didn't say anything about what he was planning. He only started working after his daughter went to school, then put everything away when she returned. So Mingju didn't know her father was planning something big. After 3 days, Song Changha built a small boat. He couldn't wait to try it out in the fields. On the way, villagers saw him and put down their work to come over. Hey, Changha has made a new invention again. Come and see. Yes, let's go. When Song Changha reached his own field, he rolled up his pants to his thighs and tied his clothes to avoid getting water and mud. Then he stepped into the water and lowered the small boat. This boat has upturned ends, is hollow inside, and has a plank in the middle for sitting. Song Changha placed a bundle of rice straw at the front of the boat to simulate planting rice seedlings. He picked up a piece of straw, inserted it sideways, then kicked back with his feet and moved forward. The villagers exclaimed, "Wow!" After planting a row of seedlings, Song Changha turned around and started pulling them out. To pull the seedlings, he inserted his side and used both hands to pull them up, then tied them into bundles and placed them inside the boat. The villagers understood and called out in unison, "Ah!" When Song Mingju returned from school, she saw her family's field was crowded with people again. She approached and saw her father sitting in a small boat-like device, moving back and forth across the field as if riding a horse. What was her father doing? Later, when Guzi's father, Mao's father, and village Zheng took turns trying, Song finally understood. Wow, her father had built a convenient rice-planting boat. Although Song Mingju thought her father might try to make a foot-operated rice-planting machine based on the idea of foot plowing, she realized that such machines are complicated and that this small planting boat might be more practical. Song Changha was impressive. Mingju touched her chin, feeling a little regretful. Oh no, she missed her father's growth and progress. The fields had already been plowed, so the villagers' need for foot plows was less urgent. But with this rice-planting boat, if Song Changha was quick, he could even finish making one before planting. But what difference would that make? Giving it away for free was impossible. Song Changha was willing to invent things to help reduce everyone's workload, but he didn't want to be taken advantage of. Village Zheng understood this too, so he didn't interfere with Song Changha's work. His own family had enough hands, even if it was tiring and caused some back pain. They'd been through that before. Even if they wanted to make a rice-planting boat, they'd have to wait until after the season. Meanwhile, Guzi's father approached Song Changha, asking to borrow the rice-planting boat for 2 days, offering to pay with work. Mao's father arrived a bit later and, seeing he would be behind Guzi's father, hesitated to borrow it. Since the planting window was only a few days, he didn't want to miss it. But he also didn't want to go back empty-handed. So, Mao's father put his arm around Guzi's father's shoulder at Song Changha's door, and they discussed. "Brother, how about this? Each of us helps for half a day? In the morning I help you, in the afternoon you help me?" Regarding Mao's father's suggestion, Guzi's father thought for a moment and agreed happily. Once the water fields were ready, it was time to transplant the rice seedlings. The two of them quickly planted the seedlings in Song Changha's house first, then carried the seedling boat to Guzi's house. Last year, Guzi's father heard Song Mingju say that rice fields could be used to raise fish.
Since then, he kept thinking about it.
Guzi's mother also agreed to give it a try. But if the villagers ask, don't say it was Mingju's idea, she warned her husband. She was mainly worried about causing trouble for Song Mingju. So, this spring planting, Guzi's father specially divided their field into 2 parts. One part was farmed as usual, and the other part was raised higher with a fish pond, with fences at the water inlet and outlet. "Brother, what are you planning to do?" asked Mao's father. "I want to try raising fish in the rice field," said Guzi's father. "That's just my idea. Don't tell anyone." "Don't worry. I'm not the kind of person to gossip," said Mao's father. Coincidentally, there was a pond in front of Mao's house, where he also kept some fish. After talking, Mao's father realized that raising fish in the rice field might actually be possible. "What kind of fish are you planning to raise?" asked Mao's father. Guzi's father replied, "Carp, Christian carp, or grass carp, something easy to take care of." How big do you want the fish to be when you put them in? Asked Air Mao's father again. I don't know, said Air Guzi's father. This is my first time, so I'm still figuring it out. Brother, I have an idea, listen, said Air Mao's father. If you plan to put in small fish fry, do it early so they can get used to the water. If you want to put in bigger fish, wait until the rice plants grow strong. Otherwise, if you put big fish in with small seedlings, the seedlings might get eaten, he added. Air Guzi's father, who was experienced in fish raising, realized he wasn't as good as Air Mao's father in this. Now, Air Guzi's father was very receptive to advice. All right, I'll listen to you. When you have time, come visit me more often. Then, Air Guzi's father ordered 100 small fish fry, each about 1 inch long. He didn't care how Air Mao's family got the fish fry. As long as one side received guidance and the other made money, both were happy. Air Mao's father was quick in his work. Before dinner, he took his son to deliver the fish fry. Air Guzi's father didn't delay either. He immediately took his 2 sons with buckets to the field and released the fish fry into the rice paddies. Zhiyuan, although I don't know if your books mention how to farm rice. The second son's father sincerely told his eldest son, but I believe that if a person can take good care of the land, then that person isn't a particularly bad person. His own father was just like that. When it came to skill and cleverness, he couldn't compare to Song Changha. In quick thinking, he even couldn't match Ernyo's father. But he was steady and reliable. He didn't cause trouble or argue, but when you needed help, you'd turn around and find him always there. This land, like people, has a temper. Be kind to it, and it will reward you. His father wasn't usually very talkative, but today, it felt like he had countless words he wanted to say to his son. Of course, I hope you can succeed, but I care more that you grow up to be a good person. Next to him, Air Guzi thought about these words and felt they were meant for his older brother. After all, his brother was very diligent. Compared to him, he didn't love studying that much. He struggled with complicated words and felt a terrible headache. But he loved this free land just like Song Mingzhu did. Song Mingzhu was so smart. If he followed Song Mingzhu, he would surely not become a bad person. The villagers didn't know how Air Guzi's father secretly taught his children, but it was clear from how the fields looked.
Oh,
Air Guzi's father, why are you raising fish in the fields now? Such small fish fry. What are you trying to do? Villager Zheng also came to see. First, he noticed that the rice seedlings in Air Guzi's father's fields were still planted the same way, not reduced just because he was raising fish. He didn't need to scold him. That was good. Second, Air Guzi's father repeated the words Song Mingzhu had told him, but in his own way. Uncle Zheng, I think like this. Whether it works or not, I don't really know. He honestly said if it works and others want to try, that's fine. If it doesn't, I'll put more effort elsewhere. I won't let my wife and son go hungry because of me. Zheng thought for a moment and said, that makes sense. Now, the brave survive, the timid starve. Finally, Zheng asked, tell me carefully how you plan to raise fish in the rice fields. After explaining carefully, Zheng went home and told his family he also wanted to try raising fish in the rice fields. Not too much, just a small part, about the same size as Air Guzi's family's water field. Whether it works or not, we won't go hungry. But, Dad, we've already transplanted all the rice seedlings. The eldest son said, over at Air Guzi's place, the fish pond on that field is kept empty on purpose. The fish are put in only after 2 days, and the seedlings are planted 2 days later. I asked Mao's father about this. Once the seedlings are in the water, we should wait until they turn green again before releasing the fish. That way, the seedlings will be strong enough, and the fish won't eat or disturb them. But at this time, the fish fry might need to be about a finger's length long to keep up with the growth of the early fish. Dad, whatever you say, we'll do it that way, the second son declared. Now, Song Laoyao is his father's special assistant. He has to remember everything his father says and does, in case his father asks later. His own rice fields with fish are to be managed by his 2 older brothers. But recording the process is Laoyao's job. Right now, Laoyao regrets not throwing a tantrum to go to school. Even if he can't get a degree, at least he would know some characters. Fortunately, Song Mingju taught him the India numbers, so he can now use them. Village Jung also agreed with Ermao's father to buy 100 fish fry. Whether that's many or few, they will see as they go. Other families in the village are watching closely. Ermao's family already has a pond, and Ermao's father doesn't plan to raise fish in the rice fields anymore. If he has time, he'd rather take good care of both the fields and the pond. That way, it should turn out well. Erzwang's family doesn't have a pond. Erzwang's father thought for a long time and decided to follow Village Jung and Erguzi's father. When the sky falls, everyone will support each other. So, Erguzi's father and Ermao's father were invited by Erzwang's father to their fields to learn how to dig channels and raise fish. Suddenly, Ermao's father realized that his status in the village had risen recently. This marked the official formation of the second team in the Song family village development.